Chapter 1. The Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. 3,000 Flames of Fire. In the realm of Douqi, within the expanse of the Tagore Desert, lies the city of Medusa. Yifeng, you have finally awakened. This is truly wonderful. As Yifeng opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a woman of exquisite beauty, her face etched with concern as she gazed at him. Where am I? And who are you? Rubbing his temples, Yifeng looked at the woman before him, bewildered. Upon hearing his words, the woman's expression turned to one of deep worry. It appeared that although Yifeng's injuries were not severe, he had indeed sustained a blow to the head, rendering him unable to recognize even his own sister. With palpable concern, she declared, "You are in the Serpent Man clan. I am your sister, Huashir." The Serpent Man clan? The Serpent Man clan? At her words, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment, and he sprang upright from the bed as if propelled by a spring. He stared down at his sister Huashir with a look of sheer horror. Huashir possessed a striking figure, her slender waist undeniably alluring. However, to his astonishment, her lower half was that of a serpent. Yifeng quickly glanced down at his own body, only to confirm his worst fears. His lower half mirrored Huashir's too had a serpent's tail. Overwhelmed by despair, Yifeng's body weakened instantly, and before he could collapse onto the bed, Huashir caught him in her embrace. Feeling her comforting warmth, Yifeng realized that this was not a dream. He had truly traversed worlds. But why, in this realm of Douqi, had he transformed not into a human, but rather into a serpent man? Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully traversing to the realm of Douqi. The sign-in system is currently binding. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on successfully binding the sign-in system. You have received a beginner's gift package. Yifeng paused momentarily, quickly comprehending that while he may not be human, this system was indeed quite troublesome. Suddenly, fragments of memories that did not belong to him flooded his mind. With the influx of these memories, Yifeng understood that he was now the adopted younger brother of Huashir, a lonely serpent raised by her. Moreover, he was a uniquely special serpent man within the Serpent Man clan. Due to the clan's inherent affinity for coldness, no serpent man possessed fire attribute Douqi. Yet Yifeng was an exception. Not only did he wield fire attribute Douqi, but he also possessed attributes from all other elements. Thus, he was highly favored within the Serpent Man clan, a veritable prodigy. In the Tagore Desert, his cultivation speed for fire attribute Douqi surpassed that of others, and by the age of 18, he had attained the rank of a 4-star Douqi master. Just 3 days prior, during a sparring match with Bai, the grandson of the Yin clan leader and a fellow prodigy with 2-star Douqi, Yifeng had been schemed against, sustaining a grievous blow that left him bloodied and unconscious. The reason for Bai's treachery was that the following day marked the selection of members for Medusa's elite guard, and Yifeng was Bai's greatest rival. The elite guard of Medusa, indeed. Upon discovering his identity, Yifeng felt a surge of joy at the prospect of traversing to the continent of Douqi, for he now stood in close proximity to the enchanting Queen Medusa, without inciting the disdain she harbored for mere mortals. What could this be termed? It is the advantageous position of being near the water tower, hence one may first win the queen's favor. Endowed with a golden finger, Yifeng was resolute in his ambition to become a member of Medusa's elite guard. It seemed prudent to set a modest objective first. Let it be that both I and the majestic, coldly elegant Queen Medusa possess legs as fair as jade. Indeed, the beauty of Queen Medusa, with her long, graceful legs, was unparalleled. Her statuesque form, supple waist, and exquisitely striking visage epitomized perfection. Such exquisite feet ought to be adorned with fine shoes. That wretched scoundrel Xiao Yan was utterly unworthy of her. Let him meet his demise. With the golden finger now firmly in hand, it was time to reap the rewards. Yifeng leisurely closed his eyes, feigning slumber in the embrace of Huashir. Huashir gazed at her younger brother in her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. Sleep well and rest thoroughly. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to meet Her Majesty, aiding you in becoming one of Medusa's trusted guards. At her words, Yifeng's heart soared. To become one of Medusa's guards? Indeed, my sister, Huashir, is the captain of Medusa's elite guard. Surely tomorrow will bring delightful surprises. From this point forward, I shall truly be in an advantageous position. System. Open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for opening the beginner's gift pack. You have received an unlimited storage ring. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the qualifications of a top-tier genius on the continent of Douqi. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a supreme, no restriction, cleansing marrow pill. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have gained a divine level technique. Soul devouring art. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received the 9th ranked otherworldly flame. 3000 flame of yin yang. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired a 7th grade pill. Heavenly soul blood fusion pill. This cascade of astonishing gifts caused Yi Fang's eyes to snap open. Such rewards transcended mere abundance. They were indeed heartwarming. Even the nourishing heavenly soul blood fusion pill had been bestowed. How could one not feel warmth? Queen Medusa's fortune was indeed remarkable. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for successfully signing in with Huaxi. Reward. 1 doling pill. What's signing in? Sensing Yi Fang's movements, Huaxi slowly opened her eyes and, regarding her brother with concern, smiled gently. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Looking at this woman who is not merely a sister, but rather a sister in spirit, Yi Fang smiled and replied, It's just so comfortable in sister's embrace. You've already surpassed the age of maturity, yet you still know how to please your sister. Huaxi playfully poked Yi Fang's forehead, feigning annoyance. Hee. Yi Fang gradually sat up, smiling. You're fine, and I must go consult with Her Majesty regarding tomorrow's arrangements. You should rest well tonight and conserve your energy for the selection tomorrow. Ah, I understand. With that, the flower serpent rose and departed the room. After watching her leave, Yi Fang stood up and secured the door, then retrieved a small jade vial from the system space. This is a muscle cleansing and marrow refining elixir with no rank restrictions. Let us see what effects you shall bestow upon me. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fang uncorked the vial and swallowed the elixir. In the next instant, a burst of purple light erupted from his body, and the fighting spirit within him surged violently. The sudden eruption of energy caused Yi Fang great discomfort. His body flushed crimson, and anyone who touched him would surely feel the intense heat. To avoid drawing attention, he bore the pain in silence, a hint of crimson at the corner of his mouth, lending an exquisite sheen to his cheeks. As time passed, Yi Fang began to experience an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Just as he felt the muscle cleansing and marrow refining process nearing its conclusion, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind, reminiscent of ancient times. Douqi, reviving the Shao clan from the pursuit of the goddess. Please remember to offer your support. Chapter 2. The 3000 Starfire Body, a Blade of Flame. A thunderous roar resonated within Yi Fang's mind, reminiscent of a dragon's cry echoing through the heavens, momentarily rendering him speechless. In the depths of his consciousness, an immense dragon coiled majestically, its gargantuan form entwined with an eerie violet-black flame. This magnificent sight left Yi Fang utterly awestruck. This is the 3000 Starfire. Realization struck him. The violet-black dragon-shaped flame was indeed the 3000 Starfire that remained unabsorbed within his system. The 3000 Starfire, forged from the essence of the cosmos, possesses formidable destructive power, ranking 9th on the list of exotic flames, making it one of the rarest of its kind. Its might lies not only in its overwhelming energy, but also in its extraordinary longevity. Most crucially, it grants its bearer a remarkably potent and mystical constitution known as the 3000 Starfire Body, also referred to as the Immortal Body. As long as it does not suffer a fatal blow, the wielder can recover rapidly, much to the chagrin of their adversaries. Unless there exists a deep-seated grudge, one would naturally seek to befriend the possessor of such a body, as the title of Immortal Body is truly well-deserved. Ecstatic at the prospect of obtaining such a miraculous flame, Yi Fang hastily activated the soul devouring technique to commence absorption. This divine-level technique allows one to assimilate the spiritual treasures of the world for personal gain, and on the Douqi Continent, spiritual treasures are not limited to just exotic flames. This aligns perfectly with Yi Fang's all-encompassing Douqi attributes, as he possesses a universal affinity for Douqi. With a divine-level technique at his disposal, the absorption of the exotic flame proved to be a straightforward endeavor. Even the 9th-ranked 3000 Starfire yielded to him after a few hours of focused effort, culminating in a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, Master. You have successfully absorbed the 3000 Starfire and acquired the 3000 Starfire Body. Your Douqi cultivation has been elevated to a 4-star Dome Master. Feeling the surge of potent Douqi coursing through him, a satisfied smile crept across Yi Fang's lips. I wonder how you will continue to scheme. In the Dan Tower, within the Starry Realm, 2 men and a woman trembled as they gazed skyward. These 3 were the towering figures of the Dan Tower: Shin Kongzi, Shin Yi, and Tian Lazy. The 3,000 starfire is gone. Tian Lazy gasped in disbelief. How could this be? We sealed the 3,000 starfire here together. How could it have escaped? Shin Yi, astonished, turned her gaze toward the starry expanse, exclaiming in shock. Shin Kongzi's expression darkened, his fists clenched as he somberly remarked, "There can only be one explanation. The 3,000 starfire has been subdued and taken away by someone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of person could silently subdue the 3,000 starfire right under our noses and carry it away?" Tian Lazy gestured dismissively, incredulous. Shin Kongzi gazed into the vast, empty sky, speaking in a low tone. "Regardless, we will publicly state that the 3,000 starfire belongs to those fated to possess it. Now that it has vanished without a trace, it is a form of liberation for us, sparing us from future seals. Indeed, brother. However, should I discover who has stolen the 3,000 flames of Yen, I shall ensure they face the consequences." A sneeze escaped Yi Feng, who had successfully absorbed the 3,000 flames of Yen as he rose from his bed. For reasons unknown, he adeptly navigated his surroundings, utilizing the serpentine movements afforded by his tail instead of his legs. Bathed in the gentle morning light, Yi Feng gazed into the copper mirror, finally comprehending why he was the most extraordinary among the serpent people. In addition to his possession of fire attribute combat energy, his appearance set him apart from the robust, muscular male serpents. He bore a strikingly handsome visage, exuding a distinguished aura, with an elegance that was unparalleled. Perhaps due to the absorption of the 3,000 flames of Yen, his obsidian eyes sparkled like a constellation, exuding an alluring depth that captivated those who beheld him. However, his sole imperfection lay in the absence of legs. Instead, he was graced with a purple-black serpentine tail that shimmered like the stars, undeniably possessing a certain charm. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door, followed by a gentle voice. "Yi Feng, dear brother, are you awake?" "Yes, coming," Yi Feng replied, opening the door to reveal his sister. "Huashir, they have all arrived. I am here to escort you." Huashir observed Yi Feng, her eyes glinting with curiosity. After a night apart, why did her brother seem to radiate an enhanced aura? Was it confidence? Moreover, the starlight flickering in his eyes was both mesmerizing and enigmatic. However, pressed for time, she refrained from further inquiry, taking his hand as they proceeded onward. Given Huashir's esteemed position as the captain of Medusa's royal guard, Yi Feng's residence was conveniently located adjacent to the Medusa temple. As he curiously surveyed the surroundings, he noted the array of houses and the slender-waisted female serpents gracing the streets, each exuding a bewitching allure. Yet, it was the majestic Medusa temple, standing proudly at the heart of the sacred city, that truly captivated Yi Feng. At the temple's entrance, a phalanx of fully armed serpent warriors stood guard, with occasional patrols weaving through the area. The formidable presence of the temple's guards emanated an intimidating aura, deterring any who dared approach. "Captain," the surrounding serpent soldiers saluted upon sighting Huashir. Indeed, she acknowledged with a wave, leading Yi Feng inside. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the system's notification echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the Medusa Temple. You have been rewarded with an exclusive weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire." Oh, upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Feng's deep-set eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is the soul-cutting blade, flowing blade like fire, indeed suitable for me?" Yi Feng hastily examined the attributes of the weapon. Flowing blade like fire, soul-cutting blade, effective against spiritual entities, can assist in the use of Lax Bankai, can be embedded with 2 unrestricted grade magic cores, and can be freely removed and embedded. Upon seeing this attribute information, Yi Feng felt quite satisfied. In the continent of Fighting Qi, possessing a weapon capable of withstanding is exceedingly rare and valuable. With the flowing blade like fire, the potency of can be elevated by several tiers. Upon entering the grand hall of the temple, Yi Feng observed a group of young individuals standing obediently inside. Besides the candidates for the selection of Medusa's personal guards, there were also several Do Wang leaders seated on either side. Among them were the robust Mobas, the enchanting Yu Mei, and the sinister Yin Shi, the grandfather of the young Yin Bai. Upon noticing Yin Shi's presence, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. It appeared that young Yin Bai had indeed made thorough preparations. However, in the face of absolute power, even the presence of the elder Yin Bai would be insufficient. Chapter 3. The smile of Queen Medusa. As Yi Feng cast his gaze towards the underworld, the elderly serpent man, leaning on his cane, shifted his attention to him. His profound eyes appeared exceedingly calm, inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. He was indeed a cunning old fox of the serpent clan, the absolute strategist of his kind, and not one to be trifled with. However, his grandson, Yinbai looked at Yi Feng with an expression of astonishment, clearly incredulous that Yi Feng had managed to arrive in this place. Greetings to all the leaders. Yi Feng bowed slightly, offering his respects to the assembled commanders. Hua Xier gestured for him to stand aside while she moved towards the higher seats. As the captain of the personal guard, it was her duty to oversee the selection of members this time. Yi Feng positioned himself beside Yinbai, disregarding the hostile glare directed at him. This only served to infuriate Yinbai further. He exhaled a frustrated breath, resolved to ensure that this rubbish would be eliminated at the first opportunity. Hua Xier stepped to the forefront, addressing the assembly with utmost seriousness. This selection for the Medusa's personal guard will recruit a single genius who has just reached adulthood, aiming to identify the most outstanding talent of our serpent clan for future cultivation. She continued, therefore, the method of selection within the palace will differ from the traditional one-on-one combat format. Just as Hua Xier continued her speech, several leaders and she herself suddenly rose swiftly to gaze towards the stage. There, an extraordinarily opulent seat was present, and the space around it began to distort strangely. Yi Feng sensed the change immediately, his eyes drawn to the source. In the next moment, a graceful figure slowly emerged into view. The unexpected appearance of a stunning woman was marked by her upper attire, a red bodice adorned with golden accents, exuding an air of grandeur. Her alluring form was exquisitely defined, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding a subtle charm. 3,000 silken strands cascaded from beneath her magnificent crown, falling elegantly over her delicate shoulders, draping down to her slender waist. Below that supple waist, she wore a flowing red gown as she gracefully settled upon the throne. A purple serpent tail swayed gently, radiating a wild and enchanting allure that inexplicably rendered those present slightly flushed. Though Yi Feng had an image of this perfect form in his memory, it was akin to watching a video. Nothing could compare to the vivid impact of witnessing her in person. As his gaze lingered upon her exquisite visage, Yi Feng felt a sudden tremor in his heart. Upon seeing this woman with his own eyes, he comprehended the veracity of Queen Medusa's renowned beauty. Such a woman could indeed be described as enchanting, yet beneath that allure lay an unmistakable air of regal nobility and grace. This captivating presence rendered even the similarly alluring Yume below appear somewhat dimmed in comparison. Your Majesty, the Queen. Upon the arrival of that enchanting figure, the multitude below promptly knelt, their voices resonating with reverence, echoing throughout the grand hall. Do not mind me. Continue. Queen Medusa gracefully reclined slightly, her delicate hand cradling her exquisite visage as she spoke softly. Her elongated, beautiful eyes turned toward the flower serpent, and the corners of her crimson lips lifted into a subtle arc. In an instant, her exquisite countenance brimmed with an alluring aura, captivating the onlookers with every gesture and smile, rendering them utterly entranced. Suddenly, Queen Medusa sensed an unreserved gaze upon her, and her enchanting eyes locked onto Yi Feng's. In that fleeting moment of mutual gaze, a slight smile graced her lips. She was quite familiar with this talented younger brother of the flower serpent, yet he had never been so audacious before. A genius of fire attribute combat energy. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Yi Feng, unable to suppress a gulp at the sight of the smiling Queen Medusa, thought to himself, how can one withstand such allure? Thankfully, I am currently without legs, otherwise, they might have given way. This scene was keenly observed by a man nearby, whose eyes darkened with hostility as they fell upon Yi Feng. Yes, Your Majesty. The flower serpent respectfully bowed and then turned to address the crowd, continuing, each of you has reached this stage through rigorous selection. The format for this round will involve team battles with no restrictions on team size. You may form your own teams. The last 3 remaining will advance to the final selection. Upon her words, several commanders raised their eyebrows in surprise at the peculiarity of this selection method. The strategist, In Shirtsong, narrowed his eyes, comprehending in an instant what the flower serpent was orchestrating. However, he refrained from interference, as this method of selection was highly advantageous for his grandson, Yinbai. With a total of 23 participants, including 5 from their tribe, it was certain that his eldest grandson would secure a place in the final 3. As for the other commander, Mo.S., he remained indifferent, casting occasional glances upward, his intentions transparent to any perceptive observer. When the competition commenced within the hall, as anticipated by Yin Shi, 6 familiar figures unexpectedly appeared beside Yi Feng. He understood well that this was the covert maneuvering of his dear sister, the flower serpent. The selection process swiftly unfolded, ultimately leaving 3 contenders, Yinbai, Mo Lasi, and Yi Feng. Queen Medusa, naturally, observed this clandestine operation but chose not to intervene, recognizing the essential competition among the 8 clans of the serpent people in the royal city. Moreover, the 3 remaining were the most outstanding talents among this cohort, making this method of selection a time-efficient choice. Next, one-on-one battles would ensue, with opponents determined by drawing lots, leaving one participant without a match. When Yi Feng drew the empty lot, he felt a sense of resignation within. Truly, having a good sister is an immeasurable blessing. Without having done anything, he directly secured a spot among the top two. The tension in the air was palpable as Bai, standing beside Yi Feng, ground his teeth in frustration, producing a series of grinding sounds. Shi, observing this, could only manage a wry smile. This outcome was inevitable, otherwise, the first round of advancement would not have included just 3 individuals. As anticipated, the final showdown would be between Yi Feng and Bai. In the Grand Hall, the aura within Bai surged dramatically as he faced Yi Feng, his eyes suddenly turning a furious shade of red. Yi Feng, prepare to meet your demise, he shouted. Oh, little Bai, resorting to the same old tricks? Yi Feng replied calmly, a faint smile playing on his lips. A 9-star fighter? He must have consumed a 3rd-grade chi enhancement pill. Yume's eyes sparkled with derision as she remarked, alas, brother your reckless grandson is destined to lose this battle. Regardless of the circumstances. Beside them, Ba glanced at Shi, whose expression had turned grim, and shook his head in dismay. Stop this nonsense at once. Shi cried out in anger. Yet, Bai paid no heed. With a flourish, he summoned a long sword, thrusting it straight towards Yi Feng. Upon witnessing this, Shi's expression darkened considerably, and just as he was about to intervene, he felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him. Why must Her Majesty prevent me? Could it be? Shi's gaze fixated on Yi Feng, who suddenly unleashed a surge of formidable energy. A long blade materialized in his grasp, and to everyone's astonishment, a dark purple battle garb manifested around him. Yi Feng, is he actually a formidable battle master? Already under contract, 2 chapters will be updated tomorrow. Dear readers, please lend your support. Chapter 4. Decisive and Ruthless. The cunning old fox when Yi Feng unleashed his fighting spirit. All present in the temple were astounded by his formidable prowess. Yi Feng's strength was, astonishingly, at the level of a battle master. No one dared to believe it. This prodigious youth possessed an even more monstrous power than anticipated. Had he concealed his true abilities to spare the feelings of other geniuses? The incredulity of the onlookers was palpable, yet the undeniable reality compelled them to accept it. No wonder. After the previous day's encounter where Bai had beaten him to the brink of unconsciousness, he now stood before them, unscathed and vibrant. It turned out this lad had been play-acting as a fool while secretly harboring immense strength. Bai was in for a dire fate. Several leaders exchanged sympathetic glances with the leader of Shi. It had become evident that Her Majesty the Queen had not intervened to prevent him from rescuing Yi Feng, but rather to stop him from saving his own grandson. Impossible. This was utterly unfathomable. It was a ruse. You foolish boy, embrace your demise. As Bai faced Yi Feng, the overwhelming aura of his fighting spirit led him to believe it was merely an illusion. He could not accept that Yi Feng, whom he had dubbed a fool, could possibly be a formidable battle master. With a flicker of cold light, the sharp sword transformed into a serpent-like shadow, striking toward Yi Feng's form. Yet, Yi Feng regarded this with utter disdain. With a swift motion, he flipped his blade, igniting it with a flicker of violet-black flames. In the next moment, the flaming sword swept through the air, effortlessly disarming Bai of his weapon. At that instant, Bai felt a terrifying heat emanating from Yi Feng, his eyes betraying a flash of fear. Stop! Shi shouted urgently, rising to intervene. However, Yi Feng showed no sign of halting his assault. Bai instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. The fiery strike swiftly cleaved through his chest. Accompanied by a wretched scream, a plume of blood erupted from the charred wound, staining the ground crimson. With a thud, Bai collapsed, his life extinguished. Bai! A roar erupted from Shi as he thrust his cane forward in a fit of rage. A glimmer of light radiated from his fingertips as he hastily administered a healing elixir to Bai, but it was futile. Yi Feng's strike had been merciless, having shattered Bai's heart. Even if he possessed 2 lives, it would not suffice for survival. Gently lowering the still warm body of Bai, Shi trembled uncontrollably. This was his only grandson. As the old fox he was, he discreetly cast a glance at the cold and aloof woman seated upon the throne. At that moment, the Queen Medusa's elongated gaze was devoid of warmth, leaving Shi perplexed. Were it not for her presence, he would have sought vengeance against Yi Feng without hesitation. Yet now, he found himself unable to do so. For all present understood the dilemma between the living genius and the deceased waste. Queen Medusa, in consideration of the serpent people, might choose to spare Yi Feng. However, should he seek revenge, he must possess ample justification. The aged visage of Shi suddenly drained of color as he slowly rose to his feet. His indifferent gaze fixated on Yi Feng as he intoned solemnly, Yi Feng, this is merely a contest of selection. Why resort to such lethal measures? Yi Feng inwardly regarded him as a cunning fox, for such individuals are the most formidable. Confronting a powerful Do Wang, Yi Feng exhibited not an ounce of trepidation, calmly responding, Captain Yin, you should clearly understand that it was Yin Bai who initiated the assault. My actions were merely an excessive form of defense, resulting in his unintended demise. Upon hearing this, the deeply furrowed brow of Yin Shi twitched involuntarily. He could not help but acknowledge that this once naive youth was indeed extraordinary, so decisively ruthless, facing a Do Wang without flinching. He had misjudged him before. This lad's intellect was on par with his own. He had been masquerading as a simpleton, and with such cunning and exceptional talent, it was inevitable that he would emerge as a formidable force. Yet, the vendetta for his grandson's death could not go unavenged. With piercing eyes fixed on Yi Feng, a surge of overwhelming Do Qi erupted from him, akin to the shockwave of an exploding bomb, hurtling towards Yi Feng. Sensing the emergence of this Do Qi, Yi Feng's countenance shifted dramatically, and he plunged his long blade into the ground, bracing himself against the onslaught. The unprecedented pressure caused cold sweat to bead upon his forehead as the Do Qi within him was unleashed. This, a 4-star dome master. Everyone in the hall abruptly rose from their seats, collectively exclaiming in astonishment. This lad harbored hidden strength. He was not merely a recently promoted dome master, but rather a 4-star dome master. The chasm between a 1-star and a 4-star was immense. What an extraordinary genius had emerged from their serpent people. Yin Shi's expression shifted abruptly, followed by an irate bellow. Defensive measures? Yi Feng, you must understand that there are no prohibitions against the use of medicinal pills in this selection. Your lethal strike against Yin Bai has violated the clan's edict against mutual slaughter. According to our laws, you must perish. As these words fell rapidly, the power of an 8-star Do Wang erupted, locking onto Yi Feng. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before Yi Feng, raising his staff to strike down upon his head. In that moment, Yi Feng could no longer conceal his strength. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from his body, unleashing a wave of searing heat. The temperature in the hall soared instantaneously, causing every pair of eyes to widen in disbelief. Did this young man possess yet another trump card? The once languid Queen Medusa, reclined upon her throne, now had her elongated, beautiful eyes glimmering with intensity, her crimson lips parting slowly in astonishment. This purplish-black flame exuded such heat. Could it be an extraordinary fire? Witnessing this unfamiliar flame, a subtle arc of intrigue graced the otherwise cold and beautiful countenance of Queen Medusa. Cease at once. The queen's commanding voice resonated throughout the hall, leaving all present momentarily astonished. Her Majesty had personally issued the decree, which seemed to ensure Yi Feng's safety. However, what transpired next left everyone in utter disbelief. The staff of the Dark Realm had now fallen, and upon sensing this surge of energy, his gaze sharpened with unyielding resolve, transforming into something far more ruthless in an instant. The level of this youth's extraordinary talent was utterly astonishing. Having provoked him, if he were to survive, it would be my demise instead. This young man cannot be allowed to live. With this thought, a powerful surge of fighting spirit enveloped the staff, mercilessly striking down towards Yi Feng's head. A grave situation unfolded. This dark realm dared to defy the queen's command. Just as Yi Feng's head seemed destined to meet a grim fate, a crisp sound of impact echoed through the air. The pressure that had enveloped Yi Feng vanished, revealing a captivating figure gracefully positioned beside him. Chapter 5. Audaciously, I am the queen. The alabaster skin, so strikingly close, rendered Yi Feng's breath rapid and uneven. The exquisite figure, paired with that slender, supple waist, was irresistible to any man. Indeed, the enchanting Medusa queen, renowned throughout the continent, presented a temptation beyond the grasp of ordinary souls. Inhaling the sweet aroma wafting through the air, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Yi Feng's lips. The queen had personally rescued him. It seemed she had perceived something significant. With a delicate arm, she swept aside the staff, her elongated, beautiful eyes glinting with cold authority. She spoke in a low tone. Yin Shi, I command you to cease. Did you not hear me? Yin Shi, witnessing the queen's intervention, understood that killing Yi Feng would now prove challenging. With his staff gently resting on the ground, he displayed a posture of respect and replied, Your Majesty, Yi Feng has transgressed our clan's laws by taking the life of a kin. If he is not punished, would that not render our clan's rules meaningless? At that point, silence. How Yi Feng is to be punished is a matter for me to determine, not for you, Commander Yin Shi, to instruct. Her piercing gaze fixed upon Yin Shi, an invisible pressure bore down upon him. This pressure caused Yin Shi's frail body to tremble, yet he did not yield. With an aged voice, he dared to inquire, Your Majesty, may I ask what will transpire should the elders learn of your actions? Audacious. I am the queen. The Medusa Queen's commanding voice resonated with unparalleled authority. Accompanied by this formidable proclamation, an overwhelming surge of battle energy erupted like a colossal wave, engulfing the hall. In that instant, all present fell to their knees in reverence. Inshur knelt, trembling, fully aware that he had momentarily lost his composure. Driven by grief over his grandson's tragic demise, it was unwise to attempt to leverage the elders against the queen. The Medusa Queen's gaze swept across the assembly, her icy voice echoing through the hall. In this selection of my personal guards, Yifeng has emerged victorious. The death of Yinbai was an unintended consequence. Should anyone pursue this matter further, I shall not be lenient. Yes, your majesty. The crowd responded in unison. However, Inshur's weathered visage quivered involuntarily. Flower serpent, after Yifeng has bathed and changed, bring him before me. Upon uttering this command, a crimson hue enveloped the Medusa Queen's graceful form before she vanished from sight. After bathing and changing, he is to meet her? Yifeng found himself perplexed by her words. Was a mere meeting to necessitate such elaborate preparations? This statement from the queen could easily lead to misunderstandings. Indeed, Yifeng suddenly sensed a chilling aura enveloping him. He dared not glance back. Yet he instinctively knew who it was. The only individual who harbored animosity towards him, aside from the captivating Medusa Queen, was none other than the enigmatic Mobus. Mobus had come seeking an excuse, claiming to accompany a genius from his tribe to compete, but his true intention was clearly to behold Her Majesty the Queen more often. His tender gaze fixated on the Medusa Queen betrayed his true feelings. Originally, Yifeng was merely a fighter, and thus did not invite Mobus's hostility. However, now that he was recognized as a prodigious talent, Mobus would undoubtedly regard him as a rival in love. It appeared that life among the serpent people would not be easy for him henceforth. Yifeng, come with me, urged Huashir, brandishing a spear as she approached Yifeng and pulled him away. As they departed, Mobus's eyes flickered with a hint of enmity. This scene did not escape Inshur's observant gaze. His ancient eyes, though seemingly indifferent, sparkled with a glimmer of insight. Bring Yinbai's body back to the tribe for a proper burial. Yifeng, your act of slaying Yinbai was ill-advised. That old fox Inshur is not easily dealt with, remarked Huashir as they walked, glancing at Yifeng, who had been concealing his true strength. Sister, Yinbai deserved his fate. Yifeng replied with a faint smile, directing his gaze at Huashir. Huashir was momentarily taken aback by Yifeng's smile, realizing that her brother had become somewhat unfamiliar, yet undeniably captivating. However, she quickly regained her composure and teased, "You little rascal. Have you changed so much that even your sister cannot recognize you? Always playing the fool. Tell me, what is truly going on?" In response, Yifeng shrugged and sighed. It all began when I chanced upon an old man with white hair and a white beard. He insisted that I become his disciple, and despite my resistance, how could my feeble arms contend with his formidable stature? Therefore, as Yifeng recounted his tale, Huashir's expression shifted, sensing there was more beneath the surface. It was only natural for him to harbor secrets. It was evident that this little rascal had encountered a benefactor, for otherwise, he would not have attained the status of a fighter at such a young age. You little rascal are indeed fortunate. Even I, your sister, am envious. Huashir expressed her joy for Yifeng's ascendance to strength, her heart swelling with pride. Hey sister, you need not envy me, for what is mine is also yours. Yifeng chuckled, and then retrieved a small jade vial from his spatial ring. Offering it to Huashir. What is this? She inquired, perplexed as she accepted the vial. It is nothing of great value, just a spirit pill. A humble gift for you, sister, as a token of my respect. Yifeng spoke in an indifferent tone, casually gesturing as he said, "Oh, it turns out to be merely a doling pill. I was expecting something of greater significance." The previously nonchalant Huashir suddenly froze in place, her gaze shifting towards Yifeng in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Did you say this is a 6th grade doling pill?" Yifeng rubbed his ears, which were still ringing, and nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, this is the doling pill. How clever of you, Yifeng, to play tricks on your elder sister. Well, I appreciate your intentions." With that, Huashir stowed the small jade vial away and continued onward. Observing her demeanor, Yifeng could only shake his head in resignation. It was evident that Huashir believed he was merely jesting to amuse her. What else could Yifeng do? He could only follow behind and earnestly explain, "Sister, I assure you, I speak the truth. This is genuinely a doling pill that can elevate a Douang's strength by a star. Why do you not believe me?" Huashir turned, offering a charming smile as she urged, "All right, I understand. Let us hurry. Her Majesty the Queen awaits your presence after your bath and change. If we keep Her Majesty waiting, neither you nor I will escape unscathed. Oh, here we go." Chapter 6, Little One. Why do you not dare to look me in the eye? Within the confines of a secluded chamber, Yifeng luxuriated in a bath filled with rose petals. As he relished the comfort that enveloped his body, he found himself pondering the peculiar tradition of scattering flowers during a bath. Gradually closing his eyes, Yifeng summoned his attribute panel. System owner, Yifeng. Race, Serpent Man. Combat Chi level, 4-star Dome Master. Technique, Devouring Spirit Technique, Divine Grade. Weapon, Flowing Blade like Fire. Exotic Fire, 3,000 Flames of Yin Yin. Physique, 3,000 Starry Body, Immortal Body. Combat Skills, Serpent Shadow Blade, Yellow. Slithering Serpent Body, Yellow. Wind Absorbing Palm, Yellow. Item, Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill, 7th Rank Elixir. Gazing at his rather rudimentary yellow-grade combat skills, Yifeng understood that this was largely due to his sister, the Flower Serpent, being a prodigious talent who had mastered these 3 techniques. Were it anyone else, they would likely possess none, as achieving proficiency in even a single combat technique is a testament to extraordinary aptitude. As nightfall descended quietly, freshly cleansed and attired, Yifeng, guided by the Flower Serpent, made his way towards the Medusa Temple. Observing the luminous moon suspended high in the sky, Yifeng felt a pang of anxiety. He was about to confront Her Majesty, the Medusa Queen. Would I still appear as perfect as the moon above once I enter this temple? Have you heard? Today, Yifeng's younger brother killed Yin by right before the Queen. Is that true? How did he dare? I cannot fathom it. Even with 100-fold courage, I would not dare. It seems that Yifeng is spared from the death penalty, but cannot escape a grim fate. Moreover, it is said that the leader of the Yin realm sent someone to return his grandson's corpse, while he himself went to weep before a few elders. Alas, the aged leader of the Yin realm, sending a black-haired person off to join the white-haired, naturally seeks solace among old friends. I wonder if our captain can protect Yifeng. We can only worry, yet feel utterly powerless. As Yifeng and the Flower Serpent entered the temple, several royal guards gossiped eagerly about Yifeng's valiant exploits. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression shifted abruptly. The old Yin by indeed reported to the elders. His rapport with those aged elders must be quite strong. His visit will surely entail a display of tears and lamentations. It seems I can only cling tightly to the Medusa Queen's formidable support. Cough, cough. Suddenly, one of the royal guards noticed the approach of the Flower Serpent, and Yifeng and hastily cleared his throat. Captain, the guards promptly greeted with reverence. Rise, and remember that you must not discuss any matters within the temple. Should I hear otherwise, the consequence is death. The Flower Serpent's gaze was piercing as she admonished the guards. Yes, Captain, they responded in unison. Meanwhile, Yifeng, standing beside the Flower Serpent, offered a warm smile to the guards. As the ring on his finger glimmered, a small pouch was quietly extended. Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your concern regarding my affairs. This humble token is but a small gesture of my appreciation, and I hope you will kindly accept it. Young Master Yifeng, this. The expressions of several guards suddenly shifted, their gazes darting towards Huashir. She glanced at Yifeng before continuing on her way. Well said, well said. The guards, upon witnessing this exchange, slowly accepted the pouch. Esteemed brothers, I must take my leave now. Her Majesty is still awaiting my presence. Go on, young Master Yifeng. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. We shall do our utmost. Indeed. With that, Yifeng swiftly caught up with Huashir. Huashir, her eyes fixed on Yifeng, remarked in astonishment, I never imagined that in addition to your decisiveness in combat, you have become so adept at navigating social matters. Thank you for your kind words, sister. However, it is your cooperation that has made this possible. You little rascal. You've even sweetened your tongue. Hee hee, if you cultivate good relations with those guards, I might be able to arrange for you to take on a small team leader role soon, though it ultimately depends on Her Majesty's wishes. Huashir smiled at Yifeng with satisfaction. Yifeng nodded, his gaze drifting towards the grand hall in the distance. As they approached, several snake maidens who served the queen appeared around the temple. Wow, he is so handsome. I think so too. Compared to other men, who are so rugged, he has a certain allure. Is that Yifeng? Such a talented youth, and so dashing too. I feel faint. You flirt. If you're going to swoon, do it in his arms. Hush, don't be so frivolous, he asked coming over. Hearing the whispers of the snake maidens, Yifeng suddenly felt as if he had entered a den of enchantresses. Indeed, a young man must always safeguard himself when venturing out. Fortunately, his strength was somewhat formidable. Otherwise, mere good looks without power would render him vulnerable. Greetings, Captain. The snake maidens greeted Huashir with bows upon her arrival. As the leader of the Medusa Royal Guard, Huashir was responsible for managing the queen's personal guards and overseeing these snake maidens. Thus, she was their superior, and she treated them with considerable gentleness. After all, everyone has an appreciation for beauty, and her brother's appearance was indeed captivating. It was no wonder they were enraptured. Is Her Majesty inside? Huashir inquired, casting a glance at them. Yes, Captain. The the snake maidens replied. Huashir waved them off and led Yi Feng to the entrance of Queen Medusa's chamber. Come in, before they had a chance to knock. An alluring and crisp female voice resonated from within. It is indeed the voice of Queen Medusa. Even without laying eyes upon her, Yi Feng felt an unfamiliar fire ignite within him upon merely hearing her voice. Huashir and Yi Feng pushed the door open and promptly closed it behind them. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for signing in at the royal chamber of Queen Medusa. You have been rewarded with the Xian-level martial art, Flame Palm, and a first-tier alchemy skill. A Xian-level martial art is quite commendable, I suppose. After all, it is merely a sign-in at a chamber, not the queen herself. However, what could this first-tier alchemy skill entail? Yi Feng wished to inquire further, but time was of the essence, as Huashir had already tugged at his garment. As Yi Feng shifted his gaze, the first sight to greet him was the languid figure of Queen Medusa reclining upon her throne. Her posture was that familiar one, and her allure was as captivating as ever. One delicate hand propped her exquisite and frosty visage, while the other lay carelessly upon her enticing form. Upon encountering such a mesmerizing Queen Medusa, Yi Feng found himself wishing to linger on the sight. Yet, to avoid any awkwardness, he hastily diverted his gaze. This was a palace of remarkable opulence, steeped in an air of majesty. It was evident that although this was Queen Medusa's chamber, it was not her sanctuary for repose, but rather her office. Why do you shy away from meeting my gaze, little one? A voice, cool and piercing, suddenly echoed throughout the grand hall. Chapter 7. The Queen Medusa is startled. The inquiry from Queen Medusa momentarily stunned Yi Feng. What could it possibly mean? Regardless of its implications, he could not afford to show anything but respect for her majesty. His gaze was instantly drawn to her enchanting form, adorned with a golden crown. Queen Medusa gracefully lifted her arms to stretch, accentuating her already striking physique. Yi Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. It was rather overwhelming. After her languorous stretch, Queen Medusa rose from her throne, her serpentine tail swaying enticingly as she glided toward Yi Feng. As she drew nearer, an invisible aura of authority enveloped the space. Her skin, as pale as jade, contrasted beautifully with her elongated neck, which showcased her alluring collarbone. The voluptuous figure, wrapped in crimson attire, swayed subtly with her tail, emanating a temptation that would stir the senses of any man. However, as a member of the serpent people, Yi Feng remained unaffected at most, his face flushed slightly, his heart ablaze as if scorched by an otherworldly fire. Your Majesty, the flower serpent by Yi Feng's side, witnessing the queen's approach, feared she might suddenly act against him, so she respectfully bowed. Upon reaching Yi Feng, Queen Medusa's elongated eyes scrutinized the young man before her. She then glanced at the flower serpent and instructed, You may leave. I wish to speak with him. Rest assured, I will not harm your brother. Yes, Your Majesty. The flower serpent complied, bowing deeply before hastily exiting the grand hall, leaving Yi Feng with a pounding heart. Indeed, the name of Queen Medusa was renowned throughout the continent, not merely for her beauty, but also for her fearsome reputation. As she continued to lock eyes with him in silence, Yi Feng could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked, Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the purpose of my summons? At this, a smile graced Queen Medusa's crimson lips. Ah, little one, it seems you've finally succumbed to your curiosity. Yi Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Being called little one was rather irksome. Confused, his anxiety only escalated at her words. Noticing his shifting demeanor, her exquisitely beautiful eyes arched into a dangerous curve. She licked her beguiling red lips and remarked, Little one, if I am not mistaken, the purplish-black flames you unleashed were indeed a form of extraordinary fire, correct? Indeed, Your Majesty. Yi Feng responded without hesitation, revealing the truth. In his struggle against the oppressive forces of the underworld, he had no intention of concealing the secret of his extraordinary fire. Firstly, had he not unleashed it, he would have been gravely injured by the overwhelming pressure of the 8-star Do Wang's aura in an instant. Secondly, to capture Queen Medusa's attention, exposing his extraordinary fire was essential. Indeed, Queen Medusa discerned that his 3,000 flames of yin were a form of extraordinary fire and summoned him to her chamber. Alone, in a private meeting between a man and a woman, esteemed hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Upon hearing Yi Feng's confirmation, Queen Medusa felt a surge of joy within her heart and remarked, It truly is an extraordinary fire. What you, just as she was about to inquire further, she hesitated. After all, as a noble and imposing queen, it was difficult for her to admit that she could not identify the specific nature of Yi Feng's extraordinary fire, a revelation that was challenging for her pride. This extraordinary fire, known as the 3,000 flames of yin, ranked 9th on the list of extraordinary fires, born from the celestial heavens. Yi Feng slowly extended his right hand, and a swirling mass of purple-black flames erupted forth. The flames were enigmatic and ethereal. Yet the overwhelming heat radiating from them caused Queen Medusa's brow to furrow slightly. It was evident that extraordinary fire posed a natural restraint to the serpentine race, which was inherently inclined towards coldness, and the inheritor of the legacy, Queen Medusa, was no exception. The ninth-ranked extraordinary fire, the 3,000 flames of Yen. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Queen Medusa was taken aback. The allure of her slightly parted crimson lips compelled Yi Feng to discreetly moisten his parched mouth. Alas! Her Majesty was startled. Fortunately, Queen Medusa's attention was not focused on his lips. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. While she had surmised that the flames were extraordinary, she had not anticipated their ranking to be so high, placing them within the top 10. Suddenly, Queen Medusa's thoughts shifted. Why would such a formidable extraordinary fire belong to this young man? Even if his strength were concealed, he was merely a 4-star dome master. How could he possibly possess such powerful flames? How did you acquire the 3,000 flames of Yen? In response to Queen Medusa's inquiry, Yi Feng shook his head helplessly, a bitter expression overtaking his features as he explained, Your Majesty, I encountered a mad old man with white hair and a white beard in the desert. He insisted that I become his disciple, claiming I was some kind of 3,000 body. I resisted fiercely, but he forced the 3,000 flames of Yen into my body and left a dragon-shaped mark, saying that I could run from a monk, but not from the temple. Had the flower serpent been present, she would have found Yi Feng's expression remarkably familiar. However, it was Queen Medusa's first encounter with such a demeanor. Although she harbored doubts, she ultimately believed Yi Feng's account. The formidable nature of the 3,000 flames of Yen made it inconceivable for someone of Yi Feng's stature to absorb it without the aid of an immensely powerful ally. As he spoke, Yi Feng helplessly transformed the flames in his hand into the shape of a small dragon. This further solidified Queen Medusa's belief in his words. Yet, observing Yi Feng's resigned demeanor, she couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was taking advantage of his situation while feigning innocence. This opportunity is one that others can only envy, yet this little one seems to take it for granted. The Queen Medusa cast a sidelong glance at Yi Feng, her exasperation evident. That glance, imbued with 1,000 charms, nearly ensnared Yi Feng's very soul. It was simply breathtaking. Since the pretense had begun, he might as well embrace the gravity of the situation. With a sudden sigh, Yi Feng lamented, Your Majesty, you may not yet be aware, but that mad old man proclaimed that this dragon-shaped mark has a time limit. If I do not cultivate to the Dozong within 10 years, I will perish. What? Achieve Dozong in 10 years? Queen Medusa gazed at Yi Feng in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. That old man is indeed a lunatic, not to mention others. Even she found the path to Dozong fraught with challenges. And then there's Jia Xingtian of the Jiaomai Empire. That old fellow is on the verge of death, having lived for centuries without reaching Dozong. To ascend from Doshi to Dozong in merely 10 years, what kind of cultivation speed would this little one require? However, since that madman uttered such words, it stands to reason that Yi Feng possesses the potential to achieve it. Such talent is enough to evoke envy even in me. Who would have thought that our serpent clan would produce such an extraordinary prodigy? Truly, the heavens favor our race. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remains his. If he can master it, I would not need to take such risks. Little one, to what extent can you control the 3,000 flame of Yans? Queen Medusa's inquiry ignited a spark of joy within Yi Feng. At last, we are approaching the crux of the matter. Chapter 8. This is a secret between you and me, Your Majesty. The 3,000 flames of Yen were forcibly bestowed upon me by that mad old man. Their energy is immensely potent, and they are currently sealed within my body, preventing me from exercising complete control over them. Yi Feng replied, slightly bowing towards Queen Medusa. He had to concede that although he possessed the 3,000 flames, achieving the level necessary to assist Queen Medusa in her evolution was utterly beyond his reach. Aside from transforming the strange fire into strange fire battle energy, he could not bring himself to subject Queen Medusa to such a cruel fate. For her evolution, Queen Medusa required unabsorbed strange fire. Particularly, Yi Feng's technique, the soul-devouring art, allowed him to absorb the spiritual entities of heaven and earth for his own use. Beneath the Tagar Desert lay another form of strange fire. If he could absorb it, it would be the most expedient means of enhancing his power. Indeed, it should be so. Queen Medusa nodded slightly, her exquisite face revealing a hint of disappointment, though she had been prepared for this revelation. Hearing Yi Feng's confirmation still dimmed her spirit somewhat. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of joy at the prospect of Yi Feng possessing strange fire. The serpent people were fortunate to have such an exceptionally gifted genius, heralding an unstoppable rise. Moreover, with this young fellow's possession of strange fire, he should be able to assist me. Yi Feng observed the expression of Queen Medusa and curiously inquired, Your Majesty. Do you ask about my control over the strange fire for a specific purpose? As his words fell, Yifeng's star-like eyes met the Queen's enchanting gaze. Upon being questioned about such a secret, a glint of coldness flickered in Queen Medusa's eyes, causing Yifeng to instinctively avert his gaze. Fortunately, I am a genius of the serpent people. Had I been human, I would surely have met my demise. Indeed, the current peak strength of Queen Medusa was still somewhat overwhelming for him. However, it was this very challenge that made her all the more intriguing to pursue. A spark of brilliance ignited in Queen Medusa's eyes, and then, as if recalling something, she coldly asked Yifeng, "Young one, what do you mean by that?" "Your Majesty, possessing the 3,000 flames of yin-yin allows me to sense the presence of other strange fires at close range," Yifeng replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he once again met Queen Medusa's piercing gaze. As their eyes locked, the coldness in Queen Medusa's expression gradually faded. She turned slightly and said, "I was unaware that strange fires could sense one another. Young one, since you have perceived this, can you pinpoint the exact location of the strange fire?" "Indeed, the strange fire has already taken form, and I can sense its precise location," Yifeng responded without a hint of deceit. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise graced the regal countenance of Queen Medusa, her cold beauty momentarily softened by a smile. "I have long sought that extraordinary flame, yet I was unaware of its precise location. To avoid attracting the attention of other formidable beings, it would have taken me at least a year to find it on my own. Your ability to pinpoint its exact location is truly fortuitous. Little one, prepare yourself upon your return. Once I have gathered the necessary items, you shall escort me there." Yifeng, his eyes clouded with a hint of confusion, nodded in agreement. "You need not be curious about my intentions. When the time is right, I shall reveal everything to you," Queen Medusa replied with a charming yet detached smile, her gaze sparkling like distant stars. Yifeng furrowed his brow and spoke candidly, "Your Majesty, besides sensing the presence of the extraordinary flame at that location, I also detected the existence of a creature." "A creature?" Queen Medusa's delicate brows furrowed, and a serious expression flickered in her enchanting eyes. "The extraordinary flame resides within the world of magma, and there exists a creature in that realm. I cannot discern its exact nature, but it is undeniably powerful." Yifeng's words prompted a surge of relief within Queen Medusa. A creature capable of thriving in the vicinity of the extraordinary flame must possess considerable strength. Given my cold and shadowy constitution, I would be at a disadvantage in such an environment. It seems that acquiring the extraordinary flame will not be a simple endeavor. Thankfully, I have this little one by my side. Otherwise, even if I were to locate it, recklessly advancing would not guarantee success. If discovered by the forces of the Gamma Empire, it would spell disaster. Glancing at Yifeng before her, she realized he had brought her unexpected delight. Gulping, Yifeng felt the weight of Queen Medusa's gaze upon him, as if she might devour him whole. "Little one, I shall release my fighting spirit. Once you can sense the strength of that creature, you must inform me." Her chilling voice resonated in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Is Her Majesty about to unleash her battle prowess? Yifeng pondered, anxiety creeping in. Would this be misinterpreted by his sister? Does she intend to eliminate me? Very well. He quickly acquiesced. In the next moment, Yifeng beheld the hem of Queen Medusa's crimson gown fluttering slightly, as a tremendous surge of fighting spirit erupted forth. "This is a fighter, a great fighter, a spirit fighter," he exclaimed, realizing the queen's formidable strength. At the pinnacle of spirit fighter, Medusa's brows knitted further, her situation proving to be more favorable than she had anticipated. It was fortunate that there was no presence of a Do Huang. Otherwise, the cost would have been considerable. Her cold constitution would be suppressed in the magma world, while that entity would thrive, likely unleashing the might of a Do Huang. Coupled with the challenges of acquiring the extraordinary flame, the situation had become exceedingly precarious. It seems that thorough preparation is essential before embarking on the journey. Very well, my dear, return and await my message. I shall seek you out before we depart. With a graceful turn of her form, Queen Medusa inclined her head in a detached manner. "Yes, Your Majesty," Yifeng replied with a slight bow, then turned to exit. "Wait," suddenly called to a halt. Yifeng was taken aback. In that instant, a crimson figure appeared before him, the enchanting silhouette once again gracing his sight. The exquisite, icy beauty of her face slowly leaned toward him, her flowing tresses brushing against his robe. Her alluring lips, reminiscent of blazing flames, parted slightly as she spoke with a beguiling smile. "Little one, you must understand that this is a secret between us. It must not be revealed to a third party. Otherwise, ding. The master has been warned by Queen Medusa's ethereal presence, receiving a reward, a youth preservation pill." Yifeng understood well and vowed not to speak indiscreetly. A peculiar flush adorned his cheeks, for being so close to such a bewitching creature was overwhelming, especially for a budding youth like him. You are indeed unlike others, little one. Now off you go. Your sister is waiting anxiously. A faint fragrance wafted past Yifeng as he swiftly opened the door and departed. Meanwhile, within the palace, Queen Medusa cradled her beautiful face in her delicate hands, a smile gracing her lips. This little fellow is truly fortunate to encounter such a formidable being. I hope he brings me good fortune as well. Chapter 9. Mebas in the Underworld, a Conspiracy. As Yifeng emerged from the Queen Medusa's chamber, he beheld the sun rising in all its glory. He shook his head in resignation, having been so enthralled within that he lost track of time. It turned out he had engaged in a lengthy discourse with Queen Medusa throughout the night. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, not from the brisk morning air, but from the realization that his back was drenched in sweat. It is essential to note that he had been in the presence of the formidable Queen Medusa, not merely a gentle neighbor. Approaching such an icy queen was an experience that was, beyond exhilarating, utterly thrilling. The passage of an entire night was nothing short of electrifying. Had he not been a prodigy of the serpent people, he might have faced dire consequences from the queen. Yifeng, are you all right? A concerned voice echoed from a distance. It was his sister, Hua Shi. Upon seeing the beads of sweat trickling down Yifeng's forehead, her heart ached with sympathy, and she hurriedly produced a handkerchief to tenderly wipe his brow. It was evident that Yifeng had undergone a trial at the hands of Her Majesty, for she had sensed the gradual release of the queen's aura from outside. Fortunately, Yifeng had passed the test. I'm fine, sister. I apologize for worrying you. Yifeng felt warmth swell within him at his sister's concern. In the tumultuous realm of Douqi, such familial bonds were indeed precious, and he vowed to cherish them dearly. With a gentle smile, he said, Sister, let us return home. Very well. You haven't had the chance to savor my cooking since you fainted. This time, I shall personally prepare your favorite dish, sweet and sour rat meat. Ah, Yifeng couldn't help but recall that rather unfortunate culinary memory. Goodness, it was akin to dark pharmacology. It was not a matter of preference, but rather a necessity. Could those words be retracted? Might I forego cherishing this familial bond? Meanwhile, in a chamber within the palace, Mebas, the commander, slammed his hand upon the table, addressing the serpent underling with incredulity. What? You mean to say that wretched brat Yifeng spent the night in the queen's chamber? Ah, Commander Mebas. The reports confirm that someone indeed saw Yifeng emerging from Her Majesty's chamber at dawn. The serpent guard reported respectfully. Nonsense. How could Her Majesty allow a man to linger in her chamber overnight? It seems that old Coot from the underworld was right. This boy is a potential threat. Mebas's face contorted with rage, his previously tender feelings for Queen Medusa now transformed into a seething hatred for Yifeng. Though he understood that there was likely nothing between the queen and Yifeng, he could not suppress his envy and resentment towards the young man. The commander should we the guards below wore sharp expressions, swiftly gesturing in the air. Silence. We are of the serpent clan. How can we inflict harm upon our kin? Just send a few to teach him a lesson. Mebas narrowed his eyes slightly, directing his gaze toward the guard beside him. Understood, Commander. The guard below promptly acknowledged the command. Not long after, in another part of the palace, an elderly man, leaning on a small cane, sat in a position of authority, none other than Shi, the one who bore a grudge against Yifeng. Before him, a figure knelt on the ground. Shi commanded the individual below. Excellent. It is not in vain that I have raised you for so long. Yifeng, I wonder how long you can survive. Proceed. Yes. The serpent man slowly lifted his head, revealing a sinister smile. If Mebas were present, he would be utterly astonished, for this individual was none other than his own guard. Once the man departed, a malevolent expression emerged on Shi's aged face as he chuckled to himself. My dear grandson, wait for me. I shall avenge you. Yifeng is destined to perish this time. Meanwhile, Yifeng remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger lurking in the shadows. He was savoring the delectable dishes prepared by his sister, Hua Shi. At that moment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. While basking in his sister's love, he was finally exposed to what true dark cuisine entailed. Dark cuisine does not imply that the dish is unpalatable. Rather, it is something you instinctively refuse to consume upon first sight. Before Yifeng lay not only the legendary sweet and sour rat meat, but also a sumptuous array of delicacies, including lamb spine. Initially, Yifeng was reluctant to try them, yet once he did, he found them surprisingly delectable. However, no matter how delicious, he struggled to fully accept them. Shortly after finishing his meal and attempting to meditate, he felt a sudden surge of heat throughout his body. Is this nutritional excess? Yifeng abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the peculiar sensations coursing through him, and thought to himself. At that moment, Yifeng felt the fighting spirit within him swirl before it suddenly surged upward a notch. Fortunately, it is not as this a 5-star fighter. This was Yifeng's first attempt at cultivation, and he experienced such remarkable effects. A 1-star increase was indeed a pleasant surprise. As his cultivation advanced, the heat within his body dissipated as well. The effects of cultivation were undeniably positive, but relying solely on this method to increase his strength seemed rather slow. To expedite his growth, he must absorb the essence of the world and engage in systematic science. It appears that lingering in the royal city is not an option. He must venture forth and explore. With this thought in mind, Yifeng stepped out of his room, while his sister, Hua Xi'er, had naturally gone to the palace to attend to her duties. After informing the guards, Yifeng departed from his small courtyard. Though Yifeng currently holds the esteemed position of a guardian to the Medusa Queen, she has not commanded him to fulfill his duties. As an extraordinary genius, he prefers to allocate his time as he sees fit. Departing from his small courtyard, Yifeng ventured into the bustling streets of the royal city. The thoroughfares were teeming with members of the serpent people, creating a lively and vibrant scene, though it would have been more pleasant without the swirling dust. Experiencing the distinct exotic charm of the streets stirred a sense of exhilaration within him. The serpent people don minimal clothing, a necessity in the scorching heat of the Tagore Desert, where their cold-blooded nature compelled them to adapt. Generally, the skin of the serpent people appeared somewhat darker. This was true for the males, while the females bore a sun-kissed hue due to the relentless sun. This observation stemmed from Yifeng's reflections. As among the women he had encountered, be it the Medusa Queen, his sister Hua Xi'er, or Commander Yume, their skin was as fair and tender as freshly fallen snow. The Medusa Queen's urgency to enhance the strength of her people and facilitate their migration from the intensely fiery Tagore Desert was understandable, given the harsh living conditions they faced. Gazing upon the towering Medusa temple, Yifeng silently vowed, "Rest assured, with my presence, I shall ensure the serpent people escape this wretched place." However, prior to that, certain nuisances must be dealt with. As he traversed the streets and approached the city gates, a slight smile graced Yifeng's lips before he exited the royal city. Moving onward into the unknown. Chapter 10. Peril in the Oasis. Yin rejects 3000. As Yifeng departed from the royal city, his intent was not solely to wander, but also to engage in the pursuit of fishing amidst the vast desert. Certain fish are drawn to the bait willingly, and this time, Yifeng aspired to embody the legendary Jiang Taigong. A faint glimmer emanated from his storage ring as he retrieved a map of the Tagore Desert. His gaze fixated on the alluring tribe nearest to the royal city, planning to explore it in hopes of unexpected delights. Following the route indicated on the map, Yifeng advanced swiftly. Although the distance appeared short on paper, it would demand over a day's journey to traverse. Above, the azure sky bore witness to the sun, a colossal orb of flame, casting its scorching rays upon the endless expanse of sand, transforming the minuscule golden grains into what resembled glowing embers. The sight of the boundless desert, even familiar to Yifeng from memory, invoked a sense of awe. The searing temperature caused wisps of heat to rise from the yellow sands, distorting the very air around him into an ethereal haze. Despite his affinity for fire-type energy, Yifeng felt a twinge of discomfort here, a sentiment that would be magnified for the cold-blooded serpent people. For them, a resurgence from this harsh environment seemed an impossibility. Thus, if the serpent people wished to thrive, relocation from the Tagore Desert became a necessity, a truth that fueled Queen Medusa's fervent desire for strength. Amidst the desolation, a shadowy figure darted swiftly, its visage marked by the dust of travel. This was an unavoidable reality. To hasten his journey, Yifeng had to endure the trials of the desert. However, traversing this arid land offered him a unique opportunity for growth, as his fire energy thrived in such conditions. Along this journey, he could distinctly feel his inner energy becoming more robust. While he had not yet breached the threshold of a breakthrough, he experienced a substantial increase. Gazing at the map, it seemed he had covered half the distance. Alas, this accursed Tagore Desert was indeed vast. The trek from the royal city to the nearest enchanting tribe still required over a day's time. And to reach the outside human world with his current strength would take no less than a fortnight. Observing the unending sands surrounding him, Yifeng could not help but lament his plight. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as an oasis lay ahead, a perfect place to rest and quench his thirst. With a sparkle of determination in his eyes, he murmured softly, glancing at the oasis symbol on the map. The adage "a glance at the mountains can tire a horse" held true, though the map indicated proximity. It took Yifeng a full hour to finally catch sight of the verdant hues peeking through the desert's embrace. A smile graced his lips as he approached the oasis, now within reach. As the distance narrowed, the stifling air around gradually turned refreshing. As Yifeng ventured deeper into the thicket, his figure was swiftly shrouded by the verdant foliage. He inhaled the fragrant aroma of the grass nearby, taking a deep breath that filled him with a long-lost sense of rejuvenation. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the surrounding trees, and in an instant, a dozen shadowy figures sprang forth from the underbrush. Cloaked in dark robes that obscured their features, Their serpentine tails betrayed their identity as members of the Serpent clan, rather than mere humans. How thoughtful of you to arrive here ahead of time, Yifeng remarked with a faint smile as he surveyed the group. Boy, you should blame yourself for provoking forces beyond your comprehension. Prepare to meet your end. Attack. At the command of their leader, the serpentine figures surged forward, their tails propelling them with startling speed toward Yifeng. Each of their hands emitted a kaleidoscope of brilliance, their assaults aimed directly at his vital points, ruthless in their intent to claim his life. These individuals possessed considerable strength, all of them at the level of combat masters, indicative of their high status. However, the leader's power surpassed the rest. Yifeng could distinctly sense that he was a great combat master. The prowess of a great combat master within the Serpent clan could easily qualify one to lead a battalion among the major tribes. The presence of such a formidable opponent before him was a clear testament to his allegiances. 9 combat masters and 1 great combat master? You truly overestimate me. Yifeng's expression shifted to one of gravity, and a purplish-black aura enveloped him. A radiant glow coiled around his right hand, manifesting as the flowing blade of fire, which erupted with blinding brilliance. With a swift motion, the blade flashed through the air, slicing towards the encroaching figures. Fire rejects the 3,000. As the battle cry echoed, an explosive wave of purplish-black flames burst forth from the flowing blade of fire. The scorching conflagration unleashed a searing force that surged towards the shadowy attackers. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly young boy possessed such overwhelming power. Caught off guard, their eyes widened in terror, and they were unable to evade the impending doom. The sheer force of the explosion propelled their bodies outward in a fiery burst. With a series of sickening thuds, the flung combatants left behind arcs of crimson in the air, yet their plight was only beginning. The flames that had sent them sprawling ignited their garments, and in a desperate attempt to extinguish the fire, they rolled frantically on the ground. However, no matter how they struggled, the purplish-black flames refused to be quelled. Even their attempts to dispel it with their own energy only intensified the blaze. How could they possibly know that Yifeng's purple-black flames are the 9 ranked? The sentient yin fire? With a gaze that swept indifferently across his surroundings, Yifeng could not help but feel a surge of delight within, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that the combination of the Xian-level Douqi fire palm and the flowing blade-like fire could unleash such formidable power. By igniting the sentient yin fire with his right hand and then releasing it through the flowing blade-like fire, the explosive force was magnitude stronger than merely using his palm to unleash it directly. This revelation brought him immense surprise. However, it was not a moment for Yifeng to relax. Among the crowd, one individual stood before him, the leader, a Grand Dome Master. Remarkably, this person emerged unscathed from the recent attack, a clear testament to his strength, indicating that he was at least a 5-star Grand Dome Master. This opponent was indeed a considerable challenge. Yifeng's brow furrowed, and his eyes grew solemn. Chapter 11. The Art of Wind and Fire. On the high value of water at the forefront stood a formidable battle master, wielding a long sword, his gaze coldly sweeping over his companions who emitted pitiful cries. He then spoke with indifference. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations, but today, without a doubt, you shall meet your demise. With a sudden flourish, the long sword was thrust directly towards Yifeng's head. The serpent shadow strike. A glimmer of cold light sliced through the air beside Yifeng's ear, severing a lock of his dark hair, which was instantly consumed by flames. In a swift motion, a purple-black long knife deflected the sharp sword. Accompanied by the resounding clash of metal, Yifeng's left hand shot upward, aiming for the man's chest. The art of wind absorption. Although a yellow-tier technique, when executed adeptly, it rivaled even the prowess of higher-tier techniques. As Yifeng unleashed the wind absorption, a swirling vortex of wind materialized in his palm. The distance that once separated the battle master from Yifeng's hand diminished by a mere inch. That minuscule inch triggered beads of cold sweat to form on the battle master's forehead, and a layer of azure battle armor swiftly coalesced around him. Instinctively, he thrust his sword fiercely toward Yifeng's chest. Yet, Yifeng stood resolute, the chilling blade piercing his left chest, a trickle of crimson staining the corner of his mouth. The dark-clad battle master's eyes widened in alarm as he internally screamed, "This is bad." Indeed, in an instant, Yifeng's left hand was enveloped in a layer of purple-black flames. The art of fire blowing. A surge of explosive heat radiated from his chest, causing the black-clad man to feel a sudden heaviness. Blood surged from his throat as he forced himself to swallow the rising tide of crimson. Clutching his chest with one hand, the black-clad man retreated abruptly, his gaze fixed on Yifeng with profound seriousness. He had underestimated this young man. Yifeng not only possessed extraordinary talent and remarkable intellect, but his combat prowess was also formidable. The simultaneous execution of the wind absorption and fire blowing unleashed in overwhelming force. This boy was indeed a prodigy, and ruthlessly formidable. Had he not activated his battle armor in time, he would undoubtedly have succumbed to that strike. This was far from the Na'vi boy who once only focused on cultivation. Though wounded, Yifeng's aura remained steady, while the battle master, now gravely injured, realized that killing him was an impossibility. Cursed be it. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, the blade in his hand entwined with purple-black flames. The crimson at the corner of his mouth lending an eerie quality to his smile. At this moment, the intangible aura of power radiated from him, instilling a deep sense of gravity within the black-clad man, even stirring a flicker of fear within him. However, within Yifeng's heart resided a sense of urgency. For after employing the highly depleting technique of Flame Rejection 3000 and subsequently unleashing further techniques, he found his internal energy nearly exhausted. Despite his formidable prowess, he remained merely a 5-star fighter, vastly overshadowed by the imposing figure of the Grand Master before him. At that moment, he felt like an empty shell, utterly vulnerable. Should the dark-clad individual decide to strike again, his demise was inevitable. Nevertheless, the fighting spirit within Yifeng sustained the 3,000 flames of the yin-yang fire, instilling a sense of trepidation in the black-clad man. A fleeting glance revealed the charred remains of his 9 fallen comrades, and a glimmer of caution flickered in his eyes. With a powerful whip of his serpentine tail, he vanished from sight in an instant. Once the dark figure had departed, Yifeng could no longer maintain his composure. His complexion turned ashen, and he collapsed, propping himself against the long blade embedded in the ground. Fortunately, I managed to scare him off. That sinister specter from the underworld actually dispatched a 9-star Grand Master to eliminate a mere fighter like me. How ruthless. As he felt the sharp pain in his chest, Yifeng struggled to move deeper into the forest. Upon reaching the heart of the oasis and hearing the gentle sound of trickling water, he finally exhaled in relief. However, exhaustion overtook him, and he fainted, collapsing into the crystal-clear stream. Meanwhile, not far from the oasis, the black-clad man had stowed away his garments, revealing his muscular physique. After consuming several healing pills from his spatial ring, he intended to depart swiftly and report back. Just then, his gaze narrowed as he spotted a group approaching from a distance. He silently thanked his fortune for concealing his attire. Otherwise, he would have attracted unwarranted attention. The newcomers were all lithe serpent women, and the one leading them caused a sudden tightening in his chest. Commander Yume, look, isn't that the person? Suddenly, one of the serpent women noticed his presence and curiously addressed the striking woman with alabaster skin and enchanting blue hair at the forefront. The beautiful leader cast a casual glance in his direction, and upon recognizing the man, her exquisite eyes sparkled with intrigue. Let us go take a closer look. Greetings, Commander Yume. The man swallowed hard and quickly bowed in respect. This group of serpent women had just returned from the selection process in the Medusa Kingdom, making their way back to the tribe. They had been instructed by Her Majesty the Queen to await her further commands while Yifeng conversed with her late into the night. Once the Queen had conveyed her messages, they hastily departed the royal city, heading towards their tribe. As serpent women living amidst the desert, they found the arid heat unbearable. Yet they cherished cleanliness. Thus, each time they traveled to the royal city and back, they would stop at this oasis to relish the refreshing comfort it offered. Ironically, the man who had attempted to ambush Yifeng had now fortuitously crossed paths with Yume and her companions. Captain Mo Lands, why are you not guarding the territory of Commander Mo Ba at the royal city? What brings you here? Yume's beautiful eyes flickered with curiosity as she inquired of the man. Moranzi bowed respectfully, slightly embarrassed, and replied, that Commander Yume, Commander Mo Bas. He sent me here to the oasis to fetch some water, which I intend to sell upon my return to enhance the tribe's economy. As he spoke, Moranzi produced 2 water-filled vessels from his storage ring. Witnessing this scene, the group of serpent maidens exhibited expressions of discontent, their eyes casting penetrating glares at Moranzi. They quickly deduced the implications of Commander Mo Bas's plan to sell this water and how it could indeed elevate their tribe's economic standing. This water had been graced by the presence of their leader, Yume, thus its value was exceedingly high, extraordinarily so. Among the serpent kin, aside from their noble and commanding queen, Commander Yume was the most coveted by the male serpents. Among these males, there were those with peculiar inclinations, drawn to anything associated with Yume. Consequently, any item related to her would invoke a fervent affection from those old serpents, who found themselves enchanted and unable to part with it. Yume's delicate brows furrowed in displeasure, her beautiful eyes flickering with fury. She then overturned the 2 vessels of water and shouted at Moranzi, how audacious of Mo Bas. His greed has now encroached upon me. Leave the buckets from your storage ring behind and be gone.
Why yes, Commander Yume, I shall take my leave at once. Moranzi stammered as he hurriedly retrieved 10 buckets from his storage ring and hastily departed from her sight. Chapter 12. The arrival of Yume and the falling of Yifeng from the sky upon witnessing the already vanished Mo lands. Yume's charming visage darkened considerably. With a flick of her serpentine tail, she abruptly overturned all the water buckets before her, proclaiming in a cold tone, "From now on, station guards here. Should anyone attempt to draw water again, they shall be met with merciless retribution." "Yes, Commander," the snake women behind her replied in unison. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Yume's eyes as she gazed upon the parched water stains, leading her to contemplate. "It seems necessary to remind Her Majesty the Queen, since that scoundrel Mobas could conceive of my existence. He has undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives towards the Queen. If only the Queen-S. Mobas, that wretched creature, truly overestimates himself as a serpent man. Unbeknownst to Mobas, far away in the royal city, he would never fathom that while one lies in bed, calamity may descend from the heavens. Commander, shall we venture into this oasis?" One of the snake women timidly inquired of Yume. "Indeed, we must go," Yume declared, casting a glance at her delicate, snow-white skin. With a swift flick of her tail, she continued toward the direction of the oasis. Moments later, at the end of a shaded path, several slender, alluring snake women stood resolutely, their expressions fierce, their sharp gazes sweeping over the surrounding foliage. The weapons clutched in their hands seemed poised to strike down any intruder who dared to trespass. Clearly, they stood guard over someone. Peering deeper along the path, one could hear the soothing sound of flowing water through the dappled leaves. It was a naturally pristine lake, encircled by the forest's underbrush, where a few playful birds flitted about the tree trunks, adding a vibrant touch to the scene. Remarkably, this lake was created by a small waterfall, approximately 10 meters high, cascading directly above it. The crystalline water flowed down a splendid rainbow, resembling a natural shower that nourished the creatures dwelling in the lake below. With a gentle splash, a stunning woman emerged from the depths of the lake. Her 3,000 strands of azure hair, drenched by the water, clung to her snow-white shoulders, each droplet trickling down her flawless skin. The water then glided along her enticing waist before plummeting back into the lake, creating ripples that spread outward. Such a breathtaking tableau. Yet no one was fortunate enough to witness it, which was indeed a lamentable affair. For those who might behold it now would find that in the next moment, they would experience nothing for the rest of their lives. Because the woman in the lake was none other than Yume, one of the formidable 8 commanders of the serpent tribe. With a casual gesture, Yume swept her long hair and slowly turned around. A frostiness etched upon her delicate face. Gazing at the flowing waters of the lake, a surge of frustration welled within her. This was her secret sanctuary for bathing, a place where she often came to unwind. She had never given it much thought, as it was a natural lake. Yet, a certain group of serpentine elders had begun to meddle with its tranquility, necessitating stricter control over the area. "Macabas, I shall seek retribution." The enchanting visage of hers was suddenly consumed by fury. In an instant, a sinuous green serpent's tail emerged from the water, striking the surface with wild ferocity. With a resounding boom, a torrent of water was sent cascading into the air. The droplets hung suspended for a heartbeat, refracting light into a myriad of crystalline shards before plummeting down like a torrential downpour. The serpent women stationed outside were startled by the explosion, and the 4 leaders hurriedly peered inside. Upon realizing that their commander was merely venting her wrath, they swiftly turned away, not daring to intrude further. The commander was not the only one seething with rage. The others were equally incensed, shocked by the audacity of certain elders within their clan. Had it not been for Commander Yume's leniency towards Machlands, they would have ensured he faced severe consequences, perhaps even breaking his solitary leg. The flawless form, sculpted from white jade, resembled a divine creation, yet she unleashed her fury within the waters. At that moment, an instinct stirred within Yume, prompting her to gaze upward. Her diamond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld a shadow descending from above, resembling a serpent person. Though a formidable warrior, she found herself momentarily stunned by this sudden intrusion. By the time she regained her composure, the shadow was upon her, and her alabaster hands instinctively embraced the figure. As she gazed into the enchanting eyes of the one she had caught, her heart raced with recognition. It was him, the man who had spent the night in deep conversation with Her Majesty, Yifeng. How could he possibly be here? As she, too, had journeyed to the royal city for the selection of the Medusa's elite guards, she instantly recognized Yifeng, the prodigious talent of the serpent clan who had shone brightly during the trials. This was the very man she had anxiously awaited throughout the night. Quickly assessing Yifeng's condition, she discovered that he had merely fainted from a lack of energy. His chest wound was not severe, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Feng was a superlative genius of their clan, and should anything happen to him, the queen would undoubtedly unleash her fury. Looking up at the waterfall, the pieces fell into place for Yume. Yi Feng must have lost consciousness in the river, swept up to the small cliff above the lake. Her earlier display of anger had caused a slight tremor in the area, which had dislodged his body from above. Yet, why had he succumbed to unconsciousness due to depleted energy? Without further contemplation, gazing at Yi Feng's chest, stained crimson with blood, Yume hurriedly carried him to the lakeside. The ring upon her delicate finger glimmered, and she gently placed a healing pill into Yi Feng's mouth. Murmuring softly to herself, so much blood has flowed, yet why are his wounds so shallow? Alas, I shall assist him to the very end. Let me at least bandage his wounds. With tender care, she tore away the fabric covering his injuries and meticulously began to bind them. At that moment, Yi Feng, who had been with his eyes tightly shut, seemed to sense something. His blurred vision slowly opened a crack. In the next instant, his once dimmed eyes widened in astonishment. The sight before him was simply astonishing. The exquisite, divine figure, akin to a celestial masterpiece, was laid bare before the newly awakened Yi Feng. In that fleeting moment, her spring-like eyes met Yi Feng's gaze, and both were momentarily taken aback, blinking in unison. Yume's delicate hand suddenly recoiled, her beautiful eyes darting to herself, and in the next instant, a piercing scream echoed across the sky. Chapter 13. The Astonishing Sister Yume. A piercing scream reverberated across the lake, causing Yi Feng to feel as though his ears were engulfed in a cacophony of ringing. Yet, despite the intensity of the scream, it failed to attract the attention of the serpent guard stationed nearby. This was primarily because the commotion caused by Yume prior had been far more thunderous. Naturally, her guards were still preoccupied, channeling their fury in defense of their leader. Gazing at the enchanting woman before him, whose head rested upon her serpentine azure tail, Yi Feng felt his throat involuntarily constrict. His hand stealthily found its way to his waist, where he pinched himself firmly, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. Whether it was the agony from his chest wound or the self-inflicted pain at his waist, both served as stark reminders of the authenticity of his circumstances, dispelling any illusions of a mere dream. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt his body propelled upward, and he caught sight of a massive tree looming before him. Swiftly harnessing his energy, he lashed out with his dark, purple serpent tail against the trunk, narrowly avoiding a disastrous injury. It was evident that when a woman was fierce, men had little say in the matter. Just as I regained consciousness, still oblivious to my surroundings, she unleashed such ferocity upon me. It felt as if my life hung in the balance. Fortunately, with my physique of the 3,000-star body, I narrowly escaped a fate of excessive blood loss. Meanwhile, Yume, amidst Yi Feng's disorientation, elegantly wielded her azure serpent tail. Her slender fingers gracefully lifted, suddenly dancing in midair. The delicate cerulean gown enveloped her captivating form, a sight that stirred the blood. With a slight flutter, she brushed aside her damp hair, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having forgotten her own strength, which had inadvertently sent Yi Feng flying. Thankfully, he appeared unscathed. Approaching Yi Feng with grace, she lightly covered her lips with her hand and smiled alluringly. Who would have thought our talented little brother from the Serpent Clan also possesses such a flustered side? Yi Feng felt a flush of embarrassment, despite having done nothing. It seemed as though he had done everything. How could one remain composed in the presence of such an enchanting serpent woman? His gaze fell upon the faint crimson stains on her waist, a remnant of his own chest wound. Bowing slightly, he expressed his gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your life-saving assistance, Sister Yume. Ha ha, little one. Who would have guessed that after revealing your strength, your tongue has become so sweet? You weren't so inclined to call me sister before. Yume teased, her blue locks cascading as she smiled at him. A gentle smile graced Yi Feng's still pale face as he replied, Sister Yume, given the care you've bestowed upon me over the years and the connection I share with my sister, it is only fitting that I address you as such. Indeed, Yume nodded lightly. Just as she was about to speak again, the serpent guards, sensing Yi Feng's energy, began to converge around him. Upon recognizing that the man before them was Yi Feng, the serpentine women collectively breathed a sigh of relief. As the most exceptional genius of the Serpent Clan, Yi Feng would naturally not bring harm to his own leader. However, the question lingered. Why was he here, and why was he injured? Most concerning was the wound on his chest, which was not fully bandaged, and the bloodstains on the leader's waist. In that fleeting moment, the women, with their finely attuned sensibilities, seemed to grasp an unsettling truth. This does not concern you. Remain outside and ensure that no one enters. Yume commanded her trusted subordinates with a wave of her elegant arm. Yes, they replied in unison, swiftly dispersing into the forest. What was she planning? Yi Feng, looking somewhat bewildered, thought to himself, a young man must always take care to protect himself when venturing out. Noticing Yi Feng's dazed expression, Yumei smiled alluringly. Little one, could you enlighten your sister as to why you find yourself here? Shouldn't you be in the royal city? At her words, Yifeng's countenance grew serious, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he replied, I have been targeted. I came out to resolve the matter. Once he spoke, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Yumei's eyes. Indeed, this young brother of hers was truly formidable. Not only was he ruthless to his enemies, but he was equally severe with himself. Parting her crimson lips, an unusual sound wave emanated, accompanied by a rustling in the woods. Moments later, the sound subsided. Gazing intently at Yifeng, Yumei's face registered shock, but it soon transformed into a charming smile. I did not expect you to possess such fortitude. It seems I have underestimated you. To annihilate 9 combatants in one strike, and to scare off a 9-star combat master, such prowess is indeed unbefitting of a mere novice like you. Only Her Majesty the Queen could recognize your exceptional qualities. Yifeng, unfazed by Yumei's observations, understood that this was her secret base. And with her command over the serpents above, uncovering the events that transpired here would be trivial for her. Chuckling, he scratched the back of his head, a foolish grin on his face. Yumei's elongated eyes narrowed slightly as her crimson lips parted. Little brother Yifeng, when I arrived here, I encountered someone outside this oasis. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes brightened. Sister Yumei, you must know that person. You clever little one, indeed I know him. He is Melons, the captain of the guard for MOBAS. Melons? Is it him? Yifeng's gaze turned steely, filled with a hint of confusion. Yumei nodded, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she affirmed, yes. I encountered him beyond the oasis. He claimed to be sent by MOBAs to fetch water for sale. However, this matter appears rather peculiar, and you should exercise caution in the future. Yifeng, well aware of the lake's unique properties, found it strange that MOBAs would dispatch a guard for such a task. Could it be that this time, rather than an assassin from the Shadow Realm, MOBAs regards him as a rival to be eliminated? The thought plagued Yifeng, for if MOBAs were indeed so ruthless, his days among the serpent people would become increasingly arduous. Thank you, Sister Yumei, for the warning. I will be vigilant. As your injuries have yet to heal, and given the proximity to my tribe, why not accompany me back to the tribe? Once you have recuperated, you can return to the royal city, he suggested. Yumei gazed at Yifeng, her eyes shimmering with allure. Yifeng observed this enchanting woman, pondering her beguiling beauty, which, while perhaps not rivaling that of Queen Medusa, was nonetheless striking. However, in the interest of her recovery, he reluctantly acquiesced to her proposal. As Yifeng and Yumei departed the oasis, embarking on their journey back to the tribe, a figure cloaked in black from afar surveyed their retreating forms until they vanished into the vast expanse of the desert. Chapter 14. Continuous Sign-ins, The Frost Dragon Source. In the Medusa King's castle, within a particular chamber. What did you say? Yifeng has slain 9 of my guards. And you managed to escape? MOBAS exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, his voice a mixture of disbelief and fury as he gazed down at the kneeling MO Lands. Kneeling on the ground, MO Lands reported, his body trembling slightly. Indeed, Commander. The purple-black flames wielded by Yifeng are exceptionally powerful. The techniques he unleashed possess an intensity akin to Earth-level martial arts. Upon hearing this, MO Boss slowly returned to his seat, his expression darkening as he remarked, this Yifeng possesses such formidable strength. He truly lives up to the reputation of being the most outstanding genius of our serpent people. However, suddenly, he struck the table with great force, shattering it into fine powder. Yifeng is utterly intolerable, mercilessly slaying my 9 esteemed guards, and entangling with a female. It is truly infuriating. Witnessing MO Boss's violent outburst, a subtle smile crept upon the lips of the kneeling MO Lands, who kept his head bowed. The 8 tribes of the serpent people, rather than being mere clans, resemble fortified cities. Each tribe boasts sturdy walls for protection, primarily to defend against human incursions. Above the walls, rows of well-equipped serpent warriors stand guard, exuding an aura of deadly intent that sends shivers down the spine. Upon entering the enchanting tribe of Yumei, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle before him. Although he belonged to the serpent people, he had never visited this place. The vibrant prosperity that greeted him felt like a journey to another realm, a veritable paradise of femininity. As he strolled through the streets, Yifeng noticed that the gazes of the female serpent warriors upon him were akin to that of predators eyeing their prey. While not a single male serpent was in sight, where could they possibly be? Had he made a mistake in coming here? Yifeng, there are very few male members in our tribe, and thus they bear significant responsibilities. Yumei said with a charming smile, turning to him as she shared this information. Nodding, Yifeng, though uncertain of the nature of these daunting tasks, could surmise a hint of their gravity. After all, guarding the tribe is indeed one of the formidable responsibilities. My dear little brother, you should rest with them for now. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I shall seek you out later tonight when I am finished. With a graceful hand, Yume gently caressed Yi Feng's head before swaying her alluring waist and gradually stepping out of his line of sight. As he gazed at her captivating figure, Yi Feng shook his head, extinguishing the flames of desire that flickered within him, and subsequently followed a few serpent maidens to a place of rest. Once alone in his chamber, Yi Feng unfastened the fragrant silk ribbon that adorned him. The wound inflicted by Mo Lanz's sword had completely healed, upon closer inspection. Aside from a few bloodstains, there was no trace remaining. The 3,000-star body truly lives up to its reputation as an immortal form. I am fortunate to have wagered correctly. Had I not possessed the 3,000-star body, that strike from Mo Lanz would have left me gravely injured. Feeling the extraordinary nature of his physique, Yi Feng could not help but silently praise himself. Mo Lanz, should fate allow us to meet again, I shall ensure you remember me. Aware of the uniqueness of his system, Yi Feng was certain that during his unconscious state, there must have been notifications from the system. Thus, he hastily began to check. Ding! The master was rescued by Princess Yume and brought ashore, receiving a sign-in reward of a 4th-grade elixir. A 3-patterned Qingling pill. Ding! The master received a sign-in reward of an advanced Xian-level combat skill, Xianbing Longxiang, after a farewell head pat from Yume. Indeed, his sign-in system not only allowed him to register at various locations, but also to sign in with goddesses. Whenever he interacted with these divine beings, it would trigger a sign-in, which was indeed quite delightful. His first sign-in with the flower serpent was because he had fallen asleep in her embrace. The second occurred when he was caressed by the silken hair of Queen Medusa, and the third and fourth were, as described now. This indicated that to continue triggering sign-ins, he must unlock new actions. However, it appeared that these instances were all passive. What would happen if he were to take the initiative? Had he known earlier, he should have been bolder in the Medusa temple. After an entire night of conversation, he had failed to achieve a single sign-in and even attracted the rival, MOBAS. Next time, he would ensure a full row of sign-ins. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Yi Feng understood well the vast difference between courting death and embracing it. Some matters required a gentle push. The 2 newly acquired sign-in rewards were quite substantial for Yi Feng in his current state. The 3-pattern Qingling pill was self-explanatory. This elixir could assist a fighter in advancing to a grand fighter. As Yi Feng was currently at the fighter level, it was precisely what he needed, serving as a precaution for future endeavors. However, what intrigued Yi Feng more than the 3-pattern Qingling pill was the peculiar combat skill he had obtained. The Xian-level combat skill, Xianbing Longxiang, was a dazzling technique specifically designed for the peak competitions. With his all-attribute constitution, Yi Feng naturally possessed ice attribute combat energy. Thus, he could also utilize Xianbing Longxiang. Acquiring this combat skill meant he had mastered a control-type ability. He wondered what expression that old fellow, Haibuodong, would wear if he were to demonstrate it before him. With the system's notification chime, Yi Feng directly learned Xianbing Longxiang. Suddenly, he recalled that during his last sign-in at the Medusa temple, he had also received a 1st-grade alchemy skill. What was this 1st-grade alchemy skill? 1st-grade alchemy skill. As long as the master places the necessary materials for the desired elixir into any alchemy furnace and releases the while using this skill, he can produce an elixir within 3 seconds. Wow! After reviewing this, Yi Feng could hardly restrain his excitement. With this skill acquired, would it leave any room for alchemists to thrive? Producing elixirs in 3 seconds meant that as long as the materials were sufficient, he could easily become a wholesale distributor of elixirs. However, this merely constitutes a rudimentary alchemical skill, and he currently lacks both a cauldron and the necessary texts on alchemy. To truly become a purveyor of elixirs, he must endeavor to unlock a greater array of techniques. Contemplating this, Yi Feng's lips curled into a gentle smile. Suddenly, a voice, both enchanting and electrifying, pierced the stillness from outside. It was naturally Yume, fulfilling her promise to visit him. Yi Feng quickly opened the door to welcome this attentive figure. Upon entering the room, Yume's eyes shimmered with concern as she inquired. I had my maid assist you with your dressing. Why did you refuse her help? Do you not desire my assistance? Not at all. I have already tended to it myself, so there is no need to trouble you or the others. Yi Feng hastily explained, recalling the overly eager attentions of those serpent maidens. Yume nodded in understanding and casually seated herself beside Yi Feng, a subtle fragrance wafting into his senses. Her somewhat serious words, accompanied by the delicate parting of her crimson lips, followed. That is good to hear. As for the matter you encountered, it is best not to disclose it for now. Otherwise, it may incite discord within the serpent clan. Our relations with humans have been precarious of late, much to Her Majesty's distress. Should internal strife arise within our kind, it would spell disaster. Fear not, sister. I shall ensure that the rogue Mokba receives his due lesson. Yi Feng nodded, his starry eyes glimmering with profound insight. Some matters, when unresolved, remain eternally burdensome. It is only through personal resolution that they cease to be. Chapter 15. The Enigmatic Serpent Woman in the Desert. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a purple abyss cauldron as a reward for being grasped by Yu Mei's wrist. After inspecting Yi Feng's physical condition and providing some instructions, Yu Mei departed from his chamber. Although Yi Feng yearned to unlock more opportunities for sign-ins, he understood that such advancements required a gradual and natural progression. Thus, following Yu Mei's exit, he immersed himself in cultivation. To expedite his growth and strength, consistent and relentless practice was essential, alongside the support of the system. Possessing the highest aptitude in the Douqi Continent and the divine technique, the soul-devouring decision. His cultivation pace was naturally swifter than that of others. The soul-devouring decision could absorb the spiritual essence of the world, thus enabling the assimilation of spiritual energy. While this energy might seem trivial to those at profound cultivation realms, it proved invaluable for Yi Feng, a novice dome master. After 2 full days of diligent practice, Yi Feng's cultivation soared, elevating him to the rank of a 6-star dome master. His focused training was certainly a contributing factor, but it was also greatly influenced by his recent battle in the Oasis. Real combat served as a significant catalyst for rapid growth, prompting Yi Feng to depart from the alluring tribe, whether for the sake of the sign-in system or to enhance his cultivation progress. 2 days later, after bidding farewell to Yu Mei, Yi Feng left the enchanting tribe. Despite Yu Mei's fervent attempts to dissuade him, he remained resolute in his decision to leave. Understanding the bittersweet nature of his choice, Yu Mei could only smile wryly in acquiescence. The other enthusiastic serpent women of the tribe also found themselves powerless in this situation. They could not comprehend Yi Feng's plight. He simply could not remain there any longer. For 2 days, he had refrained from stepping outside, as the serpent women were predatory beings, fearsome and relentless. His handsome appearance was not his fault, yet the serpent women were excessively fervent, claiming they wished for their offspring to be as striking as Yi Feng. To safeguard himself, Yi Feng had no choice but to escape and continue his journey of cultivation. Amidst the vast desert, where winds and sands ravaged the landscape, a young man clad in a black robe trudged forth against the elements. The traces he left behind were soon to be concealed by the relentless sands, hidden beneath the desert's surface. The environment of the Tagore Desert was exceedingly harsh. What was once a seemingly tranquil expanse had transformed into a perilous realm. Under the scorching sun, the searing sand, akin to tiny iron pellets, radiated an intense heat. The gale, laden with fine grains, lashed against his handsome visage. Fortunately, Yi Feng had summoned a faint membrane of Douqi to shield himself, averting the disfigurement that the wind and sand could bring. Despite the harsh conditions, Yi Feng felt a sense of solace, for the fire and wind attributes of energy here were remarkably pure and potent. He was truly fortunate to be cultivating here. After traveling for half a day, Yi Feng slowly opened his map, only to suddenly realize he seemed to have strayed off course. The route he originally intended to take back to the royal city had been obscured by the relentless onslaught of sandstorms, causing the once confident Yi Feng to lose his way. In the desert, having a map and a route is futile if one cannot first ascertain their current location. The oasis that should have appeared before him was nowhere in sight. All that surrounded him was the endless expanse of desert. Yi Feng, who had never ventured far from the royal city and possessed little experience, now found himself equally bewildered. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly sensed a fluctuation of fighting spirit not far away. This filled him with excitement, and he swiftly made his way towards the source. Upon cresting a sand dune, he curiously surveyed a large group of individuals below in the desert. There, more than 20 strong mercenaries stood in a circle, weapons in hand, their faces adorned with smug expressions. Opposite them, a dozen menacing male serpent folk, armed and bearing serious expressions, faced off against them. To Yi Feng's astonishment, at the very center of the mercenaries stood several beautiful, yet timid women. As he scrutinized them more closely, his expression darkened. For the women encircled by the mercenaries were all serpent women. Furrowing his brow, Yi Feng quickly understood that these mercenaries had come to capture serpent women as slaves in the Tagore Desert. Damn it! Yi Feng gritted his teeth, a surge of anger boiling within him, his star-like eyes glinting with fierce determination. Among the many serpent women, one appeared to have been startled, suddenly collapsing to the ground with a piercing scream. Damn, you scared the life out of me. Shut up, or I'll have my brothers deal with you. The mercenary leader shouted angrily at her. However, the serpent woman, unaccustomed to such treatment, burst into tears, her wails echoing in the air. Damn it! The fierce mercenary, now enraged, reached out to strike her. Just as his massive hand was about to land on her face, a pair of delicate, fair arms unexpectedly emerged, forcefully pushing his hand away. This mercenary brother, you said you wouldn't abuse us. She merely fainted from thirst. Damn it, you filthy wench. Don't think that just because you're strong and worth a lot of gold, I won't dare to hit you. The mercenary leader shouted vehemently, pointing at the owner of the delicate arms. With that, he directed a nearby mercenary. You keep an eye on her. She's worth far more than you. Yes, Captain. From his vantage point atop the hill, Yifeng watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in astonishment. A common serpent woman, devoid of any fighting spirit, had managed to repel an attack from a combat master with sheer strength. Though this matter arose suddenly, its peculiarity is undeniable. Yifeng could not help but curiously scrutinize the serpent woman before him. Her figure was exquisite, with every inch of her skin resembling flawless white jade. Delicate to the touch, adorning her admirable physique was a crimson corset, contrasting beautifully with her snow-white complexion. Beneath a cascade of silky black hair, her heart-shaped face was partially obscured by a tightly wrapped black veil, concealing her features. Yet, despite the veil's attempt to mask her visage, it could not diminish the allure of her captivating eyes. Merely gazing into those enchanting orbs was sufficient to ascertain her beauty. Beneath her exquisitely slender waist, she wore a short red skirt, complemented by a mesmerizing, colorful serpent tail that shimmered under the blazing sun, exuding an exotic charm. Could this truly be an ordinary serpent woman? Release our kin, you wretched humans, or you shall undoubtedly face death today, proclaimed the leader of the serpent men, brandishing a spear that glinted ominously as he directed it at the mercenary leader with a fierce shout. Upon hearing this, the formidable mercenary leader's expression darkened, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he laughed heartily. Astai? Ha ha ha, it seems you are quite mistaken about the current situation. I am Luolan, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Corps. You pitiful fighters, a mere handful, are not worthy to engage me. Brothers, charge forth and vanquish them. Chapter 16. The Sand Mercenary Group. He is incredibly strong. The Sand Mercenary Group? On the dunes, Yifeng paused momentarily upon hearing the self-introduction of the mercenary leader. The Sand Mercenary Group must be the mercenary organization from Stone Desert City, yet this leader, named Luolan. With a fierce shout from the mercenary leader Luolan, the faces of the surrounding mercenaries instantly revealed a bloodthirsty intent, brandishing their machetes as they charged towards the serpent people. Although the mercenaries were all fighters, their sheer numbers gave them an advantage. As they clashed, the serpent tribe found themselves at a disadvantage, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Two mercenaries faced off against a single serpent warrior, creating a 2-on-1 scenario, which was the reason for the previous tension etched on the faces of the serpent people. Amidst their battle, the leader of the Sand Mercenary Group, Luolan, callously tossed the enchanting serpent woman onto a nearby cart. His eyes were filled with lewd desire, scanning her graceful form. His gaze lingered on her uniquely slender waist and the alluring serpent tail that hinted at her exotic charm. Unable to restrain himself, Luolan licked his lips, an eerie grin spreading across his face as he muttered darkly, "Damn you, foul wench, daring to provoke me. No matter your worth, I shall indulge myself today." Accompanied by his disturbingly maniacal laughter, Luolan extended his hands, slowly advancing towards the cart. Witnessing this, Yifeng's expression darkened. Suddenly, with a flick of his serpent tail, he unleashed a thunderous sound, propelling himself off the dune. The original sandy ground was violently disturbed, creating a massive pit. Whoosh! With the sharp sound of slicing wind, a dark figure streaked across the sky, striking the ground like a bolt of lightning. With a resounding crash, both the mercenaries and serpent people, previously engaged in battle, were startled into retreat, abandoning their fight to glance towards the source of the commotion. As the yellow sand gradually settled, a shadow wielding a long knife engulfed in purple-black flames slowly emerged into view. The appearance of this slender youth in a black robe took both sides by surprise. However, moments later, the hearts of the serpent tribe began to calm. Although they were unfamiliar with the young man, they recognized the long knife entwined in purple-black flames all too well. At the tender age of 18, he had become a fighter, wielding that very knife, and had shone brightly during the selection event for Medusa's elite guards. He had ruthlessly slain the grandson of the underworld's leader and engaged in lengthy discussions with Her Majesty the Queen, earning the title of the most exceptional genius among the serpent people. The name Yifeng was one they could not forget. A glimmer of joy spread across the faces of the serpent people, for they had found hope alongside the serpent women. Just as Luolan, who was about to step into the cart with malicious intent towards the serpent woman, turned his head to peek outside, he suddenly caught sight of the unfolding scene. Within the carriage, the serpent's tail, which had initially curled in trepidation, suddenly lashed out, striking fiercely against Luolan. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as Luolan tumbled from the carriage. Quickly regaining his footing, he grimaced in pain while rubbing his rear, glaring angrily at the timid serpent woman within the carriage. "You wretched creature, once I deal with this brat, I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. The serpent woman inside shrank back in fear, her delicate form trembling, evoking a sense of pity. However, as the fierce Luo Lan turned away, she curiously peeked out. Before her stood a striking serpent youth clad in a black robe, wielding a peculiar flame-wreathed longsword. Yi Feng, with a slight movement of his weapon, his eyes shimmering like the stars, addressed Luo Lan with a calm demeanor. I intend to take them with me. What do you think? Enough of your nonsense. A scrawny little brat like you dares to startle me? Brothers, charge at him and take him down. Luo Lan's eyes gleamed with malice as he pointed, commanding his mercenary companions to attack. Enraged by the unexpected intruder, the group of mercenaries brandished their weapons, their faces etched with fury as they advanced toward Yi Feng. With a slight lift of his gaze, Yi Feng's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. The purple-black serpent tail crashed into the sand, and in an instant, a shadow darted like lightning between two serpent men. When the figure came to a halt, the fiery longsword slowly descended. With a chilling thud, the two mercenaries, who had appeared fearsome moments ago, suddenly felt a warmth at their waists. As they looked down, they beheld the purple-black flames erupting from their bodies. A pair of anguished cries, piercing the very soul, echoed across the ground. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Both the mercenaries and serpent men gasped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the figure of the serpent youth. It was inconceivable that such power resided within that slender frame. How formidable he is, murmured the alluring serpent woman who had peered from the carriage. Upon witnessing Yi Feng effortlessly dispatch his two assailants, Luo Lan's eyes narrowed with intensity. He then fixed his gaze on Yi Feng, his tone menacing. Young serpent of the serpent clan, offending our mercenary group in the Tagar Desert is not a wise choice. Yi Feng merely smiled faintly, holding his blade with nonchalance. Yet his curiosity was piqued by the beautiful serpent woman peeking from the carriage. As she noticed his gaze upon her, a blush blossomed on her finely featured face concealed beneath her veil. He is looking at me. Does he recognize me? The serpent woman instinctively recoiled slightly, her stunning eyes flickering with uncertainty. Upon encountering Yi Feng, Luo Lan chose to ignore him, instead engaging in a flirtatious exchange with the serpent woman, which filled him with immense anger and a chilling glare in his eyes. However, having just tested the opponent's strength through his subordinates, he harbored a lingering sense of caution and malice. Serpent, if you know what is good for you, I advise you to leave now. I shall overlook the transgression of your slaying my subordinates. Apologies, but I must take them with me, Yi Feng replied, shaking his head coldly, his words imbued with an unwavering resolve. You seek death. Luo Lan's fury surged as he commanded, everyone, attack. Let us cut them down. I desire a broth. With Yi Feng's rejection, the malevolence on Luo Lan's face intensified, and his battle attire erupted into visibility as he charged towards Yi Feng with a thunderous roar. Stand by, the injured remain in position, the rest. Follow me to assist young Master Yi Feng, commanded the leader of the Serpent Clan, a 9-star combatant, with a sharp reprimand. No need. I alone am sufficient, Yi Feng declared, a slight, chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his tone as cold as ice. Chapter 17. The Butterfly, Refreshing Spirit. Yi Feng's words momentarily stunned the serpent warriors, causing them to lower their raised serpent spears. Since young Master Yi Feng exuded confidence, they felt it was prudent not to intervene, lest they become an encumbrance. Could it be said that young Master Yi Feng underestimated them? It could only be attributed to their lamentably weak prowess. Rumor had it that this young master, Yi Feng, possessed the strength of a dome master. What assistance could these minor fighters possibly offer, even if they ventured forth? As they consoled themselves over their perceived slight, an overwhelming shock suddenly enveloped them. Indeed, the mercenaries rushing towards them were equally astonished. Before their eyes, the youth wielding a flaming long knife, after a brief moment of silence, was enveloped in a faintly dark purple fighting garment. Beyond this fighting attire, ethereal purple flames danced and swirled in a most extraordinary manner. Simultaneously, an immense surge of energy erupted from his somewhat slender frame. Gasping at the sight of the purple-black flame garment enveloping the young man's body and feeling the torrent of energy, all present involuntarily inhaled sharply. Was this a fighting garment? Could he truly be a Dome Master? The fighting energy was unmistakably not that of an ordinary newly ascended Dome Master. What a monstrous being he was! The mercenaries, now utterly dazed, regarded Yi Feng with wary eyes, astonished. Where had this young serpent warrior Dome Master emerged from? How had they never heard of him before? Unbeknownst to them, Yi Feng's face suddenly broke into a charming smile as he addressed the mercenaries. I have recently perfected a new fighting technique and was in search of a venue to test it. It appears fate has brought you here for a lamentation of destiny. At that moment, a chilling air began to permeate the atmosphere, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily, questioning, why has it suddenly become so cold? This is the Tagore Desert. Could it be that this was the fighting technique he had unleashed? One mercenary pointed incredulously at Yifeng, exclaiming, how is that possible? Isn't he of the fire attribute? This is bad. We've encountered a formidable opponent. Run. In the midst of the panic, Roland, overwhelmed with fear, shouted and took off in haste, sprinting away into the distance. Unfortunately, his reaction was a beat too late. A roar, reminiscent of ancient times, erupted from Yifeng, and in an instant, an ice dragon burst forth from his body. The dragon, while not as immense as one might envision, still measured a good 5 to 6 meters in length. It swept past the mercenaries with alarming speed, turning them into statues of ice in its wake. Damn it! I will fight you, Roland shouted defiantly, sensing the formidable presence rapidly approaching from behind. Suddenly halting his movement, he swung the massive double-edged axe behind him with great force. Just as the colossal axe was about to strike the ice dragon lurking behind, the frigid creature swiftly darted to the side. In a fleeting moment, the ice dragon spiraled around Luolan, ensnaring him within its icy embrace. At that very instant, as the ice dragon dissipated, a statue of a robust man wielding a giant axe materialized alongside it. He is dead. Gazing at the solitary figure who had just annihilated a fighter and a dozen combatants in an instant, Yifeng found the numerous serpent people around him gaping in awe. Even for a fighter, it seemed implausible to eliminate an opponent so effortlessly, right? Regardless, the adversary was also a fighter. How could he have been dispatched so swiftly? Was this truly the pinnacle of their serpent clan's talents? This is exceedingly monstrous. What? Are you all well? Approaching the group of serpent people, Yifeng inquired with a smile. We are fine. The captain of the serpent clan, regaining composure, waved his hand somewhat awkwardly. Go search for the keys. They must be rather uncomfortable, right? Yifeng remarked, glancing at the several shackled serpent women. Yes, young Master Yifeng. His gaze swept over to a beautiful serpent woman hiding timidly in the carriage, stealing glances at him. Yifeng smiled faintly. Upon noticing Yifeng's gaze, the serpent woman shyly revealed a crescent smile as she descended from the carriage. Standing beside Yifeng, the serpent woman bashfully expressed, Thank you for saving me. Young Master Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the serpent woman who was thanking him, curiosity piquing as he examined her unique features. Her skin was snow white, revealing smooth and alluring shoulders and collarbones, complemented by a delicate and supple waist. She could rival even the famed Medusa. Previously unnoticed from afar, Yifeng's eyes widened as he now beheld the exquisite necklace adorning her graceful neck. Rather than a mere necklace, it resembled an alluring dark golden pendant, positioned most enticingly against her pale skin. This is... Yifeng's starry eyes sparkled with delight upon noticing her pendant. The alluring serpent woman, her face obscured by a veil, felt a flush of crimson rise as she caught Yifeng's unwavering gaze fixed upon her pendant. Even though you saved me, it is rather inappropriate to stare so intently. With a flicker of curiosity in her beautiful eyes, the serpent woman moved closer to Yifeng, her elongated, phoenix-like eyes shimmering with anticipation as she asked, Young Master Yifeng, do you know my name? Looking at the expectant serpent woman before him, Yifeng suddenly reached out, grasping her delicate wrist, and declared, Come with me. The touch of his hand on her wrist caused her cheeks to flush an even deeper shade of red. With a slight struggle, the serpent woman realized her efforts were in vain and reluctantly yielded to Yifeng, being led towards the carriage. Ding! As the master took hold of Dai's wrist to board the carriage, a reward was granted, a refreshing effect elixir. Indeed, she was the serpent woman yearning for freedom. Dai, however, what on earth is this refreshing elixir? In a bid to expedite their departure from this place, Yifeng abruptly halted, then drew the delicate figure beside him into his embrace, swiftly moving towards the carriage. Dai's eyes widened in astonishment, her large eyes blinking as they gazed at Yifeng, a myriad of emotions difficult to express. Ding! The master embraced Dai's waist to escape the crisis, receiving a reward, an intermediate flying combat technique, Thunderbat Celestial Wings. The surrounding serpent men witnessed the departure of the carriage but chose to ignore it. After all, a prodigious talent naturally deserved to be paired with an extraordinary beauty. Yifeng's act of pulling the serpent woman aboard and the swaying of the departing carriage held no significance for them. Shortly after Yifeng and Dai left, a dune beast was seen pulling a water cart, gradually approaching. Is that an ice attribute combat aura? Chapter 18, Medusa Queen Experience Card. Captain, do you see that figure? A serpent man spoke, drawing the attention of his curious captain. Amidst the yellow sands, a shadow clad in a black robe emerged beside a water wheel. The visage concealed beneath the cloak rendered it impossible to discern its features. However, the aura emanating from this individual compelled the serpents to assume a grave demeanor. In an instant, The figure stood by the water wheel. In the next, it had already materialized before them, gazing upon the lifeless bodies of numerous mercenaries. The hidden eyes beneath the black robe flickered with intrigue. Who was responsible for their demise? A chilling voice resonated from the figure's lips. The serpent captain remained unperturbed, responding. That individual has departed. Has he left too late? Did he head in that direction? The black robe fell away, revealing an opulent blue garment. As the figure inquired of the serpent captain, at this moment, the individual's form became fully visible to all. He appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s. His complexion marked by weariness and shadows, yet his gaze was piercingly fierce, unmistakably a formidable human warrior. Do you think I would divulge information about a human? The serpent captain's eyes glimmered with amusement. The middle-aged man's gaze hardened, and a chill radiated from him. With a swift motion, he seized the captain by the throat, lifting him effortlessly and coldly stating, "Now can you speak?" The human departed with a horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by 2 serpent maidens heading east. Cough, cough. The middle-aged man released the captain, shook his shoulders, and a pair of massive icy wings suddenly unfurled from his back. He leaped into the air and swiftly departed. "Captain, do you think he would believe your contrary words?" A young serpent, curious, inquired of his captain. The serpent captain approached the water wheel, took a few sips of water, and gently spoke to the young serpent. "My child, there is much for you to learn. You must understand that we are the serpent folk, and the ones who took the serpent maidens are humans. Are we not meant to observe them as they turn against one another? Do you grasp my meaning now?" The young one nodded, seemingly understanding. "Let us go. Now we have both water and a carriage to take them home." Under the sweltering sun, a horse-drawn carriage traversed the scorching dunes. Outside, Yifeng urged the beast onward, while inside, Dai gazed curiously at the youth. Initially, she presumed that his urgent insistence to board was to fulfill the intentions of that rogue. Yet, the reality was he had taken her away from that place, leaving her perplexed as to the reason behind such an action. "Master Yifeng, where are you taking me?" Dai inquired softly, her lips parched with uncertainty. "Just moments ago, the situation was perilous. A formidable human combat emperor sought to capture you, and we must hasten our departure from this place. As for our destination, it remains undecided." Yifeng lamented inwardly, for he was already lost when he encountered her. Now, she inquired where this lost soul intended to go. The thought of a combat emperor sent a pallor across Dai's delicate visage. Why would such a powerful being pursue her? Who exactly was she, and why the relentless pursuit? Aware of Dai's amnesia, Yifeng found himself in a state of confusion. With a glimmer of hope, he retrieved a map from his possession and handed it to her. "Please take a look. Compare our previous position with our current one." Receiving the map, Dai concealed her enchanting face beneath her veil, unable to suppress a smile. No wonder they were aimlessly wandering through the desert. It was evident that this young master Yifeng was not familiar with the terrain. "Young Master Yifeng, our present location is to the west of where we were before." Upon hearing her gentle voice from behind, Yifeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. "In that case, we shall head south." "South? Is there not a frequent presence of human caravans there? Would that not be perilous?" She murmured, her fair hand cradling her exquisite cheek. "Those human warriors are no ordinary men. They would surely discover my kin, and if questioned, they would invariably direct them towards our opposite direction. Should the warrior believe them, he would venture eastward. However, if he harbors doubts, he would head west. As for the north, it is far too distant from any water source. We currently require sustenance and hydration, making the south our safest option." Upon hearing this, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Dai's beautiful eyes as she observed the young man before her. Yifeng, however, did not disclose to Dai that the northern route, while distant from water, also marked the location of an oasis, now guarded by the formidable leader of the Moon Charm. That leader, being a high-ranking member of the Serpent Kin, would undoubtedly recognize Dai's true identity, leading to her capture. There lies a cluster of large sand clams ahead. Let us take refuge within and have a bite to eat. Yifeng gazed into the distance, a hint of delight gracing his features. Enter inside. Dai, though familiar with the cardinal directions, found herself unacquainted with these sandy beasts. Very well. Amid her uncertainty, Yifeng halted the carriage. Then, without granting her any chance to resist, he swiftly turned and entered the carriage, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and disembarking. Dai's cheeks flushed, a blend of indignation and shyness washing over her. Why must he always be so domineering? Ding! The protagonist has carried Dai off the carriage, earning a sign-in reward, a card for the experience of Queen Medusa. Yifeng. Is this truly possible? Medusa Queen Experience Card grants the owner the full power of the current Medusa Queen for 3 minutes. Yifeng. Indeed, this is rather intense. After disembarking from the carriage, a chill swept through Yifeng's eyes as the purple-black serpent tail suddenly lashed out, striking the carriage with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed in Dai's ears, and the once intact carriage was reduced to splinters, engulfed in purple-black flames. The sand dune beast that pulled the carriage, startled by this abrupt assault, bolted wildly into the distance, flames also consuming its body. Young Master Yifeng, could you please refrain from killing it? At that moment, Dai's timid voice reached Yifeng's ears. He gazed coldly at Dai's kind eyes and replied, "Do you not realize that if I spare it, we may expose ourselves?" Dai's complexion paled slightly, her eyes shimmering with tears, appearing quite aggrieved. Yifeng glanced at the beast, now lying motionless on the ground, then turned back to Dai and said, "Moreover, do you not think its flesh would be quite delectable?" Chapter 19. Unveiling the Veil of the Butterfly. The name of the colorful butterfly. As Leaf Maple hoisted the magical beast onto his shoulder, Butterfly, standing nearby, instinctively placed her delicate hand on her abdomen, producing an inexplicable gurgling sound. This caused her fair face to flush with embarrassment, leaving her somewhat bewildered. "Aren't you coming?" Leaf Maple's voice echoed from a distance, having already walked quite far ahead. Upon reaching the expanse of gigantic sand clams, Leaf Maple carefully observed the pattern of their deathly closure. He then proceeded to roast one of them, filling the air with the rich aroma of grilled scallops. This time, Butterfly refrained from stopping him, as she felt there was a certain logic in his actions. The meat did indeed seem enticing. Once they ventured inside, Leaf Maple skillfully separated the flesh of the two types of magical beasts with his long knife, all the while stating, "Nightfall is approaching, and I still have some water left. Let us rest here for the night, and continue our journey tomorrow." Butterfly instinctively nodded in agreement, her hands cradling her chin, her eyes shimmering with curiosity as she watched Leaf Maple diligently carving the meat. His gaze, reminiscent of twinkling stars, was filled with focus, and the slight hollowness of his cheeks radiated an undeniable masculine charm. This evoked a sense of comfort within Butterfly. This man provided her with an unprecedented sense of security. Indeed, a man dedicated to his task is the most captivating. For a moment, Butterfly found herself lost in thought. "You eat first." Leaf Maple, with a gentle smile, offered the piece of meat skewered on his knife to her. A warmth surged within Butterfly, and she slightly shook her head, replying, "Young Master Leaf Maple, you eat first. I can wait." Just as she spoke, Leaf Maple's gaze sharpened as he swiftly approached her, reaching out to remove the veil she wore. In an instant, the visage of a breathtakingly beautiful woman was unveiled before Leaf Maple's eyes. Her eyes reflected a hint of panic, and her cherry-red lips, previously concealed by the veil, parted slightly. Her fair cheeks now bore a blush akin to that of a ripe peach, and strands of ebony hair, which had been resting by her ears, gently grazed her face, adding a delicate softness to her already stunning features. The sheer beauty of her countenance, combined with a somewhat gentle demeanor, momentarily left Leaf Maple in a daze. Her appearance was truly reminiscent of the alluring Queen Medusa from the temple. Both were equally captivating. It turned out that not only did the twins share identical looks, but even their personalities were remarkably similar. However, the sisters possessed strikingly different temperaments. Queen Medusa exuded an overwhelming grandeur and regal aura that made it difficult to gaze directly upon her. In contrast, Butterfly embodied kindness and tenderness, even as a queen. She was averse to slaughtering the weak and defenseless. Such a disposition destined her not to ascend as the ruler of her clan, for she lacked the ruthlessness necessary to lead the serpent people out of the harsh Tagore desert. "If you don't eat soon, it will grow cold. I will not light the fire again tonight." Yifeng's gaze suddenly regained clarity as he placed the meat before her crimson lips, speaking with a hint of firmness. "Oh." Dai accepted the meat, her delicate face puffing slightly, murmuring softly, "Why are you so fierce about eating?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng could only shake his head in resignation. He cut the meat into small pieces and stored them in his spatial ring, as this would serve as their sustenance for the future. Ding! The master unveils Dai's veil and receives a signing reward. Earth-grade low-level combat technique, Sandstorm. Once again rewarded with a combat technique, Yifeng felt a surge of joy. For utilizing this technique in the desert would undoubtedly amplify its power. With this, he no longer feared those who specialized in peak competitions. "Yifeng, do you know who wants to capture me? Or perhaps, who I truly am?" Dai gazed into the distance and asked lightly. Yifeng turned to her and inquired, "How long have you been suffering from amnesia? Do you remember anything?" "I only recall awakening to find myself buried beneath the sand, and it took a great deal of effort to regain my freedom. As for how long it has been, I cannot quite remember." Dai shook her head, trying to recollect her past, yet all that lingered in her mind was her initial awakening. As for her previous experiences, they were a complete blank. Observing Dai's furrowed brows, Yifeng understood that her amnesia was a consequence of using a forbidden spatial technique to escape the serpent clan. However, It seemed her memory loss was even more severe than he had anticipated. Moreover, a considerable amount of time had passed since her departure from the Serpent Clan. Turning to the hopeful Dai, Yifeng spoke gently, "You will come to know your identity in due time. Revealing it now would be detrimental to you. As for your name, I can only tell you that your former identity rendered you unworthy of having one." Upon hearing this, Dai's eyes widened slightly. Her identity was such that she was not even entitled to a name? Could it be that she was the illegitimate daughter of someone significant within her tribe? It was no wonder she thought this way, as only those ostracized from their clans were deprived of a tribal name. Seeing the sorrow in Dai's expression, Yifeng felt a pang of compassion and offered, "Since you previously had no name, may I bestow one upon you?" "Sure. Yes, please." Dai's previously damp eyes lit up with delight at his words. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng tapped his forehead and pointed to the butterfly sand crystal nestled in the crevice, saying, "You mentioned that you were buried by sand upon awakening and exerted great effort to regain your freedom. How about we call you Dai, the butterfly of freedom?" "Freedom butterfly?" Dai exclaimed with joy, yet in the next moment, she shook her head in response to Yifeng's astonished gaze. "Yifeng." She rejected it? "Yifeng, I wish to have a name comprising just 2 characters, like you." The butterfly lightly bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with shyness. 2 words, perhaps? Yifeng pondered, feeling quite vexed. He then glanced at the still-present Shang and remarked, "The colors of the free butterfly are quite vibrant, similar to the hue of your serpentine tail. Why not name you Colorful Butterfly?" "Colorful Butterfly, Colorful Butterfly. What a lovely name," she exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, Master Yifeng." As they settled in, Yifeng suggested, "Let us rest for now. We must continue our journey tomorrow." Though Colorful Butterfly wished to converse a bit longer, she soon realized that Yifeng had already closed his eyes and begun his meditation. Reclining upon the grass mat that Yifeng had prepared, Colorful Butterfly cradled her delicate face in her hands, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Even with his eyes shut, Yifeng could sense her gaze. Despite the darkness behind his eyelids, the alluring image of Colorful Butterfly lingered vividly in his mind. She was indeed a genuine fairy, not a mere illusion. Parched and yearning, he promptly immersed himself in his cultivation. Dear readers, if you have any thoughts to share, please do. I will take your opinions into consideration. However, do kindly offer your little tokens of appreciation. Chapter 20, A Silent Night, The Ice Monarch Haiba Dong. System, open my attribute panel. Leaf Feng, swiftly entering a meditative state, spoke to the system within his mind. Sign-in system owner, Leaf Feng. Race, Serpent Man. Combat Aura level, 6-star Battle Master. Cultivation method, Spirit Devouring Technique, Divine level. Exotic Fire, 3000 Flames of Yang. Weapon, Flowing Blade of Fire, can embed magic core. Physique, 3000 Stars Body, Undying Body. Alchemy Skill, First Rank. Combat Techniques, Sandstorm, Earth level low. Profound Ice Dragon Soar, Profound level high. Thunderbat Sky Wing, Profound level low flight technique. Items, Medusa Queen Experience Card, one-time use. Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill, 7th rank. Free Pattern Azure Spirit Pill, 4th rank. Refreshing Elixir, no rank, boundless utility. As Leaf Feng diligently practiced, the enchanting Kai Dai gazed at him with a tender look in her eyes. Her gaze was exceptionally clear, with a flicker of affection in her pupils, complemented by her delicate visage and pointed ears, rendering her utterly captivating. Her small hands nervously clasped together. She had always traversed the endless darkness alone, but now, with another by her side, her heart brimmed with warmth. If only he could remain by my side forever. The desert night was terrifying, the howling winds outside instilling dread. Kai Dai's delicate form trembled slightly. After glancing at Leaf Feng, her fair cheeks flushed crimson as her thoughts wandered. Moments later, her graceful figure slowly edged closer to Leaf Feng. Perhaps due to her nervousness, she hesitated for a moment before inching nearer still. This subtle action caused Leaf Feng's previously closed eyelids to flutter open. Should she come any closer, his meditation would be disrupted. Upon noticing Leaf Feng's gaze upon her, Kai Dai instantly felt as if she had been caught in a transgression. Her alabaster shoulders lifted slightly, her peach-like face blushing as if it might spill over with water. And with a playful flick of her tongue, she quickly lowered her head. Though it appeared she was making a silly face, even in such a moment, her exquisite features exuded an irresistible charm. Leaf Feng, observing this, found himself momentarily entranced. In the pitch-black expanse of the desert, the presence of a solitary man and woman together inevitably led to thoughts beyond mere companionship. Yet, as a human traversing into this realm, Leaf Feng suddenly felt a sense of bewilderment. How should one navigate the nuances of being a serpent man? Nonetheless, Leaf Feng firmly resolved not to take advantage of the situation. It was certainly due to such convictions. Perceiving Leaf Feng's lack of reaction, Kai Dai bit her lip lightly. casually picking up a small stone and tossing it at a sand ant before Yifeng, toppling it over. As he turned over, Yifeng looked at Kai Dai and gently said, "We have a long journey ahead tomorrow, and this time we lack a carriage. You should lie down and rest. I shall keep watch." All right. Kai Dai softly nodded in agreement. Just as Yifeng closed his eyes, hoping to immerse himself in cultivation, a faint fragrant breeze swiftly wafted over. His recently closed eyes snapped open, and he discovered Kai Dai's head resting on his lap. Seeing her blushing cheeks, Yifeng could only smile helplessly before shutting his eyes once more. Ding! The master has been used as a pillow by Kai Dai and has received a sign-in reward. Complete compendium of first-grade elixirs. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Yifeng finally understood the adage of beautiful women being a source of trouble. This was the first time he had experienced a night of insufficient rest since arriving in the Douqi Continent. As the two emerged from the giant clam, the weather outside remained harsh, with the sandstorm raging. Nevertheless, in search of water, they had no choice but to leave this place and brave the onslaught of the wind. With a firm grip on her delicate wrist, Yifeng swiftly led Kai Dai forward, her bewildered gaze fixed upon him. The ferocity of the desert winds was relentless, and to protect Kai Dai from harm, Yifeng enveloped her in his own aura. Naturally, Kai Dai did not resist his kind gesture, allowing herself to be guided onward. However, Yifeng, overly anxious about the inclement weather, inadvertently exerted too much force. After walking for a while, Kai Dai furrowed her brows and gently remarked, "Young Master Yifeng, you are hurting me." Upon hearing this, Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the wrist he held. He then extended his left hand to clasp her delicate hand as well. "Let us continue." Ding! The master is holding Kai Dai's hand while journeying, receiving a sign-in reward, one Windwalker pill of 3rd grade. Thus, Yifeng continued to hold Kai Dai's hand as they traversed the desert for over half a day. Curiously, despite the weather now being quite pleasant with no signs of a storm, their hands remained firmly intertwined. Neither dared to disrupt this special connection until they spotted the remnants of a massive sand ship in the distance. The colossal wreckage of the sand ship served as a landmark in the vast desert, a resting point for human caravans and adventurers alike, as well as the serpent people. However, this also made it a frequent battleground between humans and serpents. At that moment, within the vast remains of the ship, a group was gathered, drinking from water flasks and taking respite. The sun outside was merciless. Even they could not withstand its intensity and required a brief refuge. Particularly, their convoy, which included several large carts, needed to replenish their water supply to ensure they maintained sufficient stamina and avoided unforeseen mishaps. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that an unexpected turn of events occurred. At that moment, a chilling presence silently descended, and their gazes simultaneously fixated on a singular point. There, a middle-aged man clad in an exquisite azure robe brandished a glimmering ice spear directed at them. The atmosphere grew tense, particularly for the man dressed in ordinary merchant attire, who trembled in fear. Before he could react, the frigid spear pierced through his body. A scream echoed as the blue-clad man swiftly maneuvered the spear, causing sharp ice spikes to erupt from the ground beneath their feet. In an instant, apart from the 3 powerful Doe Kings soaring through the air, all others were impaled by the lethal ice spikes. Streams of blood trickled down the icy forms, transforming what should have been a spectacle of crystalline beauty into something horrifying. Ice Emperor Habedong. The 3 Doe King warriors hovered in the air, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the man in blue. "I am preoccupied. I, the serpent woman, am determined to achieve my goal. Feel the lament of fate." A fierce glint flashed in Habedong's eyes as he transformed into a streak of blue light. Profound ice dragons soaring. Chapter 21. The peak match with Habedong. As 3 formidable waves of fighting energy erupted, Yifeng and Kai Dai, who were approaching from a distance, suddenly halted. Yifeng's expression hardened as he glanced at Kai Dai, his tone tinged with bitterness. "It seems fortune is not on our side. Young Master Yifeng, should we leave?" Kai Dai shivered involuntarily from the overwhelming chill, her delicate form instinctively clutching Yifeng's arm as she timidly inquired. Yifeng shook his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. "It is too late to depart now. Once their battle concludes, they will undoubtedly discover us. We must observe. Do you dare?" "I do. Wherever you go, young Master Yifeng, I shall follow." Kai Dai's gaze was resolute as she met Yifeng's eyes, clearly embodying a spirit of unwavering loyalty and companionship. "Very well. Let us resolve this predicament. I shall take you to witness a peak match." "A peak match? What is that?" Kai Dai asked, a hint of confusion evident in her voice. "You shall soon find out." With that, Yifeng's storage ring shimmered, and a dark robe enveloped him. He swiftly donned a mask, concealing his handsome visage. As a competent fighter, it was customary to possess several dark robes within one's storage ring, often aiding in clandestine endeavors. Such garments served as invaluable tools for stealth and subterfuge. This is for you. Wear it. Kai-Dai nodded at the dark robe in her hands and promptly adorned herself with it. Without further contemplation, Yi Feng grasped her hand, hastily making their way toward the wreckage of the sand ship. As they approached, 3 distinct arcs suddenly streaked across the sky at an alarming speed. As one of the 10 strongest individuals in the Jiamar Empire, Hebadong, having been commissioned, seized the opportunity for nefarious pursuits, but regrettably, his quarry had escaped. Hebadong retracted his icy spear and approached the 2 covered carriages, pulling aside the black cloth. As the fabric fell away, the scene within the carriages was revealed, exposing a collection of serpent folk. Both male and female serpent folk were confined within iron cages, issuing desperate cries for help. Hebadong, however, remained unperturbed, his gaze sweeping over the captives as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, not a single one. They were all employed by the same patron. Yet why is it that among so many serpent women, the one I seek is absent?" Furrowing his brow in frustration, Hebadong retrieved a map from his storage ring, presenting it coldly to the serpent folk. "Have you seen this serpent woman? Should any of you provide me with information, I shall release you." Upon hearing Hebadong's words, the serpent folk fixated their gazes on the image. All at once, their terrified eyes widened, and they shook their heads in unison. "Esteemed warrior, we have not encountered this serpent woman. We have never seen her." Hebadong regarded them intently, a flicker of keen insight flashing in his eyes. "In this place, there are over 20 serpent men. Yet they all feign ignorance simultaneously. There must be some hidden intrigue." Surrounding Hebadong's body, icy spikes suddenly coalesced, exuding an aura of sheer terror. "Heh! Thinking to deceive me, you are still too inexperienced. Since you all claim ignorance, then let death be your fate." At the moment those words escaped his lips, a glint of cold light flickered in Hebadong's eyes, and the icy spikes surged towards the serpent men with alarming speed. The serpent men's eyes widened in horror as they awaited the moment of death that loomed before them. Just as despair enveloped the serpent clan, a brilliant red radiance suddenly appeared before their eyes. Boom! Countless icy spikes shattered upon reaching that red light, dissipating into the air. As the stirred dust settled, a shadow of a black-robed serpent man materialized before everyone. Hebadong's expression turned grave as he murmured, "A formidable serpent man." In the next instant, the 2 figures swiftly vanished from sight, only to reappear in the sky. A blue and a red beam of light collided violently, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. In that moment, Hebadong unleashed a barrage of icy spikes towards the figure in black robes. The black-robed figure, swift as the wind, brandished a red longsword, shattering the icy projectiles effortlessly. Then, in a flash, he appeared beside Hebadong, reaching out to grasp him. Undeterred, Hebadong retaliated fiercely, raising his foot to collide with him. The violent energy unleashed by their clash sent debris flying, causing explosions to erupt beneath them. The wreckage of a massive ship trembled under the force of their power, teetering on the brink of collapse, akin to a seismic event. Crack! Large wooden planks plummeted from above, crashing to the ground and sending up clouds of dust, eliciting cries of alarm. "This is bad. If this continues, the place will collapse. Are we to perish? What can we do if we escape? We are not strong enough to destroy this iron cage." The serpent men trapped beneath the wreckage fell into utter despair. At that moment, they beheld another black-robed serpent man, rummaging through the bodies in search of keys. "Ha ha! We are saved. We shall live." The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Meanwhile, the battle between the 2 figures in the sky raged on. The powerful serpent tail lashed out like a whip, striking fiercely toward Hebadong's face. He quickly crossed his arms to summon an icy shield for protection. Harnessing that immense force, he soared downward toward the wreckage below. Behind him, the figure cloaked in black swiftly drew forth a bow, its fiery red hue reminiscent of flames. In an instant, he released his grip, unleashing a barrage of arrows aimed towards Hebadong. Sensing the terrifying presence behind him, Hebadong abruptly halted, spinning around just in time to conjure a spear of ice. As he wielded the spear, a flurry of icy projectiles erupted forth, deflecting the countless arrows while a multitude of icy shards surged towards the dark figure. With a sudden flourish of his right hand, the cloaked man summoned a crimson sword, shattering the icy onslaught. He moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Hebadong. The weapons of both adversaries clashed, resonating with a sharp symphony that caused the remnants of the colossal ship beneath them to collapse in disarray. Suspended in midair, the 2 figures faced each other. Hebadong's frosty wings glimmered in the sunlight as he gripped his icy spear tightly, his voice echoing with cold defiance. "Serpent folk warrior, do you dare to oppose me?" The black-robed figure, adorned with striking red wings, responded in a deep, resonant voice. "I know you, the Ice Emperor Hebadong. You seek to annihilate my serpent folk, How could I ever spare you? Who are you truly? Hebadong inquired, his gaze fixed icily upon the dark figure. Chapter 22. The Ice Dragon Source. This is certainly not a gift from your junior sister. Who am I? You need not know. For your fate is destined to conclude here today. The words were exceedingly arrogant, yet beneath the black robe, Yifeng was already sweating profusely. Indeed, this pinnacle battle was no easy feat. Had it not been for his Medusa Queen experience card, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. Nevertheless, Yifeng remained confident, for he still had a full 2 minutes left on his experience card. Moreover, this card possessed the entirety of Medusa's power, allowing him to utilize his own combat techniques as well. Fate. Hai Buodong slowly retracted the icy spear in his hand, and an intense chill enveloped the surrounding space. As a colossal ice dragon suddenly took shape above him, I do not believe that my journey ends here today, and I have never felt so invigorated. Do you wish for a refreshing experience? Then I shall deliver a most exhilarating defeat upon you. Yifeng's fighting spirit erupted suddenly. The enormous crimson wings behind him quivered fiercely, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged towards Hai Buodong. From his hands, crimson-hued fighting spirit shot forth like a flurry of arrows, compelling Hai Buodong to retreat hastily. As he fell back, his right hand snapped rhythmically, and from the massive wreckage, numerous ice spikes emerged, thrusting towards Yifeng. However, none of this deterred Yifeng. He darted swiftly through the ice spikes, relentlessly pursuing Hai Buodong. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hai Buodong understood that if he did not unleash his true strength, he would indeed be thoroughly defeated today. With this thought, he waved his hands, and the surrounding air coalesced into 3 long spears, akin to those in his grasp, which rapidly lunged towards Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng recognized that Hai Buodong was finally ready to reveal his true power. The crimson glow in his hands intensified, and he employed the wind-sucking palm, drawing in the 4 icy spears. This caused Hai Buodong's brow to furrow in confusion. However, he seized the opportunity to rapidly gather the immense energy required for his combat techniques. At this moment, Hai Buodong resembled a powerful turbine, with the surrounding energy distorting around him. A lustrous icy halo formed on his right arm, while the massive icy wings behind him trembled, exuding an air of authority. Hai Buodong, do not presume that just because you are the Ice Emperor, I cannot vanquish you. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true ice attribute combat techniques entail. An ancient voice emanated from the lips of the cloaked Yifeng. In the next moment, something utterly astonishing occurred, shocking Hai Buodong to his core. For the right arm of the black-robed serpent man was similarly absorbing the surrounding icy energy. Moreover, the method of energy absorption mirrored his own, utilizing the right arm to draw in the ice attribute energy. How is this possible? Hai Buodong's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of utter incredulity. Although he had previously discovered the residual icy energy at the battlefield, he could scarcely fathom that the wielder of such frigid force would exhibit techniques indistinguishable from his own. Impossible. This cannot be. A look of panic flickered in Hebadong's eyes as his right arm abruptly surged upwards. Mysterious ice dragon ascend. With 2 commanding shouts, an overwhelming aura radiated throughout the expanse of the Tagore Desert, instilling fear in all. In a nearby gathering of humanity within the Tagore Desert, a figure clad in a black robe, a member of the serpent folk, confronted a corpulent man. A Do Huang-level warrior? The middle-aged man, oblivious to the potent aura of the Do Huang, sat grinning greedily in his chair, saying, "What say you? If you can procure 20 more serpent maidens, I might reconsider my position." The figure in the black robe nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall urge them to expedite their return. Rest assured, I will inform you immediately upon their discovery." The middle-aged man, his visage grotesquely quivering with anticipation, suddenly found his smile extinguished, for in the next moment, he was no more. The shadowy figure swiftly leapt from the window, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, as Yifeng and Hebadong locked eyes amidst their fierce battle, 2 colossal ice dragons manifested in the sky. The roar of the dragons echoed, causing the remnants of a vast sand vessel below to collapse with a thunderous crash. The scene was both spectacular and terrifying, as the serpent folk, recently rescued by the colorful butterflies, momentarily forgot their flight, gazing upwards in awe, their legs trembling in fear. Is it truly mysterious ice dragon ascend? Where did you acquire such power? Hebadong interrogated Yifeng with astonishment and fury. Beneath his mask, Yifeng's expression faltered slightly, for his experience card was ticking down. Nevertheless, a devilish smile crept across his lips as he coldly replied, "Once, a woman foretold that fate would govern her destiny, gifting me this before our parting that fateful night. No, it is impossible that it was bestowed upon you by my junior sister." With a furious roar, the icy wings of the dragon flapped violently as it charged towards Yifeng. Unyielding, Yifeng engaged in a fierce aerial duel with Hebadong's dragon. Moments later, the two dragons momentarily separated, with Habadong, pale and poised atop his dragon, murmuring with a chilling glare, "Cursed serpent folk, listen closely to the lament of fate." A cold laugh echoed as a small crystal vial suddenly appeared in Yifeng's hand, the very essence of the system's reward, a refreshing elixir. Yifeng realized that he had underestimated Haibuodong. Indeed, Haibuodong was a formidable presence capable of competing at the pinnacle of the tournament. His strength was truly terrifying. No wonder he was revered as the Ice Emperor, although Yifeng possessed the full power of the Medusa Queen. Defeating him within 3 minutes proved to be quite a challenge. Of course, this reluctance to employ the was also a factor. After all, he was the sole individual among the serpent people with fire attribute Douqi, and using it would inevitably reveal his identity. With less than 40 seconds remaining on the Medusa experience card, any further delay would lead to dire consequences. He had no choice but to take one last gamble. According to the system's description, the refreshing pill bore no rank and had boundless applications. Faced with the invigorating presence of Haibuodong, consuming this pill might indeed yield remarkable effects. Just as Yifeng was about to produce the small vial, he noticed a sudden change in Haibuodong's expression, who exclaimed in astonishment, "How do you possess the refreshing pill?" Hearing this, Yifeng was even more convinced of his suspicions. Seizing the moment while Haibuodong was momentarily stunned, he swiftly swallowed the pill. Ding! Congratulations, Master, on consuming the refreshing pill. You will enter an exhilarated state for the next 30 seconds. Junior sister, huffed. Haibuodong, feeling the surge of energy from the cloaked figure, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Goodness, it seems I have uncovered a little secret. Chapter 23. A refreshing 30 seconds. The reward from the colorful butterfly. Yifeng sensed the powerful cold attribute fighting spirit surging within him, his eyes suddenly gleaming with brilliance. It seemed that Haibuodong and his junior sister were quite the playful duo. With a resounding dragon roar, the giant ice dragon beneath Yifeng surged forward towards Haibuodong. A crimson smirk curled at the corner of Haibuodong's mouth, his gaze ablaze with fury as he charged at Yifeng with furious wings. In the skies above, two colossal ice dragons soared and danced, only to collide violently. The outcome of this clash was immediately evident. The ice dragon under Yifeng's command shattered Haibuodong's dragon in an instant, transforming it into a cascade of sparkling ice crystals. The figure of the cloaked man suddenly loomed large in Haibuodong's vision, as a pair of crimson wings unfurled, and his right hand precisely grasped Haibuodong by the throat. Got you, Ice Emperor Haibuodong. A chilling voice accompanied the shattered ice dragon, which plummeted like a fallen star towards the sandy ground below. Is that so? Then will you ignore them? The half-destroyed ice dragon, now shimmering with a sharp cold light, descended towards the serpentine onlookers below. Yifeng furrowed his brow, then released Haibuodong, his eyes flashing with cold light as he dove swiftly downward. Meanwhile, the giant ice dragon behind Yifeng collided directly with Haibuodong's body, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood in midair, propelling him away rapidly under the impact of the ice dragon. With a flick of his black serpent tail, Yifeng shattered the descending ice dragon, sweeping his right arm to send all the ice crystals cascading onto the ruins of the wooden pile below. Crack, crack! In an instant, the ruins were enveloped in a layer of ice, transforming into a magnificent ice sculpture. As Yifeng descended to the ground, he furrowed his brow sharply, then grasped the hand of the colorful butterfly and soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the very next moment after their disappearance, a shadow flickered across the sky, clad in a black robe. He surveyed the two directions, speaking coldly. Two sources of cold fighting spirit. One belongs to the Ice Emperor Haibuodong, but who is the other? Ah, that formidable fighting spirit has vanished. The cloaked figure's dark brows knitted in surprise. With a powerful flap of his crimson wings, he took off swiftly, pursuing the soul lingering aura of the Do Huang. The vanished Do Huang aura naturally belonged to Yifeng, as his experience card had now expired. The peak competition had concluded, and he had successfully rescued several members of the serpentine race, leaving him feeling gratified. However, it was imperative that he flee with the butterfly, for he had distinctly sensed a formidable presence emerging. It could only belong to one individual within the Tagore Desert, Queen Medusa. With the arrival of Queen Medusa, as a Do Huang powerhouse, Yifeng had to make haste, planning to allow the two sisters to meet another day. The invigorating elixir was evidently not intended for human consumption. After indulging, there was indeed a brief 30 seconds of exhilaration, accompanied by a remarkable surge in strength. However, once the effects waned, a sense of weakness enveloped him. Beads of sweat dampened Yifeng's forehead and body as he inwardly cursed Haibuodong and her apprentice for concocting such a useless potion. Was that fleeting 30 seconds of euphoria truly worth the aftermath? As Yifeng soared through the air, employing the flying combat technique, Thunderbat Wings, He had consumed a third-grade elixir, Windwalking Pill, and was now cradling Kai Dai, propelling himself at maximum speed toward the horizon. Upon spotting a rocky cliff, he grinned and swiftly descended. Once they landed safely, Yifeng could no longer maintain his composure. His head tilted, and he collapsed weakly onto Kai Dai. "Young Master Yifeng, what ails you?" Kai Dai exclaimed, cradling him and hastily removing his mask. Once the mask was off, Kai Dai was taken aback by Yifeng's pallid complexion, devoid of color, with parched lips betraying his distress. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she bit her delicate red lip, 2 streams of warm tears escaping her control. "Young Master Yifeng, I shall take care of you." When Yifeng opened his blurred eyes, he discovered a small fire pit beside him. Kai Dai was nearby, holding skewers of meat, her laughter ringing out as she exclaimed, "Tada! This is a reward for young Master Yifeng for bringing me to witness a thrilling match, a wild lunch." Yifeng smiled faintly, sitting up to accept the skewer she offered. As it was still daylight and a sandstorm swirled around them, Kai Dai's roasted skewers would not attract any unwanted attention. This is surprisingly delicious," Yifeng praised, savoring the treat. "Hee, of course, it cannot compare to what young Master Yifeng prepares." Kai Dai giggled. "If you treat me to roasted meat, I can only reciprocate with skewers." Hearing Yifeng's compliments, Kai Dai danced joyfully, her delicate figure swaying. Observing the surroundings, Yifeng realized that these items were scavenged from the fallen mercenaries. Kai Dai shyly produced a ring from her waist, her cheeks flushed, and with a radiant smile. She presented it to Yifeng. "Tada! Young Master Yifeng, this is a storage ring I took from a merchant. I do not know what lies within, but it is a reward for you." "Another reward?" Yifeng's gaze fell upon her dainty hand, and his heart stirred. Such a devoted woman was truly endearing. He accepted the ring, his eyes lingering on the skewer she held. "You cook remarkably well. I am still hungry." Here, this one is perfectly roasted." Kai Dai's narrow eyes curved into crescent moons as she beamed sweetly, gazing at the enchanting figure preparing skewers for him. Yifeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. After sipping some water, he turned his attention to the storage ring in his hand. Water sources were scarce. He hoped this ring would contain a reserve. Once he cleared his consciousness from the ring, Yifeng began to extract its contents. Before them lay not only a dozen water pouches, but also a mysterious black card with an unknown balance, alongside several thousand gold coins. "Wow, such an abundance of gold. They must be incredibly wealthy," exclaimed Kai Dai, her eyes gleaming with delight at the sight of the coins. In contrast, Yifeng's gaze lingered upon other objects. Beside the pile of gold, he noticed several small jade vials, which were clearly filled with inferior elixirs of little value. Adjacent to these potions were some ordinary medicinal herbs. For Yifeng, these herbs were perfectly suited for experimenting with his basic alchemy skills and could also be utilized to concoct some essential elixirs. However, just as he contemplated this endeavor, something else captured his attention. Next to the herbs lay a remarkably ancient scroll, which appeared to be a relic from a bygone era. Yifeng quickly grasped it in his hands and unfurled the scroll, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chapter 24 Mr. Yifeng, you are remarkably swift. As Yifeng's gaze lingered upon the map he had unfurled, his eyes involuntarily narrowed. This was a piece of parchment, the material of which was unknown, slightly yellowed, adorned with seemingly random patterns. His delicate fingers glided slowly across the intricate lines, yet ultimately extended beyond the parchment's edge without revealing any discernible detail. Mr. Yifeng, what on earth is this?" The curious Kai Dai, leaning beside him, inquired. Yifeng studied the enigmatic symbols that resembled ghostly inscriptions and replied with a gentle smile. "This is a fragmentary map." "A map? And a fragment at that?" Upon hearing this, Kai Dai's interest waned, and she diverted her attention to other jars and bottles. Meanwhile, Yifeng continued to scrutinize the vague image in the corner of the incomplete map, which bore a resemblance to a half-formed lotus flower. This residual lotus, perhaps due to the passage of time, appeared slightly yellowed and indistinct, though its general outline was discernible. The half-lotus manifested in a dark hue, with a thin layer of black flames clinging to its surface, imparting an alluringly sinister aura. Third on the pure lotus demon fire. To his astonishment, this was the very fragmentary map that would later come into the possession of Haibuodong. It seemed that had he and Kai Dai not fortuitously visited the ruins of the colossal ship, this map would have fallen into the hands of someone who could not appreciate its value. This unexpected boon filled Yifeng with delight. However, beyond the material gain, he was more intrigued about whether Kai Dai had brought him even greater surprises during his unconsciousness. With this thought in mind, Yifeng reached out to the system for verification. Ding! Due to the master's weakness and subsequent fainting, Kai Dai provided him with water, earning a sign-in reward, a 4th-tier wind attribute magic core. Ding! Due to the master's weakness and subsequent fainting, Kai Dai helped wipe the master's sweat. earning a sign-in reward, a second-grade alchemical tome. Yi Feng. Does this signify the legendary stroke of fortune? It appears much has transpired during my unconscious state. With tender eyes, Yi Feng gazed at Kai Dai, who was curiously toying with the jars and bottles. With such a companion, what more could one desire? Casting a glance at the medicinal materials extracted from his spatial ring, Yi Feng could not resist retrieving the alchemical cauldron he had acquired previously. The cauldron that appeared before him was named Ziyuan. It bore a deep purple, almost black hue, mirroring the colors of his 3,000 flames and the serpent's tail. For Yi Feng, it was as if this was tailor-made for him. As an alchemist, the cauldron also held a place of fascination in the rankings of the Douqi Continent. This ranking, known as the Heavenly Cauldron List, placed the Ziyuan cauldron in the 3rd position. Given that it was associated with the 3rd-ranked pure lotus demon fire, one could only imagine the terrifying power of this cauldron. Yet, as Yi Feng's equipment, he could command it entirely. However, Yi Feng currently possesses only a 1st-grade alchemy skill. If he were to concoct a 1st-grade elixir using the Ziyuan cauldron, he would undoubtedly be the most extravagant individual on the Douqi Continent. Upon witnessing Yi Feng extract an alchemical furnace, Kai Dai was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she inquired, "Young Master Yi Feng, are you perhaps an alchemist?" "One could say so," Yi Feng replied with a gentle smile, before proceeding to place several herbs into the Ziyuan cauldron. In the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. A cluster of violet-black flames ignited in Yi Feng's palm and shot towards the purple cauldron. 1, 2, 3. With a resounding explosion accompanied by a plume of smoke reminiscent of residue, a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating the senses. "Is this an elixir? Young Master Yi Feng, you are remarkably swift," Kai Dai exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she watched Yi Feng extract several elixirs from the cauldron and deposit them into a small jade vial. Upon hearing Kai Dai's praise, Yi Feng felt somewhat disheartened about his alchemical skills, wishing he had more time to refine his craft. Thus, under the tender gaze of Kai Dai, he counted once more. 1, 2, 3. Moments later, due to the scarcity of materials, Yi Feng had only managed to produce 3 types of 1st-grade elixirs: the Ninghua pill, the Huichun powder, and the Shili pill. The Ninghua pill enhances the absorption of fire energy. The Huichun powder aids in healing and restoring mental vigor, while the Shili pill strengthens physical power to a degree. After experiencing the alchemical process, Yi Feng realized that this skill did not consume any of his Douqi. It was akin to boiling instant noodles. As long as there was a flame, he could simply wait for it to be ready. Once he had stored the elixirs, Yi Feng turned to Kai Dai, who was resting her chin on her hands and gazing at him intently, and curiously asked, "Is there something on my face?" In response, Kai Dai shyly shook her head. "No, young Master Yi Feng, your face is perfectly fine. You are so impressive. Not only are you quick, but you have also produced so many vials." It's nothing special," Yi Feng replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at her compliments. Glancing at the darkening sky, Yi Feng softly remarked, "It seems we shall have to spend the night here." Indeed, Kai Dai, seated on the ground, twisted her body slightly. Her hands nervously intertwined as she whispered, "Young Master Yi Feng, you must know that I am being hunted by both humans and my kin. Why do you go to such lengths to save me?" Yi Feng reached out, gently stroking Kai Dai's head, and replied tenderly, "Because you are the free-spirited Kai Dai. You currently lack the powerful wings needed to soar, yet I possess the ability to help you fly." The meaning behind Yi Feng's words was lost on Kai Dai, who had yet to regain her memories and strength. On the day she finally possessed her wings, Yi Feng would no longer be able to carry her in this manner across the desert. Upon hearing this, the charming face of Kai Dai instantly flushed with a rosy hue, resembling a peach ready to burst with juice. She gently bit her crimson lips, feeling an inner delight. At that moment, emboldened by an unknown courage, Kai Dai slowly lifted her head, her enchanting eyes locking with those starry depths of Yi Feng's gaze. With a slight parting of her lips, she asked, "Young Master Yi Feng, may Kai Dai remain by your side forever? You could indeed be considered my master." Cough, cough. Yi Feng vigorously patted his chest, nearly choked by Kai Dai's words, as the melancholic atmosphere he had just conjured dissipated into the ether. "Young Master Yi Feng, are you all right? Please, have some water." Kai Dai hurriedly offered him an open water pouch. Receiving the pouch, Yi Feng quickly waved his left hand in refusal, stating, "Kai Dai, such words must never be uttered again. How could our relationship be so?" Pouting her red lips and puffing her cheeks, Kai Dai whispered softly, "Is that not possible? Then, may Kai Dai be considered a friend of young Master Yi Feng?" At that moment, Yi Feng, who was drinking water to calm his nerves, could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Chapter 25. Ascension to the Great Dome Master, Tenderness of the Desert. After a series of astonishingly bold declarations from Kai Dai, Yifeng reluctantly assumed the role of a teacher, diligently imparting fundamental knowledge and common sense of the serpent clan to her. Once Kai Dai was lulled into slumber, Yifeng entered a meditative state to examine his attribute panel. Sign-in System Master. Yifeng. Race. Serpent Clan. Douqi Cultivation. 7-star Dome Master. Secret Art. Devouring Spirit Technique. Divine Level. Exotic Fire. 3000 Flames. Weapon. Flowing Blade of Fire, capable of inlaying magic core. Physique. 3000 Stellar Body. Immortal Body. Alchemical Cauldron. Purple Abyss. Alchemy Skill. First Rank. Do Techniques. Sandstorm. Profound Ice Dragon Soaring. Thunderbat Wings. Flames Rejecting 3000. Wind-Sucking Fire Palm. Wandering Serpent Form. Serpent Shadow Blade. Items. Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. 3 Patterned Azure Spirit Pill. Alchemy Classic. Second Rank. 4th Order Wind Attribute Magic Core. Yifeng discovered that during his period of unconsciousness, his Douqi cultivation had once again surged by 1 star, now reaching the strength of a 7-star Dome Master. However, he felt no exhilaration regarding this progress, for such cultivation was still dreadfully slow. Presently, there were only 2 methods to swiftly enhance his prowess. One was to consume the 3 Patterned Azure Spirit Pill, and the other was to voluntarily surrender to the Medusa Temple. Even without surrendering, Queen Medusa would inevitably seek him out, as they had mutually agreed to meet once she was prepared. The precise timing of that encounter remained a mystery to Yifeng. Yet he understood that such a day would eventually arrive. It was merely a question of time. He could scarcely fathom the state in which Her Majesty would find him when she saw her sister in his presence. However, the notion of returning to surrender meant he would undoubtedly face numerous dangers along the way. It must be noted that he had no shortage of enemies. Whether from the underworld or the formidable Do Kings of Mo-Ba-Si, they were likely eager to eliminate him. With this thought, Yifeng did not hesitate to swallow the 3 Patterned Azure Spirit Pill. A hint of sweetness lingered on his tongue. The next moment, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt an extraordinary surge of Douqi swirling chaotically within him, accompanied by a strange sensation of pain, rapidly escalating. 8-star Dome Master. 9-star Dome Master. Indeed, even Yifeng was taken aback by the overwhelming energy of Douqi escalating within him. The effects of this 3 Patterned Azure Spirit Pill were astonishingly formidable. Furthermore, he sensed 3 distinct and peculiar sensations coursing through his meridians. The first was his 3000 flames. The second a chilling essence he recognized as Bone Spirit Cold Fire. And the final searing sensation was that of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire. It became clear that this 3 Patterned Azure Spirit Pill was not an ordinary high-grade item, but rather a supreme treasure imbued with the essence of 3 exotic fires. As he felt the torrent of energy surging within him, coupled with the strange and excruciating sensations radiating through his meridians, Yifeng could not help but grit his teeth in pain. How careless of me to have overlooked the rank of this 3 Patterned Azure Spirit Pill before consuming it. Yifeng couldn't help but praise the quality of this medicinal elixir rewarded by the system. It was truly remarkable. However, this could lead to dire consequences. As the battle energy coursed through him, 3 intertwining forces, 1 cold and 2 hot, entwined like the tail of a serpent, harmoniously fusing together. The sensations of chill and heat rapidly circulated within his body, tormenting Yifeng to the point where his face flushed crimson, and frost crystals began to form on his forehead. His handsome visage twisted in discomfort as hissing coldness escaped between his clenched teeth. Were it not for Yifeng's possession of the 3000 stars body, which swiftly repaired his meridians, his channels would likely have burst from the strain of these 3 exotic flames, let alone enhancing his battle energy cultivation. Kai Dai, sensing the turmoil, opened her enchanting eyes, gazing at Yifeng, who was so close, radiating both icy and fiery temperatures. She then glanced at her own colorful, exotic serpent tail, her delicate face blushing with a tender hue. As time passed, the myriad tiny energies within Yifeng surged with a forceful momentum, ferociously rushing through his previously constrained meridians like a roaring river. Within the frenzied vortex of battle energy, the liquid energy began to dwindle, and a thumb-sized azure diamond crystal gradually took shape, the very proof of becoming a grand battle master. The battle crystal. A grand battle master. Yifeng's eyes flew open, shimmering with a star-like purple-black glow, his face alight with ecstasy. He had never anticipated that, as a 7-star battle master, consuming the 3 Patterned Azure Spirit Pill would catapult him directly into the ranks of a grand battle master. This was an astonishing and unforeseen delight. Only a few days prior, he had merely been a lowly 4-star battle fighter. Young Master Yifeng, congratulations on your promotion. A melodious voice chimed softly in his ear. Turning to look, Yifeng found Kai Dai's silky locks cascading against her exquisite cheek, creating an alluring sight. Her slender, enchanting eyes seemed different from before, stirring his curiosity. Kai Dai, what has happened to you? Oh, it's nothing, young Master Yifeng. Look, the sky is brightening. Shall we watch the sunrise together? Kai Dai extended her lovely arm, pointing towards the glowing horizon, smiling sweetly. Absolutely. It has been ages since I last witnessed a sunrise. Yifeng turned to behold the breathtaking scenery before him. In the early morning of the vast desert, the merciless sandstorms had ceased, and in the distant dunes, the sun quietly emerged, unnoticed by most. The beautiful maiden nestled against his shoulder, both savoring the beauty and warmth of the dawn together. Both individuals reveled in the serene and comforting warmth of the moment, with neither wishing to disrupt the tranquility. The beautiful eyes of Kai Dai shimmered with tenderness as she gently raised her gaze and murmured, "Young Master Yifeng, Kai Dai wishes to witness the sunrise from the heavens." Very well. Yifeng readily acquiesced to Kai Dai's modest request, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Suddenly, magnificent wings unfurled from his back. With a resounding rush of wind, their figures soared towards the sky. In the gentle rays of the morning sun, the duo glided gracefully over the vast expanse of the desert. Should anyone have the fortune to behold this enchanting scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe, "How breathtaking! Truly magnificent!" Yet, lurking in the distant sands, a group of cloaked serpents gazed up at the sky, their eyes fixated on the airborne figures. At last, Yifeng, I have finally found you. Chapter 26. The colorful butterfly experiences rebirth amidst the sandstorm. This Yifeng, aside from possessing advanced martial arts of the mysterious tier, astonishingly wields the rare ability of flight. The leader of the black-robed figures spoke in a deep voice. "Mo Lands, is this how you report your intelligence?" "Commander, during my previous encounter with Yifeng, he did not utilize this flying technique," replied the black-robed man at the rear, filled with confusion. This individual was none other than Mo Lands, who had previously attempted to ambush Yifeng in the oasis but had returned in failure. Mo Lands was puzzled. If Yifeng possessed the ability to fly, why did he engage them in battle instead of simply taking to the skies? They could not fly. So wouldn't it have been more advantageous for him to escape effortlessly? Was he so confident in his ability to eliminate them all? Gazing at Yifeng's affectionate silhouette against the sky, Missouri Lands respectfully suggested, "Commander, Yifeng is currently preoccupied with that traitor. We should wait until his energy is depleted, then strike decisively to eliminate him." Impudent Mo Lands. When have you, a mere great fighter, had the authority to dictate my actions? The leader of the black-robed figures waved his sleeve, an oppressive force immediately causing Mo Lands to kneel upon the ground with a dull thud. "Commander, Yifeng is quite enigmatic, with hidden cards emerging one after another. We ought to exercise caution." Mo Lands, kneeling on the sand with his hands pressed against the ground, gritted his teeth. The leader, with his hands clasped behind his back, released the pressure that had weighed down on Mo Lands. "You do raise valid points. In that case, you shall be the one to test the waters." What? You wish for me to go?" The leader's low voice resonated. "Of course. I shall go once he descends." Mo Lands responded, his face beneath the mask contorted with bitterness. The leader slowly shook his head and turned to Mo Lands, uttering in a grave tone, "No, I mean for you to go now." What? You wish for me not to go? I shall go. I shall go." Faced with the commander's intimidation, Mo Lands had no choice but to steel himself and lead his men away. Meanwhile, Yifeng soared through the sky with the colorful butterfly, relishing the rare morning beauty amidst the vast desert, a comfort both physical and mental. Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes narrowed, his body suspended in the air as he looked down at the colorful butterfly in his arms, expressing his exasperation. Some swine simply relish rooting through cabbages, while certain toads aspire to devour swans. Alas! Upon hearing this, the colorful butterfly glanced at the individuals below and could not help but cover her delicate red lips, laughing. "Young Master Yifeng, are you the cabbage or the swan?" Shaking his head, Yifeng replied gently with a smile, "I am certainly neither." "You are? Then young Master Yifeng, you must be the former, then?" The colorful butterfly's eyes sparkled as her charming face flushed, instinctively retorting. Yifeng was suddenly taken aback, just as he was about to utter a word. A familiar cold shout echoed from below. "You, Yifeng, have proven to be quite elusive. Who would have thought you would become so intimately entangled with a traitor? This time, your demise is assured." Hearing this familiar voice, Yifeng cast a disdainful smile downward. "I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be the vanquished." Captain Mullins, dressed in a tightly cloaked black robe, Mullins was momentarily stunned. "What? Is Captain Mullins here to fetch water, or perhaps sand?" Yifeng's words dripped with scorn, causing Mullins' expression to shift dramatically. Yifeng had pierced through the veils of deception, and now Mullins found himself in dire straits. Should he fail to eliminate Yifeng, His own commander would undoubtedly extinguish him. Attack! Bring him down. Mullins commanded without a moment's hesitation. At his behest, a dozen figures clad in black robes, alongside Mullins, swiftly drew forth formidable bows, channeling their battle energy into sharp arrows that soared into the sky. 10 battle masters and 2 peak grand battle masters. They truly regard me highly. Yi Feng mused, his expression turning grave. With a powerful flap of his thunderbat wings, a resounding thunderclap echoed, illuminating the sky with a brilliant silver streak. Yi Feng navigated deftly amidst the onslaught of arrows, accompanied by the graceful butterfly, evading each projectile with remarkable speed. However, the exertion of using his flight technique with the butterfly had drained a considerable amount of his battle energy. He needed to resolve the conflict swiftly. Even if they attempted to flee, the relentless pursuit would not allow for a significant distance between them. It would be far better to eliminate them all. Are you afraid? Butterfly? Yi Feng's voice reached her ears. The butterfly shook her head, her smile radiant. I am not afraid, for I am delighted to be sheltered in young master Yi Feng's embrace. She had never felt so rejuvenated. It was as though she had been reborn. The free butterfly had finally found her rightful place, and should she perish in young master Yi Feng's arms, she would do so willingly. Yi Feng smiled faintly, dismissing further thoughts. With a sudden powerful flap of his colossal wings, he altered his descent, hurtling downwards at an alarming speed. Amongst the rain of arrows ascending skyward, Yi Feng employed the speed of his thunderbat wings, evading each strike with utmost effort. He is coming down. Shoot him down. Kill him. Fire, fire, fire. Mullins shouted, his voice booming as he watched Yi Feng plummet. Though Yi Feng moved with incredible swiftness, the density of the arrows was overwhelming, and both he and the butterfly remained large targets. Despite his rapid descent, he could not evade the onslaught entirely. To protect the butterfly, Yi Feng had no choice but to absorb the impact himself. With a sharp intake of breath, Yi Feng winced in pain as several arrows pierced him. The butterfly's elongated eyes flashed with a fierce glint as she gazed downward, her heart igniting with a fierce determination. However, this scene went unnoticed. As everyone's gaze was fixed upon their adversaries, Yi Feng's eyes were locked on the crowd below, where a small whirlwind had formed in the palm of his left hand. This whirlwind roared with intensity, for the energy it contained was utterly terrifying, encompassing 3 distinct attributes. Allow me to demonstrate the dreadfulness of Earth-level combat skills. Sandstorm. As Yi Feng appeared above a dozen individuals, accompanied by a chilling shout, the whirlwind in his hand was hurled forth. Boom. The moment that whirlwind made contact with the sandy ground, it erupted into a massive flaming sand vortex that soared skyward. The 3 formidable attributes of energy stirred the winds and clouds above, casting a shroud of gloom, while the surrounding space experienced a slight distortion. By the heavens, Mo Lands and the other cloaked figures gazed in astonishment at the colossal flaming whirlwind before them, their mouths agape in disbelief. Before they could flee, they felt their bodies being lifted skyward by an irresistible force, as the wind and sand tore at their skin and the searing flames scorched them. Releasing a scent of singed flesh, anguished screams erupted from the crowd. Ah, Commander, please save us. Humph, a pack of useless fools, incapable of dealing with a mere boy. A deep voice suddenly resonated from the heavens above. Chapter 27. Those who harm young Master Yi Feng shall perish. The aura emanating from the figure clad in black robes was immensely formidable. With a mere wave of his hands, he rescued Mo Lands and another peak Dome Master Serpent from peril. As for the 10 Dome Masters, there was no need for their rescue. The instant they were engulfed by Yi Feng's sandstorm, their flesh had been charred and subsequently torn apart. Even if saved, they could not survive. However, Mo Lands and the other peak Dome Master Serpent, thanks to the defense of their Douqi armor, had not sustained any fatal injuries. Yet now, as they lay on the ground, their bodies were entirely blackened, emanating a scent reminiscent of the roasted magical beast meat that Yi Feng prepared, which piqued Kai Dai's senses. Sighing, Yi Feng gently descended to the ground while holding Kai Dai in his arms, tilting his head to gaze at the shadow above. The figure, whose serpent tail was also cloaked in darkness, possessed an immense pair of wings. Unlike Yi Feng's thunderbat wings, these were the true wings of a Do Wong powerhouse. There were only a few Do Wong strongholds among the Serpent clan, and this individual, as Mo Lands had sought help from, was undoubtedly one of their leaders. Observing his actions, Yi Feng speculated that this might be his rival, the leader Mo Bas, who sought to sell bathing water from Yume. Grasping Kai Dai's delicate hand, Yi Feng spoke softly, Kai Dai, when I engage him in battle, you must leave first. I will find you shortly thereafter. In response, Kai Dai shook her head, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. No, young Master Yi Feng. You are the sanctuary of my rebirth. I will remain by your side, regardless of life or death. Yi Feng felt a surge of emotion within. Even in such dire circumstances, he had a beautiful companion by his side, rendering his journey here worthwhile. Leave. None shall escape today. Yi Feng, you conspire with traitors. Today, I shall eradicate you two betrayers for the clan. The shadow above bellowed fiercely, his wings fluttering slightly as he dove swiftly downward. Run. Don't look back. I will certainly seek you out. With a surge of Douqi, Yi Feng forcefully propelled Kai Dai away, unfurling his thunderbat wings to confront the figure in the sky. Kai Dai's eyes shimmered with tears. She chose not to heed Yi Feng's command to depart, instead gazing upward toward the heavens. Yi Feng unleashed his flying Dou technique, his flame-wreathed longsword enveloped in violet-black flames, engaging in battle with the Dou Wang leader. The flowing blade, ablaze with 3,000 blazing flames, intensified in ferocity under the scorching heat of the Tagore Desert. As a great Dou master, Yi Feng now unleashed his full strength. Due to his 3,000-star body, the wounds inflicted by arrows had completely healed at this moment. With each swing of his longsword, terrifying fiery rays erupted, and the violet-black flame armor that adorned him exuded an eerie aura, causing the opposing Dou Wang powerhouse to grow increasingly solemn. What manner of flame is this boy's violet-black fire? How can it possess such scorching heat? Beast fire? Or perhaps otherworldly fire? It cannot possibly be the latter. A mere child like him could never absorb such flames. And what of his strength? When did he ascend to the rank of a grand fighter? Just a few days have passed since he was in the temple. And now he claims the title of grand fighter? This boy is far too enigmatic. If he is not eliminated now, he will undoubtedly become a future threat. The figure cloaked in black gazed intently at the searing violet-black flames, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With a sudden flourish of his gloved hands, two great blades materialized, and his voice cut through the air with icy authority. You little brat, I didn't expect you to possess such strength. Unfortunately for you, you have crossed me. It is time to die. A blue figure streaked across the sky, swiftly reaching Yi Feng's side, where two glinting blades descended menacingly towards his head. Flame refusal, 3,000. Gripping the flowing blade like fire, Yi Feng hastily parried the incoming strikes, unleashing his combat skill. Boom! A surge of intense flames erupted from his long blade, surging towards the black-robed fighter opposite him. The flowing blade had been embedded with a 4th-tier wind attribute magic core, thus the wind fueled the fire, releasing an energy several times stronger than before. Yet, to the black-robed man, this was of little consequence, for he was a peak Dou Wang powerhouse. A torrent of Dou Qi surged forth, abruptly halting the advancing flames. As he exerted his strength, pressing down upon Yi Feng. How could Yi Feng, merely a 1-star grand fighter, withstand the full might of a top-tier Dou Wang? Curse it! The flowing blade could no longer be held. It was thrust against Yi Feng's body, and he was suddenly propelled downward by the overwhelming force. Blood mist erupted in the air as the sharp blades carved 2 gory wounds into Yi Feng's chest. Boom! The tremendous force slammed Yi Feng's body into the sandy ground, sending clouds of dust soaring. Coughing up blood, he could no longer contain himself. Yi Feng! A worried voice reached his ears. Turning to see the gentle figure rushing toward him, Yi Feng forced a smile through the pain. You foolish girl. Why are you still here? Hurry and run. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have no colorful butterfly wings to fly alongside. Before he could finish, his consciousness began to fade, and as he closed his eyes, he succumbed into darkness. The delicate figure reached his side, cradling him gently in her arms. Yi Feng, you call the colorful butterfly a foolish girl. Are you not equally foolish? Her elongated eyes were fixed upon the unconscious Yi Feng and his blood-soaked body, tears streaming down her cheeks in a moment of overwhelming sorrow. Haha, you wretched boy. No matter how monstrous your talents, you shall never be my equal. The black-robed figure above laughed maniacally, his serpent-like tail flicking violently. A violent shockwave erupted from the air, as a figure wielding dual blades charged downwards towards Yi Feng and Kai Dai. Traitors of the clan, cursed wretches, you shall all perish. The twin blades glimmered with a chilling malevolence, slicing fiercely towards Kai Dai, who cradled Yi Feng in her embrace. Should the blades strike true, Kai Dai would surely meet her demise. Yet, she remained oblivious to the impending danger. Kai Dai gazed into Yi Feng's eyes, her expression radiating a captivating tenderness unlike before. Her crimson lips parting gently. Young Master Yi Feng, you have tirelessly shielded me. Now it is my turn to protect you. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Kai Dai's delicate form. A vibrant crimson hue engulfed the entire desert expanse visible to the eye, causing the very fabric of the space to tremble under the weight of such formidable power. Her lips, akin to blazing flames, curled into a bewitching smile. Young Master Yi Feng, I shall ensure that all who have harmed you will meet their end. Chapter 28. The Wrathful Colorful Butterfly. The return of the old shadow. With a piercing shout, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the colorful butterfly. The surrounding sandy terrain was transformed into a small basin under the impact of this explosive force, not to mention the black-robed serpent man advancing with dual blades. As the black serpent man's blades grazed the colorful butterfly's flowing tresses, he believed victory was within his grasp. However, at that moment, the formidable energy erupted violently, sending him sprawling away. The black-robed figure had no time to react before being flung through the air. The powerful body of the Douqi crashed heavily onto the distant sands, raising a cloud of dust, accompanied by a dull, pained groan. Kneeling upon the ground, the black-robed man plunged his dual blades into the earth, and as his hood fell away, it revealed a head of grayish-white hair. With a resounding crack, the mask he wore shattered, unveiling a visage that would shock anyone. This man was not the mobs that Yifeng had suspected, but rather the vengeful Inshur. Seeking retribution for the death of his kin, the aged face was contorted with rage, blood trickling from the corners of his tightly clenched mouth, forcing out words that filled him with dread. A Douqi powerhouse. Damn traitor, how could you still possess the strength of a Douqi? The elder's gnarled hand clutched a cane as he gazed towards the distant colorful butterfly, astonishment etched upon his features. Ignoring Inshur's inquiries, the colorful butterfly approached Mo lands and the great Douqi. Her beautiful eyes glinted with an unprecedented ferocity as a crimson Douqi sword materialized in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed the sword upon the unconscious duo, transforming them into Mo lands. Ah! Two soul-piercing screams erupted from the mouths of the once unconscious figures. They could distinctly feel the snake tails beneath them vanish. As their bodies were cleaved in two, they fell into unconsciousness once more, but this was merely the beginning. With the swift sound of the slicing wind, the sword pulverized their forms, leaving not even a scrap of clothing behind. Witnessing such brutality, Inshur turned pale, instinctively wanting to flee. Yet, just as he attempted to escape, he sensed several potent auras rapidly approaching. His deep-set eyes narrowed, and a realization dawned upon him. He swiftly retracted the dual blades from the ground, causing his black robe to vanish as well. His previously erect posture now slumped, resembling that of an elder in decline. Raising his ornate azure cane, he shouted furiously at the colorful butterfly. Damn traitor, you have slain Mo lands and Mogz of the Moshi tribe. How can my Inshur let you go unpunished? In the face of this shameless shadow realm, the radiant visage of Kai Dai remained utterly unchanged. With a sudden flick of her serpentine tail, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. At that moment, her alluring form erupted with an astonishing energy, as she grasped her long sword with a diagonal hold, charging fiercely toward the shadow realm. Fully aware that evasion was futile, Inshur could only muster his battle energy to coalesce into a defensive armor, employing combat skills to counter this vicious onslaught. Shwamu shield. Grasping his staff, a battle energy shield materialized abruptly before him. Yet, the instant this shield made contact with the radiant sword, it shattered into fragments. The scarlet sword struck fiercely against the staff, sending Inshur's body hurtling through the air. Blood gushed forth anew, painting a crimson mist against the backdrop of the sky. Inshur felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly attempted to turn and defend himself once more. But this time, the enchanting figure offered him no reprieve. Like a blood-red sword, it descended mercilessly upon his back. A piercing cry erupted as crimson blood sprayed from his wound, echoing tragically through the heavens. The gruesome injury invoked a sense of dread, as Inshur, pale and trembling, knelt upon the ground. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had gravely misjudged Kai Dai's fury in this moment. Damn it, why are they taking so long? The fierce glint in Kai Dai's eyes showed no sign of abatement as she transformed into a streak of red light, appearing before Inshur, her long sword descending without hesitation toward his head. Stop! Just then, several figures emerged around them, their brilliance manifesting as they intercepted the descending blood-colored blade. Hearing this voice, a hint of color returned to Inshur's pale face, and he collapsed onto the sandy ground in relief. These individuals had finally arrived. Are you all intending to confront me as well? A cold glint flashed in Kai Dai's eyes as she directed her fierce gaze toward the surrounding figures. These individuals were the leaders of the Serpentine race, drawn here for one reason alone, Yifeng. As the premier prodigy of the Serpentine clan, Yifeng's prolonged absence had stirred concern not only among others, but even the formidable Medusa queen herself. This prompted the queen to leave the royal city and seek out the mercenaries in the dunes, inquiring about Kai Dai and Yifeng, embroiled in tales of eliminating a certain rotund individual. Thus, the 8 leaders of the Serpentine clan found themselves embroiled in a frantic search across the desert for Yifeng. Meanwhile, Ainshur seized this opportunity to lead an assault on Yi Feng, scheming to frame the blame on Mo Basi. However, just as victory seemed imminent, this traitor of the Serpentine clan unexpectedly unleashed the power of a battle emperor. Sensing Kai Dai's formidable battle energy, the other leaders hastened toward her. Among the 3 leaders who arrived were Mo Basi, the one selling bathwater, the burly and stout Yen Ci with his braided hair, and a rotund figure known as the Flower Snake King. The leaders who arrived here were all exceptionally formidable. The Flower Snake King hastily assisted Ainshur, administering several healing pills. Ainshur, what on earth is happening? Why has this child, Yi Feng, fainted? And how can this traitor be so powerful? Yen Ci inquired, glancing at the unconscious Yi Feng. Ainshur, unperturbed, sighed weakly. Alas, when I arrived, I happened upon this traitor slaying your protector, Mo Basi. Just as she was about to kill Yi Feng, I intervened. Though I saved him, it was ultimately futile against her strength. What? That accursed traitor! Mo Basi seethed with rage, drawing forth his dual blades, while the 2 other leaders glared menacingly at Kai Dai. Ainshur held great prestige among the serpent people and was regarded as their strategist. In times of crisis, he would devise plans. Thus the others trusted his words and turned their animosity towards Kai Dai. Huh, Ainshur, you old wretch, I never imagined you to be so shameless. Akin to those old scoundrels. Since you all believe his words, let us confront her together. A flicker of disdain crossed Kai Dai's eyes as her cold voice reverberated across the sky. Suddenly, her formidable fighting spirit enveloped the others, and a massive crimson python began to spiral forth from her body. Chapter 29. The Resurgence of Queen Medusa and the Ruthless Yi Feng. A colossal python materialized amidst the commanding roar of the formidable Kai Dai. The hissing emanating from the immense red python, coupled with the terrifying aura that exuded an overwhelming pressure, caused the expressions of the 4 Do Wong powerhouses present to stiffen. The intensity of this presence was truly formidable. United, they resolved to prevent her from harming Yi Feng. The flame spike suddenly manifested in Yen Ci's grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, he lunged it towards Kai Dai's visage. Kai Dai's delicate features shifted dramatically. Her singular focus was to eliminate the threat posed by the Shadow Realm against Yi Feng, and she held no intention of harming her kin. Consequently, as Yen Ci's assault approached, Kai Dai swiftly retreated, while Mo Basi, who had been betrayed yet was still counting his gains, relentlessly pursued her. He swiftly darted from the side to strike at Kai Dai, who hastily defended herself. At that moment, the corpulent Flower Snake King also launched an attack. In response to their onslaught, Kai Dai either evaded or deflected their strikes, her lovely countenance revealing her distress as she implored, "Do not heed the words of the Shadow Realm. It is he who seeks to harm Master Yi Feng. I am here to save him. I wish not to engage with you. Do not force my hand." Curse the treacherous traitor for slandering the leader of the Shadow Realm. He has devised plans time and again to rescue our clan. How could he possibly turn against Yi Feng? Yen Ci's face twisted with fury, and he unleashed a torrent of Do Qi, driving the attack towards Kai Dai's waist. With a resigned shake of her head, Kai Dai's gaze caught sight of the malevolent grin of the Shadow Realm behind the others, igniting her wrath. If that is the case, do not blame me. The colossal red python let out an ancient roar, then surged towards the assailants with ferocity. The strength of the leaders was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Kai Dai's current prowess. Even the Ice Monarch, Hai Bo Dong, had effortlessly defeated 3 Do Wong in an instant, let alone Kai Dai, who possessed the might of a top-tier Do Huang. The giant python opened its cavernous maw and consumed the 3 Do Wong leaders whole, enveloping them in the suffocating pressure of Do Qi, causing them to spew forth torrents of blood. However, this titanic serpent did not halt after vanquishing its foes. Instead, it charged towards the Shadow Realm, which had somehow positioned itself before Yi Feng. The Shadow Realm exhibited no fear of the approaching behemoth. Rather, a sinister expression twisted his features as he gazed upon the unconscious Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you have gravely erred in slaying my grandson. Though you are a rare talent in our clan, I must take the life of this enemy. Prepare to meet your end." The tip of the Shadow Realm staff gleamed ominously as it viciously plunged towards Yi Feng. "No, young Master Yi Feng," Kai Dai cried out, her face ashen, as she soared towards him, her wings unfurling in desperation. Her eyes brimmed with despair. Even she was unable to reach Yi Feng in time, helplessly witnessing the sharp glimmer descending towards his head. At that very instant, a crimson light surged forth, striking the staff and sending it flying. In an instant, a crimson beam of light struck the chest of Ainshur, causing his body to collapse to the ground, his fate uncertain. The 3 Serpent Clan leaders clutched their chests, astonished by the unfolding scene, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the moment. Could it be that Ainshur truly intended to eliminate Yi Feng? Just moments ago, they had aided Ein in his cruelty, and now they found themselves gazing skyward in disbelief. Kai Dai, witnessing Yi Feng's rescue, exhaled a sigh of relief and hurried to his side, confirming that he was unharmed. Her gaze gradually shifted to the silhouette hovering above in the sky. A gentle breeze swept across the vast desert, enveloping the scene in silence, where an extraordinarily graceful figure floated above. This individual, adorned with a crown and clad in a resplendent red gown, exuded an alluring charm. Her voluptuous yet delicate form was nothing short of breathtaking. Her elongated eyes radiated authority while hinting at a touch of seduction, accentuated by her exquisite visage. Cascading tresses of silky hair tumbled freely over her shoulders, descending to her slender waist. Beneath her, the serpent tail shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating an alluring temptation. A magnificent pair of crimson wings unfurled from her back, suspended in midair, while the red longbow, forged from battle energy, gradually dissipated from her hands. "All hail Her Majesty the Queen," the leaders exclaimed, promptly kneeling in reverence. "Sister," Kai Dai called out to the figure above, her fair face illuminating with joy, but soon turning pale. Her delicate form weakened, and she fainted, collapsing towards the ground. At that very moment, Yi Feng, who had been lying unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sprang up with vigor, catching Kai Dai's soft body in his arms. In an instant, a blade of fiery energy manifested in his right hand. His eyes glinted with ferocity as the sharp edge plunged mercilessly into Yin Shi's heart, leaving only the hilt exposed. A testament to the user's ruthlessness and ferocity. The violet-black flames erupted, engulfing Yin Shi's heart, and blood splattered forth, pooling beneath him, a crimson stream seeping into the sand. The eerie fire consumed Yin Shi's body, releasing an overwhelming aroma of charred flesh. Blood soaked the ground, evaporating rapidly, leaving only a bloody imprint as evidence of a fallen combat king. The three leaders, still kneeling, sensed a formidable aura and swiftly turned their heads, only to be met with a sight that drew gasps of astonishment. This young man was unerringly decisive in his slaughter. How ruthless, how cunning. It became evident that he had been awake all along, biding his time. Had the queen not intervened, Yin Shi would surely have met his end alongside this young man. With narrowed eyes, Queen Medusa's countenance shifted, her delicate form swiftly descending towards the ground. The aloof queen, silent and regal, gracefully swayed her slender waist as she approached Yi Feng, her voice low and compelling. "Do you not realize that by persisting in this manner, I may be unable to save you? Your Majesty, I understand that if I do not act thus, I shall be even more incapable of saving myself," Yi Feng replied, bowing slightly, his tone respectful yet resolute. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall remain by my side, not straying even a step." The Medusa queen's crimson lips parted, her words laced with authority. With that, her delicate, fair arms slowly extended, reaching out to embrace Yi Feng tenderly. Yet, Yi Feng discerned that this was not an affectionate embrace, but rather an invitation for her to take the colorful butterfly from his grasp. At that moment, in Yi Feng's sight, the stunningly beautiful Medusa queen, her enchanting eyes suddenly sharpened as she gazed skyward. With a sudden rush of wind, a towering figure, matching the color of the heavens, abruptly appeared above her. "I shall have her." Chapter 30. The Ice Emperor reappears. The queen torments the Ice Emperor. High above in the sky, a figure of striking familiarity emerged. It was a middle-aged man adorned in a luxurious blue robe, somewhat creased, that spoke of nobility. His disheveled black hair framed his face, and a pair of magnificent wings shimmered in the sunlight, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In his right hand, he wielded a colossal spear emanating a frigid aura, pointed diagonally downward, exuding an overwhelming presence that, paradoxically, appeared somewhat disheveled and awkward. Upon this man's arrival, the reactions of others were overshadowed by Yi Feng's delight. With his presence, the previously sweltering atmosphere noticeably cooled. Descending from the heavens were visible ice crystals, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze from an air conditioner on a scorching summer day, a sensation of unparalleled comfort and indulgence. This purveyor of coolness was none other than the Ice Emperor, Hebadong, who had previously been wounded by Yi Feng, a formidable human Dohuan. Several leaders of the serpent folk gazed upward in astonishment, their elongated eyes fixated on the figure above, radiating an aura that repelled all who dared approach. With a voice as cold as ice, one proclaimed, "Ice Emperor Hebadong, I have yet to seek you out, and you return of your own volition. What business do you have with her? By decree of another, I am bound to a loyal task. She, I must take away." Hebadong replied, his tone resolute. "Is that so? Just you?" A tremendous force erupted from Queen Medusa, her crimson wings unfurling behind her. "Then let us see." A streak of red light traversed the sky, hurtling toward Hebadong. "Today, I shall witness the true prowess of the infamous Queen Medusa. Habadong's expression remained as frigid as ice, his demeanor unperturbed. He raised his hand, and countless ice spikes, glistening with a chilling radiance, surged forth around him. With a slight flick of his fingers, the myriad ice shards darted toward the advancing queen. The air crackled with sound as the icy projectiles cascaded down like a frigid rain. Queen Medusa spread her wings wide, her scarlet form darting through the sky with remarkable speed, evading each ice spike that threatened to mar her flawless, porcelain-like skin. In the blink of an eye, she materialized before Habadong, conjuring two crimson blades that intersected in a swift, lethal arc toward him. The spear, lifted and elegantly wielded, danced through the air, clashing with Medusa's dual blades. The sharp, resonant sounds of their duel echoed across the sky, akin to the clash of steel. The red and blue figures engaged in a flurry of strikes, a relentless exchange that transpired within mere moments. With each collision, a palpable surge of energy radiated downward, felt by the onlookers below. The three leaders of the serpent folk began to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing that this was a consequence of Habadong's own recklessness. Hastily, the three rushed to Yi Feng's side, collaboratively conjuring an energy barrier to shield him from the onslaught of energy raining down from the heavens. In response, Yi Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Kai Dai regaining her strength, his life might have truly been forfeit in this vast desert. With the realm of the underworld now extinguished, he was compelled to make amends with these leaders, particularly with Mo Ba. Although their relationship was fraught with emotional conflict, it had not escalated to the point of wishing each other's demise. Mo Ba was cognizant of being manipulated by the underworld, and standing before Yi Feng now provided him with an avenue for retreat, subtly indicating that he harbored no intent to harm. Thus, their relationship began to thaw, and the future would hinge on whether Yi Feng would commit any further transgressions. Cradling Kai Dai tightly in his embrace, Yi Feng turned his gaze towards the battle unfolding above. In the sky, Habadong and Queen Medusa wove through the air, their silhouettes intertwining and generating ferocious ripples of energy. Fragments of ice rained down, blanketing the ground, a testament to the terrifying might of a Dou emperor. The cold spear in his hand danced with fluidity, perfectly encapsulating the scene, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from its lair. As the spear's tip lunged forth, an ice dragon surged towards Queen Medusa, ready to rend her asunder. Without flinching, her exquisite visage remained unchanged as she twirled her dual blades, swiftly slicing at the ice dragon. In an instant, the ice dragon was obliterated by the crimson blade's impact. Without the slightest hesitation, Queen Medusa directed her blades toward Habadong. He quickly raised his icy spear to defend, but this brief moment of disparity left him at a disadvantage. The red figure flickered and appeared behind Habadong, sending a chill down his spine, prompting him to evade to the side. Unfortunately, this attempt to escape was futile. Despite both being Dou emperors, there was a significant disparity in their cultivation levels. Even Yi Feng, wielding the Medusa Queen's experience card in unfamiliar circumstances, could best Habadong, let alone Queen Medusa herself. The sharp blade sliced through Habadong's form, inflicting a gruesome wound. The overwhelming force propelled him into the sandy terrain, kicking up a cloud of dust. In this realm, mere smoke and mirrors held no sway. Queen Medusa offered no quarter. The dual blades in her delicate hands vanished in an instant, replaced by a formidable Douqi bow that materialized with a fluid motion, its razor-sharp arrows hurtling towards Habadong's position. With a whoosh, a splash of crimson emerged through the dissipating smoke, irrefutably signaling that Habadong had sustained injuries. As the smoke dissipated entirely, Habadong rose from the ground, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes as he realized, "So it is you. I should have anticipated this. How could there be two Douhuang experts among the serpent people?" With his words, the fighting spirit around Habadong gradually coalesced, and the icy energy emanating from his right hand transformed the surrounding area of 100 meters into a realm of snow and ice. Upon hearing Habadong's declaration, the enchanting figure above, with her exquisite beauty, showed no outward change. However, within her heart, tumultuous waves surged. The individual she had just battled was also a member of the serpent people? How could this be? Could it be? Her elongated, narrow eyes inadvertently glanced down at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, who had been fixated on Her Majesty the Queen, felt a disquieting, captivating gaze upon him, causing his heart to momentarily falter. He then thought to himself, "Indeed, that person is I, my extraordinary mentor, the white-bearded old man." Queen Medusa gazed down at Habadong, her voice low and somber. The serpent people could have two Douhuang experts, but fate is exceedingly cruel. Fate. Upon hearing this word, Habadong found it utterly ridiculous. Deep love breeds profound hatred. The beloved one who had perished, leaving behind a lingering affection in his heart. His junior sister. She had bestowed upon another the invigorating elixir that could uplift one's spirit. Is this what fate entails? Chapter 31. Captive Haibodong. Yifeng is struck by the queen. A torrent of formidable icy battle energy surged forth from Haibodong, warping the very fabric of space above him and gradually coalescing into immense ice dragons. Fate, how lamentable! His words dripped with a hint of mockery and secret delight. Upon witnessing this display, Queen Medusa was instantly consumed by fury, unleashing a terrifying energy from her graceful form. Yet today, you must become a casualty of this destiny. With a roar that resonated through the heavens, her energy erupted like a nuclear explosion. The space behind her exquisite silhouette twisted grotesquely, resembling a vast expanse of crimson flames, akin to an ancient wormhole. From this chaotic space emerged a colossal, fearsome serpent, confronting the distant dragons. The overwhelming aura emanating from both entities caused the three king-level leaders below to change countenance. They understood that their queen was genuinely enraged. This time, the Ice Emperor Haibodong was doomed. I may lack the power to prevent this war, but at the very least, I will protect those I hold dear. A primal roar erupted, and the immense crimson serpent coiled around Queen Medusa, exuding an astonishing pressure. Beside the colossal head of the ice dragon, Haibodong gazed at the breathtaking Queen Medusa above. Reflecting on the years spent in anguish over the loss of his beloved disciple, he realized that all his suffering stemmed from being betrayed by her. The Ice Emperor had been nothing but a jest in the past. From this day forth, Haibodong, would live for himself. His expression turned icy, and at that moment, he truly became the Ice Emperor. He looked at Queen Medusa and declared, "I do not believe I shall perish here, and I have never felt as invigorated as I do today. I seem to glimpse a rebirth, for from now on, Haibodong, shall no longer be shackled by fate." His eyes gleamed with icy battle energy as he thrust his right arm forward, causing an array of wild ice dragons to surge behind him. With the ice dragons soaring, the dragons spiraled upward, while the enormous fire serpent above dove down. The powerful energies released by both forces caused the Tagore Desert to tremble. This overwhelming might was nearly insurmountable for the presently feeble Yifeng. Thankfully, three robust figures stood before him. Otherwise, he would have surely been swept away by the formidable power of Queen Medusa. Upon their collision, an incredibly terrifying shockwave erupted, dispersing the clouds above into a circular void. The undulating dunes below transformed into a vast basin. As the icy dragons shattered upon the moment of impact with the fiery python, the colossal serpent diminished significantly in size, yet it did not dissipate. A beam of intense crimson light surged towards Haibodong, who found himself unable to evade in time. The radiance enveloped his formidable frame, causing his once jet-black hair to gradually transform into a silvery hue, more precisely, a shade reminiscent of grandmother's gray. His skin, too, became considerably parched, for to attain the rank of a Do Huang, Haibodong had certainly aged. The weathered figure of the once mature man swiftly morphed into that of a venerable elder, exuding an air of dignified grace. The attack unleashed by Queen Medusa was no ordinary assault, but rather a sealing technique inherent to the magical beast itself. Haibodong's Do Huang aura rapidly waned, and in the blink of an eye, his realm plummeted to that of a Do Ling. His body gradually collapsed onto the sandy ground. At that moment, Haibodong exhibited no fear of death's approach, but rather an ineffable sense of liberation. "Finish me off." Queen Medusa descended slowly, her gaze fixed upon the now impotent Do Ling, her elongated eyes glinting with a frigid light. With a gentle sway of her serpentine tail and a graceful twist of her slender waist, she addressed Mebas and the others. "Take him back to the Serpent Clan and confine him. There are matters I must inquire of him." "Yes, Your Majesty." The three commanders responded in unison before proceeding towards Haibodong. Queen Medusa harbored a keen interest in the Serpent Clan warrior who had previously engaged Haibodong. She was determined to uncover his identity. Yet, her greater curiosity lay with the audacious young man before her. To cause such a commotion merely by stepping outside the royal city was truly impressive. Her narrow gaze shifted from Yifeng to the colorful butterfly he cradled in his arms, filled with tenderness, as a gentle smile graced her lips. "Sister, I have finally found you." The queen's smile momentarily stunned Yifeng. Her commanding yet enchanting presence, coupled with an underlying warmth, was extraordinarily captivating. In contrast to the benevolent gentleness of the colorful butterfly, the queen's allure invoked a distinct, compelling impulse. "How much longer do you intend to hold her?" came the cold voice. Yifeng hastily offered the colorful butterfly to Queen Medusa. In the act of gently passing her over, he could not entirely avoid some unintended contact. As such, when Yifeng released his hand, he inadvertently brushed against the chillingly cold frame. Yi Feng's eyes widened in surprise as he furtively glanced at the strikingly beautiful yet frigid visage of Queen Medusa, offering an awkward smile. Hey. In the distance, under the watchful gaze of three commanders, Yi Feng's body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, coughing and sputtering as he emerged from the dust. The icy voice echoed once more. Little one, do you not possess the skill of flight? Why not return on your own? Gazing up at the vanishing silhouette in the sky, Yi Feng sighed in dismay. The Serpent People, a remarkable race that Yi Feng deemed to possess a rather peculiar mentality. This tribe adheres strictly to ancient traditions, with generations guarded by a singular Medusa queen. She is exceptionally gifted and powerful, protecting the Serpent People and repelling foreign invaders, thus ensuring the survival of the entire race. This has rendered the name of Queen Medusa both fearsome and renowned across the continent of Douqi. Each iteration of the Medusa Queen emerges from an egg, inheriting immense power, a legacy that endures through time. However, an extraordinary event has transpired within this tribe, triggered by the emergence of a miraculous double yolk egg. This double yolk egg can be regarded as a true royal gem, an event that should incite excitement and jubilation, for it heralds the rise of the Serpent People. Yet, in a twist of fate befitting this undeniably quirky tribe, several elders invoked the clan's regulations, decreeing that the presence of two queens within the tribe is strictly forbidden. Consequently, they resolved to eliminate one, leading to the ensuing events where a butterfly performed a spatial forbidden technique to escape from the Serpent People. Under the moonlight, the royal city exuded an unusually fresh atmosphere, devoid of raging sands, save for a figure that was strikingly captivating. As Yi Feng maneuvered his way into the royal city, the guards behind him began to whisper and point, engaging in hushed discussions about him. Chapter 32. Becoming Her Majesty's personal guard. Have you heard? The ruler of the underworld has perished. What? Is that true? The ruler of the underworld was an 8-star Do Huang. How could he possibly die? Was it at the hands of a human Do Huang? No, it said that it was that fellow Yi Feng who did it. How could that be possible? Isn't Yi Feng merely a dosher? Why would I lie? This time, Her Majesty returned to the royal city accompanied by 3 commanders. There's no way this could be false. Goodness, we must keep our distance from Yi Feng from now on. Haha, I think you're a bit naive. If Yi Feng has slain the ruler of the underworld, how could the elders simply let it go? Indeed, what a pity for such an extraordinary talent. Hush! As Yi Feng entered the royal city, whispers arose from both sides of the road. To this, Yi Feng regarded their murmurs as inconsequential, akin to meaningless chatter devoid of substance. Will I perish? Haha, they mock my eccentricity, yet I find amusement in their ignorance. With the protection of Queen Medusa, if I were to meet my end, would not my embrace of her thigh have been in vain? As long as she seeks the swiftly and completes its evolution, I shall remain unharmed. Moreover, she could leverage the death of the ruler of the underworld to reprimand those meddlesome elders, a display of power, if you will. While traversing the path, Yi Feng contemplated the generous rewards bestowed upon him after receiving Queen Medusa's favor. Beep. The master inadvertently offered a colorful butterfly to Queen Medusa, resulting in a sign-in reward, 2nd-rank alchemy skill, sugar-coated Ha's recipe. Beep. The master was struck and sent flying by Queen Medusa, earning a sign-in reward, low-level profound stage dough technique, silver shield of lightning. Who would have thought that my first encounter with Queen Medusa would yield such rewards? However, these rewards are quite delightful. A 2nd-rank alchemy skill. Who would have imagined I could become a 2nd-rank alchemist so swiftly? In the Serpent clan, possessing the title of alchemist, something unprecedented, is more than enough to ensure my survival. The lightning attribute dough technique, silver shield of lightning, if memory serves. This technique belongs to the 2nd son of the Shao family. Hee. But as for the recipe for sugar-coated Ha's system, I sense a hint of favoritism on your part. This feels rather off. Yi Feng. A call jolted Yi Feng back to reality. Gazing ahead, he spotted his sister, Hua Xir, not far away. Sister. Yi Feng beamed with joy, swiftly coiling his serpent form and rushing toward Hua Xir. You foolish boy, why didn't you inform your sister before going out? You had me worried sick. Instead of a warm embrace from his dear sister, Yi Feng was met with a gentle yet firm smack on the head. Ouch! Yi Feng rubbed his head in pain, chuckling. Sister, I acknowledge my mistake. See, I'm perfectly fine. Hee, this time you've truly stirred up trouble. Well, Her Majesty the Queen is still waiting for you in the palace. Let's go? The flower serpent observed Yi Feng's demeanor, her eyes glimmering with a mix of affection and concern. Her Majesty the Queen? As Yi Feng recalled the scene of being sent flying, he couldn't help but feel his serpentine tail go limp. Once was not enough, she intends to come again? With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Feng followed the flower serpent to the entrance of a room adjacent to Medusa's chamber. Bewildered, he turned to the flower serpent and asked, Sister, aren't we supposed to meet Her Majesty? Why have you brought me here? Do you honestly believe you are presentable to meet the queen in your current state? The flower serpent replied, her gaze sweeping over Yi Feng with a hint of exasperation. Yi Feng glanced down at himself, realizing he could only be described as travel-worn. A mere pat on his robes sent a cloud of dust into the air. Of course, that was not the most pressing concern. The most significant realization was that he had not bathed since leaving the royal city, having spent the last few days alongside Kai Dai, enduring several fierce battles. He was indeed drenched in sweat. All right, Yi Feng replied awkwardly. Upon entering the room, the flower serpent regarded him with a touch of envy and said, Yi Feng, this room will now belong to you. You have been personally appointed by Her Majesty as her close guard, and henceforth, you shall reside here. Yi Feng recalled Medusa's words in the desert, which seemed to imply that he was to remain by her side, never to stray even a step away. Yi Feng thought to himself, is this truly the proximity of the waterside pavilion? Just a step away from the moon. Yet, a sense of unease crept into his heart, as if danger lurked nearby. What is wrong with you? Are you not pleased? Such ungratefulness. The flower serpent shot Yi Feng an annoyed glance and explained, you are Her Majesty's only personal guard. Even I, the captain of the guard, am envious, let alone the other male serpents. Yi Feng shrugged, a bitter smile on his face. So, does this mean I've inadvertently attracted a host of enemies? Upon hearing this, the flower serpent blinked her large eyes and nodded. Indeed, you could interpret it that way. Yi Feng rolled his eyes, sighing, oh, this is too difficult. Seeing Yi Feng's increasingly troubled expression, the flower serpent couldn't help but smile sweetly. However, you fortunate lad. Being by Her Majesty's side means these imagined foes will only dare to harbor their ill will in their hearts. I hope so. Yi Feng thought of Mobas and could vividly picture his desire to eliminate him. To his surprise, just as he had eased relations with Moba, upon returning, things were destined to become more complicated. All right, wait here. I will have a maid attend to you for your bath. I must take my leave. The flower serpent smiled and turned to depart. Sister, do you know what has become of Kai Dai? Upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, Hua Shi'er turned around, the corners of her mouth gently lifting to reveal a smile that was both enigmatic and profound. Are you inquiring about Her Majesty the Queen's sister? Under the protection of Her Majesty, she is unlikely to come to harm. However, she remains in a state of unconsciousness, occasionally murmuring young Master Yi Feng, though I cannot discern to whom she is calling. TSK. Well, I shall take my leave. As her teasing sister departed, Yi Feng felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, inwardly lamenting, this is troublesome. Kai Dai is in the chambers of Queen Medusa. Surely, the queen will hear her sister calling my name. How can she possibly let this go? Like a puppet, Yi Feng found himself unexpectedly dressed in a pristine robe. By the time he registered the comfort of his attire, he instinctively stretched and sighed. Ah, how delightful. Come in, little one. Yi Feng, a voice, unmistakably that of the queen, suddenly echoed in his ears, causing him to nearly collapse in shock. It turned out he had arrived at the threshold of Queen Medusa's chambers. Chapter 33. The Queen's majestic defense of her husband. I am an alchemist. As a model citizen of the Serpent clan, Yi Feng naturally adhered to the commands of Her Majesty the Queen. Since she invited me in, I shall oblige. With both hands, he pushed the door open. What unfolded before Yi Feng's eyes made him swallow hard. It was not due to the allure of the scene, but rather the sheer terror it invoked. The great hall was shrouded in darkness, with only a few beams of moonlight penetrating the gloom, allowing Yi Feng to faintly discern the ominous blackness within. An atmosphere of chilling dread permeated the hall, sending shivers down Yi Feng's spine. Atop the throne, the enchanting Medusa Queen, as Yi Feng had envisioned, sat regally. But below her loomed 3 specters. These 3 phantoms, draped in black robes that concealed their forms, bore serpentine tails glistening ominously in the scant moonlight. Their heads were adorned with grotesque masks, featuring sharp teeth and ghastly visages, rendering them veritable harbingers of fear. As the 3 apparitions fixated upon him, Yi Feng felt a sense of desolation wash over him, the moonlight now seeming to cast a mournful pallor. Was this the fabled Hongmen night? Surely. The queen did not summon me for such a grim rendezvous. It was evident that these 3 deranged specters intended to pass judgment upon me. Greetings, Your Majesty, esteemed elders. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Feng respectfully bowed. Enough. Rise. The beautiful Medusa Queen gazed at Yi Feng with her piercing eyes, her crimson lips parting slightly. At her command, Yi Feng gradually stood. Suddenly, a thunderous rebuke echoed through the hall. This fierce outcry was laced with an overwhelming sense of oppression that bore down upon Yi Feng. He felt as though he might collapse to the ground. Yet in that moment, a domineering force surged forth, dissipating the oppressive weight. With a sigh of relief, Yi Feng straightened his back, realizing his shirt was already dampened with sweat. These 3 elders of the Serpent clan were indeed formidable. their intimidating presence nearly overwhelming him upon entry. Thankfully, the Medusa Queen stood as his protector. Without her, he would have found himself prostrated at once. The elder on the far left, visibly incensed, spoke. Your Majesty, not only have you failed to punish the traitor of our clan, but you have also brought back this murderer of our kin unscathed. What is your true intention? A sinner? The queen's elongated eyes fixated on the elder with a chilling intensity. Third elder, if rescuing the future of our serpent clan constitutes a sin, then do you not consider yourselves sinners as well? A mere child cannot be compared to those of our stature. He is slain in the underworld, defying our clan's laws. By our decree, he deserves execution by hanging. The third elder retorted, struggling to contain his rising fury, clearly dissatisfied with the queen's course of action. Queen Medusa rose gracefully, a subtle chill gracing her exquisite features. As one of the 8 sovereigns of the underworld, she held great power and prestige among the serpent clan, having rendered significant contributions to her kin. Yet, she found herself confronting the transgressions of Inshur, who, driven by favor for his grandson Inbai, covertly targeted a younger member of the clan and orchestrated the framing of Commander Mobus. Is it not unjust for Yi Feng to retaliate with lethal force? Should I, as the queen, order Yi Feng's execution? How could I justify this to the wronged Commander Mobus and the countless members of the serpent clan? Witnessing Queen Medusa's fierce defense, Yi Feng felt his heart melt in admiration. Truly, the fierce protectiveness of Queen Medusa is unparalleled. Of course, it would be even better if she refrained from striking me. Your Majesty, Inshur indeed erred, and according to our clan's laws, he ought to face death, as should Yi Feng. The elder on the far right's voice resonated within the grand hall. Moreover, Your Majesty, you repeatedly claim that Yi Feng is the savior of our serpent clan's future. Pray tell, what exactly has he saved? What contributions has he made to our lineage? He saved my sister and rescued dozens of our kin captured by humans. A cool voice emerged, tinged with pride for her guardian. Humph, if that is all, what merit does he possess as our savior? The second elder swiftly countered. Rescuing our own is a duty incumbent upon every member of the serpent clan, while saving a traitor is a grave offense deserving of the harshest punishment. Slice into pieces. This is outrageous. Yi Feng could no longer contain his exasperation. These 3 shameless elders truly believe me to be an easy target. They are treating me as mere fodder. Yi Feng, hold your tongue. Queen Medusa's countenance darkened, her reprimand echoing through the hall. Yi Feng understood her intentions were for his own good, yet this time, he chose to defy her. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the 3 elders. May I inquire? Esteemed elders, if I can provide our clan with a continuous supply of elixirs, would that not constitute a contribution? Would that not be a form of salvation for our kin? Elixirs? A steady supply? The 3 elders widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly dropping their staffs in astonishment. Even Queen Medusa, perched above, gazed at him with equal incredulity. Humph, young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The grand elder, standing at the center, thundered in anger. Elixirs have always been the most scarce and precious resources for our clan. Due to our inherently cold nature, we lack individuals with fire attribute fighting spirit and have never possessed esteemed alchemists. Thus, if we wish to acquire various elixirs, we are left with no choice but to seize them from the hands of others or purchase them at exorbitant prices, which significantly hinders the development of our clan. Even Her Majesty the Queen and we, the elders, are unable to resolve this issue. How can a mere lad of 18 bring a continuous supply of elixirs to our clan and solve this predicament? Your inability does not imply mine. I possess sufficient confidence to find a solution. Yi Feng shifted his gaze from the 3 elders to the beautiful Medusa Queen above, speaking with resolute conviction. Her enchanting eyes flickered with a glimmer of interest as her crimson lips parted slightly. Little one, should you deceive me, you should be aware of the consequences. Tell me, what grants you such confidence? Yi Feng shrugged, a confident smile gracing his face. Because I am an alchemist. What? You are an alchemist? Impossible. That simply cannot be. How could this be? Do not deceive me, boy. The 3 elders trembled in disbelief, unable to accept this revelation. I possess myriad attributes of combat energy, including fire and wood. How could I not become an alchemist? Yi Feng's gaze sharpened as he questioned the 3 elders. The grand elder fixed his eyes upon Yi Feng, speaking gravely. If you truly are an alchemist, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous joy for our clan. Not only would it absolve you of the death penalty for violating clan rules, but we 3 old fellows would also beseech Her Majesty the Queen to appoint you as the alchemical elder of our serpent tribe. Chapter 34. The 3 old men have once again been reckless. The title of alchemy elder? Upon hearing such a lofty position, Yi Feng's heart was immediately filled with a myriad of emotions. It is worth noting that even the seasoned leaders of the underworld do not possess the qualification to become an elder. which is a testament to the high status and power associated with this position. Within the Serpent clan, it stands as a figure just below the sovereign, above all others. Although Yifeng greatly enjoys being in the presence of the Medusa Queen, such a position must be evaluated based on the actual circumstances. The position of Alchemy Elder may be exalted, but can it compare to being a close attendant by Her Majesty's side? Should that be the case, I would gladly accept. Yet, if not, let anyone else take it. I have no desire to be one of those ghostly elders. They are missing one, but it is certainly not me. Just imagine the absurdity of meeting someone only to have 4 specters appear together. It would be utterly ghastly. Yifeng glanced at the 3 elders, their eyes ablaze with fervor, before returning his gaze to the queen. Your Majesty, this is the elixir I concocted during my leisure in the desert. With a flick of his finger, 2 small jade vials materialized in his hand. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light appeared, and that exceedingly familiar, domineering figure materialized before him. The fair right hand slowly extended, slender fingers gently grasping the mouth of the small vial in Yifeng's hand. A unique fragrance wafted towards him, instantly permeating his senses. Her enchanting gaze locked onto Yifeng's, as if she sought to discern whether he was deceiving her. Do you still have time to spare? Yifeng. Oh, what does that mean? His elongated eyes gradually scanned, delicately pouring the elixir onto the slightly bent jade hand, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Indeed, it was the recently refined first-grade elixir, the Essence Flame Pill, but how could one ascertain that it was crafted by you? Before the Medusa Queen could speak, the Grand Elder beside her could hardly contain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile, turning to the Grand Elder and extending a peculiar gesture with his middle finger. Yifeng. The Grand Elder, witnessing this gesture, though perplexed by its meaning, instinctively felt that this young man was challenging him. It was a reflexive reaction, akin to a person raising their middle finger at an uncomprehending dog, which would inevitably snap back. The Grand Elder was instantly enraged, raising his left hand to chastise Yifeng. However, as the words began to spill forth, he promptly sealed his lips, for upon Yifeng's outstretched middle finger, a small flame was gently flickering. This flame, a deep violet black, seemed to twist and coil like a tiny dragon in midair, appearing rather uncanny. Although this small flame seemed insignificant, the moment it manifested, the temperature in the hall surged. Extraordinary fire? The 3 erudite elders exclaimed in unison, their staffs striking the ground in astonishment. Yifeng nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Esteemed elders, your discerning eyes truly recognize treasures. This is indeed a rare fire, known as the 3000 Flame of Yans, ranked 9th on the list of extraordinary flames. What? 9th? The 3 venerable elders could no longer maintain their composure, exclaiming in astonishment once more. Yifeng, rendered speechless, raised his palm and pressed it downwards, furrowing his brow as he softly cautioned, Esteemed elders, this is a secret that must not be divulged in such a boisterous manner, otherwise, it would surely bring calamity upon our serpent people. Indeed, we understand the principle that a common man is innocent, yet possessing a jewel brings guilt. It is we 3 who have been reckless. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder immediately apologized to the 2 elders beside him. This scene was so striking that even Queen Medusa was taken aback. These 3 once arrogant old men actually bowed their heads in humility. Their gazes were now fixed upon Yifeng, filled with admiration and curiosity. This young man has indeed reached such remarkable heights. He is truly a fortunate star for this kingdom. Delicately, she pinched a medicinal pill, her gaze locking onto the peculiar patterns adorning it, and then, with a slight parting of her crimson lips, she remarked, Young one, each of these pills bears a dragon pattern, reminiscent of the form of your 3000 Flame of Yans. This surely proves your alchemical prowess. Your Majesty is wise. Yifeng responded, bowing his hands in earnest praise. Excellent. Our serpent people have finally produced an alchemist. Heaven bless our tribe. Heaven bless our tribe. Heaven bless our tribe. As Yifeng observed the 3 elders fervently chanting, he became increasingly convinced that they were indeed quite unwell. Your Majesty, let Yifeng serve as our tribe's first alchemist, holding the esteemed position of alchemical elder. The Grand Elder and the 2 elders beside him slightly bent their bodies to propose this. Queen Medusa, recognizing the significance of this moment, would not decline such a fortuitous offer. With an imposing gaze fixed upon Yifeng, she commanded, Very well, from this day forth, Yifeng shall be the alchemical elder of our serpent people, responsible for all matters of alchemy, whilst also serving as my personal guard. Upon hearing this, Yifeng felt a surge of emotion. He had not realized he could hold dual responsibilities. Thank you, Your Majesty. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude. As Yifeng lifted his head, he found the graceful figure of the queen returning to her throne above, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Elder Yi. I hope you will dedicate more time to alchemy in the future. Our tribe shall do our utmost to procure materials for the crafting of first-tier pills, aiding you in swiftly becoming a second-tier alchemist. Queen Medusa's voice resonated, causing Yi Feng to awkwardly touch his nose, hesitating to respond. Elder Yi, do you harbor any unspoken troubles? If there are difficulties, please share them with us so that we may find solutions together. Indeed, Elder Yi, you are still young. If any troubles arise, the three of us shall certainly assist you. The three elders, observing Yi Feng's demeanor, immediately inquired with concern. Yi Feng glanced at the three elders who had previously suffered from severe ailments and suddenly realized how endearing they were. The elders had been overly concerned. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Feng scratched the back of his head and shifted his gaze to the exquisite figure above, pinching his fingers together as he spoke. Your Majesty, the reason for my reticence lies in the fact that I have just entered the realm of a second-tier alchemist. The materials required for my craft would be best if they were slightly elevated in quality. What? Second tier? The exclamation echoed once more in Yi Feng's ears. With a resigned sigh, he turned to look at the three elders, but before he could utter a word, they awkwardly admitted, it appears we have been rather hasty. Elder Yi, your accomplishments are simply astonishing. Queen Medusa, seated on her throne, had risen at some point, and it was evident that Yi Feng's words had startled her once again. Under her cold gaze, Yi Feng swallowed hard and quickly added, well, not only can I concoct second-tier elixirs, but I can also do so in 3 seconds, allowing me ample time for cultivation and other pursuits. What? 3 seconds? Yi Feng, feeling slightly sheepish, thought to himself. We have indeed been overly reckless again. This book has now climbed to the 27th position on the new book rankings. Brothers, let us give it a push. Remember to check in, leave plenty of comments, and send in your recommendations. Thank you. Additionally, some readers have expressed confusion about who Dai is. You should know from the anime special, 3-year agreement. This character is from another special episode titled Song of the Sands. For those who haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's truly captivating. After reading, I assure you that all readers will feel invigorated. Your support is greatly appreciated. Chapter 35, Outrageous. You are the outrageous one. Amidst the astonishment of the three elders and the Queen Medusa, Yi Feng demonstrated his secret technique of forming a pill in 3 seconds. This was a second-grade bone growth pill, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. I regret to say that I possess only the materials necessary for concocting this particular elixir, Yi Feng lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the few pills in his hand. Observing Yi Feng's despondent demeanor stirred within the others in the grand hall a desire to chastise him. However, such an act was inconceivable. Even the three elders now regarded Yi Feng as a treasure. Witnessing Yi Feng's extraordinary abilities, the Grand Elder promptly emptied his storage ring of all medicinal materials and magic cores, his hands trembling with excitement as he proclaimed, "These are the fruits of my years of toil. Feel free to utilize them as you wish." Yi Feng glanced at the invaluable materials and magic cores, his eyes lighting up upon spotting a 5th-grade magic core among them. Yet, he refrained from claiming them all. Instead, he selected a few common herbs and a 1st-grade wood element magic core to place within the Ziyuan cauldron. 1, 2, 3. Boom. With the explosive sound, what emerged from the Ziyuan cauldron was not pills, but rather a collection of green liquid. The sight sent a shiver through both Queen Medusa and the three elders. Indeed, it was a failure. If the method of forming pills in 3 seconds were infallible, would other alchemists still have a place in this world? Surely. Even the Pill King Gu, he would be enraged enough to concoct his own. The Grand Elder hurriedly approached Yi Feng to offer consolation. There is no need for the Alchemy Elder to blame himself. Failures in alchemy are a commonplace occurrence. Even Gu He, the Pill King of the Jama Empire, has faced his share of explosions. Who says I have failed? And what significance does the Pill King Gu He hold? Yi Feng retorted, his eyes gleaming with defiance. His words left the gathered audience astounded. How could one who could concoct 5th-grade pills be dismissed so casually? It was their first encounter with such audacity, especially from one of their kin who had never before dabbled in alchemy. Regardless, his words were indeed invigorating. Faced with Yi Feng's commanding presence, the elders found themselves momentarily subdued. Could it be that this liquid was also a form of pill? Yi Feng poured the green liquid from the Ziyuan cauldron into several small jade vials, casting a glance at the eagerly awaiting elders before explaining to Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, this is Foundation Establishment Essence, classified among 2nd-grade elixirs. It can be utilized by our kin to exponentially accelerate their cultivation progress. A single drop is sufficient for multiple uses." What? Elder Yi, do you speak the truth? Yi Feng regarded the three elders, who now looked utterly perplexed, remaining silent as he simply observed them. The expressions of the three elders beneath their masks swiftly darkened. They felt the sting of embarrassment once more, realizing they had acted with reckless abandon yet again. At this moment, Even Queen Medusa could no longer maintain her composure, as a look of astonished delight graced her elegant visage. She could vividly envision the immense benefits that the foundational elixir would bestow upon her kin. Just a single drop could be shared among many, which was nothing short of miraculous. Beneath the fighters lies the combat energy, and some of her people had missed the prime age for cultivating this energy due to their slow beginnings. Consequently, their later advancements had been painfully gradual. Yet, if the foundational elixir truly possessed the effects that Yifeng described, the progress of the Serpent clan would undoubtedly accelerate exponentially, perhaps even by several times over. Moreover, she noted that the materials for this foundational elixir were remarkably unremarkable. How fortunate to have such a gem as Yifeng among them. If the three elders harbored any doubts, they could readily seek verification. Yifeng smiled slightly and addressed the three elders, saying, "Indeed, this is truly magnificent. Elder Yi, you are a blessing to our clan." The three elders, having regained their composure, were quick to express their belief in Yifeng's words. Their initial shock replaced with enthusiastic admiration. The notion that he could concoct a second-tier elixir in mere seconds was astonishing. What reason could they have to doubt the foundational elixir? The expressions of the three elders had transformed dramatically since Yifeng's entrance. Once hostile, they now were effusive in their praise, their change of heart swifter than the turning of a page in a novel. Yifeng's starry eyes shimmered with brilliance as he turned to the three elders, bowing slightly and smiling. "Esteemed elders, I would like to inquire about a matter. However, Elder Yi, as the alchemist of our clan, your status is equal to ours. Feel free to speak your mind," the Grand Elder rasped. A hint of pleasure evident in his tone, clearly pleased by Yifeng's presence. "Esteemed elders, what is your perspective on our clan's regulations?" Yifeng's gaze bore into the three elders, his tone icy and penetrating. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed beneath his mask as he replied solemnly. "The clan regulations are our law. They guide us to strength. They cannot." A cold female voice and a male voice interjected in eerie unison. The three elders were momentarily taken aback by this sudden rebuke, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense once more. Yifeng fixed his gaze upon the three elders, his eyes flashing with an unyielding intensity as he coldly declared, "If the regulations truly guided our clan to strength, why then do we find ourselves surviving in the harsh environment of the Tager Desert? If the regulations could indeed lead us to greatness, should I not be facing execution at this very moment?" His probing questions sent tremors through the three elders, their hands gripping their staffs tightly, veins bulging with tension. Yet, Yifeng seemed oblivious to their discomfort, continuing his fierce denunciation. "Kai Dai, as a powerful Do Huang, should remain to contribute to our clan's resurgence, rather than being sacrificed on the altar of outdated regulations. Enough. Yifeng, what do you intend to do? Do you dare to rebel as well?" The Grand Elder, incensed, pointed a finger at Yifeng and bellowed, "You are the one being audacious." Medusa, the queen, spoke with lips like crimson petals, an overwhelming aura emanating from her, surging forth with her fierce proclamation. The crimson light flooded the grand hall like flowing blood, and the terrifying pressure caused the three elders to tremble, compelled to kneel before her formidable presence. A heart ultimately obeys only itself. If one seeks to restrain it, liberation is inevitable. Be it Yifeng or Kai Dai, they are blessings and fortunes of our clan. From this day forth, I shall abolish all unreasonable rules within our family and lead the serpent people to resurgence and strength in my own way. Your Majesty, this cannot be. The clan rules have been passed down through generations. They are both our tradition and our legacy, and must not be abolished. The three elders urged as they knelt in desperation. I am not consulting with you. I am giving an order. Yes, Your Majesty. The icy tone of Queen Medusa made the three tremble, and they promptly bowed in submission. Distribute this foundational spirit liquid and assess its effects. Yifeng, come with me. The chilling words reached Yifeng's ears, who was moved by the protective aura, leaving him momentarily stunned. Go with her? To where? Gazing at Medusa's graceful figure, he suddenly realized she seemed to be heading deeper within. Could that truly be the royal palace? Chapter 36. You truly evoke both love and hatred in me. As Yifeng vanished at the end of the passage, under the astonished gazes of the three elders, he stepped through a grand new door into an entirely different realm. Though this world felt unfamiliar to him, Yifeng harbored the utmost confidence that it would undoubtedly become his domain in the future. Before him stood a palace, equally opulent as the one outside. Yet within this splendor, there was a softness and fragrance that only a woman could possess, refreshing the spirit. Yifeng's gaze was immediately drawn to the bed nestled deep within the palace. His interest in the bed was not due to any anticipation, but rather because a person who tugged at his heartstrings lay upon it. Swiftly slithering to the bedside, Yifeng scrutinized the enchanting figure resting peacefully. To his immense relief, he noted that Kai Dai was unharmed. Her delicate form remained as breathtaking as ever, her allure undiminished. Not a single scale from his serpent tail had fallen. "Your Majesty, why has Kai Dai yet to awaken?" Yi Feng inquired, his eyes revealing his concern. Turning to the approaching Medusa Queen, with a furrowed brow and a slight parting of her crimson lips, the Medusa Queen remarked, "You little rascal, your audacity knows no bounds. Without my consent, you dare to lay upon my bed." A chill ran down Yi Feng's spine as he quickly assessed his situation. He was alarmed to find himself in such a predicament, and hastily moved to stand respectfully aside. "Your Majesty, I could not help myself. I was worried about Kai Dai." In that moment, he realized the gravity of his actions. He had inadvertently found himself on the Medusa Queen's bed out of sheer concern for Kai Dai. Ding! Due to your worry for Kai Dai, you have checked in on the Medusa Queen's bed and received a check-in reward. A 6th grade transformation elixir, the demon transformation pill. This was truly a precarious situation. The system had provided undeniable evidence of his folly, yet the reward was remarkably impressive. Demon transformation pill, a 6th grade elixir, similar to the 7th grade transformation pill. It possesses the ability to partially change one's form into a human. However, its effects are limited to localized transformations. The demon transformation pill was highly coveted among the various beast clans, as it was not as advanced as the transformation pill, yet still granted the ability to assume human form. Although the transformation was partial, it allowed beasts to adopt a human guise, greatly facilitating their endeavors. For Yi Feng, this elixir was nothing short of perfection. As a serpent man, he was already half-human. Consuming this pill would significantly increase his chances of fully transforming into human form. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Feng was engulfed in elation. At last, would he finally possess long, elegant legs? Would he no longer have to twist his waist to walk? The slender eyes briefly glanced at the timid Yi Feng. And then the Queen Medusa, seated by the bedside, gazed tenderly at her sister lying there. The throne rightfully belongs to her, yet she chose freedom. Is the name Kai Dai one you bestowed upon her? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, your Majesty. Kai Dai, the colorful butterfly of freedom? How naive of you, sister." Queen Medusa gently caressed Kai Dai's exquisite visage, her voice soft yet poignant. She yearned for freedom, but in this chaotic world, true liberty can only be attained through one's own strength. Her gaze gradually shifted from Kai Dai to Yi Feng, the chill in her eyes causing him to shudder. Kai Dai had once utilized a spatial forbidden technique to escape her clan, sacrificing her power and memories, which only began to resurface upon encountering you. However, it was because of you that Kai Dai unleashed her emperor-level strength again, exacerbating the injuries to her already weakened soul after employing the spatial technique, leading her into a deep coma. As she spoke, an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down upon Yi Feng. Under this immense weight, he bent low, his hands straining against the ground, his features contorted, teeth clenched, sweat pouring from his brow, yet his head remained defiantly raised. Yi Feng refused to bow beneath Queen Medusa's oppressive force. Her cold, beautiful eyes locked onto his, her frosty words resonating throughout the palace. "You have done well in retrieving my sister, yet your actions have also led her to this state of unconsciousness. Little one, you truly evoke both love and ire within me." Yi Feng replied, "Perhaps the hatred can be dispensed with." Understanding the implications of the queen's words, Yi Feng grasped the reason for Kai Dai's unresponsiveness. Her weakened soul had plunged her into a coma, and only by restoring her soul could she awaken. A challenging endeavor indeed. It was no wonder Queen Medusa was incensed. She held great affection for her sister, and Kai Dai's current plight was, in part, due to him. Noticing Yi Feng's defiant demeanor, the queen furrowed her brows, her delicate arms slowly raising. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Yi Feng quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, I am aware of a type of herb that possesses the power to mend the soul. If Kai Dai consumes it, she shall surely awaken." At his words, Queen Medusa lowered her arm, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. "What herb is it?" "The 7 illusion Qingling saliva," Yi Feng declared with unwavering conviction. "The 7 illusion Qingling saliva?" The queen's brows knitted slightly once more, though this time her arm remained still as she contemplated whether such a herb existed in her memory. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of disappointment crossed Queen Medusa's eyes, her countenance reflecting a profound sense of melancholy as she spoke. "Within my clan, we possess none of such medicinal herbs. The 7 illusions azure spirit nectar is an exceptionally rare resource, and acquiring it is an arduous task given our clan's current capabilities. The serpent people endure in the Taggart Desert, and obtaining even a single high-tier elixir or herb is exceedingly challenging. Our only options lie in either venturing into the realm of humans or returning to the Beast Mountain range. However, the neighboring empires are ever watchful, and should I, as their queen, attempt to go, I would surely be besieged. Sending others is equally perilous. If they lack sufficient strength, they risk being captured and enslaved. For the serpent people, procuring this 7 illusions azure spirit nectar seems utterly impossible. I shall go. Upon witnessing Queen Medusa's despondent expression, Yifeng spoke without a hint of hesitation. Queen Medusa blinked, scrutinizing the man before her, who possessed merely the strength of a grand fighter. And with a slight lift of her lips, she queried, "Are you capable?" Yifeng replied with unwavering determination in his gaze, "I will succeed. Little one, I cannot help but admire your audacity." Queen Medusa re-evaluated the man standing before her, her heart stirred. She had not anticipated that this young man would dare to brave the dangers of the human world for the sake of his sister. Truly, such passionate souls are rare in the Douqi Continent. Chapter 37. I have legs now, your majesty, look. Queen Medusa's gaze lingered upon Yifeng's face, exuding an air of authority, as she spoke with a hint of ire. Young one, your confidence is commendable, yet it is not mere words that matter. It is the possession of absolute strength. With your current abilities and that serpentine tail, you would be captured and enslaved the moment you step out of the Tagore Desert. This is not bravery for the sake of the butterfly. It is folly. Moreover, you are the only alchemical elder of the serpent clan. How can you venture into the realm of humans? In response, Yifeng showed no sign of retreat, meeting Queen Medusa's gaze with unwavering resolve. Your majesty, I possess absolute confidence in my ability to protect myself, and as for this serpentine form, I have my ways. My ways? Medusa retorted, arching an eyebrow. Do you possess a transformation elixir, perhaps? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Medusa rolled her enchanting eyes and slightly parted her crimson lips. Yifeng, captivated by the alluring sight of her lips, shook his head. His gesture rendered Queen Medusa momentarily speechless. Without a transformation elixir, what could he possibly have? Was he not merely courting death? Though I lack a 7th grade transformation elixir, I do possess a 6th grade demon transformation pill. With a flick of his finger, a small jade vial materialized in Yifeng's hand. The demon transformation pill. Medusa's eyes widened in astonishment, and she recalled something. Is that the pill that can partially transform one's body into a human form? Precisely. Upon confirming, Medusa's beguiling gaze locked onto Yifeng's star-like, radiant eyes, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. Young one, your audacity continues to surprise me. Are you not afraid that I might seize this pill from you? Yifeng smiled in response, unhesitatingly extending the small jade vial towards her. If your majesty desires it, I shall gladly present it to you. Medusa fixed her gaze upon the vial, mere inches from her impressive form, then glanced at Yifeng's resolute smile. A unique expression crossed her exquisite face, and she turned aside, coldly declaring, "Would I, the queen, require a trinket from you?" Yifeng observed her graceful silhouette as she turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he withdrew his outstretched arm. "This demon transformation pill, it was gifted to you by your mentor, was it not?" Her icy voice rang out again, and Yifeng nodded. "Indeed. He also bestowed upon me other treasures. But they require my strength to reach a certain level before I can obtain them." Medusa's eyes flickered with interest, and she turned, her beautiful face now bearing a serious expression as she warned Yifeng, "You must never speak of this to anyone else. Otherwise, your life may be in jeopardy." Yifeng understood. "I shall only share this with those I hold most dear." "Those most dear to you?" The tender words evoked a subtle change in the expression of Queen Medusa, who, with a flash of crimson light that seemed to flee, gradually approached the bedside and sat down, saying, "Since you possess the demon transformation pill, there is no time to waste. Take it now. If you truly manage to transform into human form, I shall grant you permission to depart." "What?" Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. "Is it so? I am safeguarding you. Yet you hesitate?" Her narrow eyes narrowed slightly, causing Yifeng's throat to involuntarily constrict. "Very well. Now." Yifeng, without a moment's hesitation, tipped the small jade vial and swallowed the 6th grade demon transformation pill. However, as soon as he ingested it, regret washed over him. This was indeed a 6th grade pill with potent properties. Although it would not harm his body or soul, it would undoubtedly induce considerable discomfort. In an instant, Yifeng's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat cascading down like a stream. His black robe became damp, clinging to his slightly emaciated frame, and his breathing quickened. His once vast, starry eyes now flickered with a hint of red, as the pill's potency unleashed the primal instincts of his serpentine form. The black-purple scales of his tail shimmered with an eerie radiance, and the fervor coursing through his veins, coupled with excruciating pain, compelled Yifeng to collapse onto the ground. The purple-black tail coiled in response to the agony, writhing in torment upon the floor. His anguished cries echoed throughout the palace, causing Queen Medusa, seated by the bedside, to furrow her delicate brows and bite her red lips. This captivating scene, however, remained unseen by others. with a graceful wave of her jade arm. A surge of crimson energy shot towards Yi Feng. This red light was not an attack, but rather an infusion of her energy into his body. The potency of the 6th grade pill was formidable, and with Yi Feng's current strength merely that of a great dome master, he lacked the power to withstand its fierce effects. Yet, as Queen Medusa's energy permeated his being, his cries soon subsided. Clusters of purple-black scales began to shed rapidly, and his serpent tail was stained crimson with blood. Strangely, in the next moment, the wounds began to heal. Is this the physique of the 3,000 stars? This little fellow is indeed a prodigy, Queen Medusa mused, leaning against the bed's armrest, her exquisite visage reflecting admiration. As time passed swiftly, all the scales on Yi Feng's body fell away, and in the next instant, a layer of purple-black luminescence enveloped his sleek serpent tail. When the radiance faded, Yi Feng's long-desired legs emerged, revealing their form. Upon witnessing this astonishing sight, Queen Medusa, her eyes widened in surprise, suddenly closed them tightly, her slender left hand instinctively covering her eyes, as she murmured in a soft voice, "This wretched little creature." Yi Feng opened his eyes, feeling a refreshing chill emanating from his lower body. He hurriedly rose to his feet to inspect, and with immense joy, exclaimed, "This demon transformation pill is truly effective. I have indeed transformed. I have legs now. Your Majesty, please take a look." Upon hearing this, the lovely visage of Queen Medusa altered, and a fierce glimmer flashed through her right eye, visible through the gaps between her slender fingers. Suddenly, her jade arm swung fiercely. With a resounding thud, and figure shot through the air and collided violently with the wall, emitting a muffled groan. With a brief pause against the wall, the body then fell to the ground, landing in a rather comical posture resembling the character for Tai. This book has ascended to the 21st position on the new book rankings. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every reader for their unwavering support. Thank you for your recommendations and generous rewards. Chapter 38. The Master of 3 Seconds was struck by the Queen. The rogue's elongated, enchanting eyes swept across the ground not far away, and then, with a hint of anger, she murmured. Coughing lightly, Yi Feng grimaced as he steadied himself against the wall. Slowly rising from the ground, his head held high as if the ceiling of the palace were adorned with brilliant stars. This queen is utterly unreasonable. I was merely following her orders. It was she who was observing me, yet I, the rogue, was sent flying by her. Ding! After transforming into human form, the master angered the Medusa queen and was flung away, receiving a sign-in reward. 1 master servant token. A master servant token? I was struck by the Medusa queen. And the system bestows upon me a gift? And this master servant token, is that even appropriate? Master servant token, when affixed to an individual or magical beast incapable of resistance, it allows one to make them their servant, irrespective of their strength. Good heavens! This reward is simply lavish. If such bountiful rewards are commonplace, what would it matter if it happened again? Yi Feng, wincing in pain, leaned against the wall with one hand while rubbing his aching back with the other. At this moment, he had fully turned his back, and with a slight turn of his head, he awkwardly confessed, Ahem. Your Majesty, I have no spare pants stored in my spatial ring. You possess none. Do you think this king would? The Medusa queen's expression shifted dramatically, her voice resonating with an imposing yet frigid authority throughout the palace. As expected, the recently risen Yi Feng was once again sent sprawling to the ground in an instant. It was imperative to fall back, otherwise, it would be better not to take human form at all. Oh dear! Seated regally on the edge of the bed, the Medusa queen's exquisitely beautiful face suddenly bore a faint blush. Despite her lofty status, she could not help but feel a tinge of bashful anger. Once more struck, Yi Feng did not hear the system's notification this time, only feeling a vague sense of pain. He hastily retrieved a robe from his spatial ring, wrapping it around himself, donning his very first garment. Once again, he steadied himself against the wall and managed to display a rather awkward smile. His hair was in complete disarray, a strand cascading down over his eyes, rendering Yi Feng quite a spectacle of dishevelment. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's comical appearance, the Medusa queen quickly covered her fiery red lips with her delicate hand, secretly lifting a smile that could astonish anyone. Since you have taken human form, this king shall not retract my words. I shall naturally permit you to venture into the human realm to seek the 7 illusory blue spirit dew. Hearing the Medusa queen's approval, Yi Feng's face instantly brightened with joy. However, before you depart, you must first accompany me to collect that extraordinary flame. The Medusa queen's eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning as she spoke coolly. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng nodded and replied, I shall faithfully adhere to Her Majesty's command. However, when shall we embark on our journey? In just a day or two. I have summoned you to retrieve the, only to find that you have disappeared. But once I have regained my peak condition, we shall set forth. Yi Feng remarked, am I still considered a little one? With a delicate motion of her slender jade arm, Queen Medusa appeared somewhat fatigued, and then, fixing her gaze on Yifeng, she spoke indifferently. During these 2 days, you are forbidden to leave your room. Should I discover you straying, I shall break both your legs. All of them. Before Yifeng could muster a response, a flash of crimson light flickered from Queen Medusa's slender fingers, and before him lay a plethora of medicinal herbs and magical cores. Among them, Yifeng even discovered an exceedingly rare 6th tier would attribute magical core. These shall be your gifts. During these 2 days, focus on refining medicines for your clan. Rest assured, if you require more herbs, I shall send someone to deliver them to you. You must not exhibit any semblance of idleness during this period. I am a master of alchemy capable of producing a pill in 3 seconds. As her words faded, Yifeng observed the red silk curtains at the sides of the bed gradually drawing together. At that moment, Yifeng could only catch glimpses of light, revealing the enchanting silhouette within as she began to remove her crown and shoulder armor. The scene was undeniably tantalizing, yet Yifeng's expression turned grim. Realization struck him. This queen was intent on extracting every ounce of his resources during these 2 days. With a flicker of battle aura in his hand, Yifeng swiftly gathered the herbs and magical cores, then bowed slightly. Yifeng takes his leave. Having said that, he turned to depart. However, Yifeng suddenly found himself frozen in place. This was quite awkward. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Accustomed to twisting his waist to advance, Yifeng discovered, to his dismay, that he could no longer walk. Noticing that Yifeng had yet to leave, Queen Medusa curiously parted the silk curtains and glanced at him. In her line of sight, the master of alchemy, who could concoct a pill in 3 seconds, was seen propping himself against the wall, swaying incessantly, resembling a figure dancing to a serpentine rhythm. A burst of laughter erupted from her lips, her strikingly beautiful face blooming like a flower in full bloom. The alluring sound reached Yifeng's ears, causing him to cease his awkward movements, his gaze irresistibly drawn toward her. On the bed, Queen Medusa had removed her golden-framed armor. Her fair skin, sensual collarbone, and exquisite figure were now laid bare before Yifeng's eyes. The enchanting smile that had blossomed from his comical antics left him momentarily entranced, lost in a trance. Upon noticing Yifeng's gaze, Queen Medusa's smile swiftly vanished, her enchanting eyes locking onto his with an intense stare. This left Yifeng feeling quite uneasy. He scratched the back of his head and was about to speak when a slender and fair arm, alluring in its grace, suddenly lifted in a familiar arc. With a resounding crash, Yifeng's figure was thrust out alongside the firmly shut door. At that moment, the serpent woman guards outside, witnessing Yifeng emerge with legs and the door in tow, were taken aback and hurried to assist him, inquiring, "Elder Alchemist, what transpired inside?" With a resolute expression, Yifeng replied calmly, "Nothing happened." The serpent women responded with confusion. "Brother, what on earth is this?" A feminine voice echoed from afar, causing Yifeng's countenance to stiffen. It was unmistakably his sister, Huashir, hastening to the scene. "Sister." Yifeng turned and promptly fainted in a tactical manner. Huashir was all too familiar with her brother, quickly realizing that he had been graced by the queen's affections. "Quick, help him back to his room." Chapter 39. Utilizing the queen's wealth, serving the queen. Upon returning to his chamber, as the door was securely closed by the enchanting Washi, Yifeng immediately awoke with clarity. Ding! The master has been assisted back to his room by Washi and has received a sign-in reward, 1 youth preservation pill. Brother, what on earth is wrong with your body? How could you have such a significant transformation after an entire night of conversation with Her Majesty the Queen? Washi inquired, pointing in astonishment at Yifeng's legs, which lay upon the bed. The phrase "an entire night of conversation" struck Yifeng with realization. Good heavens, it was morning once more. This is splendid. The headlines in the Serpent Clan today would surely feature. The alchemy elder conversed all night with Her Majesty the Queen. Commander Mobus, this is truly not my fault. It was Her Majesty who insisted on my presence. Yifeng could only vaguely recount to his sister Washi the events that had transpired. A 6th grade elixir, the demonization pill. You possess such a potent elixir, which means the spirit-powering pill you gifted me is indeed genuine. Upon hearing this, Washi promptly retrieved the spirit-powering pill that Yifeng had given her. Sister, why have you yet to consume this spirit-powering pill?" Yifeng asked, perplexed. "Did you think I was merely jesting?" Washi replied, tucking the spirit-powering pill away, intending to consume it later for her cultivation breakthrough. It was difficult for anyone to believe that a mere 18-year-old novice could present a precious 5th-grade elixir. With a resigned shake of his head, Yifeng produced a small jade vial and offered it to Washi. "This is a marvelous elixir known as the Youth Preservation Pill, which can preserve one's youthful appearance indefinitely. Is it truly so miraculous? Then I must certainly try it," Washi exclaimed, swiftly pouring the contents of the small vial into her mouth. The youth preservation pill, unlike the spirit-powering pill, did not require a tranquil environment for consumption. Thus, Washi swallowed it without hesitation. Observing Washi's eagerness, Yifeng shook his head. Surely, no woman, regardless of her age or strength, would ever reject the effects of the youth preservation pill. As the pill dissolved, a peculiar energy coursed through Washi's body. Almost instantly, her already fair and smooth skin appeared to radiate even more brilliance and vitality. Sensing the transformations within her, Washi hurriedly approached the copper mirror in the room. Upon seeing her reflection, her joy knew no bounds. Brother, I must take my leave now. I need to find someone to repair your damaged door. Before Yifeng could respond, Washi had vanished in a flash. Yifeng understood well that the door repair was merely a pretext. After all, women, upon enhancing their beauty, often seek to indulge in the admiration of their peers. After Washi's departure, Yifeng sensed the energy within him and subsequently opened his system panel. Sign-in System Master. Yifeng. Race. Serpent Man. Able to transform into human form. Douqi level. 3-star Grand Dome Master. Skill. Soul Devouring Technique. Divine Grade. Exotic Fire. 3000 Flame Fire. Weapon. Flowing Blade of Fire. Embedded with a 4th grade Wind Attribute Magic Core and a 6th grade Wood Attribute Magic Core. Constitution. 3000 Star Body. Immortal Body. Alchemical Cauldron. Purple Abyss. Alchemy Skill. 2nd grade. Combat Techniques. Sandstorm. Profound Ice Dragon Soaring. Thunderbat Wings. Flame Rejection of 3000. Wind Sucking Fire Palm. Wandering Serpent Body. Serpent Shadow Blade. Items. Heavenly Soul Blood Melting Pill. Alchemy Compendium. 2nd grade. Youth Preserving Pill. The enhancement of Douqi was attributed to the consumption of a 6th grade Demonic Transformation Pill and a fragment of Douqi from the Medusa Queen. This significantly increased the Dou crystal within Yifeng, elevating him to the prowess of a 3-star Grand Dome Master. However, what pleased Yifeng even more was the strength of his legs. With a surge of power, he nimbly rose from his bed and approached the copper mirror, admiring his flawless physique, adorned with a mysterious smile. To preserve the integrity of his legs, Yifeng obediently remained within his chamber, with his activities limited to alchemy and cultivation. Between the two, he resolutely opted to pursue alchemy first. Having taken the queen's wealth, he felt compelled to serve her diligently, not as a sycophant, but as a strategist. A 6th grade Wood Attribute Magic Core alone was valuable, not to mention the myriad of other precious materials. For Yifeng, the art of alchemy was remarkably straightforward. It was merely the crafting of pills, after all. Upon retrieving the Purple Abyss Cauldron, it transformed into a grand furnace. After tossing in a meticulously sorted collection of medicinal herbs, the 3000 flame fire surged forth. 1, 2, 3. Bang! A batch of 1st grade pills, resembling colorful candies, materialized within the Purple Abyss Cauldron. The process of pill creation in mere seconds was not limited to a single batch. It allowed for simultaneous crafting, essentially enabling mass production. The rich aroma of the medicinal concoction wafted through the crevices of the room, startling the serpent woman guards stationed outside. Is that the scent of medicine? Ye! The alchemy elder is concocting pills? One guard exclaimed in surprise to her companion. The other guard, equally intrigued, responded, surely. But how can he craft pills when his legs are supposedly incapacitated? Should we take a look? No. The captain mentioned that alchemists require deep concentration and must not be disturbed. If we interrupt him, the entire batch of herbs could be ruined. As the dense fragrance continued to permeate the air, it captivated the serpent guards and maidens passing by, who had never before experienced the enchanting aroma released during the alchemical process. In that moment, they paused, reveling in the soothing scent that enveloped them. It is well known that a single elixir can fill the surrounding area with an enchanting aroma, not to mention that Yifeng is producing them in bulk. As time passed, Yifeng sensed that the fragrance within the room had become rather intense, prompting him to open several skylights situated above. As for the side windows, they must remain closed for confidentiality. Instantly, a richer medicinal scent wafted from the room, swiftly permeating the entire Medusa temple. With the release of this fragrant essence, news of the alchemical endeavors of the elder alchemist soon followed. Thus, the aroma continued to linger within the Medusa temple. 2 days later, Queen Medusa emerged from the recently repaired door, inhaling the delightful scent of the potions. With a slight furrow of her brow, her gaze turned towards Yifeng's chamber. This little fellow is indeed quite obedient. Upon the queen's arrival, the assembly of serpent maidens immediately bowed in respect and, at her gesture, departed hastily. As for the head of the guard, Washir, he sought the queen's permission before proceeding to consume a spirit dodan. When Queen Medusa boldly pushed open the door, she was greeted by a scene both familiar and dreamlike, one that could astonish anyone. Her eyes widened in surprise, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards. The entire room was filled to the brim with glistening elixirs. Chapter 40. Journey to the Realm of Exotic Flames, accompanied by the Queen. As Yifeng felt the chilly breeze wafting in from the entrance, he couldn't help but shiver. Upon seeing the majestic figure of Queen Medusa standing at the door, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you've entered without knocking?" Queen Medusa's gaze was unwavering and filled with pride as she replied, "Why would I require permission from a mere child to enter my own domain?" Flustered, Yifeng quickly attempted to explain, "Your Majesty, I am not merely refining a few pills. I have filled the entire ground with them." He continued, "Under the scorching heat of the 3,000 flames. Not only has my humble attire been affected, but even the surface of his UN cauldron has shattered." Sensing the intense heat radiating from the room, Queen Medusa furrowed her delicate brows, a faint flush unexpectedly gracing her otherwise cold and enchanting visage. "Hurry up, I shall wait for you outside." With that, she turned and gracefully departed, her slender waist swaying as she exited the doorway. Exhaling deeply, Yifeng straightened his back, a proud demeanor overtaking him. "If I keep my queen waiting, you know the consequences." Her chilling words made him feel a sudden weakness. He hastily stored away the UN cauldron and donned his robe and trousers before rushing out. The garments were new, tailored for him by the Serpent Maiden while he bathed. The memory of being measured lingered pleasantly in his mind. He disregarded the pills left in his room, knowing that someone would come to tidy them up later. With an abundance of pills, he casually took a few dozen before exiting the chamber. When he beheld the exquisite silhouette of Queen Medusa basking in the sunlight, he couldn't resist licking his lips. It was merely that he had spent too long refining pills in the room, rendering his lips inexplicably dry and in need of moisture. "Follow me," Queen Medusa softly instructed upon sensing his approach, then proceeded forward. Yifeng had no choice but to obediently trail behind her, astonished at how, in just a few days, he had encountered her on 2 separate occasions. How fortunate the queen is. Unbeknownst to him, as she walked ahead, her enchanting countenance flushed slightly, feeling quite flustered. Had she known, she wouldn't have entered so directly. Now, it was she who felt awkward. With a slight pause, she cast a sideways glance at Yifeng, who appeared before her as a dashing young man. The black robe draped elegantly over him, complemented by his handsome features, exuded an aura of clarity and charm. Of course, if only his tousled dark hair were styled, he would be even more striking in Queen Medusa's thoughts. This young lad had indeed grown into quite the figure. "Your Majesty, could we perhaps change our expressions? I feel weak." Upon encountering that piercing gaze directed at him, Yifeng naturally assumed that Her Majesty the Queen was about to sweep her delicate arm through that familiar arc once more, and thus he timidly spoke. The beautiful eyes of Queen Medusa blinked, her crimson lips curling slightly. "Weak? Yet I have observed that each time you meet me, you have never shown any signs of weakness." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, then managed a wry smile, hastily shifting the topic. "Your Majesty, have you come to seek me out for the—" "Indeed, I have made all the necessary preparations. Let us depart." With that, the queen's wings unfurled behind her, and before Yifeng could fully comprehend the situation, her slender hand grasped his arm, propelling them skyward. "Ah, Your Majesty, you are ready, but I am not. My body is still quite weak after the alchemy," Yifeng exclaimed as he was pulled aloft. "When have you ever been strong?" Her nonchalant words reached Yifeng's ears, causing his expression to harden as he retorted, "I am not weak now." A soft, melodic laugh accompanied by an enchanting smile was indeed pleasing to the ear and the eye, yet Yifeng sensed an undercurrent of profound insult within it. Being irresistibly whisked away, Yifeng felt rather helpless, surrendering to the Queen of Medusa as they soared above the vast desert. Ding! The master has been taken aloft by Queen Medusa, receiving a sign-in reward. 50 barrels of ice spirit spring. 50 barrels. Such a quantity. Are we to use this as a cold storage? Your Majesty, might we change positions? You are hurting me, Yifeng suggested, feeling his wrist transition from a gentle grip to a tingling sensation. No, the suggestion was dismissed outright, thus failing to trigger the sign-in reward. Yifeng could only relish the peculiar joy of being escorted by the alluring queen. In the Tagore Desert, where yellow sands rage uncontrollably, when the two descended upon a flat expanse of desert, Queen Medusa's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Sensing an uncomfortable feeling beneath the sand, a captivating joy illuminated her cold, elegant visage. A sandstorm. Instantly, a small tornado formed in Yifeng's palm. The furious sand energy coalesced within his hand, and he promptly struck it against the desert floor. With a rustle, a spiraling sand dune passage emerged at the point of impact. Although the passage was not large, it was sufficient for traversal. Peering inside, one could see total darkness, yet a wave of intense heat emanated from within, evoking a sense of wonder. Earth-level combat skill? Queen Medusa's gaze fixated on Yi Feng, who stood upright, seemingly affirming his lack of weakness. Humph, she scoffed, casting him a disdainful glance, her voice laced with regal contempt. Then, upon her fair and delicate hand, a moonstone shimmered and proceeded into the depths of the cavern. Yi Feng smiled faintly, following the Queen Medusa into the abyss. Within the pitch-black passage, the illumination was scant, with only the moonstone casting a glow ahead. Yi Feng could only navigate by the faint fragrance wafting from the depths, feeling his way forward. As they ventured deeper, the heat intensified palpably. The pair moved with remarkable swiftness, darting through the darkness. After a brief span of time, Yi Feng suddenly felt an obstruction beneath his feet, causing him to stumble forward. As the sensation of comfort enveloped his hands, he instinctively recoiled, his eyes wide with shock, thinking, "This is a predicament. Your Majesty, why have you halted so abruptly?" Yi Feng. A chilling voice pierced through his ears, leaving him momentarily disoriented and bewildered. To clarify, the protagonist is not merely flattering but rather engaging in a strategic pursuit. A pursuit. Chapter 41. The concern of Her Majesty the Queen. The twin-headed fire serpent emerges. A surge of crimson radiance flooded the passage, instantly breaking through the previously sealed corridor with overwhelming energy. The reason Queen Medusa had halted was that Li Feng, the formidable Dome Master, had not fully opened the passage to the desired location. Just as she paused, she felt a kick from the little robe behind her, followed by his sudden embrace. The passage was far too narrow for her to evade, and everything transpired too swiftly for her to react. Queen Medusa could never have anticipated such audacity from the little robe behind her. What was meant to be a mere mishap in the passage had taken an unexpected turn. Moreover, this little fellow had the audacity to feign innocence. Thus, beneath the extraordinary crimson glow, an inevitable battle erupted within the confines of the narrow corridor. The clash concluded within mere seconds, leaving Li Feng's visage swollen under the dim light. With a nose and face bruised, Li Feng felt a sense of relief regarding his current state. After all, his face was merely swollen, not his legs shattered. Upon meeting the icy glare of Queen Medusa, Li Feng hastily covered his face with his hands and timidly stammered, "Your Majesty, this time it was my fault. I shall not dare again." Another time? Li Feng, had you not been the sole alchemist of your clan, I would have slain you on the spot. A glimmer of frost was evident in Queen Medusa's eyes as she spoke with a chilling tone, her teeth clenched. Li Feng quickly nodded, indicating that there would be no next time. However, the possibility of a subsequent occurrence remained uncertain. Observing Li Feng's sincere admission of guilt, Queen Medusa furrowed her brows and turned away, icily stating, "In light of your contribution in aiding me to seek thee, I shall treat this matter as if it never transpired. Now, let us proceed." With that, her graceful form moved forward once more. Left behind, Li Feng was taken aback. Nothing happened? How splendid. Ding. Master was tripped by Queen Medusa's serpent tail, managed to catch her to stabilize, and received a sign-in reward, a piece of sea hard armor. Damn. Sea hard armor? What does my affair with Queen Medusa have to do with sect leader Yun? System, you are quite mischievous. A grin formed on Li Feng's face as he conjured a small flame in his palm, slowly following Queen Medusa as she continued onward. Sensing Li Feng's actions ahead, a look of confusion crossed Queen Medusa's enchanting face. Firelight. Why did this little fellow not use to illuminate before? Just then, a wave of intense heat rushed toward them, and as their eyes narrowed, they realized they had reached the end of the passage. Before them lay a breathtaking world of fiery red magma. Standing at the end of the corridor, they discovered themselves in an immense cavern, immersed in a realm of molten rock. Few could have anticipated the existence of such an extraordinary realm beneath the Tagore Desert. The fiery red magma flowed through an inferno, occasionally punctuated by the explosive bursts of enormous bubbles, shattering the serenity of the surroundings. The scorching temperatures ignited a fervor within Yi Feng, as if the 3,000 flames within him yearned to absorb the elemental energy of fire present in this place. In stark contrast to Yi Feng's comfort, the Queen Medusa furrowed her brow. This exceedingly hot environment was surely uncomfortable for her, a woman of frigid constitution, inherently at odds with fire. "Your Majesty, here are the ice heart pills I brought with me," Yi Feng declared, producing several pills the size of longan fruits. Queen Medusa cast a glance at the attentive Yi Feng, then delicately picked one up with her slender fingers and swallowed it, immediately feeling a wave of relief wash over her. "You may keep them," she instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to ask for more," Yi Feng replied, nodding earnestly as he stowed the remaining pills away. Medusa shot him a glare before turning her gaze toward the distant magma realm. However, her ability to sense diminished greatly in this place, and she could not detect any presence from afar. Thus, she inquired of Yifeng, can you perceive the? Right beneath this bubbling magma, Yifeng pointed downward into the magma world. Below, Medusa's beautiful eyes narrowed as her gaze focused on the molten depths. And soon she sensed something. Indeed, there is a living creature within, a four-headed fire spirit serpent. A four-headed fire spirit serpent? Yifeng questioned, feigning ignorance. Medusa raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, the four-headed fire spirit serpent typically resides in extremely hot regions, subsisting on magma. Given sufficient opportunity and time, it can evolve into a sixth-tier magical beast. This serpent, evidently, is a creature of great fortune, thriving in the birthplace of. If we do not disturb it, it could consume the magma scorched by and, within centuries, or even less, ascend to the sixth tier. Your Majesty, I shall descend to lure it over. You can swiftly subdue it, and then I shall capture it to guide us in our search for, Yifeng suggested. A smile gracing his lips as he looked at Queen Medusa. You? Medusa's gaze swept over his form, and Yifeng understood that she doubted his capability once more. I am quite capable. Yifeng felt an urgent need to prove himself to Queen Medusa. A thunderous roar echoed as the thunderbat wings emerged behind him, and with a powerful flap, Yifeng propelled himself forward. The flowing blade of fire in his right hand ignited with violet-black flames, and without hesitation, he soared toward the distant magma world. The young one. Medusa Queen gazed upon the retreating Yifeng without a hint of hesitation, instinctively calling out, What is it, Your Majesty? Upon hearing her, Yifeng paused midair, looking at the stationary Medusa Queen with a puzzled expression. Be cautious. That two-headed fire spirit serpent is formidable. Medusa Queen's crimson lips parted slightly as she spoke coldly. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Yifeng replied with a delighted smile, and then, with a vigorous flap of his wings, he soared into the distance. Concern? I am not concerned about this little one. A low murmur echoed softly as Yifeng transformed into a mere black, gliding above the lava. Yifeng was enveloped in violet-black flames, sensing the position of the two-headed fire spirit serpent below. In an effort to lure it out, he descended slightly. However, at that very moment, a massive lava bubble erupted before him, prompting Yifeng to hastily retreat. Just then, the previously tranquil lava erupted violently, splattering in all directions. A colossal creature suddenly burst forth from the molten depths, its enormous maw opening wide with a fierce roar, lunging towards Yifeng to devour him. Chapter 42. The Irresistible Multicolored Scales. Upon witnessing the emergence of the two-headed fire spirit serpent, Yifeng could hardly contain his astonishment. He had assumed that a fourth-tier magical beast would not be overly large, yet the reality was far from his expectations. The head of this four-tiered, two-headed fire spirit serpent was several times his size, not to mention the existence of its other head and its remarkably robust body. The colossal serpent erupted from the magma, lunging towards Yifeng with a menacing bite. With a powerful flap of his wings, accompanied by a thunderous roar, he soared upward, evading the serpent's attack. Simultaneously, he flicked his right hand, unleashing a fire slash from his flowing blade of fire in a provocative manner. As a manifestation of the 3,000 flames of Yin possessed formidable energy, and Yifeng's utilization of the flowing blade of fire amplified its might considerably. It is worth noting that the flowing blade of fire was currently embedded with a 6th-tier wood attribute magic core and a 4th-tier wind attribute magic core. The wind fueled the flames, while the wood augmented the fire's potency, exponentially enhancing the power of the seemingly casual fire slash. The two-headed fire spirit serpent, undeterred by the presence of this human, charged directly at Yifeng, intent on devouring him as prey. Upon impact, the fire slash collided with the serpent's body, causing it to explode like a gigantic bubble in a world of magma, shattering its tough scales and releasing torrents of lava-like blood. In pain, the serpent's two fearsome heads opened wide, accelerating in pursuit of Yifeng, who had already taken to the skies. In this realm of magma, the speed of the thunderbat wings paled in comparison to that of the two-headed fire spirit serpent. In the blink of an eye, the serpent was upon him once more, prompting Yifeng to envelop himself in for protection. Indeed, in the heat of battle, one often laments the scarcity of techniques at their disposal. Yifeng, who had believed he possessed a plethora of skills, now found himself limited to just a few. Sandstorm. With a swift motion of his left hand, a colossal tornado materialized before him, engulfing the oppressive heat waves and magma, raging towards the two-headed fire spirit serpent. At that moment, the sandstorm transformed into a fiery red lava vortex, which, for a creature dwelling in magma, posed no threat, but rather a boon. However, Yifeng was not merely deploying the sandstorm technique. He slowly raised his left hand and unleashed the blazing fire palm. The synergy between techniques proved to be the most effective strategy in combat. The flames he conjured were none other than the 3,000 flames of Yin. And as the purple-black flames merged with the colossal tornado, the once crimson vortex morphed into a fearsome shade of purple-black. In an explosive manifestation, the 3,000 yen tornado enveloped the oncoming two-headed fire spirit serpent, sealing its fate. In the next moment, the heart-wrenching roar of the two-headed fire serpent reverberated throughout the realm of molten lava. Its anguished cries were enough to convey the depths of its suffering. At that instant, Yifeng felt no hesitation and surged frantically towards the direction of Queen Medusa. While others might take pride in this spectacle, he understood the true monstrosity of this two-headed creature. It was, in essence, an immortal being within this domain. Even when grievously wounded, it could rapidly recuperate in the molten depths, unless faced with a decisive, lethal blow. However, Yifeng was acutely aware of his own limitations. He lacked the power to deliver such a fatal strike against this formidable fire serpent. As he anticipated, the moment he departed, the two-headed fire serpent plunged into the molten world from the eye of the whirlpool. Despite the numerous scales torn from its body and the blood that flowed freely, as it submerged into the lava, its grievous wounds began to heal with astonishing speed. Mid-flight, Yifeng sensed something amiss beneath the molten surface, and his expression shifted dramatically. The serpent's velocity beneath the lava was astonishing. Although the thunderbat wings granted him speed, here, it was rendered futile, for there was not a trace of lightning essence to be found. Once more, the lava erupted violently, and the sinister two-headed fire serpent opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Yifeng from both ends. Caught in a perilous situation, beads of sweat erupted from Yifeng's brow. Just as he contemplated unleashing the Shinbing dragon's ascendance for a desperate counter, a radiant, multicolored silhouette suddenly materialized before him. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the fragrant figure before him, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness, she is magnificent." The vibrant apparition arced with ferocity and struck the two-headed fire serpent with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the serpent was flung away, ultimately crashing against a distant wall. Observing the pitiful state of the two-headed fire serpent, Yifeng felt a surge of sympathy, for he too had endured such a lashing. The serpent, rendered unconscious by the blow, lay motionless upon the stone platform at the edge of the molten world. Yifeng gazed at the colossal serpent before him, adorned with resplendent, multi-hued scales, his dry lips parting in awe. "What do you seek by staring at me, little one? Have you forgotten that you too belong to the serpent folk? Why not engage it in your true form?" Queen Medusa's voice resonated, jolting Yifeng into realization. By heavens, I am indeed of the serpent folk. This was a remarkable alignment. Should he transform into his true form now, it would be a splendid spectacle of dual serpents dancing amidst the molten realm. Of course, such a transformation required time for adjustment and acclimatization. As a member of the serpent folk, it was astonishing that he had overlooked the peak of his prowess lay in his true form. It seemed that in future confrontations, a sudden transformation into a formidable purple-black serpent could certainly astonish his foes. "Your Majesty, I have not forgotten. It is your resplendent, iridescent scales that captivate me so." Yifeng scratched the back of his head with a foolish grin. Captivated? Queen Medusa was perplexed by the meaning behind this young man's words. However, in the next moment, the queen comprehended Yifeng's intentions, for his left hand was stealthily and inquisitively exploring her colorful serpent scales. In that instant, a fierce glint flashed in her enormous eyes, and her vibrant serpent tail arced gracefully through the air. Bang! Without any surprise, Yifeng found himself following in the footsteps of the two-headed fire spirit snake, landing squarely atop its colossal head. Ding! Out of curiosity, the master has felt Queen Medusa's iridescent scales and received a sign-in reward. Advanced Mystic Stage Combat Technique. Wind Zenith, Meteoric Strike. Yifeng, I have stated that my affairs with Queen Medusa have nothing to do with the Cloud Sovereign. Dear readers, I would greatly appreciate your feedback on my writing. I am feeling a bit anxious. I kindly request your 5-star reviews. Additionally, I implore you for recommendation votes, comments, and support. I will respond sincerely to each one. Chapter 43. Capturing the Crimson Spirit. Is the Queen jealous? Yifeng slowly opened his drowsy eyes, only to realize he was sprawled across one of the colossal heads of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. As he regained his senses and acknowledged the acquisition of a new combat technique, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Just moments earlier, he had lamented the insufficiency of his techniques, and now he had obtained the wind's extreme, meteoric strike. Regardless of the circumstances, one must take risks. After all, a bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. The dazzling scales of the serpent lay before him, leaving no room for hesitation. When the moment calls for action, one must seize it. Flying is merely a fleeting experience, one he had encountered before. However, it seemed that Her Majesty the Queen had been rather heavy-handed this time. After all, he had only brushed against the serpent's scales, He had not trespassed into any forbidden territory of the serpent people. The intense pain coursing through him caused Yi Feng to grimace. Oh, my precious spirit cover. Oh, my hip joint. Oh, the root of my tail accompanied by a gentle, fragrant breeze. The figure of Queen Medusa soon appeared. Under the radiant hues of 7 colors, the majestic serpent, exuding an aura of elegance, transformed back into the stunning figure of Her Majesty. Her elongated eyes fixed upon Yi Feng, who was grimacing at her feet, gleaming with a chilling light that made him instinctively close his mouth. With a gulp, he swallowed hard, and then, mustering a resilient gaze, he declared unwaveringly, "It doesn't hurt at all." Upon witnessing Yi Feng's demeanor, Queen Medusa turned slightly to the side. With a subtle press of her crimson lips, she coldly remarked, "Little one, didn't you claim you could control it? Why haven't you made a move?" At her words, Yi Feng nodded affirmatively, and then the ring on his finger emitted a brilliant glow, revealing a remarkable talisman in his grasp. This talisman was his master-slave talisman, capable of binding magical beasts or individuals, rendering them his obedient servants upon application. Queen Medusa looked at Yi Feng with a puzzled expression. What was his intention with that piece of paper? In a most primitive manner, Yi Feng firmly affixed the master-slave talisman onto the head of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. Ding! The master has successfully applied the master-slave talisman to the twin-headed fire spirit serpent, which is now bound as the master-s servant and can be recalled to the system space. As the system notification chimed, the talisman melded seamlessly into the body of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. Done. Yi Feng turned to Queen Medusa, his voice brimming with pride. Is that all? Gazing at Yi Feng's swift actions, a look of deep skepticism graced Queen Medusa's exquisite countenance. He concocted elixirs in 3 seconds and subdued a 4th-tier magical beast in a mere moment. Was everything this little fellow did so astonishingly swift? Upon observing the alluring visage of Queen Medusa, Yi Feng confidently affirmed, "Indeed, Your Majesty, this twin-headed fire spirit serpent is now my servant." With a mixture of doubt and intrigue, Queen Medusa grasped Yi Feng's wrist and gracefully leaped from the serpent's head, gently descending to the ground. "Yi Feng, is everyone so casual now? I am not a person of such frivolity. Might I request that my consent be sought next time, my queen?" Suddenly, Yi Feng's eyes widened. It was the 2-headed fire serpent that had been sent flying by the queen, hurtling into the fiery realm of molten lava. In this light, perhaps foregoing my approval is not entirely objectionable. The 2-headed fire serpent, having plunged into the lava world, emerged moments later with its formidable heads rising from the molten surface. In contrast to its previous ferocity, its gaze softened considerably. The Medusa Queen too had come to appreciate Yi Feng's remarkable speed. It was indeed astonishing. "Master," a sweet, youthful voice echoed, startling Yi Feng as he glanced at the fearsome 2-headed fire serpent. "A female serpent? Indeed, master, but I am not merely a female. I am a girl." Upon hearing such an adorably sweet voice, Yi Feng was suddenly beset by a profound sense of guilt for having scorched her moments before. He promptly engaged in a mental dialogue with the 2-headed fire serpent. Do you have a name?" "I do not, master. I am merely 60 years old and not yet an adult. Thus I am unworthy of a name." 60 and not an adult? Since you lack a name, I shall call you Hongling from now on." "Thank you, master." "Hongling, do you know the location of the—" "I do, but I do not dare approach it. It is far too hot." "Is it truly that hot?" Then you as the serpent and Yi Feng exchanged glances. The Medusa Queen observed the intimate interaction with keen interest. A chill began to emanate from her exquisite visage. Here she was, requesting his assistance in obtaining the, yet he treated her as though she were invisible, engaging with a mere fire serpent before her. Humph! With a disdainful scoff, an overwhelming aura erupted from her enchanting form, pressing down upon Yi Feng with the weight of a mountain. In the midst of conversing with Hongling, Yi Feng, still bearing a smile, had not yet comprehended the shift in atmosphere when he was suddenly crushed to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. Upon witnessing this woman's aggression towards her master, Hongling's serpent tongue flicked out as she lunged at the Medusa Queen. However, with a commanding wave of her elegant arm, the queen sent the serpent flying away. Lying on the ground, Yi Feng quickly pieced together the situation. Could it be that the queen was feeling jealous? With gritted teeth and a forced smile, he hastily explained, "Your Majesty, the 2-headed fire serpent claims that the lies at the bottom of the lava and can guide us there." As his words fell, the pressure weighing upon Yi Feng dissipated. The Medusa Queen turned her head, responding coldly. As Yi Feng rose, he felt a surge of delight within, and subsequently called back the red spirit, who had just been sent flying by the queen. "Your Majesty, how about we ascend together and take a look below?" Yi Feng tilted his head and inquired of Queen Medusa. Queen Medusa regarded Yi Feng before her, and in an instant, Her enchanting figure shimmered with a crimson glow as she gracefully settled upon the head of the two-headed fire serpent. Unwilling to be outdone, Yifeng unfurled his wings and perched himself atop the serpent's head as well. Upon taking his seat, Yifeng suddenly realized that he had seemingly unlocked an achievement. Am I now a serpent knight? However, he quickly corrected himself. But this serpent? Wait a moment. Hearing a sharp voice emanating from ahead, Yifeng furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What is it, Your Majesty?" Queen Medusa's exquisite visage was shrouded in frost, yet beneath that icy demeanor, there flickered a hint of vexation. Why do you choose to sit behind me? Chapter 44, Slipping. Azure Lotus Heartfire. Upon hearing the somewhat frigid voice of Queen Medusa, Yifeng's countenance remained unperturbed. Rather, he resolutely declared, "Your Majesty, it is as follows. Observe the prowess of this little fellow. I am merely at the realm of a grand fighter. Should I take my seat over there, I would soon be lost in this molten world. It is only by remaining here that I can bask in Your Majesty's protection." After listening to Yifeng's words, Queen Medusa found a semblance of reason in his argument. When did I ever claim I would protect you? With a piercing glare, her chilling words resonated in Yifeng's ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. Not protect me? Wouldn't I simply vanish into the fiery abyss? Seeing Yifeng's awkward demeanor, Queen Medusa lightly pressed her crimson lips together and threatened, "I may permit you to remain here, but should you dare to stir, I shall break your legs." Legs? Break? Yifeng gasped, hastily extending his right hand, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I assure you, I shall not move an inch." Very well, let us proceed. At Yifeng's command, the two-headed fire spirit serpent executed a swift turn, soaring through the air in a grand arc before diving into the molten realm below. As the serpent plunged, a crimson glow emanated from Queen Medusa's delicate form, enveloping both her and Yifeng in a protective barrier. Suddenly, a moment of discontent arose. Humph! At the instant the serpent submerged into the lava, a haughty snort escaped Queen Medusa's lips. She had unexpectedly felt something press against her back, a certain someone who had just vowed to remain still, yet was now defying that promise. Sensing the extreme chill emanating from ahead, coupled with a peculiar comfort to his senses, Yifeng felt a rush of heat to his forehead. He raised his head high, extending his hands in a gesture of innocence. His complexion turned pale, and he retreated a few inches, forcing a bitter smile as he stammered, That is, Your Majesty, I swear I have not moved. Truly. I have remained perfectly still." It was the two-headed fire spirit serpent that charged too fiercely. It was a slip. Indeed a slip. Red Spirit. Master, if I perish, it is undoubtedly your fault. Humph. Queen Medusa's expression grew ice-cold as her slender, porcelain arm gradually lifted. This familiar arc made Yifeng instinctively shrink his neck. However, just as he braced for the imminent blow, that delicate arm slowly lowered once more. "You little rascal still holds value for me. Once I successfully collect thee and depart, I shall deal with you and your little fire serpent." As the words fell, Queen Medusa waved her jade-like arm in a fit of anger and turned her head away. Yifeng, feeling somewhat restrained, gazed at her alluring silhouette while directing his thoughts towards Xinghua village. After approximately half an hour of descent, they finally beheld a radiant glow reminiscent of green jade. From a distance, it appeared akin to a green lotus, yet within it lay a peculiar space. Hovering nearby, one could clearly see a flicker of azure flames pulsating gently, akin to the heartbeat of a living entity. Upon reaching a certain point, the two-headed fire serpent hesitated to advance further. Suddenly, Queen Medusa sprang to her feet, without seeking Yifeng's consent, and pulled him into the mysterious realm. Her enchanting eyes were fixed upon the small flame before them, glimmering with delight. To her, this extraordinary fire represented two extremes, evolution and destruction. The green lotus heart fire, ranked 19th on the list of exotic flames, originates from the depths of the earth, taking 10 years to gain spirit, 100 years to take form, and 1,000 years to blossom into a lotus. Upon its maturation, a cluster of azure fire emerges, known as the green lotus fire. Your Majesty, our fortune is indeed splendid. This green lotus heart fire has already reached maturity and can be collected, Yifeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he regarded the flickering flame. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's captivating eyes sparkled with brilliance as she turned her gaze toward Yifeng. It was evident that this young lad possessed considerable knowledge about exotic flames. "Do you know how to collect the exotic fire?" she inquired. Faced with the queen's question, Yifeng began to ponder. The original text made no mention of how to gather the green lotus heart fire. However, it was clear that the green lotus throne, which Xiaoyan later used to take the heart fire from the Medusa kingdom, served as a significant clue. The green lotus throne was akin to a home for the green lotus heart fire. In simpler terms, it represented the relationship between a hen and its nest. If the nest remains undisturbed, the hen will not flee. Upon contemplating this, Yifeng solemnly addressed Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, the azure lotus heartfire, being born of the azure lotus, shall not easily depart. We merely need to sever its stem with a pure jade blade, and we can take it away." As he spoke, Yifeng produced a translucent jade knife from his spatial ring. "Ah, you are indeed well prepared, little one." With a flutter of her beautiful eyes, Queen Medusa grasped the jade knife in her delicate hand, her expression turning slightly grave. "However, when I make my move, the azure lotus heartfire will undoubtedly struggle fiercely. You must not leave this place." With a swift motion of her hand, a crimson glow enveloped Yifeng's body, shielding him from the flames. Queen Medusa then flicked her colorful serpent tail, propelling her lithe form toward the enormous azure lotus stem. As she drew near, the flames atop the azure lotus surged, transforming into a blue fire spirit that charged toward her. The form of this fire spirit was unlike any imagined. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a two-headed fire serpent, identical to the red spirit. A message upon release. Hee. Did you think that I, Jijia, had updated again? In truth, I bring delightful tidings for all dear readers. The wonderful news is that this book will officially debut tomorrow. Are you not elated? Of course, you should be. For tomorrow is New Year's Day. Firstly, I wish all readers a happy new year. May 2022 bring you good fortune and robust health. I must discreetly inform you that the time of the New Year's countdown will coincide with the book's release. For those readers who remain awake, join me in celebrating the new year, and do remember to show your support. Jijia is diligently crafting the narrative, sitting for so long that my backside has grown numb. All to deliver an abundance of chapters for my cherished readers. Upon release, there will be at least 5 chapters and a minimum of 10,000 words. As for future updates, that will certainly depend on the support from my beloved readers. My head is about to burst, so I shall return to writing. Remember to subscribe, and subscribe again. Let's seal the deal. Until we meet again. Quietly now I shall slip away. Chapter 45. The Gathering of the Azure Lotus Fire. The Queen's energy is depleted. The spirit of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire takes the form of a two-headed fire serpent. To Yifeng, this revelation came as no great surprise. After all, the unfortunate Azure Lotus Earth Fire had encountered no other beings in this realm of magma, naturally transforming into the likeness of a fiery spirit. The two colossal serpentine heads lunged furiously towards the Medusa Queen, who, in response, unleashed a torrent of energy from within her. Swiftly retracting her jade blade, she conjured 2 crimson blades of energy with her hands, engaging in a fierce battle with the azure fire spirit. Above, Yifeng wore a grave expression. He did not remain motionless as the Medusa Queen had suggested. This time, he was not merely hesitating but was, in fact, advancing. He was acutely aware of the outcome of the confrontation between the Medusa Queen and the fire spirit. Even if the Queen emerged victorious, she would undoubtedly sustain significant injuries. Yifeng did not wish to witness her harmed, thus he stealthily moved closer. Before him, a colossal lotus flower unfurled, its 8 translucent petals shimmering with an ethereal beauty. At its center, amidst what appeared to be embedded lotus seeds, a flicker of azure flame danced gracefully. This was the essence of the azure lotus earth fire, and for someone of Yifeng's cultivation level, it was unwise to attempt to grasp such a formidable force single-handedly. Instead, he chose to descend, inching closer to the stem of the lotus. The stem, glistening like green jade, possessed a terrifying ability to absorb the surrounding fire energy. Yifeng could distinctly sense the purity of the fire energy nearby. Should he harness such a gravitational force, surely his martial prowess would experience a swift ascension, provided he did not overreach and suffer dire consequences. In Yifeng's right hand, another jade blade, refined by the exotic fire, materialized. He drew nearer to the lotus stem, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the azure lotus earth fire. However, just as he was mere moments away from the stem, the immense azure two-headed fire serpent detected his presence, erupting in a surge of blue flames that surged towards him. The Medusa Queen would not allow the fire spirit to retreat. With a flash of red light, she positioned herself directly in front of the oncoming threat. Yet, the fire spirit's ferocity exceeded her expectations. In a moment of desperation, one of its heads exploded, sending a tremendous shockwave that forced the Medusa Queen backward. Seizing this opportunity, the azure fire spirit charged towards Yifeng. Feeling the overwhelming heat behind him, Yifeng turned to see the gaping maw of the serpent approaching. With his left hand, he summoned a blade of flowing fire, his arm coiling back with a surge of power. Ultimate Wind, Meteor Strike. In the fiery realm infused with the energy of magma, the advanced wind attribute martial skill of the Shen rank, coupled with the entwined 3,000 blazing flames surrounding the flowing blade like fire, erupted in an attack of formidable strength, rivaling that of Earth rank martial arts. A mighty roar, akin to a dragon's cry, erupted from Yifeng's arm. surging forth towards the oncoming fire spirit serpent. The emergence of the 3,000 blazing flames invigorated the approaching azure lotus fire spirit, which showed no signs of retreat, but rather an exhilarating excitement. For the essence of lies in their mutual consumption. In its domain, upon witnessing a kindred spirit, it eagerly unleashed its colossal jaws, releasing a torrent of fiery breath that collided with Yi Feng's assault. In contrast to the azure lotus fire spirit, Yi Feng's strength paled significantly. This was a being capable of contending with the Queen Medusa. As the azure flames began to engulf his attack, and the giant jaws loomed to ravage him, Yi Feng's countenance turned ashen. It was over. He had miscalculated. Just as the massive jaws were about to consume him, a brilliant red radiance suddenly appeared before him. "Did I not instruct you to remain still, little one?" The cool voice resonated, and joy illuminated Yi Feng's face. Gazing upon the exquisitely graceful form before him, he felt a profound sense of reverence in the presence of such majestic authority. Queen Medusa extended her hands, forming a red barrier that shielded them from the azure flames. Yi Feng did not succumb to the allure of her enchanting figure. Instead, his gaze sharpened, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he propelled himself towards the lotus stem without hesitation. With a delicate arc of his jade ruler, he severed the azure lotus stem. As the stem separated from the azure lotus, the surrounding azure lotus blossoms dimmed, revealing an ephemeral state, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the azure lotus fire spirit, engaged in combat with Queen Medusa, slowly faded away within the magma world. As Yi Feng soared with the azure lotus in tow, a fleeting yet captivating smile graced Queen Medusa's flawless visage, akin to a shooting star. However, this smile vanished just as swiftly. At that moment, Yi Feng noticed the crimson glow emanating from Queen Medusa beginning to wane. Observing this, he swiftly stowed the azure lotus into his system's spatial ring, and his wings erupted with a thunderous sound. A silver beam rushed to Queen Medusa's side, concern etched upon its form. "Your Majesty, are you injured?" "Not at all. Merely a slight depletion of my energy," Queen Medusa replied, her coldly beautiful face showing hints of pallor, her tone indifferent. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. She was low on energy? Wasn't this a predicament he often faced? It seemed she had rushed to save him just moments ago. A warmth enveloped Yi Feng's heart as he softly said, "Your Majesty, thank you for saving me. I simply did not wish for you, this little rascal, to perish before I had the chance to reprimand you," Queen Medusa retorted, retrieving a pill from her spatial ring and quickly consuming it. Gazing at the formidable queen whose resolve surpassed even her own, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of helplessness. After consuming a restorative elixir, the countenance of Queen Medusa improved slightly. However, in the face of her abyss, that minuscule enhancement was but a drop in the ocean. "I currently lack sufficient energy," the queen declared. "With the energy shield surrounding you, we can only sustain ourselves in this magma realm for another 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Yi Feng exclaimed in astonishment. They had journeyed here on the back of a two-headed fire serpent, taking a full half-hour to arrive. Clearly, this brief interval was far from adequate for their escape from this molten world. With a flicker of brilliance from her slender fingers, a small jade vial materialized in Queen Medusa's grasp, which she then extended toward Yi Feng. "I possess a vial of Ice Spirit Spring. With its aid, you can depart aboard the two-headed fire serpent. Ice Spirit Spring. But what of you, my queen?" Chapter 46. Your Majesty, please open your mouth. Upon hearing Yi Feng's inquiry, the regal Medusa queen coldly declared, "I possess my own means to escape. It is of no concern to you." Yi Feng gazed at the haughty Medusa queen, feeling rather speechless. She truly regarded him as a mere child. "Do you truly believe what you have just uttered, Your Majesty? It appears she has exhausted her supply of the Ice Spirit Spring. Even if any remains, they are likely secured within the palace walls. After all, the spatial rings on the continent of Fighting Qi do not allow for limitless storage. However, while she lacks it, I am well equipped. The system has generously bestowed upon me 50 barrels of Ice Spirit Spring, which are now perfectly timed for life preservation. Your Majesty, in truth." Before Yi Feng could articulate his thoughts, the timid red spirit, who had refrained from entering, hastily approached him after the azure lotus light dissipated. With a swift motion, the Medusa queen seized Yi Feng as if he were a chick, placing him atop the two-headed fire spirit serpent. "Little fire serpent, this young one is in grave danger. Hasten to remove him." With that, the Medusa queen settled upon the other head of the serpent, and promptly, the red spirit surged upward toward the magma realm. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 14 minutes had elapsed. Yi Feng's gaze remained fixed upon the exquisite form of the Medusa queen. Despite the prolonged interval, this proud sovereign had not cast a single glance in his direction. Even if she intended to chastise him, she ought to contemplate the specifics of that reprimand. No, her decision to sit apart from him, aside from avoiding another incident of slipping, surely concealed some ulterior motive. As the crimson barrier enveloping him gradually waned, Yifeng obediently consumed the ice spirit spring. Though his 3,000 flame fire could withstand the magma, his fighting spirit did not afford him the endurance to survive until escape. The moment he ingested it, an exquisite layer of frost enveloped his body, while the surrounding magma swiftly encased him, evoking a sensation of both ice and fire. However, Yifeng's discomfort paled in comparison to his concern for the Medusa Queen. The instant the crimson barrier surrounding her dissipated, a dazzling and resplendent radiance erupted from her form. This brilliance rendered Yifeng momentarily blinded, and when the light finally subsided, he beheld an enormous python. This massive serpent, adorned in hues of purple, measured nearly 10 yards in length. Its body embellished with iridescent scales that exuded an aura of elegance and regality. Within its violet eyes, there was no trace of ferocity. Rather, they conveyed resilience and indifference. This was the Medusa Queen's true form, the purple inferno serpent. As she transformed into her true essence, the surrounding magma immediately enveloped her form. Utilizing the 3,000 flame fire, Yifeng distinctly observed the moment the violet serpent's eyes narrowed slightly. As the magma made contact with the scales, a terrifying hissing sound erupted. This was sufficient to prove that the cold-natured scales of the Medusa Queen could not withstand the searing magma from the depths of the earth. At that moment, Yifeng finally comprehended the method the Medusa Queen had referred to. This proud queen intended to rely on her true form to force her way out. Even as the formidable Medusa Queen, her escape from this molten world would undoubtedly leave her grievously wounded. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng felt a sharp pang in his heart. The most difficult gratitude to repay is that of a beautiful benefactor, regardless of the Medusa Queen's reasons for saving him. This bond, he, Yifeng, must devote his entire life to safeguarding. As time seemed to stretch, it was but a fleeting instant. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he swiftly summoned his internal fighting spirit. Extending his finger, he unleashed his newly acquired miraculous water attribute fighting technique. Tidal Finger. Although Tidal Finger was a yellow-tier technique, it could be controlled by its master, releasing a water ray of manageable power. With a swift motion of his finger adorned with a spatial ring, a wondrous stream of water shot forth. This was not ordinary water, but the ice spirit spring stored within Yifeng's ring. In this terrifyingly hot magma realm, he could only employ his fighting technique to deliver this ice spirit spring to the Medusa Queen. As the ice spirit spring enveloped the enormous purple serpent's head, it was soon covered by a layer of crystalline ice. The sudden sensation of coolness cascading over her head piqued the curiosity of the colossal serpent's eyes, directing their gaze towards Yifeng. Oh, this little fellow possesses the ice spirit spring as well? The Medusa Queen pondered in astonishment at the translucent stream emanating from Yifeng's hand. However, why does he persistently direct it towards my head? Observing the indifferent, perplexed purple serpent, beads of cold sweat began to form on Yifeng's brow. Feeling the depletion of his internal fighting spirit, he endured the dual agony of the ice and magma, urgently shouting, "Your Majesty, please open your mouth. I can barely hold on." The sudden desperate cry prompted the Medusa Queen to instinctively open her massive serpent jaws. As the refreshing comfort enveloped her entire being, her colossal form radiated resplendent hues, reverting to her alluring serpent woman visage. Upon witnessing the Medusa Queen's recovery, Yifeng smiled with delight, yet his consciousness began to blur, and he collapsed upon the head of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent. The revived Medusa Queen noticed Yifeng had fallen unconscious on the serpent's head. In a swift motion, she appeared beside the fainted Yifeng, gently resting his head upon her beautifully exotic snake tail. With her fair, delicate hand, the Medusa Queen placed a pill into Yifeng's mouth. A delicate hand grazed the striking visage of Yifeng, whose expression bore a hint of arrogance. "Little one, you have saved this king. This time, let us consider your merits and demerits as equal. I shall overlook your previous transgressions." Unconscious, Yifeng remained blissfully unaware of the exquisite treatment he was receiving. Within the realm of molten lava, a colossal two-headed fire spirit serpent surged upward, atop which a breathtakingly beautiful woman cradled a man. Below them, the depths of the lava returned to an abyss of silence following their departure. In the vast expanse of the desert, three men sensed the tumultuous energy emanating from beneath the ground, each possessing a pair of wondrous wings. They were the trio of formidable fighters who had been driven away by Haibuodong. As they swiftly descended and beheld the 1-meter-wide opening, they exclaimed with delight, "The lingering aura indicates a master of great prowess. Such ferocious fire attributes, what lies within, regardless of what is concealed? This master has forged such a passage. He himself is a treasure." The book has ascended to the 15th rank on the new releases chart and has received further recommendations. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, might you grace it with a wave of votes and monthly tickets to propel it into the top 10? Additionally, dear readers, if you harbor any suggestions, feel free to observe without hesitation. I am genuinely anxious. Chapter 47. The Weakening Queen, the Arrival of Three Battle Kings. The three formidable battle kings exchanged glances and then swiftly made their way into the cave. Meanwhile, within the realm of magma, Queen Medusa cradled the unconscious Fang. Having reached a stone platform by the edge of the molten sea, both of them had exhausted their fighting spirit and needed a period of rest before they could depart. As for the two-headed fire spirit snake, Hongling, it remained steadfastly by its master's side. After Fang had bestowed upon it the master-servant symbol, this serpent became bound to him. In this space, apart from the occasional bubbling sounds from the magma, an eerie silence prevailed. Suddenly, this tranquility was shattered. Medusa's elongated gaze sharpened, fixating on the passageway through which they had arrived. At that moment, the three battle kings emerged from the tunnel. To their astonishment, beneath the Tagore Desert lay such a magnificent scene. The violent energy of the fire attribute here would exponentially enhance the cultivation speed for any practitioner of fire attribute combat techniques. This place undoubtedly harbored celestial treasures. We must search for them. Suddenly, the robust battle king took a step back, his eyes widening in horror as he trembled and pointed towards a specific spot, exclaiming, "Wait, what is that? Come on, Brother Yanli. Is it really necessary to be so alarmed?" One of the others responded, "We are three battle kings." As the two companions followed Yanli's gaze, their expressions shifted dramatically upon seeing not only a colossal serpent, but also an enchanting woman. Their faces paled, and they found themselves gasping. "Be beautiful, Queen Medusa." The three immediately cried out in terror. As the saying goes, a person's name is the shadow of a tree. The fearsome reputation and allure of Queen Medusa had instilled dread across several great empires. Over the ages, her name had even shaken the very foundations of the combat continent. Countless human warriors had perished at her hands, and any human who crossed paths with her was either met with death or grievous injury. Just days prior, they had sensed the fierce battle between the Ice Emperor Habadong and Queen Medusa in the Tagore Desert. The outcome of that confrontation left Habadong, who had bested them, mysteriously absent. How could such a terrifying being be present here? And in the arms of the notorious Queen Medusa, she cradled a young boy? Was this lad the formidable battle master who had ventured here? Indeed, he was a prodigious genius. Who would have thought that the unparalleled beauty of Queen Medusa would be drawn to such a one? What are we waiting for? Let us flee. With that, Yanli erupted into action, bolting towards the cave entrance. "Wait, Brother Yanli." The somewhat slender, silver-haired man grasped Yanli's arm and inquired, "What do you mean? Brother Yanli, are you not curious why the formidable Medusa Queen did not strike when she encountered us three?" Leibo flicked a silver strand of hair from his forehead, his gaze piercing with brilliance. "You speak truly, Brother Leibo. The Medusa Queen would not grant me such an extended opportunity to flee. Surely, it must be due to her weakened state." On the other side, a dark-haired warrior with a lecherous expression remarked, "I never imagined I, Feng Shao, would be so fortunate as to soon savor the essence of the Medusa Queen. My esteemed brothers, your words resonate with wisdom. I, too, wish to indulge alongside you in the allure of this enchanting queen." Upon witnessing the Medusa Queen's figure, the three powerhouses of combat transitioned swiftly from fear to a more lascivious demeanor. After all, the queen's allure is not something mere mortals can resist, especially when she is in a weakened state. Hisses. Sensing the hostility emanating from the trio, the two towering figures of Hong Ling turned their attention towards them. Their scarlet tongues flickered, emitting a series of eerie hisses. "Do you three worthless fools dare to challenge me?" With a cold retort, a fiery red aura of combat energy erupted around her, akin to a blazing inferno. The Medusa Queen slightly raised her head, her fierce gaze locking onto the three combatants. As they met her menacing stare, they were enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that forced them to stagger back a few paces. The Medusa Queen gently lowered Fang to the ground, rising with an air of undeniable dominance. "I am quite busy. Come at me all at once." Upon hearing her words, the three combatants exchanged glances, wariness evident in their eyes. "Fear not. She is merely posturing. Together, we shall prevail," Yanli declared, casting a glance at his two companions before fixing his gaze on the alluring Medusa Queen. "Agreed. For the sake of this exquisite woman and that young man's treasures, we three brothers shall fight with all our might." In that moment, the trio unleashed a surge of formidable combat energy. Yanli clenched his fists, conjuring a yellowish combat energy shield to protect himself. Meanwhile, Feng Shao and Lei Bo formed combat energy wings, rising into the air. As wind and lightning attributes merged in an instant, they created a swirling barrier of wind. The three stood united, a fearsome formation encircling the Medusa Queen. It was evident that they had endured countless battles together to achieve such synergy. My aerial wind attribute grants a velocity boost that not only enhances the operation speed of other attributes, but also allows my rare electrical attribute to reach its utmost potential. Upon overhearing his two younger companions boasting, Yin Li, as the elder brother, was not one to be outdone. With the perfect defense of my earth attribute combined, our entire offensive will be flawless, he asserted. Is that so? Queen Medusa's elongated gaze swept over Yin Li, her red lips curling into a beguiling smile. But if you remain crouched there, how do you intend to launch an attack? I don't need to attack. They will handle the offense. Yin Li pointed at his two suddenly appearing younger companions. This tactic of sacrificing his teammates was executed with remarkable finesse. He did not wish to appear foolish. From the outset, he intended to utilize his two clever companions to test Queen Medusa's strengths and weaknesses. Now was the moment to observe the results of his experiment. Feng Xiao brandished two short swords, accompanied by a swift rush of wind, as he lunged toward Queen Medusa's waist. Meanwhile, Lei Bo was equally formidable, his right hand wielding a dagger pulsating with thunderous energy, aimed directly at Queen Medusa's shoulder. Just then, a dazzling array of colors erupted around Medusa and Yi Feng. Queen Medusa's exquisite eyes, gazing upon Yi Feng, shimmered with an unprecedented softness, her delicate face breaking into a radiant smile. Little one, who would have thought that one day I too would act like my sister? The thrill for our esteemed readers. The fervor for our dear audience. The fervent wish to make a grand impact. The plot twists are enough to make one's mind explode. Alas, a plea for your generous votes. Heartfelt gratitude to all our readers for your support. Thank you. Chapter 48. The Queen's Fury, a force to reckon with. As the resonant voice of Queen Medusa echoed through the magma realm, the three formidable Douqi warriors perceived a distortion in the surrounding space. What could this be? Regardless of its nature, her inaction suggested she was nearing her limits. Thus, they resolved to strike together. Just as the two Douqi warriors charged forward, suddenly, a powerful hand materialized around Queen Medusa's delicate wrist. Feeling the warmth emanating from her wrist, Queen Medusa found herself momentarily dazed. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle these three. A soft voice resonated as her gaze fell upon the profile of the youth standing before her. For reasons unknown, she felt an unusual sense of safety in his presence. Has this little fellow awakened? When did he regain consciousness? Could it be he had been feigning unconsciousness all along? Once I recover, I shall certainly teach him a lesson. However, this feeling of being protected is quite. It seems I must also ensure he receives his due punishment. A faint blush, reminiscent of a peach's delicate hue, appeared on her exquisitely crafted cheeks, perhaps due to the oppressive heat of the magma realm. Boom! An extraordinarily potent aura erupted from Yi Feng's body. Flame of the 3000. The blade of flowing fire manifested in his hand, and with a swift motion, a torrent of purple-black flames surged forth, toppling the two assailants on either side. Wind Howl and Thunderbow, struck by this force, found blood trickling from their lips as their bodies spun in midair before crashing to the ground on one knee. A Douqi warrior. All present, including Queen Medusa and the other three Douqi warriors, were left astounded. How could a mere Dosher suddenly ascend to the ranks of a Douqi? This miraculous transformation was due to the new reward Yi Feng acquired. Ding! Due to saving Queen Medusa and fainting from a lack of Douqi, being embraced and cared for by her, the host has received a reward. 1 Douqi experience card, 3 minutes. Yi Feng had indeed fainted, but with the 3,000 stars physique, he recovered swiftly from his stupor. Upon awakening, he found the position quite comfortable and decided to indulge a little longer. Just as he sensed Queen Medusa preparing to unleash a spatial ban, he realized he could no longer afford to remain asleep. The stakes had become too high. The hardest debts to repay are those of beauty and kindness. Thus, it was time to confront the queen with unwavering resolve, for even the strongest must ultimately face annihilation. Could there be a formidable secret technique to enhance his strength? It appeared that he was indeed a prodigy. Brother Yin, we are fortunate. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lei Bo and Feng Xiao rose, their eyes brimming with excitement. You are right, my brothers. Such a technique cannot last forever. The three of us Douqi warriors shall surely vanquish him. Let us attack together. At Yin Li's urging, Feng Xiao and Lei Bo unfurled their wings and charged towards Yi Feng. Your Majesty, simply stand behind me. Amidst the seemingly mundane words of Yi Feng, there lies an irresistible power that provokes the Queen Medusa behind him, her crimson lips curling into a bewitching smile. Ha! You boast quite grandly, young lad. I am eager to see how you intend to safeguard your royal majesty. The howling wind had already materialized before Yi Feng, as the wind blade in its hands viciously slashed towards his neck. With a swift motion of his right hand, Yi Feng promptly parried the assault with his flowing blade of fire. However, an even more formidable attack surged forth as Lei Bo wielded his lightning dagger, aiming directly for Yi Feng's chest. In a stunning display that astonished all present, Yi Feng did not evade. Instead, he extended his left hand, unleashing a powerful pull that drew Lei Bo's body closer by an inch. At that moment, the dagger had already pierced Yi Feng's chest. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the dagger, shimmering with a chilling radiance, failed to penetrate his flesh. Instead, it was halted by an unseen force, producing a crisp sound akin to clashing steel. Within Lei Bo's gaze, Yi Feng offered him a faint smile, and in an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from his left hand. The force of the fiery gale sent Lei Bo hurtling backward, a crimson spray of blood arcing through the air. Given the volume of blood expelled, it was evident that Lei Bo had been rendered unconscious, with a series of terrifying sounds echoing. The recently launched Lei Bo was unexpectedly thrust into the blazing realm of molten lava by the ever-watchful assistance of the fiery tail of Hong Ling brother Lei Bo. Wind Howl turned to exclaim in anguish. "Haha, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate, fool." The flames entwined around Yi Feng's flowing blade surged dramatically, enveloping Wind Howl's arms. The searing heat of the strange fire was far beyond what Wind Howl could withstand. His dual blades fell from his grasp as a wretched scream pierced the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng conjured a miniature tornado with his left hand and forcefully thrust it into Wind Howl's body. The overwhelming energy of the sandstorm shattered Wind Howl's meridians in an instant, transforming him into a mere statue of sand. The next moment, a horrific scene unfolded as Wind Howl's body, accompanied by a gust of hot wind, slowly dissipated from the air. Damn it, this lad indeed conceals his depths. The expression of Yen Li, who had been holding a large shield, changed dramatically, just as he had suspected. A youth who could be treated with such reverence by Queen Medusa could hardly possess mere mastery of the great duelist level. With his wings suddenly coalescing behind him, he unleashed a forceful explosion beneath his feet, propelling himself towards the exit of the passage. "Brother Yen, save me." At that moment, Lei Bo, having just plunged into the molten world, emerged from the lava, calling out for help. But as soon as he cried out, the nearby Hong Ling flicked her large tail, sending Lei Bo back into the molten abyss. A severely injured Lei Bo stood no chance against Hong Ling's might. In this relentless scene of whack-a-mole, the fiery world of magma continues to unfold until Lei Bo is consumed by the scorching lava. Hearing the desperate cries of his dear brother, Yen Li finds no time to spare. He rushes toward the passage without a backward glance. "Save you? I'd rather save my sister." A thunderous roar reverberates as the combined might of the Thunderbat's wings and the Fighting King's prowess propels Yi Feng's speed to unprecedented heights. A silver arc of lightning streaks across the air, and in an instant, Yi Feng appears before Yen Li, his blade ablaze, retracting swiftly as immense wind energy converges. Ultimate Wind, Meteoric Strike. A powerful energy, sharp as a spear, lunges toward Yen Li. As a master of Earth attribute combat energy, Yen Li's defense is his forte. He swiftly conjures the Earth Shield, which manifests before him like a small mountain. No matter how strong you are, your might cannot breach my defense," Yen Li declares with unwavering confidence, gazing at Yi Feng as he charges forth. "Is that so? Then how about this?" The 4th tier Wind Attribute Magic Core and the 6th tier Wood Attribute Magic Core in Yi Feng's hand suddenly radiate brilliance, coalescing into a formidable surge of energy at the tip of the violet-black flame blade. Crack! When the blade pierces the Earth Shield, a jarring sound of shattering fills the air. Sizzle! Without any surprise, the flaming longsword plunges entirely into the heart of the incredulous Yen Li. "All things shall turn to ash, you shall perish thus." Yi Feng's voice, laced with fierce intent, echoes throughout the molten realm. Chapter 49, My Dear Little One. How many secrets do you conceal? As Yi Feng spoke, the black and purple flames enveloped Yen Li's body, releasing an exquisite aroma of roasted meat. With a swift motion, Yi Feng unsheathed the blade, Lurin Rohuo, and gracefully returned it to its scabbard, executing the action with remarkable precision and fluidity. At that moment, Yi Feng epitomized the very essence of charisma. Sauntering past the scorched Yen Li, Yi Feng turned to the astonished Medusa Queen and flashed a triumphant smile. "Your Majesty, do you not find me impressive?" Her captivating gaze fell upon the once dashing and now boyish Yi Feng, and a charming smile blossomed upon her otherwise cold visage. Captivated by her smile, Yi Feng felt his heart ensnared by the queen. Yet, suddenly, a pallor washed over Yi Feng's face as cold sweat trickled down his handsome features, splattering onto the ground. Supporting himself with the blade, he instinctively clutched his chest with his right hand, trembling as he grimaced. "Cursed experience card. The 3 minutes are up." Though the sea-hard armor had mitigated the piercing damage from Lei Bo, it could not shield him from the paralysis effect of the lightning attribute. I am paralyzed. As he uttered these words, his eyes rolled back in Medusa Queen's line of sight, and his body weakened, collapsing to the floor. The once dashing Yifeng, now, had he fainted again? The Medusa Queen gazed at Yifeng lying on the ground, exasperatedly tapping her forehead. It was evident that this little rascal could not manage anything for more than 3 seconds. Approaching Yifeng, the Medusa Queen gracefully settled beside him, her exquisite face tinged with a hint of indignation. You little rogue, feigning unconsciousness in my presence. This time I shall not come to your aid. Her gaze swept over Yifeng, finally resting on the flickering arcs of electricity on his chest. Was he injured? Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her voice, tinged with pride, emerged from her fiery red lips. You saved me. This time, I shall begrudgingly consider it a balance of your merits and demerits. Once you recover, I shall not be lenient. With that, the Medusa Queen reached out and unfastened Yifeng's robe, revealing a splendid azure inner armor beneath. Upon seeing the exquisite armor, she understood why Yifeng had not evaded Lei Bo's attack. It was indeed a treasure. No wonder he had fainted so swiftly. It was due to the electric shock. Unable to suppress a smile, the Medusa Queen's laughter transformed the once searing magma world into a realm of enchanting comfort. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a vial of healing ointment from her storage ring. Meanwhile, the red spirit within the magma, having vanquished Lei Bo, gazed enviously at the tender scene unfolding before it. Truly, their master was fortunate. At that moment, a chilling gaze swept over. If you dare to reveal anything upon waking, I shall not spare you. The 2 heads of the red spirit bobbed nervously, hastily plunging into the magma, never to reappear. When Yifeng awoke once more, he found himself still in the realm of magma, with Queen Medusa sitting nearby, recuperating her fighting spirit. Sensing her master's awakening, the red spirit timidly revealed its 2 heads, peering cautiously. Yifeng, observing the apprehensive red spirit, sensed an underlying intrigue and quickly checked the system notifications. Ding! Your chest has been scorched by an electric arc. Queen Medusa personally applied medicine for you, earning a sign-in reward. Earth-level low-grade fighting technique. 1000 flames, sword aura. What the hell? Yifeng was taken aback by the system notification, astonished that Queen Medusa personally treated him. Is this truly real? After learning the 1000 flames, sword aura, Yifeng confirmed its authenticity. Queen Medusa opened her eyes, gazing at the dazed Yifeng, immediately feeling a sense of connection. Her icy gaze fixated on the red spirit peeking out from the magma world. The red spirit, frightened, hurriedly shook its 2 heads, insisting it had said nothing. Gradually rising, Queen Medusa approached the still dazed Yifeng, her eyes filled with curiosity, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Suddenly, Yifeng snapped back to reality. Noticing the queen so close and awkwardly stammered, "Why, your majesty? What are you thinking about, little one?" Queen Medusa inquired sharply, a glimmer of frost in her eyes. Yifeng hurriedly waved his hand, masking his embarrassment. "It's nothing. I was merely sensing the surge of fighting spirit within me. Unbeknownst to me, my strength has risen by 1 star. Did your majesty not feel it?" Of course I felt it. Although Queen Medusa had regained her fighting spirit, her prior focus lay elsewhere. Thus she had not specifically sensed Yifeng's prowess. Upon a slight assessment now, she turned away slightly, appearing somewhat sheepish. "Hee, your majesty. Have you fully restored your fighting spirit?" "Yes, little one. I am quite curious about how many secrets you conceal." Her narrow eyes glinted towards Yifeng, her tone stern. Yifeng replied, "Aren't you already aware of the secrets I possess, your majesty? There remains only, you little one, not only possess a spatial ring capable of holding, but you also have the fighting techniques of the Yaman sect, methods to enhance your Douwang power, and inner armor to defend against Douwang attacks. How many more secrets do you harbor?" Listening to Queen Medusa's words, a pained expression crossed Yifeng's face as he said, "These were given to me by my master. He feared that before he could see me a second time, I might be lost. For now, that is all. There are no others." Queen Medusa turned, gesturing towards the red spirit within the magma world, asking, "Do you wish to take it with you?" "Indeed, I absolutely wish to take it." Yifeng spoke with unwavering certainty, and in an instant, a flash from his spatial ring ensnared the 2-headed fire spirit snake into his master-servant space. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Queen Medusa was once again taken aback. Just moments ago, she had claimed there was nothing of significance, yet the next moment, this little fellow had captured a 4th-tier magical beast into his ring. Observing the slightly parted crimson lips of Queen Medusa, Yifeng quickly moistened his parched lips and said with a hint of resignation, "Your majesty, it seems my ring possesses a few more functions than anticipated. Let us proceed. Once we return to the palace, I shall address you further. With that, Queen Medusa's figure flickered as she arrived at the entrance of the passageway. Yifeng shrugged and promptly followed suit. The two swiftly made their way towards the Medusa royal city. Shortly after their departure, a middle-aged man wielding a jade knife and sporting a pair of small mustaches passed by the area. Chapter 50. Devouring the essence of the fire lotus. Cold and frigid within the majestic chambers of the Medusa temple, Yifeng reclined upon his bed, indulging in a period of recuperation. Indeed, he found himself in the sanctum of Queen Medusa, lying on a bed that belonged to him. After the commotion caused by his last alchemical endeavors, several of the serpent maidens had begun to harbor improper thoughts towards him. Thus, it became imperative for Yifeng to relocate to a more secure environment. The safest haven within the Medusa temple, without a doubt, was the royal quarters of Queen Medusa herself. This arrangement was a direct decree from the queen upon his return. The proud queen had contemplated, as the personal guard of the throne, this young fellow ought to remain in closer proximity, enabling her to discipline him at her convenience. This remarkable young man was a treasure. As his sovereign, she was determined to prevent others from seizing his techniques, combat skills, and extraordinary flames. Consequently, after receiving the queen's affectionate attentions upon his return, Yifeng triumphantly acquired 3 storage rings belonging to the Do Wang he had vanquished in the subterranean magma realm. In his eagerness to impress Queen Medusa with his valor and striking presence, he had inadvertently forgotten these rings. While he may have overlooked them, Queen Medusa had meticulously gathered them and subsequently presented them to him. Yifeng's heart swelled with warmth, though he sensed something awry. Was this her way of rewarding him with 3 sweet dates after her tender affections? The 3 Do Wang, judging by their prowess, had not stored anything of significant value within their rings. Apart from 3 purple gold cards, the contents included their utilized techniques, combat skills, and a selection of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Among these potions, there were several 3rd grade and a few 4th grade elixirs. It was evident that these were intended for life-saving purposes. Yet regrettably, they had not even been granted the opportunity to consume them. After examining his acquisitions, Yifeng, still reclining on his bed, connected with the system to access his attribute panel. Sign-in system owner. Yifeng. Race. Serpent man. Able to transform into human form. Douqi level. 4-star Great Dome Master. Cultivation technique. Spirit devouring art. Divine level. Exotic fire. 3000 flame fire. Weapon. Flowing blade of fire. Set with a 4th tier wind attribute magic core and a 6th tier wood attribute magic core. Physique. 3000 star body. Immortal body. Alchemy cauldron. Purple abyss. Alchemy skill. 2nd tier. Combat techniques. 1000 flames sword chi. Sandstorm. Mysterious ice dragon flight. Winds extreme meteor strike. Thunder bat heavenly wing. Flame rejection of 3000. Wind sucking fire palm. Tidal finger. Serpent shadow blade. Items. Heavenly soul blood fusion pill. Ocean hard armor. Alchemy manual. 2nd tier. Youth preserving pill. A pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes. Blue lotus earth fire. Not yet absorbed. 11 earth fire lotus seeds. Life skills. Sugar-coated Haws making method. Upon the return of the 2 individuals, in order to conceal the exotic fire, Queen Medusa first stored it within Yifeng's spatial ring, retrieving it when necessary. Yifeng harbored no objections to this arrangement because what belongs to the queen is also his. Once Queen Medusa utilizes the exotic fire for evolution, he will be able to absorb it to enhance his strength. However, prior to that, the earth fire lotus seeds upon the azure lotus could also augment his power. Unhappy with his current Douqi level, Yifeng hesitated not a moment and promptly swallowed 1 earth fire lotus seed. The earth fire lotus seed, also known as the essence of fire spirit, bears a name that signifies the purity and terrifying potency of its energy. Possessing the divine level spirit devouring art, Yifeng was unconcerned about his body being overwhelmed by the immense fire attribute Douqi. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, he entered a state of cultivation. Although there was a slight discomfort in his body, the sensation of energy transforming into power was far more pleasurable. Time passed swiftly. After fully absorbing the fire attribute energy of 1 earth fire lotus seed, Yifeng experienced a significant increase in strength. Although he did not elevate his recently achieved 4-star rank to 5-star, he had made substantial progress, advancing 2/3 of the way. Thus, without hesitation, Yifeng tossed 3 earth fire lotus seeds into his mouth. The moment he ingested them, a frown creased his brow. He realized his mistake and felt regret. Despite being endowed with the spirit devouring art, which prevented him from being overwhelmed by the immense fire attribute energy, he was indeed suffering. With his eyes tightly shut, Yifeng's fair visage turned as crimson as a volcano. Wisps of white mist began to rise above his head, creating a frightening spectacle akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The searing energy from the 3 earth fire lotus seeds surged rapidly into Yi Feng's meridians. The intense pain caused him to grit his teeth, cold breaths escaping through the gaps, as he clenched his jaws tightly, his pores contracting in response. However, within Yi Feng's body, under the operation of the soul-devouring technique, it resembled an abyss, greedily absorbing the energy emanating from the earth fire lotus seed. Surrounding his figure was a mist of azure hue, shrouded in a dreamlike and ethereal ambience. At this moment, Yi Feng could be described as experiencing a delightful agony, for he could distinctly sense his fighting spirit cultivation had ascended to the realm of a 5-star great fighter, with no signs of ceasing. If all continued as expected, given this frenzied pace, he could effortlessly elevate himself to the level of a 7-star great fighter. Yet, aware that this was an unexpected turn of events, it stubbornly persisted. Just then, a crimson silhouette, accompanied by a familiar fragrant breeze, suddenly materialized beside Yi Feng. Yi Feng felt a sense of dread. This familiar fragrance belonged to none other than Queen Medusa, who had sensed something amiss during her rest in the inner hall. Her captivating gaze fell upon Yi Feng, who appeared as a volcano, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she murmured, "This reckless little fellow, he has devoured several fire lotus essences. If this continues, he will surely be overwhelmed by this potent energy." Queen Medusa perched herself beside Yi Feng's bed, fixating on his slightly handsome yet flushed cheeks, her enchanting eyes blinking enticingly. At this moment, Yi Feng was filled with trepidation, uncertain of what actions the queen might take. Should her majesty decide to open him up, releasing the energy within along with his blood, it would be a tremendous loss. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt a cool, soothing sensation upon his lips. His eyes widened in astonishment as they locked onto those remarkably familiar and beautiful eyes just inches away. "I haven't lost. It seems I have gained. I am disheartened that my new book has fallen to 9th place. Dear readers, I implore you to continue reading and to cast your votes. Please do not forget me on Monday." Chapter 51. The Wrathful Queen Medusa and the Candied Hawthorn. If previously Yi Feng experienced a bittersweet existence, now he found himself torn between heartache and exhilaration. The heartache stemmed from the immense energy of the Fire Lotus essence, which had the potential to elevate him to the rank of 7-star great fighter, yet was being frantically siphoned away in the tender contact between two delicate beings. As for the exhilaration, words scarcely suffice for those who have indulged in its delight. Yet, the heartache was merely a pretext for Yi Feng. For even 11 small lotus seeds could not compare to this tantalizing sweetness. Was this not akin to the tender affection expressed in a single, gentle taste? The slender, elongated eyes of Queen Medusa glimmered with a cold light upon noticing Yi Feng's awakening, issuing a warning to the impetuous youth before her to refrain from any reckless actions. However, the body does not always heed the will. The volatile and searing nature of the fire energy ignited within Yi Feng like a volcano ready to erupt. With a hiss, the gentle process of expansion was abruptly replaced by a vivid scarlet hue. Fierce determination sparkled in his eyes as crimson blood, reminiscent of roses, trickled slowly from the corners of her alluring lips, exuding an enchanting aura. As Yi Feng regained his senses, he felt the profound energy within him being significantly depleted, leaving him in a state of distress. Nonetheless, a glimmer of joy surfaced amidst his turmoil, even amidst Queen Medusa's ravenous consumption. His own power had ascended to the rank of 6-star great fighter. 3 minutes later, Yi Feng sensed that not a single drop of fire spirit essence remained within him. The graceful form of Queen Medusa retreated, and in the next instant, Yi Feng beheld her delicate, alabaster arm rise once more, tracing a familiar arc. With a resounding thud, Yi Feng, who had been seated, found himself unceremoniously thrust onto the bed. Compared to previous encounters, he suddenly felt that this time the impact was surprisingly mild. His eyes rapidly focused on Queen Medusa's countenance, brimming with confusion. How could it be that she had initiated the altercation, yet he bore the brunt of the consequences? Queen Medusa, licking the crimson from her lips and lifting her proud chin, coldly asserted, "Little one, I acted to save you. Yet, you dare take advantage of me. You are the first to do so." Yi Feng hastily waved his hands in awkward defense. "That was merely an accident, however, my queen, I assure you. I shall be the last." "Is that so?" Medusa mused, her heart quivering at the steadfastness reflected in Yi Feng's gaze. In an instant, she appeared before him on the ground, her eyes narrowing as she warned, "Consider this a reprieve. Should there be a next time, I shall not be so merciful. Speak of this carelessly, and mind your tongue." "Never, my queen," Yi Feng responded, his demeanor instantly serious under her imposing presence. As he tasted the lingering sweetness on his tongue, he inhaled sharply, realizing the sensation was indeed quite painful. Yet, this blend of pain and pleasure was undeniably exhilarating. Gazing at the obedient Yi Feng, Queen Medusa felt a deep sense of helplessness within her heart. Each time, his demeanor was so sincere, yet after her warnings, he repeatedly transgressed. Should he offend again, she would certainly punish him severely. With a newfound confidence stemming from her enhanced strength, Yifeng boldly suggested to Queen Medusa, "Your Majesty, I have successfully gathered the. Tomorrow, I shall set forth to the Gamma Empire in search of the 7 illusory Qingling tears. Is this acceptable?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing Yifeng's intent to depart, Queen Medusa instinctively exclaimed in a sharp tone. Yifeng was startled by her sudden outburst. Why was she so agitated about his journey to the Gamma Empire? Could it be? Observing the puzzlement in Yifeng's eyes, Queen Medusa felt somewhat flustered, her right hand gently grasping her cheek as she replied, "The green lotus earth heart fire is still with you, and I am not at ease." "Ah, I see." Yifeng quickly retrieved the green lotus platform from the system space and handed it over, saying, "Your Majesty here, with the green lotus earth heart fire in your possession, I shall feel more at ease." As Queen Medusa beheld the exquisite green lotus platform and the fire upon it, her beautiful visage momentarily chilled, her teeth biting down in contemplation. "You need not keep the green lotus platform. I possess the ice lotus platform to conceal its aura." With a graceful wave of her hand, she swiftly transferred the green lotus earth heart fire onto her ice lotus platform. "That is splendid. Your Majesty, may I?" Yifeng stored the green lotus platform back into the system space and nodded in agreement. Observing Yifeng's resolute determination to leave, Queen Medusa flicked her jade arm and turned towards the inner palace, her voice laced with fury. "If you wish to depart, then do so swiftly. It would be best if you left my palace at once." Watching her alluring yet furious silhouette, Yifeng's eyes curved with a smile as he obediently replied, "Very well. Since your Majesty insists I leave, I shall not delay any longer. Your Majesty, please take care during my absence." With that, Yifeng descended from the bed, donned several garments, and hastily made his way to the door. As the sound of his footsteps receded, realizing he was truly departing, Queen Medusa swiftly turned to gaze at his retreating figure, her heart inexplicably tightening. "Stop! Come back to me." A formidable aura surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, pressing towards Yifeng. Yet just as it was about to envelop him, it gradually dissipated. Upon reaching the palace entrance, Yifeng suddenly halted and turned, curiously inquiring, "Your Majesty, is there anything else?" "Nothing at all." A glimmer flickered from Queen Medusa's right hand, revealing a magic core. "This is a 5th-tier wind attribute magic core gifted to you by the Grand Elder." As she relaxed her grip, she tossed it towards Yifeng. Gazing intently at the magic core that she had cast from her hand, Medusa blinked softly and began to turn gracefully towards her throne that belonged solely to her. "The Grand Elder, was it? I did not anticipate his generosity. I shall express my gratitude to him on behalf of Her Majesty." With that, Yifeng slightly bowed, then opened the door with both hands and stepped outside. Within the silent hall, the regal and noble Queen Medusa sat upon her throne, her eyes fixed upon the receding figure. "Sister, you are indeed fortunate." Moments later, "Your Majesty, the elder alchemist has departed." A maid entered and reported in a hushed tone. Queen Medusa glanced at the thick stack of papers on the table, her delicate visage marred by annoyance. "It is for the best. His presence vexes me." "Ah." The maid, taken aback by the queen's ire, hesitated to speak. Queen Medusa furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is it?" This was prepared by the elder alchemist himself before his departure, instructing that it must be delivered to your Majesty. As she spoke, a ring on the maid's hand gleamed brightly, and suddenly, several candied hawthorns appeared in her grasp. Beholding the maid below, a radiant smile graced the exquisite features of Queen Medusa. "Present it to me. I wish to see if it is as sweet as it appears." Chapter 52. The Mysterious Do Wong. Nalan Su as night descended and shrouded the earth in darkness. A silvery shadow swiftly traversed the luminous moonlit sky. This figure was none other than Yifeng, who had just completed his task of preparing candied hawthorn for Her Majesty the Medusa Queen before departing from the Medusa Kingdom. The farewell weighed heavily on Yifeng's heart. After all, who would not wish to bask in the embrace of a beautiful maiden? Yet, in pursuit of the elusive 7 illusory Qingling saliva to awaken the comatose Kai Dai, he had no choice but to leave. Double the delight. Yifeng was naturally preoccupied with the rewards he had received from his recent sign-in. The rewards were indeed fortuitous. The profound grade martial art, extreme wind, setting sun radiance, was commendable, but the 2 4th-grade pills, purple heart barrier-breaking pills, were particularly advantageous. As a 6-star Great Dome Master, Yifeng was in dire need of these pills, and the sign-in had graciously provided him with a pair. The purple heart barrier-breaking pill surpassed the 3-pattern Qingling pill within the realm of Great Dome Masters. It could elevate the user's strength by 1 star. Moreover, it was possible to consume 2 pills consecutively to achieve an enhancement of 2 stars, truly a double blessing. During his traversal of the desert, Yifeng found himself remarkably secure, encountering no ambushes. It was evident that Mobas was merely a serpent man with lustful intentions but lacking the courage to act upon them. Such a character, one must ponder, would certainly not attract the affections of my Medusa. As a massive city loomed before Yifeng, he was utterly captivated by the throngs of people within. Humanity. At last, he beheld a multitude, where individuals moved without the need to sway their hips or flick their serpentine tails. All they required was to simply part their legs. On the outskirts of the Tagore Desert lay several desert cities inhabited by humans, and not far from his location was one such city. This desert city was heavily fortified, with soldiers clad in full armor patrolling, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As a human, Yifeng easily gained entry into the city. Upon entering, he took residence in a luxurious inn. For him, money was but a mere figure. The collective wealth accumulated from 3 Dou kings positioned him as one of the wealthiest individuals within the Jamar Empire, truly a rich heir. In his chamber, Yifeng consumed the 2 purple heart barrier-breaking pills. After a night's rest, his strength ascended to 8-star Great Dome Master. Following another night of repose in the desert city, he embarked on a lavish flying magical beast, heading directly to the capital of the Jamar Empire. With a resounding shriek, the flying beast soared into the sky under the guidance of its tamer. Sitting by the window, Yifeng gazed at the fleeting wisps of clouds outside, his mind conjuring 2 words, airplane. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he thought to himself that this was far more sophisticated than any aircraft. At the very least, within the confines of the Gamma Empire, no one dared to challenge it. The distance from Mo City to the imperial capital was considerable. Even the most luxurious flying magical beast required a full 7 days to traverse this expanse. Thus, the journey was exceedingly monotonous, particularly for Yifeng, who was alone. This was due to his acute awareness of the provocative sounds emanating from the adjacent rooms, sounds that could easily redden one's cheeks. The intrusive melody seeped into his mind, leaving him both speechless and irritable. Naturally, Yifeng felt no interest in the gaudy attendants aboard the flying beast. After having encountered the breathtaking Medusa Queen, as well as the enchanting Kai Dai and Yumeir, any comparison rendered these women as mere shadows of the celestial beauties he had seen. Thus, he chose to ignore the flirtations of the service girls, much to their chagrin. Just then, a boisterous voice from outside the door interrupted his thoughts. "Hey there, young man, may I come in?" Yifeng pondered. "A man? What kind of service is this? Have they sent someone special because I showed no interest in the female attendants?" He swung open the door, revealing a middle-aged man of imposing stature, clad in a resplendent brocade robe. Upon seeing this man, Yifeng felt a sense of relief. It appeared that this was not an unusual service, but rather an encounter with an unfamiliar nobleman. "Good sir, we have yet to meet. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Yifeng inquired with a smile. "Oh, we are both staying at the same tavern and now share a journey on this flying beast. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. I noticed your generous demeanor and composed aura earlier, which bespoke of a man of distinction, prompting me to pay you a visit." The middle-aged man replied with a warm smile. Recognizing the man's dignified bearing and opulent attire, Yifeng surmised that he must hold a high position, likely even that of a Dou Wang-level warrior. It was clear that this man had come to seek camaraderie after gauging Yifeng's strength. Such individuals invariably prioritize their own interests and are often quite cunning. As the adage goes, one should not strike a friendly face. Thus, perceiving the man's intent to foster goodwill, Yifeng graciously stepped aside, saying, "In that case, please, do come in. Shall we share a drink?" "Excellent, excellent." Once they were seated, the middle-aged man's expression darkened upon hearing the sounds from the neighboring rooms. With a mere wave of his arm, he conjured an invisible barrier of Douqi, enveloping the room and silencing any further noise from outside. Witnessing such prowess and sensing the formidable aura he exuded, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Forgive my ignorance, esteemed sir. I failed to recognize that you are indeed a Dou Wang-level warrior." "Oh, there is no need for such modesty, young brother." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, looking at Yifeng with a smile. "At such a young age, you venture forth alone to hone your skills. You are truly an extraordinary talent. May I ask from which esteemed household you hail?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, "My dear brother, your praise is excessive. I, Feng Yi, am merely a person of the mountains, without any affiliation to powerful families." "Oh." The middle-aged man's eyes slightly narrowed, lost in thought. At that moment, a female server approached with drinks. The middle-aged man poured 2 cups of rough liquor, handing one to Yifeng with a hearty laugh, saying, "Brother Feng, our meeting is indeed fateful. Allow me to toast you." Yifeng accepted the cup, raised it slightly, and without a moment's hesitation, brought the drink to his lips. This scene instantly garnered the middle-aged man's admiration. and after swallowing the liquor, he laughed heartily, saying, "Good, Brother Feng Yi. You are the first young man who has truly impressed me, Nalan Su." Chapter 53. As the door opened, the iron-clad figure stepped forth, and Nalan Su appeared to offer his greetings. Who is Nalan Su? He is the esteemed patriarch of the Nalan family, one of the three great families of the Jaimar Empire. His father is the venerable elder, Nalan Jia. Though these titles may not evoke much excitement, his other identity is truly remarkable, for he is none other than the father of Nalan Yanran. Indeed, he is a father. The presence of such an individual, who openly praises himself, leaves Yifeng somewhat astonished. Thus, Yifeng could not restrain himself and playfully splashed Nalan Su's face with a refreshing spray. Nalan Su, who had just extolled Yifeng, was taken aback by the sudden coolness on his face, left utterly speechless. This Feng Yi had actually splattered him. Coughing, Yifeng patted his chest, feeling quite uncomfortable, and sincerely apologized to Nalan Su. "My dear Nalan brother, I have never tasted such potent liquor before. It is exceedingly fiery. I truly apologize." Yifeng spoke the truth. Since arriving in the Douqi Continent, he had indeed never encountered such a fiery drink. Upon hearing this, Nalan Su, wiping his face with his sleeve, furrowed his brow in confusion. Does he not recognize the patriarch of the clan? Has he truly never indulged in such strong liquor? It seems this Feng Yi indeed hails from elsewhere, perhaps a prodigy of a superpower. After all, only those mighty forces could nurture such extraordinary talents who have yet to experience commonplace beverages. Perhaps he genuinely possesses capabilities. After casually wiping his face, Nalan Su's countenance blossomed into a radiant smile, and he beamed at Yifeng, saying, "Ha, it's quite all right. It's perfectly normal for you, my young friend, to have never tried this ordinary Xionghuang wine." He then called out, "Bring forth my rare vintage." Yifeng thought to himself, did he just mention Xionghuang wine? Nalan Su, how dare you? You treat me as if I were Bai Suzhen. Once the guards presented the new wine, Nalan Su poured 2 cups, smiling broadly as he offered them to Yifeng. Realizing Nalan Su's jovial demeanor suggested he regarded him as a distinguished young master seeking assistance. Yifeng chose not to expose this notion. Instead, he engaged in a spirited exchange of toasts, during which Nalan Su attempted various inquiries, but Yifeng deftly countered each. After a considerable half-hour had elapsed, Nalan Su's smile faded, and his expression grew somber as he sighed deeply. Seeing this, Yifeng understood that the old fellow was about to address the crux of the matter. Thus, he took the opportunity to ask with feigned curiosity, "Dear Nalan brother, why the long face? Is there a troubling matter at hand?" Alas, Nalan Su bore a troubled expression as he sighed. "Brother Feng, you are unaware of my circumstances. I am the head of the Nalan family, one of the 3 great clans of the Jama Empire. Just 7 days ago, this position was held by my esteemed father." Oh, upon hearing this, Yifeng maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Brother Nalan, I would not ordinarily inquire into family matters, yet since you have brought it up, there must be a reason behind it, correct?" "Indeed." Nalan Su rose slowly, clasping his hands behind his back as he recounted, "My father, Nalan Jia, is the Lionheart Marshal of the Jama Empire. 7 days ago, he engaged in battle with a fearsome 5th-tier magical beast, the iron-stamping venom python, over a rare herb known as the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar. Though he ultimately triumphed and acquired the nectar, he unfortunately fell victim to a terrifying toxin injected into him by the beast." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar? Venom? Could it be that he was now facing an impending doom? Although he was aware from the original narrative that Xiao Yin obtained the 7 Illusions Green Spirit Nectar from the Nalan family, the intelligence from the Serpent people did not mention Nalan Jia being poisoned. Consequently, Yifeng intended to venture into Jama's sacred city to search, and if he found nothing, to gradually scour the Beast Mountains. But now, Nalan Jia was indeed poisoned. It had only been 7 days since the onset. No wonder there had been no reports. How fortuitous for the poison to have taken hold. Observing that Yifeng appeared unfazed by his words, Nalan Su felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Brother Feng was truly knowledgeable about this toxin? Gazing into Nalan Su's illuminated eyes, Yifeng inquired, "Brother Nalan, are you referring to the venom capable of slaying 6th-tier magical beasts?" "Precisely. This is the very poison. Brother Feng, do you possess any viable solutions?" Nalan Su's heart swelled with anticipation at this question. Yifeng furrowed his brows, his expression darkening as he stood, seemingly deep in contemplation. He addressed Nalan Su with an air of profound wisdom. "Brother Nalan, I presume your esteemed father possesses strength, at least on par with a Do Wang. His formidable fighting spirit may temporarily suppress the toxin. However, as the years progress, the poison will rebound with greater ferocity, and at that time, your father will be in grave peril. What can be done?" Upon hearing this, Nalan Su's countenance shifted dramatically. "This matter can only be resolved by a high-ranking alchemist. Yi Feng stated with a calm demeanor. Nalan Su sighed deeply and replied with a rueful smile. Alas, I have sought a high-ranking alchemist. But Master Fama of the Alchemist Guild echoed your sentiments. When I approached Dan Wangguhi, I was informed he had gone to the Tagore Desert to gather herbs. I sought him there, but returned empty-handed, resigned to my fate in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Noticing that Yi Feng remained unmoved, Nalan Su felt a sense of urgency and finally spoke candidly. Brother Feng, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. I have come to you precisely because of this matter. On that day, as I prepared to rest for a day in the desert city before returning to the imperial capital, I inadvertently noticed my younger brother. Your remarkable bearing, extraordinary demeanor, and striking handsomeness drew my attention. Yi Feng. However, when I chanced upon you again the following day, I was astonished to observe a significant disparity in your cultivation within merely a day. Surely, this must be attributed to your consumption of 2 top-grade 4th-rank purple heartbreaking barrier pills. Thus, I have come to seek your counsel. If you possess a solution, the Nalan family shall owe you a debt of gratitude, and I am profoundly thankful. As he spoke, Nalan Su cupped his hands and was about to bow to Yi Feng. Seeing this, Yi Feng hastily supported him with both hands, smilingly saying, Brother Nalan, you flatter me. I indeed have a solution. Upon hearing this, Nalan Su was instantly elated, grasping Yi Feng's hand with fervor. Is it true? Brother Feng, if you have a solution, the Nalan family shall be eternally grateful. Whatever you desire, we shall do our utmost to fulfill it. Yi Feng, Chapter 54. To rescue Nalan Jia. Upon hearing Nalan Su's words, Yi Feng did not decline, for only in this manner could he put the profit-driven Nalan Su at ease. As for what he would require later, that would depend on what the Nalan family could offer. With a smile, Yi Feng addressed Nalan Su, Brother Nalan. As I previously mentioned, your esteemed father's poison requires a high-level alchemist for treatment, and this alchemist's capabilities transcend mere rank. Oh, young Brother Feng, pray tell, who is this esteemed alchemist? Nalan Su inquired. Might I ask if the Master Fama and the Pill King Guhi you mentioned possess any strange fire? Strange fire? At the mention of these words, Nalan Su could only smile wryly and wave his hand. Young Brother Feng, you overestimate our Jaimar Empire. Strange fire is a rare and precious phenomenon of heaven and earth. I have yet to even lay eyes on it. Ah, very well. Yi Feng was taken aback and then helplessly replied. If neither of them possesses strange fire, then they lack advanced control over flames, and thus cannot be considered high-level alchemists. As the head of the Nalan family, it was the first time Nalan Su had heard such an assessment. Fama and Guhi were not high-level alchemists. If word of this were to spread, the two would undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. Were this claim to escape the lips of another, Nalan Su would surely deem that person reckless and foolish. Yet Yi Feng was different. His unwavering confidence left Nalan Su in awe. Nalan Su immediately grasped the implication. Sighing, does this mean, as you suggest, that my father's poison can only be eradicated with strange fire? Yi Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. To eliminate the poison plaguing your father, one must control the flames to enter his body and expel the poison with high temperatures. This requires strange fire, as well as a high-level alchemist who has mastered its control to perfection. Only then can we ensure the complete eradication of the poison within your father. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Nalan Su's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. What are we to do? Even within the other great empires, I have not heard of any alchemist utilizing strange fire. Is it possible that my father... Just as Nalan Su was about to express the grim fate awaiting his father, his speech abruptly halted. His eyes widened in disbelief, akin to small lanterns, as he beheld the purple-black flames flickering atop Yi Feng's gently clasped hand. This. Nalan Su's right hand trembled violently as he pointed at the strange fire dancing in Yi Feng's palm. Young Brother Feng, you. Yi Feng gazed at the head of the Nalan clan, a confident smile gracing his lips. Brother Nalan, there is no need for astonishment. What I hold is indeed strange fire. The moment those certain words fell, Nalan Su's heart soared with joy, yet he bowed apologetically. Young Brother Feng, please forgive my lack of discernment. I failed to recognize that a high-level alchemist was right before my eyes. Young Brother Feng, you must rescue my father. I, Nalan Su, am eternally grateful. From this day forth, should you require anything, my Nalan family will venture through fire and water for you. Receiving this heartfelt sentiment, Yi Feng gently assisted Nalan Su to his feet, smiling as he replied, Brother Nalan, you are too kind. Now that I have spoken, there shall be no debt of gratitude in saving you. However, Nalan Su's heart stirred, a flicker of joy igniting within him. For it is only through mutual benefit that relationships can solidify. Should Brother Feng require anything, do not hesitate to voice it. Yi Feng candidly stated, Brother Nalan, that 7 illusion blue spirit nectar has its uses for me. It is but a mere herb, since it is of value to you. I shall send it directly to you upon my return to the family. If there is anything else you need, Brother Fang, do not stand on ceremony." With those casual words exchanged, Yifeng expressed his gratitude. "I thank you, Brother Nalan. I have no further needs for now." Nalan Su raised his cup, laughing. "Brother Fang, you are truly a timely rain for me. Cheers." In the end, neither of them returned home sober. After Nalan Su was supported away by his guards, Yifeng silently thought, "Old fox." Meanwhile, upon returning to his quarters, Nalan Su shed his drunken demeanor, standing tall and commanding his guards for the next few days. No one is to disturb him. Clear out all those in the adjacent room. Yes, as the head of a clan, he was no benevolent soul. Decisive actions were utterly routine. It was truly the noise from the adjacent room that was unbearable. To avoid unnecessary complications, some individuals must be dealt with discreetly for absolute security. Within his chamber, Nalan Su meticulously weighed the interests of his family, deeply contemplating. This youth possesses extraordinary talent. At such a tender age, he has already attained the rank of an 8-star Great Master. Consuming 2 4th-grade pills, the Purple Heart Breakthrough Pill, alongside being a pharmacist with unusual fire, his background must be exceptionally formidable and terrifying. It would be most prudent to cultivate a rapport with him, maximizing the family's interests. Previously, he had believed this youth simple, yet through gradual interaction, he realized he had been led by the nose at every turn. Initially, he had thought he had discovered him amidst the crowd, only to later feel as though he had been baited, a truly frightening sensation. This youth is remarkably gifted. No wonder the forces behind him allow him to roam freely. It is imperative to forge a strong bond with him, thus maximizing the family's benefits. Sighing as he stood by the window to sober up, Nalan Su gazed at the vast sea of clouds outside and lamented. "I wonder how that girl Yinran is faring at Yunlan's sect. She has been incessantly clamoring for a divorce lately, but if a divorce occurs..." Wait, divorce? Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Nalan Su's eyes, revealing his unrestrained thoughts. "Send a message to the young lady, stating that her grandfather is gravely ill. Guard, a Nalan Jia. I am overwhelmed with filial piety." In the ensuing 7 days, Nalan Su and Yifeng frequently indulged in leisurely evenings, sharing drinks and thus strengthening their brotherly bond. As Yifeng anticipated, the flying beast that had traversed nearly 7 days of journey gradually approached its destination, the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire, the sacred city of Gamma. As the flying beast began to descend, Yifeng's gaze was drawn to a colossal mountain range to the north of the capital. This mountain, truly a majestic peak, lay sprawled like a great dragon, subtly emanating an aura of ethereal energy. It was the revered sanctuary for cultivation in the Gamma Empire, home to the Yunlan sect. It had been quite some time since he had traveled by such a cumbersome means of transport. The sluggish pace was indeed quite vexing. Upon finally setting foot on solid ground, Nalan Su inhaled the crisp air, stretching his limbs and remarking casually. This display was undoubtedly for Yifeng's benefit. For the carefree demeanor of the Nalan patriarch was a rare sight to behold. Observing the regal Nalan Su, Yifeng smiled, his gaze sweeping across the grand imperial city. And he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire is indeed magnificent and expansive." "Father, father?" A sudden, ethereal voice, reminiscent of a lark, echoed from a distance. This caused Yifeng's eyes to narrow instinctively, and he quickly turned his gaze in that direction. To his astonishment, he found that his earlier praises were indeed applicable. The place was truly magnificent and vast. What thoughts do readers have regarding this unfolding narrative? Please remember to leave your comments. Additionally, do not forget to cast your votes. Chapter 55. Has the alchemist Guhi arrived? In Yifeng's line of sight, a multitude of figures approached from the distance, among them a strikingly beautiful young girl leading the way. Her exquisite features were adorned with an enchanting smile, and she emanated an aura that set her apart from others. Dangling from her delicate earlobes were jade pendants that chimed gently as she moved, adding a touch of elegance to her graceful form. Clad in a light blue dress that accentuated her figure, her long legs were adorned with the beloved white stockings of young women. Her high ponytail, held in place by a golden headband, swayed lightly, exuding the vivacious charm befitting the daughter of the Nalan family. The newcomer was none other than Nalan Su's daughter, Nalan Yinran. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, pondering whether she could truly be the daughter of the rugged Nalan Su. How could this cunning old fox have summoned Nalan Yinran back? What was his intention? "Well, Yinran, you returned even earlier than your father. How has your training at Yunlan sect been?" Nalan Su exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his daughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. Nalan Yinran, feeling the gentle tousle, displayed a hint of annoyance on her charming face. Clenching her fists, she retorted, "Father, how can you say that? I am already a 2-star fighter, preparing to break through to a 3-star fighter, yet you summoned me back without cause. claiming that grandfather was unwell. I hurried back, only to find him practicing flips in the courtyard. You shall face his wrath when he returns. Just as she relished her moment of triumph, Nalan Yinran was abruptly silenced by her father, who covered her mouth, leading her to emit a petulant cry. Nalan Su, visibly embarrassed, chuckled. Yinran, we have guests. There are matters to discuss when we return home. Haha, my parenting is lacking. Phone, please excuse my daughter. Suddenly, Nalan Su felt a sharp pain in his fingers and released his hold, exclaiming in irritation, You little brat, have you learned to bite since going to Yunlan sect? Yifeng thought to himself, is Yun Yun responsible for teaching this as well? Nalan Su, the cunning old fox, was clearly trying to convey something to me. Humph, father, you have even learned to bully your daughter. Nalan Yinran pouted, turning her attention away from Nalan Su, intrigued as she approached Yifeng. Her large, sparkling eyes locked onto Yifeng's gaze. Observing the slightly taller, somewhat handsome young man before her, Nalan Yinran placed her hands on her slender waist and defiantly exclaimed, Hey, you don't look much older than me. Why does my father refer to you as Brother Feng? Do you possess some extraordinary abilities? Silence. Nalan Su's expression shifted, and he scolded, Yinran, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. This is your Brother Feng. Brother Feng? Yifeng echoed, bewildered. Nalan Yinran blinked her large eyes in confusion. Shouldn't it be Uncle Feng? Nalan Su turned his aged face and smiled apologetically at Yifeng, saying, Brother Feng, my daughter, Yinran has been rather spoiled. I hope you will not take offense. At that moment, even Nalan Yinran was taken aback by her father's words, let alone the others present. What a Brother Feng! How remarkable! The clan leader is indeed investing heavily, choosing to treat this young man as an equal to his daughter. Who exactly is he? Yifeng shook his head and chuckled, Not at all. Your daughter is so lively and delightful. How could I hold anything against her? Huh, that is wonderful. Brother Feng, please. Nalan Su exclaimed. Please, Brother Nalan. Yifeng replied. They exchanged smiles and then walked side by side into the distance. Observing their retreating figures, Nalan Yinran pouted in annoyance. She then imitated them with a laugh. Ha, how ridiculous. You both look so foolish while laughing. The guards on either side could not contain their laughter and burst out. Who just laughed? One person shall receive 30 slaps. As they arrived at the grand estate, passers-by on the bustling street cast envious and awe-filled glances in their direction. Clan leader, miss. The guards at the entrance immediately bowed in respect. At that moment, someone dashed out from the estate and spoke to Nalan Su. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Nalan Su's eyes widened in surprise. What? The Pill King Guhi has arrived? Hearing this, Yifeng felt a stir of interest. The Pill King Guhi? How intriguing. Nalan Su glanced at Yifeng, whose expression remained unchanged. Guhi meeting a high-ranking alchemist was indeed fascinating. To avoid causing Yifeng to overthink, Nalan Su calmly remarked, Brother Feng, the Pill King must have heard that I sought him, which is why he has come to the Nalan family. Before Yifeng could respond, Nalan Yinran, who had been sulking behind, stepped forward and said, Yes, father, the Pill King came looking for me and returned with me. Oh, why didn't you mention this sooner? Nalan Su gently chided his daughter. Nalan Yinran crossed her arms, tilted her head, and glared at her father. Humph. It was you who covered my mouth and wouldn't let me speak. Nalan Su was left speechless, unable to defend himself. The Pill King sought out Nalan Yinran. Upon hearing her words and recalling that Nalan Su mentioned Guhi had gone to the Tagore Desert to gather herbs, Yifeng formed a bold hypothesis. However, it was still uncertain and would require a meeting with Guhi for further clarification. Thus, Yifeng smiled at Nalan Su and said, It would be my fortune to witness the Pill King's prowess. I kindly ask Brother Nalan to lead the way. Excellent. Nalan Su readily agreed, and the group made their way to the hall. Meanwhile, within the Nalan family hall, an elderly man with white hair and a middle-aged man sporting 2 small mustaches were engaged in a hushed conversation. Duke Dan, you seek my assistance. Yet it is not that I refuse, but rather, alas, Lord Nalan, do you harbor some unspeakable burden? Have you ever heard of the burning poison? This poison is capable of slaying even those of the Emperor rank. Could it be that you, Lord Nalan? To be candid, I am indeed afflicted by this poison, and it is for this reason that Su'er sought you out. I see. This burning poison is exceedingly difficult to eradicate. I once encountered a reference to it in an ancient tome. To completely eliminate it, one must possess an alchemist skilled in the use of exotic flames. Who can sear it away? Exotic flames? If even the esteemed Duke Dan has not come across such a celestial entity, how could I possibly find an alchemist of that caliber? Lord Nalan, do you know that I have summoned? Grandfather, I have returned. The conversation abruptly halted with the call and the sound of the door swinging open, as both of their gazes turned towards the entrance. Some readers have commented on changes to the timeline, and I wish to convey that such alterations are inevitable. Otherwise, according to the plot of the special chapter, The Song of the Desert. The events would unfold over a decade ago, leaving only a cadre of elderly characters from the original tale. Even Yun Yun would be but a child, and neither Xiao Yin nor his companions would be present. Should I then write about Xiao Yan's mother? 99% of the characters encountered would be absent. What plot would I have left to narrate? Should I pen the elderly care facility of Dopa? Moreover, when it comes to fanfiction, how many truly adhere to the original plot and timeline? If the same story were to be told, wouldn't T1 prefer the original work instead? The book is easy to find, but intriguing souls are rare. To the readers who continue to follow this journey, I kindly ask for your support in the form of a few recommendation votes. I assure you, I shall not disappoint. Chapter 56. Grandfather, are you unable? A lesson for Nalan Yinran. Upon hearing the ethereal call, both individuals inside turned their gazes toward the entrance. At that moment, a remarkably poised young lady entered the room. Upon seeing her, a flicker of irritation crossed the elderly face of Nalan Jia, who remarked, Yinran, how dare you intrude upon my important discussion with the Pill King? Oh, dear grandfather, do not be angry. Yinran is family, it is quite all right. Ancient River, who held a deep affection for this perfect disciple of his heart, insisted on defending her. Hee, grandfather, I merely came to fetch father. Nalan Yinran exclaimed, pointing sweetly at the person behind her. Nalan Jia and Ancient River's eyes followed her gesture, and upon seeing Nalan Su, they also noticed Yi Feng walking alongside him. As they observed the youth beside Nalan Su, both furrowed their brows momentarily before relaxing their expressions as they turned their attention back to Nalan Su. As the patriarch of the Nalan family, few could elicit such treatment from Nalan Su. Who is this striking young man? Nalan Jia pondered aloud. Pill King, I sought you in the Tagore Desert, yet here you are in my Nalan family. Nalan Su stepped forward and offered a wry smile to Ancient River. Having risen, Ancient River returned the gesture and replied with a mild smile. Ha! Patriarch Nalan, I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I returned from the Tagore Desert ahead of schedule, hence our missed encounter. Ha ha ha! Nalan Yinran's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She thought their laughter rather foolish. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Ancient River's gaze shifted toward Yi Feng, though he refrained from speaking, as this was not his residence, and he had no time to inquire further. Standing on the other side, Nalan Jia's expression remained indifferent as he addressed Nalan Su. Sir, might I inquire as to who this young friend is? Hearing his father's question, Nalan Su extended his right hand towards Yi Feng, introducing him. Father, this is my brother Feng Yi, a prodigy from beyond the empire. Oh, upon hearing Nalan Su's introduction, both Nalan Jia and Ancient River focused their attention on Yi Feng. A genius from beyond the empire? No wonder Nalan Su treats him with such regard. He must indeed be an extraordinary talent to warrant such attention. Nalan Su observed the astonished expressions of his father and Ancient River, and then turned his gaze to Yi Feng, a flicker of surprise crossing his own eyes. At that moment, he could no longer discern Yi Feng's true strength. It was entirely different from their encounter in Mo City. It appeared that Feng Yi had concealed his cultivation with treasures. This was not uncommon, as even the Yunlan sect possessed such artifacts. It was only natural that Feng Yi would have access to them as well. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Nalan Su introduced, Brother Feng, this is my father, Nalan Jia. And this esteemed individual is the renowned Pill King Ancient River. Yi Feng exhibited no semblance of reverence towards the two individuals before him, merely offering a slight nod as a form of greeting. This gesture, observed by the two across from him, caused their initial admiration for the extraordinary genius to plummet into disdain. Despite his status as a prodigy from beyond the empire, his brazen demeanor and lack of decorum were bound to evoke irritation. However, Nalan Jia concealed his discontent, raising his arms slightly with a faint smile and saying, Since young friend Feng Yi hails from outside the empire, please take a seat. Alchemist, please sit. Witnessing Yi Feng's utter lack of humility, Nalan Su felt a sense of resignation. After all, if the alchemist was deemed not even a high-level potion maker, he certainly had no intention of bowing his head. Moreover, it was he who had implored the alchemist to come here. Once the host and guest were seated, Nalan Jia squinted slightly and inquired of Nalan Su, Son, your return has been rather delayed. Could it possibly be related to young friend Feng Yi? In response, Nalan Su nodded and candidly stated, Indeed, Father, young Master Feng is a remarkable youth I encountered by chance in Mo City. He possesses the ability to resolve the mark poison afflicting you. What? Upon hearing Nalan Su's words, both Nalan Jia and Gu He widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Yi Feng. Having just heard Gu He's earlier remarks, how could Nalan Jia possibly accept Nalan Su's claims? Could this youth named Feng Yi truly possess such extraordinary fire? Gu He, with his profoundly inquisitive gaze, scrutinized Yi Feng, wondering if he had some other means of resolution. Upon hearing Nalan Su's revelation, Nalan Yinran's delicate features shifted dramatically. She hurriedly approached Nalan Jia, her voice laced with concern. Grandfather, you are poisoned? Could it be that Father's words bear truth? Are you truly in danger? At that moment, Yifeng, unable to contain himself while sipping his tea, inadvertently sprayed it out. Nalan Su instinctively recoiled at the familiar sound, but alas, Yifeng was no longer seated across from him. Upon hearing his granddaughter's alarm, Nalan Jia cast a fierce glare at his own son, then forced a chuckle. Ha ha, Yinran. You need not worry about your grandfather. I am quite well. Though this marked poison is formidable, with the alchemist present, what poison cannot be resolved? Right, Uncle Guhi. You must save my grandfather. Nalan Yinran exclaimed joyously upon seeing the alchemist. Guhi, aware that Nalan Jia wished to spare his granddaughter any worry, nodded with a gentle smile. Rest assured, Yinran, I shall exert every effort to eliminate the marked poison. Thank you, Uncle Guhi, she replied cheerfully. A peculiar, dry laugh suddenly rang out, causing Guhi's smile to falter. Nalan Yinran furrowed her brows, then turned sharply, placing her hands on her hips as she approached Yifeng. With a pointed finger, she admonished him. Hey, what are you laughing at? Yifeng maintained a faint smile as he replied, I am amused by your obliviousness to being deceived. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran's delicate face was marred by fury as she exclaimed, Huh? Indeed, I have been deceived, and so has my father, but now I shall expose you. A mere wild chicken masquerading as a phoenix. Before her words could settle, a sharp sword materialized in Nalan Yinran's hand, lunging towards Yifeng's chest, who stood mere inches away. Yinran, no? Yinran, stop. Nalan Su attempted to intervene, but it was too late. None present could have anticipated that Nalan Yinran would resort to such lethal measures. This girl has truly been spoiled by Yunyun. A wild chicken masquerading as a phoenix? Yifeng found this epithet most displeasing, and his eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, flashed with a fierce glint. In the instant that the cold light manifested, Yifeng's fingers extended, swiftly capturing the blade that Nalan Yinran thrust forth. With a slight tremor of his fingers, a deafening thunderclap reverberated throughout the room. Visibly, an electric arc leapt from the steel sword, coursing into Nalan Yinran's delicate form. In the next moment, she was overwhelmed by a wave of numbness, her body yielding and collapsing before Yifeng, still trembling slightly. Ding! Master has disciplined the unruly Nalan Yinran, receiving a sign-in reward, a 7th-grade elixir, the devouring life pill. Yinran, how dare you, wretch? Chapter 57. Is the pill king inept? My granddaughter is incapable. As Nalan Yinran collapsed at Yifeng's feet, her body convulsing, her grandfather, Nalan Jia, erupted in a fit of rage, slamming his palm onto the table. A formidable aura of a Douqi surged forth, crashing over Yifeng like a tidal wave. Sensing this overwhelming force, Yifeng furrowed his brow and instantly unleashed his full strength. A peculiar purple-black light flared to life, and a fierce torrent of fire attribute Douqi erupted from within him. In that moment, both Nalan Jia and Guhi stood in disbelief, their eyes wide as they exclaimed, an 8-star Great Douqi Master. Such a young 8-star Great Douqi Master? Wait, just moments ago it was lightning. And now it's flames. This youth possesses dual attributes as an 8-star Great Douqi Master? A genius? No, this is an extraordinary prodigy. They had never encountered such a monstrous talent before. This individual must surely hail from a superpower. How could such a prodigy be someone they could provoke? If they angered him, the forces backing him could obliterate the Nalan family with a mere gesture. Nalan Jia realized that his actions were as reckless as his granddaughter's. Yet there was no turning back now. Just then, a figure stepped in front of Yifeng, effectively blocking Nalan Jia's imposing aura. It was none other than Nalan Su. In contrast to Nalan Jia and Guhi, Nalan Su was filled with trepidation. He understood that Yifeng was also a pharmacist wielding exotic fire. Pharmacists typically possessed fire and wood attribute Douqi, which was already fearsome. 3 attributes of Douqi were something he had never even heard of. Nalan Su's face turned pale with apprehension. Casting aside any thoughts of filial piety, he exclaimed, Father, this is Yinran's fault. Please, cease your actions. Upon hearing his son's pale words, Nalan Jia, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately retracted his overwhelming aura, muttering, What a good son I have. The previously tense atmosphere in the room returned to tranquility. Nalan Su turned towards Yifeng and hastily bowed in apology. Brother Feng, my daughter's impetuousness is a result of my poor upbringing. I hope you can forgive her. Yifeng regarded the bowing Nalan Su and retorted with indignation. Is this how the Nalan family treats their guests? Nalan Su's complexion grew even paler at these words, and he shifted his gaze towards the elder of the family. Realizing his own rashness, Nalan Jia stepped forward, a forced smile on his face, and said, Young friend Feng Yi, it is I who have failed to recognize your greatness. I seek your forgiveness. Seeing Nalan Jie personally apologize, Yi Feng's expression softened slightly. He then lifted Nalan Jie's hand and remarked indifferently, "It is only natural for the elder to protect his granddaughter." However, at that moment, both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su's hearts sank. Yi Feng helped Nalan Su to his feet and continued, "However, Brother Nalan, your daughter is so willful and reckless. If this continues, it will surely bring calamity upon your family. The continent of Douqi is vast, and not everyone, like myself, would extend courtesy to you, Brother Nalan." Yi Feng's words effectively elevated his own status, delivering a sharp admonition to both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su. At that moment, the two of them suddenly awoke to the reality that they had overly indulged the girl, Yin Ran, in association with Yunlan's sect Yun Yun. If she were to encounter other formidable opponents, the repercussions could be severe, and by then, it would be too late for regrets. Nalan Jie and Nalan Su promptly expressed their gratitude with a bow. "Thank you, young friend Feng, for your guidance." Yi Feng waved his hand, glancing at the now unconscious Nalan Yin Ran, and said, "You need not worry. I have merely rendered your daughter temporarily insensible. She will awaken in 3 minutes." He then instructed, "Someone, assist the young lady back to her quarters. Once she regains consciousness, do not allow her to leave her room." "Understood." Nalan Su immediately ordered for Nalan Yin Ran to be taken away, fearing that she might cause a ruckus again. "Young friend Feng, please take a seat." Nalan Jie hastened to speak to Yi Feng after the attendants took Nalan Yin Ran away. "No need for that. I am content here," Yi Feng replied gracefully, returning to his original position. "Everyone, please." Now, Yi Feng had adopted a demeanor of humility. At this moment, both Nalan Jie and the ever-curious Gu He involuntarily gasped in astonishment. This young man is truly formidable. It was not that he lacked humility. Rather, he exhibited it intentionally. And the same was true now. Their gazes shifted to Nalan Su, who wore a grim expression. Realizing the terror of the situation, he had been led back to his own home by this young prodigy. After the group resumed their seats, Gu He, who had been silent until now, curiously inquired, "Young friend Feng, when you spoke with Yanran, were you implying that I cannot assist old Master Nalan in eliminating the mark of poison?" "Indeed," Yi Feng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Gu He narrowed his eyes and asked, "How can you be so certain that I, the Pill King, am incapable? Though your alchemical skills are passable, you lack the aura of exceptional fire, thus you are unable." His words immediately caused Gu He's expression to change. Nalan Jie, standing by, felt his face twitch at the absurdity of the statement. How could a renowned Pill King of the Gamma Empire's skills be merely passable? After a brief silence, Gu He respectfully gestured towards Yi Feng. "Young friend, you are indeed remarkable. If my observations are correct, the violet-black flames you previously unleashed are indeed exceptional fire?" "Correct. They are indeed exceptional fire." Nalan Jie's eyes instantly turned towards his son, Nalan Su, and upon seeing the confirmation in his son's gaze, he realized how extraordinarily talented his son had brought back this prodigy. No wonder he claimed that he was incapable and summoned Yanran back. It was all part of his intentions. "Alas, it is regrettable it is not that I am incapable, nor is the Pill King. The truth is, it is my granddaughter who is lacking." Upon confirming with Yi Feng, Gu He's expression displayed a hint of embarrassment as he inquired, "Forgive my lack of insight, but may I ask what type of you possess, my young friend?" At that moment, both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su were taken aback. It was astonishing that the esteemed Pill King Gu He could not discern the nature of this. Yi Feng then extended his right hand, gently enclosing within his palm a flickering flame of deep violet and black hues. This flame is known as the 3000 Yen Yen fire. What? Is it truly the 3000 Yen Yen fire, birthed from the stars and ranked 9th on the? Gu He could no longer maintain his composure and abruptly stood up, exclaiming in astonishment. Unlike the majority of which are born from the earth, the 3000 Yen Yen fire is a formidable existence that originates from the celestial bodies. It only descends to the ground when it reaches its complete form, causing the land to resemble a desert, where day and night blur into one, stars vanish from sight, and the sun fails to rise. For one to possess such a fire, what terrifying power must lie behind him? Today, to encounter you, young Phoenix, is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Gu He, old Master Nalan, you are truly blessed. Your affliction has found its remedy. Chapter 58, Detoxification. Is the Nalan family retreating from the engagement? Even without the need for Gu He to speak, Nalan Jie instinctively felt that he had struck an incredible stroke of luck. Just as he succumbed to the poison, an individual possessing a unique fire had arrived. This was undoubtedly a reward from his past life. Rising to his feet, Nalan Jie inclined his body slightly towards Yi Feng, saying, "Friend Feng, no need for such formalities, Elder Nalan. I have come at the invitation of your esteemed brother to assist you in detoxifying." Yi Feng interjected decisively. "Haha, splendid. Truly splendid. Elder Nalan, we should not delay. The burning poison must be eradicated promptly. Nailan Jia understood that time was of the essence for a young prodigy like Feng Yi. He recognized that his presence here was undoubtedly tied to some arrangement with his son, and it would be best for them to communicate regarding such matters. Nailan Jia nodded, urging, "In that case, dear friend Feng, please follow me to the side chamber." Yi Feng followed Nailan Jia into the side room, accompanied by Nailan Su and Gu He. As an alchemist, Gu He had never encountered a unique fire before, and he was eager for this enlightening experience. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's unique fire, he felt an insatiable envy stirring within him. Upon entering the side chamber, Nailan Jia wasted no time and laid down on the bed, eagerly awaiting the sensation of Yi Feng's unique fire. Yi Feng gazed at the reclining Nailan Jia with a gentle smile, saying, "Elder Nailan, this is my first attempt, and I possess only an 80% confidence level. Are you willing to proceed?" Haha, at my age, even if I were to endure this burning poison, I might only live a few more years. To meet you, dear friend Feng, is a stroke of fortune beyond measure. Life and death are but fate. Let us proceed. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Gu He felt a jolt of surprise. 80%? Such confidence on his first attempt. Could it be that he had nearly perfected his control over the unique fire? Yi Feng nodded and addressed Nailan Su and Gu He, "Gentlemen, please step back a bit and ensure no one disturbs me." "Rest assured, friend Feng." Yi Feng sat beside the bed, raising his right hand slightly. The purple-black flames swirled upward, instantly elevating the temperature within the room. Observing Yi Feng in action, Nailan Su and Gu He retreated a few steps, shielding the atmosphere within the room to prevent any prying eyes. With a serious demeanor, Yi Feng forcefully pulled the reclining Nailan Jia upright. He had long found this old fellow displeasing. Why should he lie in bed while receiving treatment? Without a moment's hesitation, he lightly tapped Nailan Jia's shoulder, causing the elder's robe to disintegrate into nothingness. This display of fire control left Gu He momentarily stunned, yet this was merely the beginning. The purple-black flames, guided by Yi Feng's finger, surged directly into Nailan Jia's body. In that fleeting moment, Nailan Jia's formidable physique began to tremble violently. The scene felt eerily familiar to Gu He and Nailan Su, for just moments ago, Nailan Yanran had been rendered convulsive before their eyes by Yi Feng. Unperturbed by the presence of Nailan Su and Gu He, Yi Feng directed his soul force to navigate through Nailan Jia's meridians. Upon observing the slightly darkened bones of Nailan Jia, Yi Feng's brow furrowed slightly. The poison indeed was formidable, having penetrated deep into the marrow in such a short span of time. This was likely due to Nailan Jia's overwhelming strength, which had suppressed the effects. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have undoubtedly perished. Given the circumstances, it was impossible to eradicate the poison instantly. It appeared that a gradual removal would be necessary. Without further hesitation, Yi Feng commanded the 3,000 flames to envelop the poison within Nailan Jia's body. Even someone as formidable as Nailan Jia was now drenched in sweat, acutely aware of the searing heat within him, and he could not help but marvel at the terrifying power of the extraordinary flame. Meanwhile, as Yi Feng worked to dispel the poison from Nailan Jia, Gu He's gaze remained fixed upon him, unwavering. Gradually, a flicker of greed emerged in his profound eyes. The allure of the extraordinary flame was immense for an alchemist, particularly one so close to the 3,000 flames. It was evident that Gu He, a pill king lacking any extraordinary flame of his own, was grappling with an intense temptation at that moment. The pill king, Gu He's thoughts were interrupted as his attention shifted to Nailan Su beside him. Nailan Su chuckled lightly. Has Yanran ever mentioned anything about the annulment of the engagement during her time at the Yamon sect? Gu He understood that Nailan Su was subtly reminding him. This Feng Yi, possessing the 3,000 flames and such adept control over fire, must have had it ingrained in him since childhood. He could never claim it for himself. Instead, he would surely provoke such a peerless genius and the vast, unknown power backing him. A glimmer of goodwill crossed Gu He's eyes as he nodded. Patriarch Nailan. Yanran indeed has mentioned the annulment more than once. Alas, that girl, while possessing many admirable qualities, is far too self-assured. Nailan Su shook his head with a sigh. However, I believe Yanran's choice this time is indeed correct. What say you, Pill King? Gu He's eyes narrowed. He understood that Nailan Su aimed to establish a lasting bond between Nailan Yanran and Feng Yi, while also cautioning him that should he wish to take action against Feng Yi, the Nailan family would not remain idle. Patriarch Nailan, as an outsider, it is not my place to judge, but it seems that Sect Master Yin has been somewhat persuaded by Yanran's persistence. Gu He replied with a faint smile. Seeing Gu He's response, Nailan Su felt reassured and smiled lightly. Oh, if Sect Master Yin holds such an intention, then this matter may indeed come to fruition. Their conversation was overheard by Yi Feng and Nailan Jia. Had Nailan Jia not encountered Yi Feng, he would have undoubtedly rebuked Nailan Su for being just as willful as Nailan Yanran. But now, he expressed, I wholeheartedly agree. No matter what, the engagement must be annulled. Annulled? Annulled? Yi Feng, however, remained unfazed and found himself intrigued by the renowned Dan King, Gu He. As he approached the entrance, he clearly overheard that Gu He sought out Nailan Jie for assistance. From the subsequent conversation, it became apparent that Gu He had returned abruptly from the Tagore Desert due to urgent matters. Upon his return, he came here in search of help, undoubtedly having detected the presence of the celestial heartfire. It was likely that the battle he had waged against 3 Do Kings had drawn Gu He from the depths of the Tagore Desert. This fellow Gu He must have concluded that they had been taken by the Queen Medusa, prompting him to rally support for a heist. Now, faced with Yi Feng, Gu He found himself in a quandary, weighing his options. If Gu He possessed any sense, he would undoubtedly opt for the known strength of the Serpent clan rather than risk the unknown prowess of Yi Feng, the prodigious genius. Furthermore, the Nailan family had already displayed a willingness to befriend him. As the family of Yun Yun's disciple, Nailan Yinran, Gu He would certainly refrain from antagonizing the Nailan family, lest he provoke the ire of the woman he admired, Yun Yun. Should Gu He dare to take action, Yi Feng's recently acquired devouring life pill would not be merely decorative. He would not hesitate to teach Gu He a lesson. It was imperative to swiftly obtain the 7 illusions green spirit nectar to awaken Kai Dai, thereby sparing the Serpent clan from impending disaster. Chapter 59, 7 Days of Transformation. Nailan Yinran awakens. As the sudden surge of pain coursed through his body, Nailan Jie let out a pained howl. Yet, he felt no anger. After all, no one is flawless. Despite the depths to which Feng Yi concealed his true self, a hint of his flaws inevitably surfaced. Though Feng Yi maintained a calm facade, a flicker of unease was evident when Gu He conversed with his son. Indeed, it is only natural for a young man to feel a flutter of emotions upon encountering a beautiful maiden, even if she possesses a touch of arrogance. It was clear that Nailan Jie, this old man, had misconstrued the situation. The boy's agitation stemmed from concern for Queen Medusa and Kai Dai, not from any romantic inclination toward Nailan Yinran. However, this misunderstanding would ultimately deepen the ties between the Nailan family and Leaf Maple, who would not actively seek to dispel the illusion. As time passed, amidst the relentless embrace of the 3,000 flames, a wisp of black mist began to rise from Nailan Jie's head. This sight filled Nailan Su with joy, a sentiment echoed by Gu He beside him. With Nailan Jie's recovery, the chance of seizing the Tagore Desert increased. Upon witnessing a young man wielding, his desire for it intensified. Yet, Leaf Maple would not grant him such a wish. The temperature of the subtly escalated. Within Nailan Jie's body, a cluster of violet-black flames was gradually incinerating the formidable poison that even Do Huang experts regarded with trepidation, rendering it into nothingness. However, as Leaf Maple employed the 3,000 flames to burn away the poison, he discovered a perplexing black substance mingling within his. Leaf Maple recognized it as a trace of the poison. While the 3,000 flames could incinerate it entirely, he refrained from doing so, for this poison, formidable enough to instill fear in Do Huang, was a valuable weapon that should not be squandered. As time silently flowed, the obsidian skeleton enveloped by the 3,000 flames began to visibly restore to its normal state. At this moment, Nailan Jie was drenched in sweat, his aged visage quivering, with faint gasps escaping through clenched teeth. Feng, my young friend, is it over? His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms. Nailan Jie's voice trembled, hoarse and strained. Leaf Maple, equally drenched in sweat from the intense and precise manipulation of the, felt a considerable burden. Upon hearing Nailan Jie's inquiry, Leaf Maple nodded slightly. Since you can no longer endure, let us halt the purification of the poison for now. Completely eradicating it in one go is beyond possibility. We must proceed gradually. At these words, Gu He's heart sank. Their ally was no longer available. Could the poison truly be expelled in its entirety? Though he had heard the words of Gu He and Yi Feng regarding the extraordinary fire that could eradicate the poison, it was only through practice that certainty could be attained. At this moment, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. Based on the current progress, there should be no issues, Yi Feng stated calmly. Haha, young friend Feng, to possess such remarkable abilities at your tender age. I am truly curious about the esteemed individual who has nurtured such an exceptional disciple. Nailan Jie exclaimed in admiration. He then respectfully clasped his hands together and said, From now on, we shall rely entirely on you, young friend Feng. Enough of the pleasantries. I must withdraw the extraordinary fire. If you perish, do not hold me accountable. Yi Feng admonished Nailan Jie without any regard for his pride. Nailan Jie, with his parched lips, felt his temper flare. Today he had been chastised more than once and dared not retort. If his life were to be claimed not by the poison, but by his own reckless words, it would be a most unjust demise and a source of great embarrassment. After drawing the last wisp of the 3,000 flames back into his body, Yifeng exhaled a breath of turbid air, casting a glance at his slightly darkened fingertip and discreetly retracting it into his sleeve. "Brother Feng, how are you faring?" Nalan Su inquired eagerly, observing the halted Yifeng. "Let today's treatment suffice. Given the intensity of this session, it will require at least 7 days to completely purge the toxins," Yifeng replied gravely, looking at Nalan Jia. "7 days it is. I am deeply grateful, Brother Feng. Our Nalan family shall certainly not disappoint you in the future." Nalan Jia, the pillar of the Nalan family, was indeed a formidable figure, yet Nalan Su, though a Douwang powerhouse, was merely a 1-star, significantly weaker compared to other families. Should this pillar falter, the Nalan family would find itself at the bottom among the 3 great families, gradually widening the gap with the other 2. Acknowledging Nalan Su's statement with a nod, Yifeng bowed slightly and said, "Brother Nalan, I shall return tomorrow. For now, I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Nalan Su and Nalan Jia's expressions changed abruptly. "Leave? How could that be permissible? Once you arrive, you cannot simply depart. That would be a slap in our faces." Nalan Su quickly interjected with a warm smile. "Brother Feng, you are being too formal. As you are here, how could I allow you to stay elsewhere?" "Well, Brother Nalan, as this is my first visit to the holy city of Jama, I wish to explore a bit." Yifeng candidly expressed his true intentions. After all, it was his first time in the imperial capital of the Jama Empire, and it was best to see the sights. Explore? Explore. Splendid. However, as the day is drawing to a close, let us have dinner first. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to tour the capital," Nalan Su exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement. "The Pill King happens to be here today. Shall we share a drink?" "A drink? Are you not afraid I might end up spewing it all over you?" Observing the expression on Nalan Su's face, Yifeng understood the unspoken intent and could only nod in agreement. "Very well. Excellent." Ancient River did not decline the opportunity to associate with this prodigy, for it promised only benefits and no detriments. While several individuals engaged in toasts, within a secluded chamber of the Nalan residence, the sound of shattering echoed violently. This ruckus was caused by Nalan Yinran, who had awakened after being jolted by Yifeng's electric shock, and she was currently venting her frustrations characteristic of a young lady of privilege. The expressions of the guards stationed outside were grim. Such tasks were thankless and arduous. To incur the ire of this young lady would surely lead to future misfortunes, and the clan leader would hardly remember their diligent service, indifferent to their plight. At that moment, a maid entered, balancing a tray laden with food and drink. "Miss, it is time for your meal." "Humph, I refuse to eat. Grandfather and father have actually turned against me, aiding that wild chicken and imprisoning me here." Nalan Yinran exclaimed from her position on the bed, her face flushed with indignation. The maid set the dishes on the table and approached Nalan Yinran, speaking softly. "Miss, we were unaware of the circumstances before, but the elders are currently drinking and have been extolling the virtues of that young Master Feng, praising him as a remarkable talent who saved the old clan leader." "What? That wild chicken truly saved grandfather?" Nalan Yinran responded in astonishment. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes as a playful smile danced upon her lips. Chapter 60. Entrusting Nalan Yinran? Experience is the best teacher. Within the Nalan family, Yifeng was engaged in a lively drinking session with Gu He and the Nalan father and son. The atmosphere was vibrant, and after the maid's return, the table was already a whirl of wine and delicacies. However, Nalan Jia's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. Alas, he lamented. Nalan Su, observing his father's gloomy demeanor, suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Had he not employed this tactic before? Yifeng slowly set down his wine cup and inquired, "Old Patriarch Nalan, I understand that a remedy for the current predicament has been found. What troubles you so?" "Alas," Nalan Jia replied, his face etched with helplessness. "Young friend Feng, you are aware that my dear Yin Ran, in her current state, is bound to encounter grave misfortune if this continues. Yet, she refuses to heed our counsel, and thus, I am greatly troubled." Yifeng met Nalan Jia's gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Patriarch Nalan, Miss Yinran is a child of destiny. With proper guidance, she shall undoubtedly become a formidable figure renowned throughout the Gamadi Empire in the future." As Yifeng spoke, one of the maids behind them trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, it was the very maid who had just returned from Miss Yinran's chamber. "Indeed, what you say is true." Nalan Jia nodded, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He raised his cup to Yifeng and earnestly proposed, "Might I request that you take it upon yourself to guide Yinran during these 7 days?" Uffed. Without a hint of surprise, Yifeng showcased his unique spitting technique once more. Nalan Su nodded, realizing that this was indeed a familiar scenario. His father had just been splashed in the face yet again. Feeling the dampness on his face, Nalan Jia found himself at a loss for words. experiencing this peculiar form of face washing for the very first time in his long life. Ha 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 ha, he chuckled awkwardly. Had it been anyone else, he would have sent them flying with a single strike, but in the face of Yifeng, he could only manage a forced smile. Before Yifeng could respond, the maid suddenly exclaimed, "No, grandfather, how could you allow an outsider to manage your precious granddaughter?" Hearing that familiar voice, all eyes turned toward the maid. This was no mere maid. It was clearly Nalan Yanran, clad in maid's attire. Ridiculous. Yanran, how did you end up here? Nalan Su scolded his daughter upon seeing her in such garb. Father, you are being unreasonable. Even if he saved grandfather, it does not grant him the right to oversee me. I shall inform my teacher and have her discipline this wild chicken, Nalan Yanran declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Yifeng. Silence. Nalan Jia, as the family patriarch, wore a grim expression and rebuked, "Young friend Feng is a benefactor of our Nalan family. How dare you speak so disrespectfully?" Grandfather, Nalan Yanran approached Nalan Jia with a playful demeanor, her voice delicate as she said, "Grandfather, do you no longer care for Yanran? If he manages me, I shall be left trembling all over, and Yanran desires nothing of the sort." Sighing, Nalan Jia observed his spoiled granddaughter and realized he had indeed indulged her excessively. A glimmer of resolve flashed in his aged eyes as he respectfully clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to Yifeng, saying, "Young friend Feng, I have never sought anything from anyone in my life, but today I humbly request that you take charge of my disobedient granddaughter." "Grandfather," Nalan Yanran exclaimed in astonishment from the side. Amid her anxiousness, Yifeng remained unhurried. His starry eyes glanced at the bowing Nalan Jia and then at the lavish dishes on the table, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gradually, he picked up his chopsticks, sampled a dish, and with a somewhat fierce expression remarked, "Ah, Nalan Patriarch, your ginger is still as potent as ever." Upon hearing this, Nalan Jia felt a tremor within. Nalan Su and Gu He, who were nearby, shared the same reaction. "Young friend Feng, I seem to be feeling a bit dizzy." Nalan Jia chuckled awkwardly, but suddenly, he clutched his head and nearly collapsed. Nalan Su, being his son, swiftly caught his father and exclaimed, Father, I also feel a bit faint." With that, Nalan Su suddenly fell to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, the esteemed Dan Wang Gu he shook his head and quickly swallowed a detoxification pill. His once imposing demeanor was now overshadowed by a deep frown. His eyes fixed on Nalan Yanran with disappointment. "Yanran, your actions are truly inappropriate. Alas, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Gui glanced at the fallen father and son, then waved his sleeve and exited the room, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The room fell into a profound silence, and Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief. For the very person she most wished to incapacitate was now savoring the slices of ginger at the table. "You, how are you not fainting? I used the 4th grade bewildering powder bestowed by my teacher, which even grandfather and father would succumb to for half a day. How could you be completely unaffected? You actually dared to give me 4th grade poison? How generous of you." Yifeng slowly placed his chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, turning to Nalan Yanran, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Nalan Yanran, I initially intended to administer a minor reprimand, but you have repeatedly provoked me. In your quest to ensnare me, you even resorted to drugging your grandfather and father. Since I find myself with idle time, I shall heed your grandfather's request and take it upon myself to discipline you properly over the next few days, you unfilial daughter." With a thunderous crack, arcs of silver lightning suddenly erupted within the room. Outside, one can clearly observe the shimmering silver light within the room, glimmering enticingly like a myriad of stars. The arcs of electricity slithered about like serpentine silver snakes, weaving through the space. The guard on duty, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. The young lady is in trouble." However, just as he was about to rush inside, the captain of the guard struck him with a swift hand, admonishing fiercely, "Are you seeking your own demise? Did you not hear the old patriarch beseeching young Master Feng to oversee Our Lady's affairs? Henceforth, your duty shall be to clean the latrines. Let me go, you scoundrel. The teacher will never let you off," protested the fiercely resisting and unruly Nalan Yanyan. As Yifeng, with electric arcs entwined around his right hand, swaggered out of the hall. Under the captain's guidance, they proceeded to Miss Nalan's quarters. In contrast to the rebellious young lady, the captain prioritized the matters concerning his venerable patriarch and clan leader. Upon hastily entering the room, they discovered the elder and the clan leader seated, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. "Father, is what we are doing truly right?" inquired the son. "Foolish child, there is no question of right or wrong. Young Master Feng has already discerned the truth," replied the father. "Ah, father, I meant concerning that girl Yin Yan." He clarified. "Ah, well, this is undoubtedly for the best. Worry not. She shall express her gratitude to us in due time. Sigh. That child Yin Yin is indeed audacious, even resorting to drugging us. Thankfully, Gui discovered it early. TSK. Even Tinder Ginger can possess a bite, remarked Nalan Jia and Nalan Su, each tasting a piece of ginger. The guard stood by, speechless. Ding. Master. Chapter 61. The Sixth Order Void Pegasus. I must inform the teacher. In a room dimly illuminated, a weary Yi Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently practicing his cultivation. As the saying goes, while one may possess strategies aplenty, I have my own means to breach barriers. Though one cannot pierce through the paper of a window, one can certainly break through a wall. After administering a lesson to the unruly and unfilial Nalan Yen, Yi Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and proceeded to create a hole in the wall, moving into the adjacent room to continue his training. Ding. The master has accepted Nalan Jia's request to oversee Nalan Yin and discipline her, receiving sign-in rewards. 3rd grade alchemy skill, 3rd grade alchemical compendium, 1 void pegasus. And a low-tier Shin-level combat technique, the thunder arc dance of 3 movements. What a bountiful reward. Although Yi Feng had anticipated this, the sheer volume of rewards still stirred his excitement. The 3rd grade alchemical compendium and alchemy skill are perfectly complementary, marking Yi Feng as a 3rd grade alchemist capable of producing potions in a mere 3 seconds. It seems he must venture to the auction house tomorrow to procure some materials. In addition to the 3rd grade alchemy skill, he also acquired a Shin-level combat technique, the thunder arc dance of 3 movements. This combat skill, true to its name, harnesses the power of lightning, capable of stunning adversaries unexpectedly. However, it is worth noting that, like the alchemy skill, it is limited in duration. What intrigued Yi Feng the most was the Void Pegasus. Regarding this beast, he felt a profound sense of bewilderment. His understanding of steeds in the Douqi Continent was limited to the legendary Douqi-imbued horses. Imagining a scenario where he is pursued by a Dou Emperor without a hint of panic, he couldn't help but smirk. Yi Feng hastily opened the system's spatial ring to inspect the unfamiliar Void Pegasus. Within the pet space, beside a magnificent red spirit radiating astonishment, a colossal white jade horse had suddenly appeared. As if sensing its master's gaze, the horse reared up on its front hooves, showcasing its unique grandeur. This horse, resplendently white, had its ears perked up, exuding an aura of majesty. On its robust flank, 2 immense white wings unfurled, creating a scene that felt nothing short of fantastical. As though it had emerged from a dream. This steed was indeed the epitome of a prince on a white horse. However, upon closer inspection, Yi Feng found it beautiful, yet could discern no offensive capabilities. Void Pegasus, a 6th order magical beast from the Douqi Continent. Abilities: possesses formidable flying and defensive capabilities, capable of traveling through the void at speeds surpassing even those of spatial vessels. Drawback: extremely weak in terms of offensive power. Alas, this Void Pegasus may be visually splendid but lacks utility, while it can aid in a swift escape. It cannot assist in battles. However, one must consider that making an entrance atop such a 6th order beast could indeed terrify the denizens of the Jamma Empire. After reviewing his gains, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes and extended his middle finger. At that moment, the tip of his finger was exceedingly dark, not due to his previous ferocity, but rather because the poison from Nalan Jia had been forced into his fingertip. Observing his now blackened finger, Yi Feng felt a slight tremor, and a cluster of violet-black flames emerged, dancing gracefully. As the purple-black flames scorched, the poison within Yi Feng's body dispersed, transforming into wisps of black mist. After a brief interval, these wisps began to coalesce, ultimately forming a profound black orb. This orb contained the poison extracted from Nalan Jia's body, along with his pure energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng infused this energy into his fighting crystal. Feeling the sudden surge of fighting energy within him, a delighted smile graced Yi Feng's face. Nalan Jia truly lived up to his reputation as a Douwang powerhouse. If he continued to absorb this energy, he would undoubtedly elevate to a 9-star Great Dome Master within 7 days. However, Nalan Jia could not always be a source of such bountiful resources. The initial removal of the poison had already eliminated nearly half of it. Had it not been for the necessity to prevent Nalan Jia from aiding Gu He, Yi Feng could have completely eradicated the poison in one go. This Gu He fellow, upon witnessing Yi Feng's possession of, would certainly become even more eager to obtain it. After leaving this place, he would undoubtedly seek out the other 10 strongest individuals in the Jiama Empire. Nevertheless, this would require some time, as enlisting a Douwang powerhouse in the Jiama Empire also demanded a considerable price. Although Yi Feng had strategically kept Nalan Jia and Nalan Su within the family, he too was constrained by this arrangement. The next 7 days would need to be utilized to orchestrate events within the Jiama Empire to keep the other Douwang powerhouses occupied. Contemplating this, Yifeng gradually closed his eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in another elegantly restored chamber, Nalan Yinran's eyes were already red, her large, watery eyes glistening with moisture. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore traces of tears, a clear indication that she had been wronged, having just wept bitterly. How could that scoundrel treat me this way? I shall make him pay, she declared. Even my grandfather and father refused to assist me. I must inform my teacher. Ouch, it hurts so much. Nalan Yinran supported herself against the corner of the bed, standing in a rather disheveled manner, afraid to sit or lie down due to the pain. Yinran. At that moment, two figures entered the room, her grandfather, Nalan Jia, and her father, Nalan Su. The benevolent Nalan Jia looked at his granddaughter, supported by two maidservants, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. You can no longer act so recklessly. I have sent someone to Yunlan's sect with a message. For the next few days, you shall stay by Feng Zhao's side. Rest assured, your grandfather and father would never harm you. Stay by that scoundrel's side for a few days. Nalan Yinran gazed at her family, her voice tinged with indignation as she exclaimed, For my sake? You won't harm me? There is no need for you to send messages. My teacher is no longer at the Yunlan sect on business. Grandfather, father, are you not aware that the day has yet to dawn? Since the day has not yet broken, it means that the effects of the 4th grade mesmerizing powder have not yet dissipated. Have you forsaken me for the sake of the family, to curry favor with Feng Yi? Am I merely a possession of the family? Am I your puppet? Nalan Yinran's voice trembled with desperation as she questioned them. Sighing, Nalan Jia shook his head and, with a wave of his sleeve, turned away in disappointment, leaving the room. Nalan Su, remaining behind, glared at his precious daughter and scolded her vehemently. Nalan Yinran. You must understand that it is not that we neglect you, but rather that we are responsible for the lives of thousands within our clan. Chapter 62. The departure of the Nalan father and son, the remarkable Nalan Yinran. No. It cannot be. How could a mere wild chicken possibly obliterate the Nalan clan? Nalan Yinran's eyes shimmered with disbelief as she absorbed her father's words. Impossible? Nalan Su glared fiercely at his daughter, admonishing her. Do you not realize the potential of a young man possessing at least 3 distinct attributes of combat energy, a distinguished 8-star battle master? What do you think is beyond his capabilities? Do you think a youth wielding the 9th-ranked exotic flame, 3,000 yen flame, has any limitations? And what of a young man capable of mastering such formidable exotic fire to save your grandfather? What kind of influence do you think he commands? Boom. Nalan Yinran felt as though a thunderclap had erupted in her mind, the familiar tingling sensation coursing throughout her body. Her long, slender legs suddenly buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground. Nalan Su's furious roar filled Nalan Yinran's eyes with despair. Have I been mistaken? He is indeed a prodigious talent, and the forces backing him are unimaginably terrifying. I nearly brought ruin upon our family. It appears that the so-called wild chicken is, in truth, a resplendent phoenix soaring through the sky, while I, the one on the ground, am the real wild chicken. Gazing at his daughter, crumpled on the floor, Nalan Su felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yet he knew he had to act decisively. Your grandfather has grown deeply disappointed in you. This time, despite your transgressions against our family, we shall not hold it against you. However, for the next 7 days, you must accompany Brother Feng. Wherever he goes, you shall follow. Take this night to reflect upon your actions. Should you continue your willful defiance, I shall not be able to save you. With that, Nalan Su swept away, leaving Nalan Yinran seated on the ground, lost in contemplation. I was wrong. But, even though I erred, do I truly have to stay by that detestable, wicked Feng Ye's side for 7 days? Even if he is indeed a majestic phoenix, this insufferable fellow dared to strike me. I, Miss Yinran, will not easily concede to him. Ouch, it hurts. Someone, bring me medicine. The following morning, after partaking in the breakfast delivered by a maid, Yifeng slowly emerged from his room. Young Feng, your attire today is truly resplendent, exuding an air of extraordinary charm. Yifeng's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, shifting from an ensemble of black yesterday to a complete white today. The dark attire had conveyed an aura of dominance and allure, while the pristine white garments, combined with Yifeng's handsome visage, radiated an ethereal grace that captivated all. No wonder the elder outside could not refrain from such unabashed praise. In the garden outside, the snow-haired Nalan Jia was practicing acrobatics, perfectly mirroring Nalan Yinran's earlier description. In regard to this cultivation method, Yifeng suddenly recalled the elderly gentleman exercising in the garden that morning and thought he should be paired with the spinning top. As he observed the approaching Nalan Jia, Yifeng waved his hand and remarked, Old Nalan, you are indeed radiating vitality. Compared to yesterday, your spirit has improved considerably. This is all thanks to you. My dear friend Feng, had it not been for your removal of the marking poison from my body, I would have gradually met my end. Upon hearing this, Nailin Jie was even more elated, finding Yifeng increasingly pleasing to the eye. At this moment, he regarded Yifeng with more fondness than he did his own granddaughter. Were it not for his own frailty, he would undoubtedly claim Yifeng as his grandson. Old Nailin, time is of the essence. Shall we proceed to my chamber to eliminate the marking poison? Yifeng proposed, eager to explore the grand capital later that day. Splendid, splendid. In that case, I must trouble you, dear friend Feng. Please, lead the way. Nailin Jie readily accepted, extending his right arm. Inside the room, Yifeng swiftly allowed Nailin Jie to experience the intensity of the fire. If you cannot endure it, we can pause here for today. The marking poison does not demand immediate action. Yifeng observed Nailin Jie, whose expression was even more contorted than the previous day, and internally reassured himself. Nailin Jie nodded, rising to his feet, and bowed slightly to Yifeng. Dear friend Feng, I must say, my vitality has indeed improved significantly this time. However, Yifeng smiled gently. Old Nailin, please feel free to voice any concerns. Nailin Jie, with a hint of apology, explained, you see, Sewer has recently taken charge of the Nailin family, and there are numerous matters to attend to. He is quite overwhelmed. Thus, he had to leave early and could only promise to accompany you to the capital at a later time, leaving it to me or that young lady, Yinran. Yifeng responded, how delightful. An old man and a stunningly beautiful woman. What a choice to make. Since it is thus, I shall rely on you, old Nailin. Nailin Jie was momentarily bewildered. What? This young man chooses me, an old man? Oh dear, I must have eaten something strange last night. My stomach has been in turmoil. I must take my leave, dear friend Feng. Clutching his belly, Nailin Jie bid farewell to Yifeng and hurried away, feigning distress, even letting out an audible fart along the way, a clear sign of his earlier discomfort. As father and son hurriedly departed, Yifeng shook his head in bemusement. Just then, soft footsteps approached from behind. That grandfather has entrusted me to accompany you for shopping. Where do you wish to go? I'll take you there. A slightly awkward yet delicate voice resonated behind Yifeng. He turned slowly, offering a slight bow with an elegant smile on his face, and replied, in that case, I must trouble Miss Nailin. A pair of exquisite eyes suddenly fell into a state of stupor as they beheld the elegant and modest young man before her, who stood a head taller. At that moment, Nailin Yinran felt a jarring realization that the person from last night could not possibly be him. He had been so fierce then, yet now he exuded such grace and courtesy. His attire was rather intimidating, but, she mused, undeniably handsome. Yifeng regarded the entranced Nailin Yinran, puzzled by her dreamy expression. Did she find him exceptional? Surely not. He hadn't perceived that last night, nay, he hadn't noticed at all. Hey, have you lost your wits, silly girl? A sudden exclamation jolted Nailin Yinran from her reverie. She locked eyes with the curious young man, her large, glistening orbs blinking rapidly. A faint blush crept onto her delicate, youthful face. Her heart began to flutter inexplicably. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? He had struck me last night, and even now I could feel the ache in my body. Furthermore, he was still scolding me. No, something is amiss. It was evident that he had been pretending. Humph. Nailin Yinran closed her eyes momentarily and then swiftly moved aside, casting a fierce glance at him. You are the silly one. I asked you where you were going, and you wouldn't answer. Am I not allowed to wonder? Oh, I see. Then let us first head to the Alchemist Guild. I shall change into a different outfit there. Yifeng replied, a smile of understanding gracing his lips as he looked at Nailin Yinran. To change into a different outfit at the Alchemist Guild. Nailin Yinran gazed intently at Yifeng. Was he truly an alchemist? Her father had not mentioned this to her at all. Hey, silly girl. If you don't lead the way, I might just have to strike you. Chapter 63. The Alchemist Guild, Peach Blossom Fire. Over there is the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild of the Jamma Empire. Nailin Yinran elegantly pointed towards the distant street, introducing it to Yifeng beside her. As Yifeng cast his gaze in that direction, he discovered a magnificent and imposing edifice towering at the intersection of several streets. Even from afar, the unique fragrance of elixirs permeated the air, attesting to the splendor of this place. Above the soaring entrance, 5 ancient characters of the Alchemist Guild gleamed with a silvery radiance in the sunlight, drawing reverent glances from passers-by. As the foremost institution for alchemists within the Jamma Empire, even the imperial sovereign would show deference upon visiting. The energy wielded by alchemists is potent enough to reverberate throughout the entire empire, highlighting the formidable nature of this most esteemed profession on the Douqi Continent. After admiring the grandeur of the Alchemist Guild, Yifeng turned to Nailin Yinran, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as he spoke softly yet menacingly. Your father should have instructed you on how to address me. I would prefer to avoid any embarrassment once we enter. Should you dare to stir trouble, I shall not hesitate to discipline you before all. You, Nailin Yinran. Upon hearing his words, clenched her hands tightly, her delicate face flushing with indignation. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that Feng Yi was indeed capable of such actions, leaving her feeling quite wronged. Subsequently, she forced a radiant smile. Very well, Brother Feng Yi. Yi Feng was taken aback by Nalan Yinran's swift concession, suddenly recognizing that this future young master of the Yunlan sect was rather extraordinary. Let us proceed and take a look. As the two entered the Alchemist Guild, a rich aroma of elixirs enveloped them. This intoxicating scent was immensely pleasing to Yi Feng, completely overshadowing the faint fragrance that lingered around Nalan Yinran. Those who entered could not help but inhale deeply, feeling their spirits lifted, their eyes wandering in awe. The Alchemist Guild was vast, divided into 3 regions: East, South, and West. The South Hall was bustling with numerous cauldrons ablaze, clearly a place for alchemical concoctions where practitioners exchanged insights. The West side, however, was notably quieter, with several guards standing at the passage, indicating that it housed esteemed guests or accomplished alchemists. In the East Hall, several platforms made of blue granite were set up, behind which sat robed alchemists. Various medicinal materials, jade vials, and scrolls adorned the surfaces, indicating a vibrant marketplace for trade. Naturally, upon arriving at this locale, Yi Feng had no intention of missing out. As Yi Feng and Nalan Yinran traversed the Alchemist Guild, they caught the attention of many, for numerous individuals recognized Nalan Yinran, the favored daughter of the heavens. She was the disciple of Yunlan sect's master, Yun Yun, and the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, her status exceedingly noble. Many gazes were cast upon her, filled with awe, curiosity, and envy. Naturally, apart from reverence, the expressions of those present were directed towards Yi Feng. After all, they believed that accompanying such a remarkable woman must indicate extraordinary status. However, there were some who likened their pairing to that of a toad and a swan, or a pig and a cabbage. These individuals merely entertained such thoughts silently, fearing to voice them aloud, for there were those who had lost their tongues for spreading idle gossip. The two, undeterred by the murmurs, proceeded into the eastern trading area. Unlike the vendors outside who vociferously hawked their wares, the merchants here lounged leisurely upon their seats. Should they discern that a patron possessed wealth or noble lineage, they would rise to greet them. Transactions here were based on barter. To acquire medicinal herbs or elixirs, one must present equally rare treasures in return. With Nalan Yinran accompanying him, the alchemists along their path gradually rose to their feet, for her esteemed background and value were enough to captivate their attention. As they strolled slowly through the marketplace, Yi Feng was suddenly drawn to the most bustling corner of the area. There stood an elderly man, pale and frail, before a sizable transparent jade bottle containing a swirling pink flame. This flame, known as peach blossom fire, resided within the body of the exceedingly rare 5th-tier wood-type magical beast, the Kuei-mu beast. It was notably more docile than other beast fires, favoring tameness. The allure of this peach blossom fire was palpable, prompting a steady stream of inquiries from the surrounding crowd. Yet, the old man's price was exorbitantly high, and no one had yet secured it. "Old man, you've been here for a month. Your asking price is rather steep," one person exclaimed. "Indeed, while this peach blossom fire is exquisite, who can satisfy such a ravenous appetite?" Another chimed in. "Come now, old fellow, settle for a 4th-tier elixir. What do you say?" The old man's expression remained unfazed by their words. He merely shook his head, his voice hoarse as he replied, "I will only exchange for a 4th-tier elixir recipe with a clear soul trace. You're asking for a king's ransom. A mere 4th-tier recipe is more valuable than your peach blossom fire," someone argued. "At this rate, you'll never make a trade in your lifetime." Nalan Yinran, curious, approached Yi Feng, her brows knitted in contemplation. "While the peach blossom fire is indeed precious, it cannot compare to a 4th-tier recipe. Who would be foolish enough to make such a trade? I wish to obtain this peach blossom fire," Yi Feng proclaimed, interrupting her thoughts. Nalan Yinran realized that the title of fool was more fitting for the annoying, mischievous, and now seemingly foolish Feng Yi beside her. With so many analyses made, his desire to trade seemed truly foolish. Instinctively, she tugged at Yi Feng's arm and gently cautioned, "Brother Feng Yi, this peach blossom fire and the 4th-tier recipe are not equivalent. Trading would lead to a loss." Upon uttering this, Nalan Yinran felt astonished at her own words. Having just advised the very rogue who had once struck her, the master was gently reminded by Nalan Yinran not to be deceived, and he received a sign-in reward, an advanced method of alchemy, the alchemy art. Upon hearing that someone was willing to exchange, the crowd, along with the elderly man, cast curious glances towards Yi Feng. The old man's gaze lingered on the graceful young man, casting a sidelong glance at Nalan Yinran before inquiring, "Young man, do you possess a clear soul imprint for a 4th-grade pill formula and 2 4th-grade pills?" Upon hearing the exorbitant demand from the old man, Nalan Yinran stepped forward, ready to confront him. However, she suddenly felt a powerful grip on her wrist, halting her steps and words as she curiously glanced at the young man who had grasped her. Yi Feng, with a smile, addressed the old man, saying, "I do not possess the fourth-grade pills, nor the formula." The expressions of those around them shifted dramatically. It became apparent that this young man was not a fool, but rather a flamboyant young master amusing himself at the expense of the old man. The white-haired elder, undeterred by the reactions of the crowd, continued to fix his penetrating gaze on Yi Feng, as if awaiting further elaboration. In response, Yi Feng met the elder's gaze directly, stating calmly, "I lack what you seek, yet I can suppress the fire poison within you." Chapter 64. The Struggles of the Combat King. Reina, a poisonous predicament. The term fire poison echoed in the ears of all those present, leaving them in a state of astonishment. The elderly man, pale and slender, was afflicted by this very fire poison. In the realm of Douqi, ridding oneself of such a malady is a formidable challenge. Fire poison, as it is known, is a toxic flame that invades the body, and to expel it is akin to traversing the void. Individuals may contract fire poison from taming certain unique flames, including exotic fire and beast fire. Furthermore, one might also encounter fire poison after prolonged cultivation within the Heavenly Flame Refining Tower at the Canaan Academy. The final scenario involves sustaining injuries from the fire poison of high-tier magical beasts while hunting. In Yi Feng's perception, this emaciated elder bore no trace of exotic fire. Given his advanced age, he could not possibly be a disciple of the Canaan Academy, leading to the conclusion that he must have been grievously wounded during a hunt. Coupled with the peach blossom fire within his jade vial, it becomes evident that this elder had engaged in battle with a fifth-tier Kamu beast. The fifth-tier magical beasts correspond to the strength of a combat king among humans, and one must slay such a beast to procure. Hence, the seemingly unremarkable elder before us is, in fact, a formidable combat king. The fire poison he suffers from is undoubtedly a result of his encounter with the fifth-tier Kamu beast. Ordinary fire poison could be mitigated with a third-tier ice purification pill. Yet the poison from a fifth-tier Kamu beast requires a fifth-tier ice spirit pill for suppression. Such high-grade pills are not easily acquired, especially in the small territory of the Gamma Empire, where one must turn to the Alchemist Guild or the esteemed Dan King, Gu He. The fact that this elder seeks to exchange for a fourth-tier pill recipe suggests that neither the Alchemist Guild nor Dan King Gu He possesses what he requires. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to accept a favor from a combat king. Moreover, the fact that Nalan Yanran did not recognize him indicates that he is likely a wandering combat king from another empire. Yi Feng proposed to trade for the, partly due to its utility to him, but more importantly, to secure a favor from a wandering combat king. "Young friend, can you truly suppress the fire poison within me?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the elder was immediately stirred, rising with excitement and urgently inquiring. His unmasked demeanor attests to the desperation of this combat king, who is at his wit's end in seeking a remedy for his affliction. In response to the elder's query, Yi Feng replied with a calm smile, "Of course. If you trust me, we can discuss this matter in detail." "Very well." The elder readily assented, waving his hand to gather all items from the stone platform back into his storage ring. "Please, young friend." This scene was naturally witnessed by others, as the western area of the Alchemist Guild was designated for esteemed guests. It is evident that the elderly man is indeed one of the esteemed guests. As Yi Feng and the old man proceed inside, feeling the presence of Nalan Yanran, who had followed them, Yi Feng coldly instructed, "Miss Nalan, I kindly ask you to wait outside." "Humph, I had no intention of entering," Nalan Yanran retorted, turning her head, her exquisitely beautiful face displaying a charming fury. Cheeks puffed in indignation. The sight of such a captivating demeanor astonished onlookers. What manner of youth could command the obedience of this celestial beauty to remain outside? With a resounding thud, she stamped her right foot as the door closed tightly. "Humph, that scoundrel." Brother Feng Yi. Upon noticing the gazes of those around her, she recalled Feng Ye's warning and quickly amended her words. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyeballs fed to the dogs." Though she feared the striking Yi Feng, she held no such trepidation toward these onlookers, and thus, she shouted furiously. The crowd, startled by her fierce declaration, scattered in fright, some even fleeing the Alchemist Guild entirely. Within the confines of the closed room, the elderly man sat across from Yi Feng, who regarded him with a composed smile. "It is truly unexpected for a formidable Do Wang to place such trust in my words." "Haha, young friend Feng speaks in jest. It is indeed the first time I have encountered a youth who can command such obedience from Nalan Yanran," the old man replied with a smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Yi Feng's gaze fixed upon the old man, his eyes sparkling like stars. "It seems you have not revealed your true self." "Indeed. Young friend's insight is remarkably keen. This old face of mine is, in fact, a facade." As he spoke, The old man peeled away a layer of aged skin, revealing an even older, paler visage beneath. The moment the old man removed the mask that concealed his true appearance, Yifeng felt a familiar aura emanating from him. Not because he recognized the man, but rather due to the unmistakable scent of the serpent tribe, a presence of serpent venom that was unmistakably linked to his sister, Yume's seductive serpent poison. In that instant, Yifeng comprehended the identity of the elderly man before him. I am known as Reina, the frail, pallid-faced elder stated calmly. Indeed, it was he. The name Reina resonates powerfully throughout the Gamma Empire, for he is one of the 10 most formidable individuals in the realm. A 5-star devouring, just like Nalanjia. In the last confrontation between humans and the serpent tribe, Reina clashed with the leader of the seductive serpent clan, Yume, and ultimately suffered defeat. Although the venom from Yume was purged by Pharma and Guhi, he lost an arm due to the residual poison lingering in his bones. The two had informed him that if the toxin were eradicated, his arm would fully recover. However, if one wishes to dispel the serpent's venom, it is akin to the current predicament of Nalanjia. Only a pharmacist endowed with extraordinary fire can achieve this. Yet, after being poisoned for an extended period, he finds it nearly impossible to locate such a pharmacist. Just 2 months prior, he fortuitously stumbled upon an ancient tome that revealed a method. Roasting bones with beast fire of the same rank could effectively eliminate the serpent's toxin. As for the roasting technique, it necessitated the complete incineration of the flesh, leaving only the bones to be scorched. Thus, Reina set out to confront the Kue Mu beast. Ultimately, while he succeeded in acquiring the peach blossom fire, he paid a hefty price, losing an arm in the process as the Kue Mu beast retaliated in its dying moments, inflicting a fiery toxin upon him. Now, Reina found himself not only afflicted by the serpent's venom, but also burdened by the flames of the new toxin, truly a case of poison compounding poison. His once formidable devouring strength had dwindled to a mere fraction. Such a misfortune befalling one of the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire was nothing short of a disgrace, a monumental embarrassment. Yet, he found himself with no recourse. Having consulted both Gu He and Fa Ma, who indicated that procuring the 5th grade ice spirit pill was beyond their reach due to the exorbitant costs and immense resources required. Chapter 65. The Battle King's bodyguard, the 3rd-rank alchemist Lu Ling Fama, and Gu He informed Reina that if he sought the ice spirit pill, he would have to venture into the chaotic realm of the Black Corner domain, where the Canaan Academy is located, to seek out the pill Emperor Han Feng, who might still offer a chance to acquire it. However, it is well known that in such treacherous lands, even battle kings are likely to fall. Naturally, the two would not dare to take such a risk, leaving Reina to rely solely on himself. The cost of obtaining the ice spirit pill is exorbitant, requiring at the very least a 4th-rank advanced alchemical formula with an exceptionally clear soul imprint. Such a 4th-rank formula is more precious than several ordinary 5th-rank pills. To acquire this formula, Reina would have to sell himself to the Alchemist Guild or the Yunlan sect, a humiliation he could scarcely endure. Thus, Reina resolved to settle for something less advanced, opting for a lower-grade formula while devising a plan for the Black Corner domain. And so, this solitary battle king, Reina, concealed his identity within the Alchemist Guild, employing the peach blossom fire to seek out a gullible patron in exchange for a 4th-rank alchemical formula. It was just a month later that he was discovered by Yifeng. To his surprise, the formidable King Thunder, one of the 10 strongest in the Jaimar Empire, was present. Yifeng greeted Reina with a respectful nod and a smile. Reina quickly waved his hand, saying, "Friend Feng, your status is no less than mine. Simply call me Brother Reina." "Very well, Brother Reina," Yifeng replied. "Might I inquire if you are aware that Old Master Nalan is afflicted with burning poison?" After the exchange of pleasantries, Yifeng posed his direct question. "Old Nalan is afflicted with burning poison? Alas, it seems my current strength does not allow me to uncover such secrets," Reina remarked with a self-deprecating sigh and a bitter smile. Yifeng reassured him, "Brother Reina, there is no need for such distress. I will indeed resolve your fire poison." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Reina's eyes sparkled with astonishment. "You can actually resolve it? Not just suppress it, but truly resolve it?" As a solitary battle king, Reina was not privy to the fact that resolving the burning poison required extraordinary fire, leaving him utterly amazed. Indeed, with Yifeng's confirmation, Reina was overjoyed and quickly rose, saying, "Friend Feng, if you can cure my fire poison, I owe you a great favor." Yifeng smiled, showing no hesitation as he replied, "Brother Reina, I do indeed need that favor, but it is not merely a favor. I require your unconditional obedience to my commands for the next 2 years. 2 years? Very well, I accept." Reina agreed without a second thought. For a solitary battle king, 2 years was an incredibly brief span. Given his current strength, reaching the Black Corner domain would take at least a year, making this arrangement undeniably advantageous for him. You are indeed straightforward, Brother Reina. Let us not delay. I shall now assist you in resolving both your fire poison and snake poison. As the words fell, Reina was momentarily stunned. Had the snake venom been detected? Furthermore, could this young man before him also neutralize it? In the next instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. For a cluster of purplish-black flames now flickered in the youth's hands. The moment these flames appeared, an intense heat permeated the entire room. Could this be? Noticing Reina's astonishment, Yifeng had grown accustomed to such reactions and calmly remarked, Brother Reina, simply maintain your composure. This poison is trivial to me. Upon hearing this, Reina nodded and gradually closed his eyes while seated. Yifeng, without any further hesitation, allowed the purplish-black flames to merge into Reina's body. This process was quite similar to the one used to cleanse Nailan Jie of his poison. However, the fire poison was absorbed almost instantaneously by as the peach blossom fire paled in comparison, leading to its immediate expulsion. As for Sister Yume's snake venom, it required a bit more effort due to its prolonged presence within Reina's bones. Nonetheless, the frigid toxins dissipated under the scorching, ultimately transforming into a pure energy that flowed into Yifeng's body. In roughly 10 minutes, Yifeng retracted the 3,000 flames back into himself. When he opened his eyes, he observed that Reina's previously pallid face now bore a hint of color, a stark contrast to his earlier despondency. His vitality had significantly improved. Clearly, this formidable figure, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gamma Empire, had regained his former confidence and formidable prowess. Feng Xiaoyu, I never anticipated you possessed. Meeting you is truly a divine blessing. Please allow me to pay my respects. With that, Reina bowed deeply to Yifeng in gratitude. Yifeng, regarding his future subordinate with humility, helped him to his feet and said, Brother Reina, there is no need for such formality. Please rise. From that moment on, Reina ceased to refer to himself as an old man. With a flick of his hand, he produced a jade vial containing the peach blossom fire and stated, As previously agreed, this peach blossom fire rightfully belongs to you, Feng Xiaoyu. Yifeng accepted it without any pretense, gently replying, Brother Reina, I kindly ask that you remain by my side for a while longer. Of course, to accompany you, Feng Xiaoyu, is a privilege, Reina acknowledged. Fully aware of Yifeng's exceptional talent and the formidable forces that likely supported him. To him, he was merely a Douwang. Yet being in the company of a youth capable of wielding to cleanse his own poison could only yield benefits. Meanwhile, outside, Nailan Yinran had grown impatient. Pacing back and forth in the hall, the faint fragrance she emanated captivated a number of young men pretending to select medicinal herbs, stirring their hearts. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from nearby. Yinran, what a coincidence to find you here. Upon hearing that familiar call, Nailan Yinran turned to gaze in the direction of the voice. There stood a young man, clad in the robes of an alchemist, his stature upright, and seemingly in his early 20s. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with features chiseled as if carved by a master sculptor, exuding a subtle androgyny. A smile graced his face, captivating the hearts of the ladies around him. In comparison to Yifeng, he was slightly inferior, yet he lacked the ethereal aura that accompanied Yifeng's white attire. Most notably, emblazoned upon his chest was the emblem of an alchemist, adorned with 3 shimmering silver waves, radiating brilliance. His presence instantly evoked admiration and reverence from the gathered crowd. At such a young age, he was already a third-rank alchemist, a remarkable talent in the kingdom of Gamma. Lu Ling, did you not accompany Uncle Gu He in practicing alchemy? Nailan Yinran inquired, her delicate face reflecting her confusion upon seeing the young man. Yinran, you may not be aware, but the master is currently preoccupied with the Lion King and the Windwalker. He permitted me to venture out for a little exploration, and I came here to browse. Lu Ling replied, his face displaying a gentle smile, appearing quite sincere. At that moment, the previously closed door suddenly swung open. When Nailan Yinran beheld Yifeng stepping out, she instinctively took 2 steps back, maintaining a respectful distance from Lu Ling. Oh no, no. Chapter 66, The Little Princess. I come from the land of grass pythons. When Lu Ling saw Nailan Yinran, who had just been merely a meter away from him, retreat to a distance of 2 meters, his heart shattered with a resounding crack. Following the direction of Nailan Yinran's gaze, he beheld a strikingly handsome youth, even more so than himself, emerging from a room accompanied by an elderly man, whom he resembled more like a steward. Upon witnessing this young man's appearance, Lu Ling's heart was instantly filled with a singular realization, a rival in love. In order to avert any unnecessary complications, Reina donned his disguise once more. The old man trailed closely behind Yifeng, exuding an air of servitude. As Yifeng emerged, Nailan Yinran, who had been waiting with growing impatience, felt a wave of irritation wash over her and stepped forward to confront him. Brother Fengya, why have you taken so long? What was intended as a reprimand, however, emerged from her lips with an unexpected softness, reminiscent of a companion mildly chastising her boyfriend for making her wait. It was difficult to fathom the turmoil within Lu Ling's heart at that moment. After merely 2 days apart, Yinran had seemingly developed affections for another. Naturally, Yifeng had no intention of offering any explanations to Nalan Yinran. After casting a glance in her direction, his gaze shifted to Lu Ling standing behind her. Upon noticing the emblem adorning Lu Ling's chest, Yifeng could surmise his identity, yet he chose to disregard it entirely, addressing Reina instead. Ming Lao, let us depart. Ming Lao was the alias Yifeng had conferred upon Reina. Lu Ling seethed inwardly. This impudent fellow dares to disregard me. In the Gamma Empire, who would not show a modicum of respect owing to my teacher's reputation? As Yifeng passed him by with indifference, Nalan Yinran's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Could it be that this brother Fengya? In that fleeting moment, Nalan Yinran grasped the situation and hurriedly took a few steps forward, anxiously calling out, Brother Fengya, wait for me. Are you going to take the alchemist assessment? Yes, Yifeng replied coldly. Oh, Brother Fengya, I am familiar with this place. Allow me to guide you. Very well. The scene before Lu Ling felt akin to a thunderclap. The proud goddess he had tirelessly pursued was disregarding him entirely, rushing to affix herself to another. Lu Ling's anger surged, and he thought to himself, I am determined to uncover what capabilities this fellow possesses. An alchemist-level assessment? Humph. I shall investigate this young man's true identity. Stationed firmly in place, he commanded his subordinates, go and find out who this young man truly is. Yes, young Master Lu. Thus, in the wake of Yifeng, Nalan Yinran, and Reina, Lu Ling followed closely behind, embodying the demeanor of a devoted admirer. In this regard, not to mention others, even Reina felt that Dan Wang Gui's proud disciple resembled a wretched mutt, clinging on and impossible to shake off. How could Dan Wang Gui accept such a disciple? Lu Ling followed closely behind, and, upon observing Nalan Yinran smiling sweetly at Yifeng, despite maintaining a smile on his own visage, his heart brimmed with discontent. Sensing the icy gaze directed at him from behind, Yifeng remained indifferent. Even Gui treated him with a degree of deference, let alone this younger brother of his. Just as Yifeng contemplated changing into the attire of an alchemist, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance. Curiosity piqued, he cast his eyes towards the disturbance, only to behold a graceful figure approaching from afar. The young woman was clad in a purple robe adorned with silver patterns, possessing exquisite features and exuding an air of nobility. A delicate purple sash encircled her slender waist, and she appeared no older than Yifeng, her charming face illuminated by a serene smile, embodying elegance and tranquility. Yet, when her sparkling eyes surveyed the surroundings, a hint of mischief flickered within them, clearly indicating she was not one to relish silence. At that moment, her enchanting gaze landed upon Yifeng and his companions, her eyes widening in surprise. Subsequently, she sauntered towards them. The little princess of the Gamma royal family, Yao Yu, had a master, the vice president of the Alchemist Association, Master Mitchell, and at her age had already attained the rank of a first-grade alchemist, or perhaps even stepped into the second grade. Listening to Nalan Yinran's introduction, Yifeng gained a clear understanding of the beautiful girl approaching. Indeed, this little princess had arrived. The Alchemist Association was bustling with activity. As they conversed, Yao Yu reached their group. Sister Nalan and brother Lu are here, yet you stand before them. Who might you be? She inquired, tilting her head inquisitively and gazing at Yifeng with bright eyes. Yifeng offered a slight smile and clasped his hands together, replying, Little princess, I am Feng Yi, an ordinary person. Uft. Nalan Yinran could hardly contain her laughter. However, upon meeting Yifeng's cold gaze, she hastily sealed her lips, biting her crimson lip in a manner that was quite alluring. Lu Ling asked, Are you also an alchemist? Yao Yu's large eyes sparkled with curiosity as she posed her question. Yifeng was about to respond with a gentle smile when a hearty laugh from an elder interrupted. Ha ha ha, that old coot actually allowed you, little princess, to come out. Have you perhaps reached the second grade? Following the source of the aged laughter, Yifeng noticed an elderly man donning alchemist robes emerging from the hall. The elder appeared quite delighted, his snowy hair dancing with his lively steps. Disciple greets the master, Yao Yu said, slightly bowing with a smile to the elder who stood before her. This elder was none other than Yao Yu's teacher, Vice President Mitchell of the association. The quality of a disciple often mirrors that of their master. Upon catching a glimpse of Yifeng, Mitchell emitted a sound of astonishment, akin to that of Yao Yu. Yet his expression of surprise was far more pronounced. As the vice president of the guild, he was well aware of Reina's standing. The mere fact that Reina stood behind this young man raised questions about his identity. Moreover, the positioning of the youth alongside Nalan Yinran and Lu Ling hinted at a complex triangular relationship. How could this young man, who had captured the admiration of the illustrious Nalan Yanran and compelled Reina, one of the 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire, to forego his usual demeanor and follow him. Who exactly was he? Young friend, I must confess that you appear somewhat unfamiliar to me. Might I inquire about your origins? Mitchell asked with genuine curiosity. Yi Feng clasped his hands in greeting and replied, President Mitchell, my name is Feng Yi, and I hail from the land of the grass marsh. At this, Nalan Yanran managed to restrain herself, but Reina was unable to contain his disbelief. A youth possessing extraordinary fire claimed to come from such humble beginnings. Who could possibly believe that? Yi Feng remarked, in all honesty, it seems no one believes me. Understanding that Yi Feng was reluctant to divulge more, Mitchell chose not to press the matter further and smiled. Is it that you have come here to undertake the examination for alchemists? Chapter 67. The Unremarkable Ziyuan Ding. Reappearing in 3 seconds. Indeed. Yi Feng nodded at Mitchell in response. Excellent. Just in time. The little princess is also preparing for her assessment as a second-tier alchemist. Please, follow me, Mitchell exclaimed, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he gestured for Yi Feng to proceed. With Mitchell, the vice president, accompanying him, the cumbersome registration process was conveniently bypassed, and they headed directly to the assessment area. Meanwhile, a subordinate beside Lu Ling had gathered information about Yi Feng and reported back. Young Master Lu, it is said that Feng Yi is the adopted son brought back from the Tagore Desert by the patriarch of the Nalan clan. Within just 2 days, he has charmed both the elderly patriarch and the current clan leader, who refer to him as young friend even while drinking. After a few drinks, the 2 patriarchs even requested Feng Yi to mentor Miss Nalan, intending to arrange her marriage to him. What? A thunderous clap resounded in Lu Ling's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Leaning on his subordinate for support, he exhaled a couple of breaths of frustration. Have they lost their senses? How can they place such importance on a mere boy from a backwater village? My woman shall not be under the guidance of another man. I must unveil his true identity. Upon arriving at the assessment grounds and gazing at the array of alchemical furnaces, Yi Feng's brows knit slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Mitchell and the others noticed Yi Feng's unmasked expression, prompting Mitchell to raise an eyebrow and inquire, Young friend Feng, is there something unclear? President Mitchell, may one bring their own alchemical furnace for the assessment? Yi Feng asked, genuinely unfamiliar with the rules. Taken aback by the question, Mitchell replied, well, of course. As long as the alchemist can produce the potions required by the Alchemist Guild. That's excellent. Yi Feng nodded with confidence. Behind him, Lu Ling, unable to contain his irritation at Yi Feng's pretentious demeanor, remarked with a smirk, these furnaces are all for the Alchemist Guild's assessments, each a 3rd-tier furnace. Do you perhaps possess something superior? The best approach when faced with a barking dog is to scare it away. With a flicker of his finger, Yi Feng summoned the Ziyuan Ding, which crashed to the ground, drawing the attention of all present. Boom! The sudden appearance of the ancient, dark purple furnace left everyone momentarily speechless. Fortunately, the assessment area was not accessible to outsiders. Otherwise, it would certainly have attracted a crowd. While they could not discern the tier of the furnace, its extraordinary quality was unmistakable, clearly indicating it was a rare treasure. Lu Ling was rendered speechless, frozen in place. This fellow possesses such a precious furnace? I do not have one. How could he? The volcanic flame cauldron has yet to be bestowed upon me. As the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, Mitchell possesses a perspective that significantly surpasses that of Lu Ling and Yao Yu. Upon encountering the Ziyuan cauldron, his mouth agape in astonishment, he pointed tremulously at it, exclaiming, Young friend Feng, could it be that this cauldron is one of those listed on the Heavenly Cauldron ranking? Yi Feng nodded slightly, offering a casual smile. This cauldron is named Ziyuan, but it is merely of humble standing. So it is an unremarkable cauldron. Lu Ling remarked with a smile from the side. Unremarkable, you say? Mitchell chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. With his erudition, he merely knew of the existence of the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, yet was unaware of the names of the cauldrons listed therein. This cauldron, ancient in its appearance and indiscernible in rank, could very well belong to the esteemed ranks of the Heavenly Cauldron. A legendary cauldron, deemed unremarkable? Does that mean the 4th-tier cauldron I have been using is subpar? Yi Feng refrained from elaborating further, instead urging Mitchell, President Mitchell, may I inquire what type of elixir I am to concoct? Momentarily taken aback, Mitchell recognized that a young man capable of presenting a cauldron from the Heavenly Cauldron ranking must possess formidable backing, and thus he replied with a smile, Young friend Feng, if you and Yao Yu work together to refine an elixir that meets the requisite assessment level, would that not suffice for a successful evaluation? Excellent. Before Yi Feng could respond, the little princess Yao Yu readily agreed. This time she had the opportunity to shine. Under normal circumstances, she would have to wait for the evaluator to select the elixirs for refinement. Her mentor, she understood, was intent on ensuring her foundational skills were solid before allowing her advancement to the second tier. Thus, the chance to concoct elixirs within her current capability was nothing short of perfect. With a triumphant toss of her head, she summoned forth a slightly archaic and imposing blue cauldron, the Qingyan Cauldron, which materialized before her. A fifth-tier cauldron, the Qingyan Cauldron, Lu Ling exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of humility. Mitchell echoed his sentiment with a sigh. In comparison to the so-called unknown heavenly cauldron ranking, it was evident that for Lu Ling, a novice alchemist with limited exposure, the fifth-tier cauldron was far more astonishing. Observing Lu Ling's naivety, Mitchell could not help but shake his head. When juxtaposed with Feng Yi, the talents of their Garma Empire appeared akin to mere mongrels. After Yao Yu produced the Qingyan Cauldron, she retrieved a selection of herbs, and with a graceful movement of her delicate hand, a cluster of azure flames materialized. Is that the Qianlan water flame of the storm dragon beast? Even Mitchell was taken aback, realizing that his young apprentice had come well prepared. The royal family's elder was indeed indulgent, with a fifth-tier cauldron and Qianlan water flame at her disposal. It was evident that they intended for her granddaughter to gain renown throughout the Garma Empire. However, Yifeng's gaze remained fixated on Yao Yu's hand, recognizing the Qianlan water flame as a preeminent force among beastly fires. In comparison to the peach blossom fire recently wielded by Reina, this flame possesses a far greater potency, exuding a rather delicate allure. Yifeng is also aware of a remarkable characteristic of this fire. When utilized by a pure maiden, its power significantly amplifies. After summoning the Qianlan water flame, Yao Yu proudly lifted her chin at Yifeng, embodying a spirit of defiance. In response, Yifeng could only shake his head in exasperation. Such an adorable girl would indeed make a heartwarming little sister. With a flicker of his spatial ring, Yifeng produced several medicinal herbs, and the moment they materialized, Yao Yu, Lu Ling, and Mitchell were left awestruck. For these herbs were precisely those required to concoct the third-grade bone growth pill. Was he truly about to refine a third-grade elixir? No, they were mistaken. Yifeng was not refining, but rather instantaneously crafting. A subtle smile graced Yifeng's lips as a cluster of purple-black flames manifested in his hand, which he then cast into the Ziyuan cauldron along with the herbs. Utilizing extraordinary fire, Mitchell, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, could not suppress an exclamation of disbelief. Then, a dazzling spectacle unfolded. Yifeng extended his hand, as if awaiting the emergence of the elixir. 1. The onlookers were bewildered. What did this signify? 2. 3. Bang! A fragrant aroma suddenly enveloped the room, and there, atop the cauldron, hovered a perfectly round elixir. With a gentle flick of his finger, Yifeng summoned the third-grade bone growth pill into his grasp. At that moment, the onlookers were left slack-jawed in astonishment. 3 seconds. He had achieved elixir formation in just 3 seconds? Lu Ling, oh. Dear readers, have you ceased to adore me? It feels so cold. Chapter 68. The Alchemist Guild President is my grandfather. As Yifeng successfully forged a pill in mere 3 seconds, an overwhelming silence enveloped the room. Could it be that the humble alchemical furnace and that peculiar purple-black flame were also considered subpar, regardless of the rank of the pill produced? Such speed could undoubtedly be deemed a marvel of the continent. Truly a prodigy. Young Feng, may I inquire as to which esteemed sect you hail from? Suddenly, an ancient voice resonated within the hall. In the next moment, a remarkably unique elder appeared before everyone. This distinguished elder sported an exceptionally long white beard and donned an opulent alchemist's robe. Though not particularly tall, what was most astonishing was the large cauldron perched atop his head. The width of this cauldron, when compared to his stature, was rather disproportionate, creating a rather comical and somewhat ludicrous image. Yet, in the Gamma Empire, no one dared to mock him. Rather, he was held in the highest esteem. Upon his arrival, the crowd promptly bowed and addressed him with reverence. President Fama. This venerable figure was none other than Fama, the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire, and one of the 3 Do Huang powerhouses among the top 10 strongest individuals in the empire. It is no wonder that old Lei follows you. You must have cured him of his poison. Fama's gaze swept over Reina before fixing upon Yifeng with astonishment. You old rascal, coming here to undermine my reputation. Just because you cannot do it, must you prevent others from succeeding? Reina retorted angrily upon hearing Fama's words. With that, he tore off his mask, revealing his aged visage. The Thunder King of the Gamma Empire. Aside from Mitchell and Yifeng, who were already aware of his identity, Nalan Yinran, Princess Yaoyue, and Lu Ling gasped in astonishment. Who would have imagined that this unassuming old man was among the top 10 strongest in the Gamma Empire? Lu Ling, feeling disheartened, thought to himself, I had originally intended to deal with Feng Yi, but now that thought has dissipated, I am fortunate I did not act rashly. If even the Thunder King is behind him, how could I possibly contend with him? It's over. My beloved woman is gone. If she is lost, then so be it. In comparison to a woman, I cherish my own life more. Just because I cannot contend with him does not mean my master cannot. When I return, I will inform my master. Gazing at Fama, whose eyes were obscured by his snowy white brows, Yi Feng smiled faintly. President Fama, I merely happened to cure the Thunder King's poison. Merely by chance. Fama's old face stiffened. Neither I nor Gu he could achieve it. Yet you stumbled upon it. How fortuitous indeed. With a light chuckle, Fama responded, I am aware of the alchemists in the Jamma Empire. Yet I have never heard of a student possessing such extraordinary flames at such a young age. Young Feng, you have yet to disclose to me which esteemed sect you belong to. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng shook his head and replied, I cannot divulge the name of my master. However, you might be acquainted with my nephew, President Pharma. Nephew? May I inquire who this individual is? Pharma questioned. His curiosity piqued. He had observed Feng Yi for quite some time, and it was evident that he was not from the Jaimar Empire. Yet how could he, a nephew of someone else, possibly know him? Noticing Pharma's perplexity, Yi Feng tucked away the elixir in his hand and slightly turned his body to reminisce, saying, My nephew once endeavored to amuse me during my childhood by narrating tales of his travels across the continent. On one occasion, he mentioned an encounter in a destitute and remote area, where he stumbled upon a somewhat talented young alchemist. He took a keen interest and offered a few pointers, suggesting that with diligence, the young alchemist could surely reach the 6th grade. Curiously enough, that young alchemist bears the same name as you, President. The incredulous remarks from Yi Feng left everyone around him in a state of astonishment, their expressions contorting in disbelief. Cold sweat trickled down their brows as they pondered the implications of his words. Could it truly be that Feng Yi's nephew merely offered a few insights to President Pharma, propelling him toward becoming a 5th-grade alchemist on the brink of the 6th? Was this indeed a veritable account, and not simply a fanciful tale? Even Vice President Mitchell, like the others, gazed at Pharma with wide eyes, awaiting his confirmation. Meanwhile, Pharma, the president of the Alchemist Guild, stood frozen, his mouth agape in shock, the astonishment evident upon his visage. This state of disbelief persisted for a full moment before Pharma swallowed hard. Turning to the side to address Yi Feng with a loud exclamation, You are the grandnephew of that esteemed elder? Yi Feng smiled and casually nodded. Had I not heard them call you President Pharma, I would never have imagined such a remarkable coincidence existed in the world. Pharma, collecting his thoughts, reflected upon the favor he had received from that venerable elder, realizing that to claim himself as the elder's disciple was indeed an elevation of his status. Yet, even as he acknowledged this elevation, it was still a bond of master and disciple, for it is said that once a teacher, always a father. If that elder is the granduncle of Feng Yi, then this young lad before me must surely be my great-grandnephew? Pharma exclaimed, If I had known, I would have refrained from venturing out. His words, cloaked in a veiled affirmation, sent shivers through the crowd. Was Feng Yi's background not exceedingly formidable? Having unraveled the intricate connections, Pharma, brimming with excitement, bent his knee, preparing to pay his respects to Yi Feng. Yet, just as his knees were about to touch the ground, Yi Feng swiftly turned and lifted him up, smiling gently. There is no need for such formalities, President Pharma. My nephew is my nephew. I am I. We shall each stand on our own merits. You may simply call me Feng Yi, as my sister Yinran does. Nalan, Yinran interjected playfully. Sister? Are you not referring to Miss Nalan? With the assistance of others, Pharma rose to his feet and respectfully clasped his hands towards Yi Feng, stating, I shall forever be grateful for the guidance bestowed upon me by that esteemed elder. If you, my friend, ever require assistance, I vow to lend my support. Yi Feng responded with a faint smile. Aware that this venerable master had traversed the continent alone, Pharma inquired, May I ask how that elder has been of late? Well enough to have entered the ring, where he absorbs the fighting spirit of souls. Like myself, my nephew, the apothecary, has journeyed across the continent, and it has been several years since we last met. Pharma nodded, realizing that the elder's surname was indeed Yao. An aged hand flickered with the ring, revealing a finely crafted black robe that soon appeared in Pharma's grasp. He promptly offered it to Yi Feng, saying, This is a robe of an apothecary that I have never worn, the finest of its kind from the Jarma Empire. I bestow it upon you, my young friend. Yi Feng accepted it without hesitation, and Pharma placed an apothecary badge atop the robe, wryly remarking, You, at such a young age, are already a 3rd-tier apothecary, the youngest in the Jarma Empire. I implore you not to advance further. If you do, these 2 geniuses beside us may weep. Very well, Yi Feng nodded, tucking away the attire. He knew he could not advance any further, for he had yet to attain 4th-tier apothecary skills. Pharma's gaze shifted as he inquired, Might you have need of any medicinal herbs, magic cores, or rare treasures? The crowd responded, Has he become addicted to giving gifts? Dear readers, please show some compassion for the child. We seek recommendations. We seek monthly votes. Chapter 69. The Sin of It. Oh, Black Silk. After Yi Feng left the Alchemist Guild with great abundance, Fama and Mitchell swiftly confined Yao Yu and Lu Ling, commencing a lesson in discipline. During this visit to the Alchemist Guild, Yi Feng not only acquired a Do Wang bodyguard but also gained a cunning apprentice along with a plethora of free medicinal materials. However, he was not overly greedy, merely procuring several herbs suitable for concocting 3rd and 4th grade elixirs. After all, he would surely return. As they neared the Nalan residence, the news of Reina's return startled Nalan Jie and Nalan Su, prompting them to rush out. The father and son duo encountered Yi Feng and Nalan Yanran at the entrance, alongside a remarkably familiar elderly figure. This old man was none other than Reina, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jaimar Empire. Upon seeing this familiar acquaintance, Nalan Jie could not suppress the twitching of his lips. What transpired? He had been gone for merely a day and returned with a strong ally akin to himself. With a broad grin, Nalan Jie approached, exclaiming, "Ha, my young friend Feng. Brother Reina, what brings you here?" Yi Feng yawned, fatigue evident in his voice as he replied, "Old Master Nalan, Reina and I are companions. You two are old friends, so please enjoy your conversation. I am quite tired and shall retreat to my room for a while." With that, he casually strolled inside, heading towards his chamber. Nalan Yanran, lacking interest in the gathering of the elderly, followed him inside. Once the young couple departed, Nalan Su curiously inquired of Reina, "Reina, what is the meaning of this?" Sighing, Reina shook his head and lamented, "It is a long story. In short, I shall now serve as young Master Fang's protector." What? Upon hearing Reina's declaration, both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su gasped in astonishment. One of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jaimar Empire, reduced to being another's guardian? Seeing the two men frozen in disbelief, Reina chuckled. "What? Old brother Nalan, do you not welcome my presence in your esteemed residence?" "Brother Reina, your words are indeed shocking. Hence our momentary neglect. Please, do come in." The two old friends ushered each other into the room, where they would undoubtedly spend the night in lively conversation. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Feng promptly locked the door, allowing no opportunity for anyone to approach. Naturally, Nalan Yanran, who had followed him, was met with a closed door, leaving her fuming as she retreated to her room. To leave this young lady outside. Just wait until tomorrow. Once seated on the bed, Yi Feng swiftly entered a state of cultivation. The fire poison and snake venom within Reina, akin to that of Nalan Jie, bore a pure energy that flowed into his body. This energy was no less potent than that of Nalan Jie's. Having had no time to absorb it at the Alchemist Guild, he immediately began to cultivate using the devouring spirit technique. Moreover, that feeble peach blossom fire maple was not wasted, as it too was absorbed into his being. After a night of cultivation, Yi Feng's strength surged forth, propelling him to the pinnacle of a 9-star great fighter. He now stood but a mere step away from the realm of Douqi. Following this breakthrough, Yi Feng examined his attribute panel. Sign-in System Master. Yi Feng. Race. Serpent Man, capable of assuming human form. Douqi Cultivation. 9-star Great Fighter. Cultivation Method. Devouring Spirit Art. Exotic Fire. 3000 Flame Fire. Weapon. Flowing Blade of Fire, embedded with a 5th-tier Wind Attribute Magic Core and a 6th-tier Wood Attribute Magic Core. Physique. 3000 Stars Body. Immortal Body. Alchemical Cauldron. Purple Abyss. Alchemy Skills. 3rd Grade. Do Techniques. 1000 Flame. Sword Chi. Sandstorm. Profound Ice Dragon Soar. Wind's Ultimate Destruction. Thunder Bat Heavenly Wings. Flame Defiance of 3000. Wind Sucking Fire Palm. Thunder Arc 3-Step Dance. Lightning Silver Shield. Tidal Finger. Items. Heavenly Soul Blood Fusion Pill. Ocean Heart Armor. Currently worn. Alchemy Compendium. 3rd Grade. Beauty Retaining Pill. A pair of exquisite high heels. Monster Pets. Void Pegasus Beast. 6th tier. Two-headed Fire Spirit Snake. 4th tier. Life Skills. Sugar-coated Hawes Making Method. Early the next morning, after sparring with Nalan Jieching at the entrance, Yi Feng departed from the Nalan residence under the guidance of Nalan Yinjin. As for the Thunder King Lena, he donned a mask and trailed behind the two. "Hey, you rascal, we have arrived at the Miter Auction House." On the bustling street, Nalan Yinjin pouted her small face, expressing her impatience. Casting a glance at the defiant Nalan Yinjin, Yi Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce light, his demeanor devoid of courtesy. Slap. Feeling the familiar sting and the crisp sound, tears welled up in her large eyes. "He actually struck me in public." Nalan Yinjin's delicate face flushed crimson, and she furtively glanced around, only to find that no one was observing them. "Your grandfather and father entrusted me with your guidance, and I shall not shirk my responsibility. If you dare to call me a rascal again, I won't hesitate to ensure everyone hears it." The fierce glint in Yi Feng's eyes remained undiminished as he issued his warning to Nalan Yinjin. "Understood, Brother Fingya, Nalan Yinjin replied, now notably more obedient. The thought of being struck in public was simply too humiliating. Humph, just wait until we return. I shall settle the score with him. I refuse to believe I cannot bite him. Yi Feng's gaze swept over the street, eventually resting upon the imposing structure at the end, which was none other than the Miter auction house, the headquarters of the Miter family. Let us go. Let us see what treasures this so-called #1 auction house of the empire holds. With purposeful strides, Yi Feng advanced towards the destination, while Nalan Yinjin, visibly miffed, shook her fist at his back before following closely behind. Upon their departure, the gazes of a few individuals nearby met in silent understanding. It was evident that they had all heard the distinct sound that had just echoed through the air, yet, driven by the instinct to survive, they feigned deafness. The rebellious young lady, Nalan Yinyan, was astonishingly subdued, a remarkable spectacle indeed. Meanwhile, Reina, who trailed behind, covered her eyes and ears, lamenting quietly, what a calamity. As Yi Feng and Nalan Yinyan made their way into the bustling Miter auction house, the crowd swarmed like schools of fish, overwhelming in its density. With an impassive expression, Yi Feng navigated through the throng, casting a thin layer of protective energy around himself and Nalan Yinyan to ensure they remained together. Nalan Yinyan's gaze was fixed on the profile of Yi Feng, feeling the warmth emanating from him, which kindled a gentle warmth within her heart. Within the grand hall, myriad crystal displays showcased an endless array of peculiar treasures, all meticulously priced. With the lowest item costing no less than 30,000 gold coins, such exorbitant prices were enough to deter many. Brother Fingya, this is merely the outer sales area, and the items here are not particularly valuable. The true treasures lie within the auction house, which is divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Nalan Yinyan noted, attempting to pique Yi Feng's interest as she smiled brightly. Just as she continued her introduction, a sudden commotion erupted within the Miter auction house. From the midst of the agitated crowd emerged a strikingly beautiful figure. As the crisp sound of heels clicked rhythmically, Yi Feng's attention was irresistibly drawn to the sight of exceptionally alluring, long legs. Chapter 70. Collaborating with Yafei, keep your hands off me. Black silk. A captivating element that exudes an irresistible allure for all men. Even Yi Feng, renowned for his composure, finds it somewhat challenging to resist. Let alone the men surrounding the hall, whose faces are adorned with longing. Maintaining an expression of calm, Yi Feng's gaze gradually ascends with admiration. Before him stands an exquisitely enchanting figure, her luxurious black gown accentuating her alluring silhouette. As she moves, her long, alluring legs, clad in black silk, tantalizingly reveal themselves, stirring the desires of every onlooker. A delicate ribbon cinches her slender waist, accentuating her enticing form to perfection. This woman radiates an enchanting charm, and under the gaze of her alluring, almond-shaped eyes, one is inevitably compelled to display their opulence, instinctively reaching for their gold coins to procure extravagant items of little practical use. To many men, she is a siren, a creature brimming with temptation, reminiscent of a playful black cat, captivating the hearts of all men nearby. As for the women, they, like Nalan Yinran beside her, pouted and cast disdainful glances at the men, muttering, scoundrel, enchantress, rogue. Amidst the crowd, the woman strides gracefully through the hall, her delicate smile radiating an alluring charm. With a soft, melodic sound, her enticing figure gradually approaches Yi Feng, and after a brief moment, she stands directly before him, a proximity that would make any man envious. Her elongated eyes flutter as she notices Nalan Yinran's envious gaze. Yet, she merely smiles lightly. She has encountered possessive women before. Greetings. You must be the illustrious young Master Feng Yi, whose name has resonated through the imperial capital these past few days. A fragrant breeze accompanies her soft, teasing laughter, echoing in Yi Feng's ears. The mention of Feng Yi jolts the crowd into realization, redirecting their attention from Yafei to Yi Feng and the enchanting Nalan Yinran at his side. Nalan Yinran, somewhat displeased, straightens her posture, yet the disparity remains evident. Nonetheless, both women possess striking beauty, neither conceding ground, their contrasting black and white silks igniting the imaginations of many, conjuring unspoken fantasies. With the eldest daughter of the Nalan family present, it is clear that this young man is the prodigious third-tier alchemist who was recently honored by the 2 presidents of the Alchemist Guild. Such a gifted talent is bound to make waves in the city of Gamma. Of course, the ordinary folk remain unaware that Yi Feng is also a peak 9-star great fighter, with the status of one of the top 10 guardians of the Gamma Empire. Yi Feng gazed down at the delicate jade hand extended towards him, a light laugh escaping his lips. The name of Miss Yafei from the Miter family has reached my ears. Today, upon meeting you, I find that the rumors do not do justice to your competence and astuteness. He welcomed the prospect of an alliance with Yafei, extending his hand to clasp hers. As a gentle sensation enveloped him, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The master has accepted Yafei's handshake and received a sign-in reward, a volume of 4th-grade alchemical formulas. Alongside this reward, Yifeng drew the ire of many onlookers. This man had the audacity to engage in a handshake with Miss Yafei and showed no intention of releasing her hand. Nearby, Nalan Yinran, her gaze fixed on their intertwined hands, felt a surge of indignation. This enchantress was simply intolerable. Unperturbed by Nalan Yinran's glare, Yafei smiled charmingly, her lips curling upward. Young Master Fengya, your words are flattering. What brings you to seek my company today? Although Yafei held a modest status within her family, she still wielded some influence. With a gentle chuckle, Yifeng replied, I am not here for anything in particular, but rather to seek your assistance. Seek me? Yafei was momentarily taken aback, her crimson lips parting in surprise. This Fengya was a complete stranger to her. It was their first encounter today. Why would he seek her out? Their statuses did not align in any way. He had gained fame in Jama City, having achieved the rank of a 3rd-grade alchemist at such a tender age. A prodigious talent unheard of in the Jama Empire. Even the royal princess, Yaoyue, had only recently reached the 2nd grade. The thought of this extraordinary genius approaching her today was bewildering. Was it possible that This was beyond her comprehension. She had initially approached him to leverage his influence to escape her family's predetermined arrangements, yet now, it was he who sought her out. Yafei's mind was consumed with contemplation. After a moment of surprise, she delicately covered her lips with one hand and smiled, her elongated, beautiful eyes curving into a captivating arc. This smile sent ripples through the air, even causing the subtle waves beneath her veil to stir. Pray tell, young Master Fengya, what business do you have with this humble woman? Having witnessed the queen and the vibrant scenes of the Serpent clan, Yifeng was now well beyond any bashfulness. With a playful glance, he replied, since arriving in the imperial capital, I have heard of your intelligence and reputation for decisiveness. Thus I have come to discuss a significant business venture and the prospect of collaboration. The crowd murmured, realizing that they were indeed engaged in a partnership. After all, their hands had yet to part. Oh, young Master Fengya, should such matters not be discussed with the head of the Mitre family? Yafei inquired, astonished, her pearly teeth grazing her red lips as she asked gently. Yifeng smiled lightly. He is not suitable. As Yifeng's words echoed, an overwhelming silence enveloped the entire hall. How audacious of Feng Yi to declare the patriarch of the Mitre family incompetent within their own auction house. Was this not an invitation to ruin? At that moment, Yifeng sensed at least 20 piercing gazes fixed upon him. Undeterred, he chuckled softly, stating, collaboration necessitates selecting the most suitable partner. Mitre Tingshan simply does not suffice. Entrusting this partnership to you will yield greater benefits and grant me peace of mind. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight illuminated Yafei's countenance. If this were the case, she might indeed escape her family's constraints. Just as Yafei parted her rosy lips, ready to speak, a thunderous shout erupted from outside the door. Preposterous. Just a brash young upstart from outside, daring to cause a ruckus in the Mitre family. Remove your filthy hands at once. The crowd, startled by the outburst, turned their gazes toward the entrance, where a remarkably fierce young man stood. Appearing to be in his early 20s, he possessed a formidable physique, towering over the others by a considerable margin. Clad in armor that exuded authority, his visage was fearsome, and his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Those standing before him instinctively recoiled, creating a pathway in their haste. This individual was not to be trifled with. It was well known that he was a man who could kill at a whim in the imperial capital, instilling fear in all the second-generation heirs. Now, the image of him gripping hands tightly for an extended duration without letting go only served to heighten the tension. As it seemed he was poised to take lethal action. Mu family. Mu Zhan. Chapter 71. The enraged Mu Zhan, a deadly threat. As the man appeared at the entrance, a collective gasp echoed through the hall of the Mitre auction house. Beside Yifeng, Nalan Yinran softly introduced this individual. The young patriarch of the Mu family, one of the 3 great clans of the Gamma Empire, Mu Zhan. With no forewarning, a surge of azure energy erupted, hurtling towards Yifeng in the form of a colossal fist aimed directly at his forehead. Mu Zhan wasted no time in launching a lethal attack, demonstrating his formidable ferocity. Sighing in resignation, Yifeng unleashed the energy within him, raising his hand as a flash of silver light materialized. An electric arc shield. A profound tier combat technique known as the Silver Lightning Shield swiftly coalesced beside him. As the silver and azure energies collided, an overwhelming brilliance engulfed the room, rendering all present momentarily blinded. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as a fierce wave of energy exploded between the two combatants. The onlookers were instantly swept off their feet by the forceful gust. As the aggressor, Mu Zhan was sent crashing backward, his robust physique propelled through the air. At the entrance of the auction house, Mu Zhan's right leg stomped the ground, shattering the azure stone beneath him up to his ankles. His face twisted in a fierce grimace, remnants of the lightning energy crackled around his right hand, causing his arm to tingle. With a countenance filled with menace, Mu Zhan's dark eyes brimmed with a chilling intent to kill. In stark contrast, Yifeng remained composed and unfazed. He did not so much as shift, his hand still firmly clasped with Yifei's, as if the preceding altercation had nothing to do with him. A serene smile adorned his face, as though he were untouched by the chaos that had just unfolded. The disparity in strength between the two was evident to all, even to the ordinary spectators nearby. They were clearly not of the same caliber. The sudden eruption of fierce energy in the hall drew all eyes towards the scene. Upon noticing the fierce-looking youth, the crowd was taken aback. This young man, notorious for his ruthlessness within the imperial city, had suffered a setback. Lightning affinity energy and an alchemist. What kind of prodigy was Feng Yi? A murmur of speculation arose among the onlookers. This was dire. Everyone in the imperial city was aware of Mu Zhan's infatuation with Yifei of the Miter family, and Feng Yi's constant physical closeness to her promised an intriguing spectacle. Provoking such a young third-tier alchemist was hardly a wise decision. Seeing his beloved so close to another man, no one could remain indifferent, let alone Mu Zhan. Yet, considering Mu Zhan's strength, how could he possibly falter? What immense power did Feng Yi truly possess? It is said that Mu Zhan possesses the strength of a 3-star combat master, yet he was repelled, which serves as undeniable evidence of Feng Yi's extraordinary prowess, not only in alchemy, but also in martial cultivation. A splendid spectacle is undoubtedly about to unfold. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Mu Zhan's right fist unfurled before clenching tightly once more, repeatedly combating the numbing sensation that washed over him. Damn that brat! Mu Zhan's eyes glinted with ferocity as he glared at Yifeng from a distance, gritting his teeth. Yifeng cast a sidelong glance at Mu Zhan before turning his attention to the beautiful Yifei, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Miss Yifei, is the young master of the Mu family lacking in intelligence?" Any ordinary individual would have been utterly crushed by Mu Zhan's recent blow. In my mind, I have already designated the Mu family as my adversary. Thus, he felt no obligation to show any courtesy and openly mocked him. Mu Zhan tilted his head, a smirk stretching across his face as he approached, deliberately avoiding Yifeng's gaze and instead fixing his intense stare upon the furious visage of Yifei. With what he deemed a gentle laugh, he declared, "Yifei, you have grown even more beautiful in just a few days. Truly worthy of being my betrothed. Ha ha, you lunatic." Anger flushed Yifei's cheeks, for Yifeng was her esteemed guest, and if the collaboration he proposed came to fruition, she might just escape the clutches of her family. She did not wish to be linked to Mu Zhan in any way. Yet, before the discussion could even commence, it was interrupted by Mu Zhan's intrusion, which left her seething. Yifeng dismissed Mu Zhan's possessive remarks, perceiving him as nothing more than a self-important fool. Witnessing the fury etched upon Yifei's face only fueled Mu Zhan's wrath further. His expression grew increasingly menacing as he cracked his neck, the sound of popping bones echoing in the air, before bellowing, "Brat, the imperial capital is not a place for your arrogance. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must submit. Remove your filthy hands from my wife's." Yifeng. His proclamation somehow ignited a spark of exhilaration. At Mu Zhan's words, Yifei's lovely face flushed slightly, yet she showed no intention of withdrawing her hand from Yifeng's grasp, for even in her defiance against her family, she aimed to demonstrate to Mu Zhan that she, Yifei, was not his possession. Upon hearing this, Yifeng cast a glance at Mu Zhan, gradually loosening his grip on the delicate hand he held, and turned to face Mu Zhan fully. In the shadows, Reina helplessly rubbed his aged forehead, realizing the impending chaos. Seeing their hands part, Mu Zhan coldly remarked, "Count yourself fortunate, brat." However, Before Mu Zhan could finish, a fierce glint ignited in Yifeng's eyes, and his right hand shot out, unleashing a fiery palm imbued with a swirling mass of purple-black flames, hurtling towards Mu Zhan. "Brat, you have some guts." The Mu family, being a lineage of military heritage, had warriors seasoned in battle, and Mu Zhan, as the young master, was no exception to this experience. With a sinister grin, he gazed at the aggressively advancing Li Feng, emerald energy surging from his body. His fists instantaneously transformed to a hue reminiscent of withered wood. Wooden spike. Mu Zhan's expression was one of fierce determination, showing no hint of underestimating his opponent. He unleashed the full power of a 3-star dome master, colliding his fists against Li Feng's palm. A tremendous force clashed once more, yet this encounter was markedly different from the previous. The moment Mu Zhan's hands made contact, he felt an overwhelming heat radiating from the flames, a force far beyond his capacity to withstand. The searing sensation swiftly dissolved Mu Zhan's wooden attribute Douqi, simultaneously amplifying the violet-black flames. Cold sweat erupted on Mu Zhan's forehead as he inwardly lamented, "This is bad. I've hit a wall. His strength surpasses mine by a wide margin." Just as Mu Zhan began to falter, a golden light swiftly traversed the hall, and a middle-aged man appeared at his side. In an instant, a surge of golden Douqi erupted from this figure, forming a radiant barrier that shielded them from the encroaching violet-black flames. Li Feng's starry eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the middle-aged man adorned with grand golden wings. So someone dares to meddle? Then I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, a blade of fire manifested in his right hand, the violet-black flames coiling around it like a small dragon, and he slashed forward with intent. "Thousand flames, sword chi!" The middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. "What the?" Chapter 72, The Battle of Mitre Tingshan. "You are utterly shameless as the clan leader." Before Yifeng stood a middle-aged man, adorned in an exquisite robe, with a lock of hair cascading down his forehead. His appearance bore a slight resemblance to Hebedong, whom Yifeng had encountered in the Tagore Desert. However, he lacked the extraordinary presence and refreshing demeanor that characterized Hebedong. Upon sighting this individual, Yifeng, without needing any introduction, immediately recognized his identity. In the entire Jama Empire, the only Douwang powerhouse who bore a likeness to Hebedong was none other than the patriarch of the Mitre family, Mitre Tingshan. Mitre Tingshan's arrival was undoubtedly aimed at protecting Mu Zhan. As the young clan leader of the Mu family, Mu Zhan was within Yifeng's capacity to defeat with a single blow. Should Mu Zhan perish here, the Mitre family would find themselves in a precarious situation, and a violent storm of bloodshed would inevitably descend upon the imperial capital. Yet, Mitre Tingshan's intervention incited Yifeng's wrath, and Mu Zhan wasted no time in launching an attack against him. Yifeng would not show mercy. Since Mitre Tingshan had chosen to safeguard him, he would be the one to bear the brunt of Yifeng's fury. The moment the Qianyan sword chi was unleashed, a colossal wave of inferno surged towards Mitre Tingshan. It is crucial to note that this was no ordinary flame. It comprised the 3,000 yin fire, its searing heat causing the bystanders in the hall to break into a sweat. In fact, everyone had retreated to the corners, fearful of being caught in the ensuing battle. However, the unfolding conflict was entirely beyond their expectations. Even the Douwang powerhouses were compelled to defend themselves, as the tide of flames transcended the realm of a mere skirmish among the younger generation. Suddenly, figures leapt forth from various corners of the Mitre family estate, their Douqi enveloping a designated space within the room. Earth-level Dou techniques. Upon witnessing the oncoming torrent of flames, Mitre Tingshan's brows furrowed deeply, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he exclaimed in shock. His hands, which had been concealed behind him, could no longer remain hidden. In an instant, he summoned the Xinjin Shield, a low-tier defensive Dou technique. A radiant golden light erupted, transforming into a vast barrier adorned with intricate patterns, shielding both himself and the nearby Mu Zhan. With a resounding boom, a tremendous wave of Dou Qi radiated outward from the center, the forceful impact shattering all the decorations within the hall in an instant. Before the golden defensive array of the Mitre family guards, a shower of wooden splinters filled the air, and several columns of the structure crumbled under the onslaught. Had they not employed the array moments prior, the Mitre auction house would have collapsed today, resulting in countless casualties. Feng Yi refrained from making a move until now, and when he finally did, his ferocity was astonishing. In addition to his esteemed identity as an alchemist, he was revealed to be an immensely powerful combatant. At this moment, Mitre Tingshan wore a bitter expression. Even he had been pushed back 10 meters by the sheer force of that attack. The might of Feng Yi was indeed terrifying. Apart from currently unleashing the power of a 9-star peak to Dou Shi, he also possessed Earth-level Dou techniques. The power of that recent strike was so formidable that had it not been for Mitre Tingshan, a formidable Douwang, utilizing the profound-level Dou technique, the Xinjin Shield, for defense, he would have undoubtedly faced great embarrassment. At this moment, Mu Zhan, standing beside Mitre Tingshan, was utterly stunned. How could this Feng Yi, merely a pampered alchemist, possess such overwhelming strength? A peak 9-star Great Dou Master. At such a tender age, what manner of extraordinary prodigy was he? The atmosphere in the hall fell into an eerie silence. Tingshan clan leader, Ye Fei exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. The young man before them was truly terrifying. However, with the situation escalating to this point, how could it possibly be resolved? Nailin Yanran clenched her hands tightly, as the unfolding events surpassed her comprehension. Based on her understanding of Feng Yi, he would undoubtedly not spare Mu Zhan. It appeared that today's events were destined to spiral out of control. Dear young friend Feng Yi, the young clan leader Mu Zhan acted out of recklessness. Might you consider sparing him for the sake of my old self? Mitre Tingshan stepped forward, shielding Mu Zhan behind him, addressing Yi Feng as the golden light gradually dimmed. With the flowing flames of the 3,000 yen Hui dancing in his grasp, Yi Feng locked his icy gaze onto Mitre Tingshan and coldly replied, "Clan leader Tingshan, do you truly believe I would spare someone who has sought to take my life?" Why you Mitre Tingshan's expression stiffened at Feng Yi's blatant disregard for his authority. Regardless of where this extraordinary genius hailed from, his utter lack of respect for a clan leader incensed him greatly. If Mu Zhan was reckless, then today, Feng Yi too would embrace recklessness. He was determined that Mu Zhan would die, without question. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Yi Feng stepped forward amidst the collective gaze of all present. Wrapped in a purple-black Douqi, an exceptionally eerie armor enveloped his body, complementing the long blade in his hand, reminiscent of a Shura from the depths of hell. Humph, if that is the case. Do not blame me for wielding my strength against the weak. Though Mitre Tingshan harbored apprehension towards Yi Feng, he could not simply stand by and watch as Mu Zhan was killed. A brilliant golden light erupted, revealing a sharp sword in Tingshan's right hand, which he raised to point directly at Yi Feng. Ha ha ha, Mitre Tingshan, it has been quite some time, and you have indeed become increasingly shameless. At that moment, a streak of lightning flashed, and in the next instant, an elderly man with a pale beard appeared before Tingshan, laughing heartily. King of Thunder, Reina, what is the meaning of this? Is he your disciple? Mitre Tingshan's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Reina. In response, Reina offered a bitter smile. A disciple? I wish he were, but alas, I am unworthy. Pointing an accusatory finger at Tingshan, Reina rebuked Mitre Tingshan. Ever since the Ice Emperor vanished, you have sacrificed too much for the sake of your family's interests. You even sought to align with the Mu family, arranging a marriage between Yafei and Mu Zhan to secure the position of the foremost family in the Gama Empire. Currently, as the conflict ensues, you choose to remain passive while attempting to eliminate Feng Xiaoyu. However, when it comes to protecting Mu Zhan, you suddenly emerge to defend the young heir of the Mu clan. As the leader of your lineage, your actions are utterly disgraceful. Every word of Reina struck deep, causing the countenance of Mitre Tingshan to twist into a grimace. Indeed, the Mitre family finds itself in a precarious situation. When the Ice Emperor reigned, they were the foremost among the three great families. Yet, with such a prolonged absence and no news, the Nalan family, particularly Nalan Yanran, has been taken as a direct disciple by the esteemed Yun Yun. It is evident that their position as the leading family is now at risk. Consequently, as the patriarch, Tingshan feels compelled to forge an alliance with the Mu family for the sake of their clan's interests. Serendipitously, the young heir of the Mu family, Mu Zhan, has taken a liking to Yafei. Thus, Tingshan deems it prudent to use this affection to solidify ties with the Mu family, thereby momentarily securing the standing of the Mitre clan. However, it has come to his dismay that Yafei has entangled herself with Feng Yi, inciting Mu Zhan's wrath and his desire to eliminate Feng Yi. Unfortunately, Mu Zhan's strength pales in comparison, and Tingshan finds himself compelled to intervene. Now subjected to Reina's scorn, his fury knows no bounds. How dare you? Tingshan's indignation flared as Reina exposed his innermost thoughts before such a multitude. In a fit of rage, he brandished his weapon and charged at Reina. Humph, have you forgotten the sharpness of my thunder spear after such a long absence from battle? Amidst the dazzling arcs of lightning, an extraordinarily sharp spear materialized in Reina's grasp, its tip colliding with Tingshan's sword. Clang. Dear readers, do you prefer witnessing brawls, pursuing romance, or perhaps a blend of both, fighting while courting? Chapter 73, A Single Strike to Annihilate 20. The piercing sound of collisions suddenly echoed throughout the auction house. A tremendous force radiated outward, crashing against the surrounding barrier. At that moment, the guards of the middle family were utterly astonished. How could their hastily erected formation withstand the clash of such formidable combatants? Boom. The overwhelming pressure shattered the barrier, sending everyone hurtling backward. As for those who had gathered merely to spectate, they were all rendered unconscious by the shockwave. This was merely the beginning of the encounter between the combat kings. Seeing the crowd around him incapacitated, Middle Tingshan's expression darkened considerably. Although Reina was but a single individual, he could disregard the safety of others. However, as the head of his clan, how could he turn a blind eye? With a thunderous roar, he called out, "Reina, are you brave enough to step forth and fight? What is there to fear?" Reina replied. As a guardian, he believed he only needed to contend with one combat king. He trusted that Feng Yi could handle the others in the middle family. Even if he could not, there was little he could do, for he had already given his all. The strength of Middle Tingshan was on par with his own. Neither could overpower the other, and they were merely locked in a stalemate. With a sudden flap of their wings, the two figures vanished from the hall, soaring into the sky. The middle family members received their orders. They must protect the young patriarch of the Mu family. Should anyone dare to intervene again, they would be met with ruthless retribution. Tangshan's voice echoed from above, and beside Yifeng appeared more than 20 individuals. All of them were formidable fighters, including 2 spirit-level warriors. It should be noted that this was merely the defensive contingent within the hall, a testament to the middle family's position as one of the 3 great families of the Gemma Empire. This is disastrous. The family's actions will only bring calamity upon themselves. Yifei glanced at the clan members surrounding Yifeng and spoke with a slight tremor in her red lips. As she moved to intervene, she was halted by Nalan Yinran beside her. Sister Yifei, you must understand that it is too late to prevent this battle now, Nalan Yinran said earnestly, her gaze fixed on Yifei. After several days of lessons, she comprehended the true nature of this brother Feng Yi. If they provoked him, it would be too late for regrets, and the outcome would be dire, tragic, even. Yifei's eyes fixed upon Yifeng. A sense of panic washed over her. The family had entangled themselves with such a formidable individual, and they would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Nalan Yinran grasped Yifei's hand, retreating. This battle was beyond their capacity to stop. A faint smile played upon Yifeng's lips. With each step he took, the purple-black flames upon his long blade surged higher. In mere moments, the eerie purple-black flames distorted the space around him. At this moment, the 2 magical cores beside the flowing blade, resembling fire, radiated a unique brilliance. One was a 6th-tier wood attribute core, and the other a 5th-tier wind attribute core. With the enhancement from these 2 cores, if Yifeng were to unleash an attack now, it would be more terrifying than before. It had truly been a long time since he felt such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Thus, let them come together. The moment the words fell, a throng of individuals surged toward Yifeng from all directions. At this juncture, Yifeng unleashed the full extent of his power. The blade in his hand gleamed with a cold brilliance, and he had already unleashed the flame rejection of 3,000. In a battle where the odds were stacked against him, this technique was indeed the most fitting. Each strike proved to be infallible, and at this moment, there were no unexpected outcomes. The 3,000 flame had difficulty penetrating the defenses of a Douwang powerhouse, yet against those of lesser strength, it was utterly invincible. The might of them manifested terrifyingly, as the overwhelming transformed into an exceedingly fearsome flame, erupting from the edge of Yifeng's blade. A circular wave of fiery heat surged from Yifeng, expanding outward with ferocity. In an instant, a terrifying scene unfolded, as the purple-black flames clashed with the surrounding individuals. The weapons in their hands, as well as their armor, were instantaneously dissolved. The purple-black flames enveloped those formidable Douqi powerhouses upon contact. Their means of attack disintegrated in an instant, and even before Yifeng's body made contact, their combat prowess was utterly shattered. What awaited them next was a nightmarish abyss. They felt no pain in their bodies, yet their armor vanished before their very eyes, followed by their hands, arms, bodies. This extreme horror was far more terrifying than instant death. In a mere heartbeat, 20 powerful Douqi members of the Mitre family had been annihilated. This was a full 20 Douqi, not merely 20 fighters. It is crucial to note that a single Douqi is regarded as a leader in a small city. This grievous toll is undoubtedly a nightmare for the Mitre family. Mitre Yifei's gaze was fixed on the horrifying scene not far away, her delicate face turning pale. Neither Yifei nor Nalan Yinjin had anticipated that the seemingly amiable youth could strike with such ruthless ferocity. They both understood that from this day forth, the Mitre family would undoubtedly be relegated to the bottom of the 3 great families. 2 Douling powerhouses, who had joined the fray alongside the 20 Douqi, were slightly stronger and cunning, swiftly retreating to evade Yifeng's assault. They halted at a distance, too fearful to approach Yifeng. That eerie flame was simply too terrifying. Their 20 companions lay on the ground, emitting frantic cries, not due to pain, but from the terror of facing death. The cries swiftly faded away, and those voices dissipated into the world, leaving no trace behind. "Young Master Mu, why do you not flee? We shall hold him back," exclaimed 2 formidable spirit fighters, casting a glance at the dazed Mu Zhan lingering at the door. At this juncture, even if they were aware that the clan leader had erred, the Mitre family had no alternative but to follow a path shrouded in darkness. In that moment, the young clan leader Mu Zhan, paralyzed by fear, jolted back to reality upon hearing his name called. With a scream akin to his earlier frantic cries, the robust youth let out a terrified shout. In the next moment, Mu Zhan dashed out in a frenzy. "Huh, do you still think you can escape?" Yifeng's eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Mu Zhan's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. The 2 spirit fighters unleashed their full energy, their long swords shimmering with a golden light, intent on intercepting Yifeng. "With your meager abilities, you cannot stop me." Before his words could fully resonate, a thunderous sound reverberated through the hall. What? Spirit wings? Accompanied by a blinding silver arc, Yifeng soared above the 2 spirit fighters in the eyes of all present. A long knife, wreathed in purple-black flames, lunged straight towards the fleeing Mu Zhan. Do you dare to harm my son? A thunderous roar erupted suddenly from beside Yi Feng, as a middle-aged man appeared unannounced at his side. Chapter 74, Slay. The battle against Mu Chun. At the side of Yi Feng, a remarkably robust middle-aged man, adorned with wings of fighting spirit, abruptly materialized. A colossal hand, enveloped in emerald green fighting spirit, surged towards Yi Feng's flowing blade of fire with ferocity. Yet, Yi Feng did not relent in his assault due to the man's sudden appearance. His eyes glimmered with fierce determination, and in that fleeting moment, he unleashed the blazing palm technique with his right hand clasping the flowing blade of fire. Though the blazing palm was a technique of low Xian rank, if wielded skillfully, it could surpass even the ordinary high Xian rank techniques. The terrifying flames of the 3,000 yen erupted from Yi Feng's palm, accompanied by a formidable explosive force. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, the flowing blade of fire surged forth like an explosion, hurtling towards Mu Zhan in the distance. Stop! The middle-aged man yearned to intervene, but it was far too late. He could only watch helplessly as the blade, entwined in purplish-black flames, sped toward his beloved son. At that moment, the flowing blade of fire revealed its dreadfulness, and as the 3,000 yen enveloped it, a dragon's roar echoed through the skies. The purplish-black flame blade sliced through the air like a colossal dragon, piercing into Mu Zhan's body. Sizzle! The sound of the blade swiftly traversing flesh resonated throughout the space. In the next instant, all eyes on the street beheld a purplish-black flame slowly igniting in the hollow cavity of Mu Zhan's heart. Boom! The purplish-black flames erupted in an instant, engulfing Mu Zhan's body. No! A tremendous roar erupted from the middle-aged man's lips. The assault initially directed at the flowing blade of fire veered viciously towards Yi Feng's chest in an instant. The proximity was too close. Yi Feng had no intention of evading the attack, having already committed himself to this gamble. Crack! With a single blow, Yi Feng's ethereal fire armor shattered. Boom! The massive fist struck firmly against Yi Feng's chest, accompanied by a muffled groan, visibly indenting his chest. The overwhelming force sent Yi Feng crashing down, blood mist spewing forth from his mouth as he was forcefully driven into the ground. Bang! Dust billowed from the ground, sending the surrounding populace scattering in terror. How could these ordinary people dare to involve themselves in a battle of such magnitude? It had been an eternity since such a conflict erupted within the imperial city. Fengyi, two melodious voices, akin to larks, echoed from a nearby room, and the two women dashed forward without hesitation. After striking Yi Feng down, the man unfurled his wings and soared towards Mu Zhan. However, upon his arrival, he found Mu Zhan lying on the ground, slowly succumbing to the flames, a lifeless body. A gaping hole marked the spot where his heart once resided, a gruesome testament to the ferocity of the assailant. Ow! The agony of losing a child compelled him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. A surge of indomitable rage erupted within him, sending everything and everyone in his vicinity hurtling away in an instant. At this moment, he no longer cared for anything else. That overwhelming energy was once again focused on Yi Feng, shrouded in smoke. A colossal long blade manifested in his grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Yi Feng. Even the ground beneath him succumbed to the impact, shattering not merely in one place, but wherever he passed. Uncle Mu, no? Nailin Yinran cried out in a desperate attempt to halt the middle-aged man wielding the knife. Alas, her pleas bore no weight in that moment. She could only watch alongside Yafei as Mu Chun, the patriarch of the Mu family, transformed into a madman driven by vengeance for his slain son, rushing towards the killer. This is disastrous. You old fool 1T, let me intervene, and now things have escalated to this point. How will we resolve it? Elder Jia, as the guardian of the Gamma Empire, this is naturally your concern. Old man, Mu Zhan has been slain by him, and Mu Chun will not let him escape. Today, he is doomed without question. Doomed without question? Elder Jia, you may have misjudged this time. This Fengyi is far from ordinary. What? Could he possibly have a hidden card? At this moment, atop the imperial capital, two figures stood side by side. One of them was Fama, the president of the Alchemist Association, bearing a large cauldron. The other, as Fama had referred to him, was the guardian of the Gamma Empire, the peak of the 9-star Dou Emperor, Jia Xingtian. As the guardian, they certainly sensed the intensity of the battle. Jia Xingtian, being a citizen of the Gamma Empire, was naturally inclined to assist the three prominent families. However, just as he was about to act, the old fellow Fama appeared beside him, making his intentions unmistakably clear. Should you dare to harm my esteemed elder, my cauldron is not merely for show. With his hands clasped behind his back, Jia Xingtian, donning spectacles, gazed intently into the swirling smoke. Fengyi's hidden cards seemed endless. Did he still have more surprises in store? The techniques employed by Feng Yi were at least of the Xian rank. He had also demonstrated Earth rank techniques and possessed an extraordinary weapon. Such a prodigious entity is unwise to provoke, and poor Mu Chun has a foolish son who has now encountered insurmountable odds. Yet, having revealed these hidden cards, what else could he possibly have? With the long blade in hand, Mu Chun charged at Yi Feng, his expression twisted with ferocity. Boy, I care not who you are. Having slain my beloved son, I shall devour you alive. Greenwood Dragon Spiral. A massive green vortex abruptly emerged around Mu Chun, but it did not reach for the heavens. Instead, it manifested above his right hand. The Furious would attribute Douqi distorting the space ahead. As the long blade surged towards Yi Feng with unrestrained wrath, the violent energy gradually dispersed the thick dust ahead, slowly revealing a youthful figure standing steadfastly, gripping a long blade. Confronted by the ferocious onslaught, Yi Feng's countenance, though pallid and stained with crimson at the corners of his mouth, betrayed not a trace of fear in his gaze. You may seek to devour me, but you are incapable of achieving that. However, I possess the means. A confident smile graced Yi Feng's lips as the system ring on his fingers shimmered brilliantly. In the next instant, a resplendent scarlet light illuminated the eyes of all present. With a resounding boom, a streak of red flashed through the air, and in the wake of a formidable surge of energy, Mu Chun felt an enormous crimson shadow barreling towards him. As his attack collided with this force, he was violently repelled, flying backward for dozens of meters. What emerged was not a fearsome beauty, but rather a colossal two-headed fire spirit serpent. Yi Feng's pet, the Red Spirit. This formidable fifth-tier magical beast, the two-headed fire spirit serpent, boasted strength rivaling that of a battle king. Truly, my esteemed master is deserving of his reputation. Ah, Pharaoh, what did you just say? Oh, nothing. At this moment, Jia Xingtian and Fama gazed in astonishment at the immense magical beast spiraling around Yi Feng, uttering words of disbelief. What is this? Surely it cannot be an iron plate. It must be a diamond plate. Chapter 75. Yin. You deceive my disciple, despicable. The colossal form of the twin-headed fire spirit serpent emerged, instantly reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Its crimson body, fierce dual heads, and gaping maw were enough to instill terror in anyone. Remarkably, the creature appeared far more formidable than before. Upon its massive serpentine form sprouted two enormous scarlet wings of flame. It coiled from the ground, soaring towards the heavens, resembling a gigantic crimson dragon, evoking fear in onlookers. When the serpent's immense body materialized in the imperial capital, even Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma were momentarily taken aback. This lad, Feng Yi, is truly a treasure trove. With an array of hidden cards, who could have anticipated that such a young boy harbored a fifth-tier magical beast? Setting aside his own prowess, this fifth-tier twin-headed fire spirit serpent, along with the formidable Reina who battled against Ting Shan, could easily contend with the two great families. Such an abundance of hidden strengths places him among the upper echelons of power within the Jaimar Empire, rendering even Jia Xingtian incapable of enacting any form of retribution. The Mu family and the Middle family have undoubtedly met their match this time. The sudden emergence of a beast taller than houses within the holy city of Jaimar could only be likened to an apocalyptic scene for ordinary citizens. Oh my! How could such a terrifying two-headed serpent beast appear in the imperial capital? Someone stop it. Run for your lives. The capital is under siege by magical beasts. Panic ensued among the populace as they recognized the horror of the battle unfolding before them. As one of the three prominent families of the empire, the Nalan family had certainly taken note as well. However, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su did not intervene. Instead, they stood protectively in front of Nalan Yanran, observing the situation unfold. Gazing at the gigantic fifth-tier twin-headed fire spirit serpent, both were left in shock. Yet, they felt no remorse for failing to aid Yi Feng. Their disappointment lay solely with their own family's Yanran. They had no justification to act, for Feng Yi was not their family's prospective son-in-law. With vested interests at play, how could they intervene? Their only recourse was to watch helplessly, as that was the prudent course of action for safeguarding their family. Should they attempt to protect Yi Feng, the Nalan family would face dire consequences, for they were one of the three prominent families of the Jaimar Empire. They understood well that the imperial family would not allow any of the three families to vanish. The distinction between kin and outsiders must remain clear. Should they fail to recognize this, the imperial family would not spare the Nalan family. In such a scenario, even the Yunlan sect would be unable to protect them. Yi Feng had long perceived the intentions of the father and son duo and had not anticipated any assistance from them, for he too was leveraging their influence. His sole purpose in approaching the Nalan family was to acquire the 7 Illusions Azure Spirit Nectar. Thus, he harbored no feelings for Nalan Yanran, merely taking advantage of the situation. Grandfather, father, please lend a hand to Feng Yi. Nalan Yinran exclaimed anxiously from behind. Silence. Nalan Jie turned and reprimanded Nalan Yinran furiously. As a grandfather, he felt immense disappointment in this inept granddaughter, who couldn't even manage a young lad. You ought to cling to him. Nalan Su gazed at Nalan Yinran with eyes full of disappointment, indignantly stating, You foolish girl, I instructed you to guide Feng Yi. Yet you've led him to this predicament? With tears shimmering in her eyes, Nalan Yinran cast a woeful glance at Yafei beside her, and 2 streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Upon noticing Nalan Yinran's gaze, both Nalan Jie and Nalan Su shook their heads in unison, lamenting, This truly is a case of a beauty-bringing disaster. How could a family fail to prosper with such a woman? Alas, Mitre Tingshan must be out of his mind. The 2 men exchanged wry smiles, casting another glance at their granddaughter, sighing in resignation. Alas, indeed, your granddaughter is lacking. Perhaps you should suggest she change her stockings to those black silk ones like Yafei's? Red Spirit, attack him, devour this old wooden man alive. Yi Feng shouted angrily at Mu Chun, who floated in the distance. Yes, master. Red Spirit's 4 large eyes glanced at the green-winged Mu Chun above, then at her master Yi Feng. But, master, should we not defend instead? What if someone else harms you? Fear not. Upon your return, I shall reward you with some lotus seeds. Master, you are truly wicked. Yi Feng replied with a sigh. As the words fell, Red Spirit vigorously whipped her enormous red serpent tail, unfurling her wings and soaring toward Mu Chun. Damn it! How can he possess such a formidable beast? Mu Chun's expression darkened, his countenance grave as he brandished his great sword to engage Red Spirit. When magical beasts and humans stand on equal ground, most humans cannot match the beasts, for their defenses are fearfully formidable. Moreover, any part of a magical beast can serve as a weapon, boasting tremendous offensive power. Barely engaged in battle, Mu Chun found himself struggling, entangled in a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, on the ground, Yi Feng grimaced in pain, swallowing several healing pills to restore his fighting spirit. Alas, my fighting spirit is once again dwindling, and several ribs have been broken. This is cursed. Sitting on the ground, feeling the intense flames within him rapidly healing his injuries, Yi Feng couldn't help but exclaim, Humph, you little rascal dare to deceive my disciple. You truly deserve to be punished. Just then, a flash of azure light darted across the sky, swiftly approaching Yi Feng. Damn, again? Is this never-ending? Hearing the authoritative female voice, Yi Feng's back erupted with the wings of the thunderbat, his body instinctively retreating at great speed. In Yi Feng's suddenly widened gaze, a striking woman clad in an exquisite azure gown, wielding a sharp sword, lunged towards his chest. Behind her, a pair of ethereal azure wings unfurled, creating a dreamlike aura that, coupled with her delicate features and noble presence, rendered her almost celestial. As their eyes met in the air, no sparks ignited. Instead, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent enveloped them. This is Yun. Yi Feng could scarcely fathom that he would encounter the legendary leader of the Yun sect in such a perilous manner. Truly, this was a rather unique introduction. In an instant, Yi Feng realized that this was undoubtedly the doing of that detestable Gu He and his disciple Lu Ling, who must have been spreading rumors upon their return. However, could this be their twisted way of delivering someone to me? Though Yi Feng's thunderbat wings were swift, they could hardly rival the speed of the formidable Yun sect leader, a fighter emperor. The glinting sword flashed with a chilling light, rapidly thrusting towards Yi Feng's chest. Yunlan sect's esteemed leader, Yun. The sudden appearance of Yun left everyone in shock. Nalan Yanran immediately exclaimed, Teacher, stop. Feng Yi has never bullied me. He has treated me exceptionally well. Nalankai, a Nalansu, a never bullied? Had we not heard the sounds, we might have actually believed it. 3 chapters will be updated first, and additional updates will follow at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Dear readers, please feel free to share any thoughts you may have. Happy New Year. Good night, sending kisses. Chapter 77. He actually stole Yun's inner armor? Nalan Yinran's exclamation was remarkably timely, as her voice resonated in Yun's ears. The sharp sword abruptly halted just 10 centimeters from Yi Feng's chest. This scene caused everyone present to collectively exhale in relief. The hidden cards of Feng Yi were numerous, and the power behind him was utterly terrifying. Thoughts of what might occur if this man were to be slain were too dreadful to contemplate. The ramifications of such an act would undoubtedly send the Gamma Empire into a cataclysmic upheaval. Upon witnessing her master cease the attack, a look of joy blossomed on Nalan Yinran's delicate face. At that moment, she had long since cast aside her earlier intention to inform her teacher about Yi Feng's bullying. In comparison to Yi Feng's potential demise, she would rather endure the torment inflicted by this rogue. The pain she felt at the thought of Yi Feng being killed was profound, almost unbearable. Ultimately, she chose to prioritize her own discomfort over the emotional turmoil. Yun Yun held unwavering faith in her cherished disciple's words. After all, Yinran was merely a naive girl. If only she were aware of her innocent pupil's true thoughts, she would undoubtedly consider sending her straight to the gates of peril. In contrast to the emotionally charged words spoken by Dan Wang Guhi and his disciple Lu Ling, Yun Yun placed greater trust in Nalan Yinran's declarations. Since Yinran claimed Feng Yi had not wronged her, it must be true, for her loyal student would never deceive her mentor. If Feng Yi had not bullied Yinran, it was evident that Lu Ling sought to use her as a pawn for his own sinister designs. Such a slanderous individual could not be tolerated within the Yunlan sect. A single misstep could plunge the sect into irreversible turmoil. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, this master would certainly ensure his expulsion. As for the young man before her, known as Feng Yi, his slightly handsome and charming appearance, combined with his formidable prowess and prodigious talent, signified that he could not be a person of virtue. If he were virtuous, how could he possibly wander the Douqi Continent alone? It would be wise for Yinran to maintain her distance from him. This villain shall be dealt with by me, her teacher, as I take it upon myself to drive him away. Yi Feng pondered, am I not a good person? Gazing at the sharp sword poised a mere 10 centimeters from his chest, Yi Feng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yun Yun had halted her strike. Had she not, the consequences would have been dire. However, just as Yi Feng was silently grateful, he suddenly noticed a streak of azure brilliance emanating from the sword before him. This radiance was not a result of the combat aura, for when Yun Yun withdrew her attack, the Emperor-level aura had already been retracted. This was the sword's inherent edge, a quality that set it apart from ordinary weapons. Yun Yun's sword was no mere trinket. Even without the enhancement of combat aura, the blade possessed an exceptionally keen sharpness, capable of severing a hair from 10 centimeters away. At this moment, the sword had neither cut hair nor broken skin. It merely pierced through the fabric of Yi Feng's robe, creating a gaping hole. Yi Feng was bewildered, wondering what this meant. Could it be? At that instant, the atmosphere surrounding the two was eerily tranquil. This peculiar stillness did not go unnoticed by the onlookers, who stared in confusion at the pair suspended in midair. The sight of a man and a woman locking eyes sparked countless thoughts. Could they possibly know each other? Nalan Yinran clenched her hands, her gaze fixed upon the two in the sky. Teacher. Yun Yun blinked her exquisitely beautiful eyes, filled with uncertainty as she focused on the torn fabric at Yi Feng's chest. Her alluring red lips parted slightly. What is this? At the tip of the sword, the white robe worn by Yi Feng was rent asunder, exposing a hint of azure beneath. This striking blue hue caused Yun Yun's delicate brows to furrow, her slender hand guiding the sword tip gently to lift the edge of Yi Feng's clothing. Yet, how could Yi Feng allow this? With a powerful flap of his wings, he attempted to retreat. Do not move. A voice of great authority echoed in his ears. Yi Feng chuckled to himself. You expect me to remain still? The more you urge me not to move, the more I shall. But alas, no matter how swift his actions, they could not outpace the brilliance of Yun Yun's sword light. In the instant she lifted the edge of his garment, her eyes widened in realization. The azure scales of the inner armor, which she had inexplicably lost during her last bath, were now revealed. At that moment, a swift azure figure surged toward the fleeing Yi Feng, a furious cry resonating through the skies of the imperial city. So it was you, little lecher, who stole my intimate armor. Prepare to face your doom. Yi Feng thought. System, were all your rewards obtained in this manner? Why did you not inform me sooner? I feel utterly wronged. Beep. The edge of the torn garment was pierced open by Yun Yun's battle energy sword, granting a sign-in reward. See hard armor, lower body. And where did this lower body armor come from? At this moment, everyone in the imperial city felt as though they were witnessing an illusion. An intimate armor? Stolen? By Feng Yi? The cloud leader's armor? Upon hearing Yun Yun's words, the entire imperial city was taken aback. This Feng Yi had actually stolen Yun Yun's personal armor? Not only had he stolen it, but he was now wearing it. And it had been discovered by the esteemed leader. Cough, cough. One could only wonder if he had even washed it. To dare steal the inner armor of the Yunlan sect's leader was a transgression that even the mightiest of beings would find indefensible. Yet, such acts of thievery seemed wholly incongruous with Feng Yi's status. At this moment, the most astonished was Nalan Yinran, though it was not surprise that gripped her, but rather despair. As her master was a formidable Do Huang, how could she possibly allow anyone to steal her closely guarded armor, while others might be ignorant? As her master's disciple, she was acutely aware of its significance. The heart of the sea armor was exceedingly precious. Crafted from the metal found within the belly of a 6th-tier sea monster, the three-tailed blue whale, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. When donned by her master, it ensured protection against lethal strikes to the heart from adversaries of equal strength. Thus, her master would only remove it while bathing. If it were lost during this interval, It undoubtedly implied that other undisclosed events had transpired between them. This meant that both she and her master, Nalan Yinran, felt a sense of foreboding as she sensed Yun Yun rushing towards her. At that moment, Yi Feng regretted the absence of his wings. Soaring through the air while lamenting aloud, "Master Yun, you have misunderstood. I assure you, the garment I wear is not the one you lost. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's demeanor darkened, her eyes shimmering with fierce intensity. "You dare to employ sweet words to deceive me? I am not Yinran, you little lecher. Having glimpsed my form, how could I possibly let you off? Prepare to meet your end." The onlookers were taken aback. You saw her form? How thrilling." Yi Feng protested. I am truly wronged. I have not even seen a shadow, yet I am branded with the title of a little lecher." In an instant, a tremendous force coalesced around the sword in Yun Yun's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed the supreme technique of the Yunlan sect, Ultimate Wind. Destruction. Was it truly necessary? The narrative continues, and there shall be more to come. Dear readers, I kindly request your support through recommendations and monthly votes. Do not forget to follow along. 1,000 words await. Onward we go. Chapter 78. Is the Sea Heart armor a couple's set? The confrontation of might. Li Feng, mistakenly believed by Yun Yun to have spied on her while bathing, felt the formidable surge of fighting spirit gathering behind him. A chilling sensation shot through his mind. After all, Yun Yun was a genuine Do Huang powerhouse, employing the Wind S Extreme, Meteoric Kill. It is known that this combined attack could not even be withstood by a 6th-tier magical beast, the Amethyst Wing Lion King, whose horns would surely shatter. How could his slight frame endure such force? Was it truly necessary to be so enraged over a mere piece of intimate armor? At worst, he could wear it warmly and return it afterwards. Wait. Li Feng, gazing at the distant glint of her beautiful eyes, hastily waved his hands in submission, saying, "Sect Master Yun, this is truly a misunderstanding. My armor is not the same as yours. My Sea Heart armor is male, while yours is female. Originally, they were designed as a couple's set." Impudent. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's lovely face flushed with fury as she exclaimed, "You little lecher. Even now you seek to argue and take advantage of me. How could my personal garments possibly be considered a couple set with yours?" Li Feng's words only served to infuriate Yun Yun further. Although she clearly cared for him, how could he utter such things? He was nothing short of a lecher. Just as Li Feng attempted to offer further explanations, Yun Yun's sword lunged forward. The speed of her strike was on par with that of Her Majesty the Queen. However, unlike the gentle attacks of Medusa, Yun Yun was truly intent on delivering lethal harm. A slender beam of profound light, scarcely the size of a thumb, shot forth in an instant. As soon as the light appeared, the space trembled, and the dazzling azure beam raced towards Li Feng. "Oh no, it's over." At that moment, the two old gentlemen, Jiang Tian and Fa Ma, who could have intervened, exclaimed in unison. They had initially presumed this was a private quarrel between Feng Yi and Yun Yun, merely a playful exchange of affection. Yet, who could have anticipated that Yun Yun was deadly serious? Indeed, the depths of a woman's heart are unfathomable. One can never truly discern her intentions. It was already too late for the two to intervene, and in the distance, the battling Maitel Tingshan and Mu Chun focused their attention on Li Feng. If this Feng Yi were to be slain by Yun Yun, it would be most fortuitous, sparing them any future concerns. However, should he survive, both of their families would undoubtedly face suppression, even catastrophic repercussions. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the two figures suspended in midair, a man and a woman. Their clash had the potential to alter the power dynamics of the Jaimar Empire in the future. Despite the disparity in their strengths, no one dared to underestimate the somewhat slender youth, who was merely a 9-star Great Dome Master. His hidden cards emerge one after another. Who can definitively assert that he lacks the means to contend with the formidable champions? A slender beam of light swiftly traverses the air, directly targeting Yi Feng. Just as this delicate azure light is about to make contact with Yi Feng's body, an extraordinary event unfolds. A dazzling, blinding white light suddenly radiates from Yi Feng. As the lethal beam is on the verge of striking the white light, a horizontal flash of white unexpectedly extends, deflecting the azure light violently, sending it soaring into the heavens. A resounding explosion echoes through the sky, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The events that transpired in that instant resembled the playful flick of a small head. The emergence of that brilliant white light causes the battles between the other two Do Huang powerhouses to abruptly cease, as they now sense a presence even more formidable than their own. Beneath the radiant white light, all eyes can discern the slowly materializing figure. It is a colossal horse, entirely cloaked in pure white, its mane reminiscent of freshly fallen snow, floating ethereally in the air. Most remarkably, it possesses a pair of grand wings, which, when unfurled, exude an aura of divinity. Clearly, it was these magnificent white wings that had deflected the lethal azure beam. This majestic horse, towering and powerful, hovers in the air like a dream, and upon it sits an entrancing figure. At this moment, Yi Feng is astride the magnificent white steed. Clad in a flowing white robe, he harmonizes perfectly with the winged horse beneath him. His long hair dances in the gentle breeze, and his demeanor is strikingly solemn. He appears like a prince descended from the heavens, captivating all who gaze upon him. Could this be the legendary Douqi transformed into a horse? At this moment, all eyes in the imperial capital turn skyward, mesmerized by Yi Feng. This youth is astonishingly handsome. Is he truly Feng Yi? His strength, his beauty, and his grandeur. He is simply the embodiment of my dreams. No, he is my destined husband. How shameless of you. He is clearly my husband. Sister, what do you think of Feng Yi? Where are you asking for yourself? If you have such thoughts, you can only chase after him in the art of alchemy. That is not it. Yuera is asking sister if she could have him as her husband. After just one day apart, you've learned to tease your sister. It's obvious you've been influenced by Feng Yi. That is not true. Feng Yi is wonderful. He is exceptionally powerful, possessing, and a purple-black medicinal cauldron. When he concocts pills, atop the city walls of the imperial capital, two graceful figures stand. One of whom is the young royal princess, a second-tier alchemist, Yao Yu. The other is her elder sister, the royal crown princess, Yao Yi. In contrast to the playful banter between the two princesses, elsewhere, a love-struck maiden gazes dreamily at the horizon, while another woman, devoid of infatuation yet harboring her own thoughts, observes as well. Upon encountering the youth suspended in the sky, both are instantaneously captivated by his charm. Perched atop the palace, two elderly gentlemen find themselves too engrossed to heed the words of the young ladies below. Instead, they express their astonishment at the sight of the majestic steed ridden by Yi Feng. Good heavens, is that truly a sixth-tier magical beast? A sixth-tier beast, indeed. Pharaoh, do you recognize this creature? One exclaims, forgive my ignorance. I have never beheld such a magnificent equine beast. I envy you greatly. Who, then, is this Feng Yi? Aside from his fifth-tier two-headed fire spirit serpent companion, he possesses a sixth-tier beast that one can ride. To the ardent gazes of onlookers, the void celestial horse is perceived as an incredibly formidable sixth-tier creature. Yet, to him, it merely serves as a means of transport to withstand the onslaught. Void celestial horse. Oh. Chapter 79. Yun, I did not steal your inner armor. I possess a set of my own. A sixth-tier magical beast. No wonder this little rogue is so audacious. Yun gazed intently at Yi Feng, who was suspended in midair atop a void Pegasus, her expression grave. She had not anticipated that this youth, named Feng Yi, would not only possess a fifth-tier double-headed fire serpent, but also a sixth-tier magical beast as a pet. A sixth-tier magical beast corresponds to a human Do Huang-level expert. Her previous strike was formidable, yet it was effortlessly deflected by this steed. This clearly indicated that the stallion's prowess far surpassed her own, even rivaling the ancient beings of the Jiamar Empire. Master Yun, I beseech you not to refer to me as a little rogue, Yi Feng replied earnestly, locking eyes with Yun. This Heart of the Sea armor was a gift from my master and bears no relation to the item you lost. Do you truly wish to claim my personal armor? Rogue, who would desire your armor? Do you think I would fail to recognize my own belongings? As she observed the seemingly charming and imposing youth before her, Yun's irritation only grew. It was unmistakably her own attire, now donned by this little rogue, who had the audacity to turn the accusation back upon her. Oh, Master Yun, I assure you this is not your personal garment. May I inquire if your Heart of the Sea armor consists of a complete set, or merely the upper piece? Yi Feng's gaze unabashedly roamed over Yun, his eyes drifting from the grand waves to the tranquil plains below. Hey, rogue, what are you staring at? Anyone would feel discomfort under the scrutiny of a man, especially given the thoroughness of Yi Feng's gaze. His eyes, shimmering like distant stars, seemed capable of penetrating her azure gown to unveil the exquisite landscape beneath. A frigid expression instantly graced Yun's delicate visage, tinged with a faint blush. With her long sword gleaming with lethal intent, she struck without hesitation, unleashing a beam of sword light. Good heavens! Yi Feng exclaimed, hastily slapping the void Pegasus beneath him. The steed, sensing the urgency, flapped its wings, and, in an instant, both horse and rider vanished from their location. Whoa! The onlookers could only utter a single word, as the duo disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. Did you see how he vanished? One elder remarked. I did not witness his departure. I merely observed that Master Yun's expression was exceedingly unfavorable. Indeed, it is rather alarming. At that moment, Yun's complexion had turned pale, her arms trembling slightly, clearly agitated by Yi Feng's audacity. He actually fled. That little rogue. He dared to run off wearing my personal armor. As Yun Yun prepared to pursue the elusive aura, she suddenly sensed that it was rapidly returning. A gentle breeze swept through, and the familiar white silhouette reappeared before her in an instant. It was none other than the recently vanished Yi Feng and the void heavenly horse beast. At that moment, Yi Feng, utterly speechless, chastised the beast beneath him. Are you foolish? I instructed you to hide, not to sprint at full speed. With your reckless dash, I might as well plunge into the river and be unable to explain myself to Yun Yun. The void heavenly horse beast snorted, expelling 2 puffs of white vapor, its mouth making a soft sound. Suddenly, Yi Feng felt an eerie silence around him and looked up. Upon seeing Yun Yun's strikingly beautiful face, now pale, he earnestly clarified. Sect Master Yun, I truly did not steal your personal armor. I possess a set of my own. You little lecher, how dare you provoke me so? Yun Yun glared at Yi Feng, her exquisitely beautiful eyes radiating fierce intensity. A surge of azure fighting spirit erupted within her, an overwhelming force emanating like waves, spreading outward. With a tantalizing silhouette, her azure wings flared, and her lithe form surged toward Yi Feng. Wind Spirit Blade. Yi Feng thought, indeed. Explaining anything to a woman consumed by rage is futile, even if she is a sect master. Little White, quickly, as Yun Yun charged forward. Yi Feng hastily urged the void heavenly horse beast. The beast obediently obeyed, swiftly evading the sharp sword shadows slicing through the air. Thousand Winds Gale. In the next moment, Yun Yun thrust her palm forward, 5 razor-sharp sword energies shooting towards Yi Feng with ferocity. The void heavenly horse beast spiraled gracefully through the air, and in that fleeting instant, its magnificent, pure white wings rose sharply, fully blocking the onslaught. However, this attack differed significantly from the previous wind's extreme destruction strike. As a formidable Dou Emperor, Yun Yun possessed exceptional combat experience, and as the master of the Yunlan sect, she was far from a mere ornament. Learning from her last encounter where her attack was deflected, this time, as her sword energies collided with the pure white wings, a tremendous shockwave erupted. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Yi Feng felt a powerful force crashing against him. The might of the mid-level mystical technique unleashed by a Dou Emperor could only be described as terrifying. Even with the void heavenly horse beast shielding a substantial portion of the impact, Yi Feng felt a heavy weight in his chest. Though he was not sent flying by the force, it exacerbated his already precarious injuries. With a cough, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, transforming into a crimson mist that scattered in the air. The robes of Yi Feng and the body of the white jade Pegasus beneath him were stained with splashes of crimson under the blood mist. His pale cheeks, complemented by the contrasting white and red below, created a scene imbued with a poignant beauty. With a thumb, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and offered a faint, sorrowful smile to Yun Yun, a smile so hauntingly beautiful that it momentarily stunned her. However, at that moment, Yi Feng forcefully clapped his hand against the empty space of the Pegasus beneath him, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Yi Feng was exasperated, realizing that this foolish steed would ultimately be the cause of his demise. "Are you truly so dim-witted? I commanded you to flee, not to hide." The Pegasus seemed to lament, "This master is indeed difficult to serve." Obeying Yi Feng's command, the Pegasus flapped its wings, transforming into a white arc and vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, Yun Yun had no intention of letting Yi Feng escape, her wings propelling her rapidly in pursuit. Enhanced by her agile flying technique, the 2 beams of light, one white and one blue, swiftly disappeared above the city of Gamma, where the once explosive sky fell into a profound silence. Behind them, a red glow flickered. This was the Red Spirit, which Yi Feng had not had time to recall. Master, Brother Bai, wait for me." The Red Spirit called out. All eyes in the Imperial capital gazed up at the vanishing lights in the sky, plunging into an eerie stillness. Today, the Gamma Empire trembled because of this young man. So cold. Woe is me. Chapter 80. Proving my innocence to Yun Yun. With a deep, weary sigh, the figures of Jia Xingtian and Fama appeared below. As several formidable Do Wang warriors in the void beheld them, they gradually descended. Mu Chun and Mitre Tingshan both understood that their fate was sealed. Feng Yu was not a foe they could afford to provoke, at least not at this moment. Without a Do Huang powerhouse in their families, they stood no chance against him. Reina, upon witnessing Yi Feng's retreat, wore a faint smile upon his aged visage. This subtle smile was a clear indication of his inner delight. Although he was one of the 10 strongest in the Jimal Empire, what did that matter in the face of a 6th-tier magical beast? To have such an extraordinary bodyguard was akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. Aligning with Feng, Yi promised a life of luxury and indulgence. Even Nalan Jie and Nalan Su expressed envy as they glanced from Reina to their own Nalan Yaren. Their hearts were heavy with resignation. They were powerless to intervene, yet could not remain uninvolved, bound by their circumstances. Neither the Yunlan sect nor Yi Feng could make choices freely, unless the two families united, which seemed an impossibility. Regrettably, Yeren always hesitated to act. It appeared that a more assertive woman was needed to guide her. Jia Xingtian, as the absolute guardian of the Jimal Empire, spoke gravely with hands clasped behind him. This matter is hereby concluded, and you should reflect upon your actions. Mu Chun, the situation at the border is tense. Send your disciples to provide support. Understood, Elder Jia, Mu Chun replied, his heart heavy as he accepted the command. He recognized that Jia Xingtian sought to protect his family. And at this moment, the Mu family had no choice but to comply. Jia Xingtian's gaze shifted to Miter Tingshan as he continued, your Miter family has suffered greatly. Yet you have not acted with hostility. If you wish to avoid further troubles, it would be prudent to seek an apology from Feng Yi when next you encounter him. Naylan Su, you shall handle the aftermath of this situation, he declared. With that, Jia Xingtian and Fama vanished from sight, evidently intent on delving into deeper discussions. Once they had disappeared, Mu Chun let out a long sigh, his previously upright form now bearing a heavy weight of despair. With his head bowed, he trudged away, appearing as though he had aged several years in an instant. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a fierce glimmer flickered in his lowered eyes. Naylan Jia and Naylan Su, meanwhile, pulled the still-stunned Naylan Yeren away. Gripped by her grandfather and father's hands, Yeren's emotions were beyond articulation. What should I do? What on earth transpired between that scoundrel and my teacher? Did my teacher's intimate armor truly adorn him? Does this not imply an indirect, yet profoundly close connection between them? The presence of that sixth-tier magical beast renders the teacher utterly incapable of slaying him. With such an impossibility, the relationship between the teacher and that beast becomes remarkably peculiar. The development of their bond, how could it have come to this? It was I who encountered him first. It was undeniably me. Tears brimmed in Naylan Yinran's eyes as her thoughts spiraled, only to be pulled back home by her grandfather and father. Both Naylan Jia and Naylan Su understood that Feng Yi would undoubtedly return to seek them, for he had yet to acquire the coveted 7 Illusions Azure Spirit Nectar. They merely needed to await his return in the comfort of their home. Meanwhile, at the last of the middle family, Tingshan found himself in a state of utter despair. For in the middle clan, there was neither the affection of a grandmother nor the love of an uncle. In comparison to the deceased Mu Chun, he, middle Tingshan, bore the greater burden. The Mu family resided within the imperial domain, and the formidable Jia Xingtian had directly intervened on their behalf, leaving little room for ambiguity. However, the middle family received no such protection. Left to face their own reckoning with the resounding message, no concern. Jia Xingtian's actions were spurred by the mysterious disappearance of the clan's Grand Elder, the Ice Emperor Hebedong. With a strong figure of equal standing present, Jia Xingtian could not overly involve himself. Where could that old rascal have vanished to? Middle Tingshan's visage reflected pure sorrow as he helplessly shook his head, casting his gaze toward the elegant and beautiful Yafei standing gracefully at a distance. With a deep sigh, he spoke, Yafei, this turmoil has arisen because of you. Perhaps you should consider leaving the imperial capital. I understand, clan leader. Yafei offered no resistance, nodding in acquiescence. With such a leader, the family was destined for decline, yet at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the fault lay entirely with him. If you wish for me to depart the imperial city, then I, Yafei, shall indeed take my leave. However, when the day comes that I return, I shall surely usurp your position as clan leader, Middle Tingshan. Yafei slowly turned, making her way into the distance. At that moment, Middle Tingshan gazed at Yafei's graceful silhouette, a shiver coursing through him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. As the Gambra Empire quaked under the influence of Yifeng, he found himself atop the Void Pegasus, urging the steed to flee at great speed. This was necessitated by the relentless pursuit of a stunningly beautiful woman close behind him. To be chased by such an extraordinary beauty would thrill any man. Yet, this chase was not born of affection, but rather a deadly hunt. After several encounters with Yun, Yifeng had deduced that the armor he donned, the sea hard armor, belonged to her. This was due to the faint, familiar fragrance emanating from her, which mirrored that of the inner armor he wore. Yet, he would never admit it, especially since he had evidence to the contrary. Amidst the tumultuous aura generated by Yun's flight, Yifeng, after regaining his composure, executed a maneuver to ride backward on the horse. With a subtle smile adorning his face, he addressed Yun. Yun, now that our speeds are equal, might you offer me an explanation? Yun's delicate brows furrowed in irritation as she exclaimed, Little lecher, the evidence is laid bare before us. What further explanations can you provide? Li Feng, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Ah, my esteemed Yun sect master, You have not truly listened to my words. He inquired. Is your sea heart armor not a complete set of 2 pieces? A complete set? 2 pieces? At his words, Yun blinked, suddenly grasping the implication of a complete set, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Noticing her momentary hesitation, Li Feng seized the opportunity to elaborate. Indeed, a complete set. And mine is the male version, both upper and lower parts. Both upper and lower parts? Male version. Upon hearing this, Yun halted her pursuit, hovering in the sky as she pondered. His explanation could indeed be deemed reasonable, for the male version necessitated protection for both upper and lower regions. This meant that his previous, unabashed gaze upon my form was driven by curiosity regarding whether I was wearing anything beneath. This wretched little lecher. However, it is true that my sea heart armor consists solely of an upper garment. Could it be that he genuinely possesses the lower piece? Yun slowly lifted her gaze towards Li Feng, but as her eyes met his, they widened in shock. She hastily turned away, her left hand instinctively shielding her eyes as she exclaimed, You little lecher, what are you doing? If you don't believe me, I must certainly prove my innocence. At this moment, Li Feng had already risen, lifting his white robe in an attempt to demonstrate. Chapter 81. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King. How dare you seek courtship atop my head? As Yi Feng prepared to remove his trousers to prove his innocence to Yun, she, startled, quickly covered her eyes with her delicate hands, her fair face flushing crimson, and exclaimed in distress, Stop! You little lecher, cease your actions at once. Yi Feng, puzzled, slowly lowered his hands and replied, My esteemed Yun sect leader, if you ask me to stop, how can I demonstrate my innocence to you? I don't care. Find a way yourself. Who is your Yun sect leader? You little rogue, do not utter such nonsense. If you speak further, I shall sever your tongue. Seeing Yi Feng's hands drop, Yun also lowered her hands that shielded her luminous eyes, yet her right hand, still gripping her sword, pointed menacingly at Yi Feng, not caring, and yet threatening to sever tongues. How ferocious, Yi Feng thought, bemused by the situation. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. It is true that women and scoundrels are difficult to manage. However, as of now, the scoundrel remains unacknowledged. Yi Feng gestured towards his protective barrier and suggested, How about this? I can show you a glimpse. Would that suffice? Absolutely not. Without surprise, Yun promptly rejected the notion. Yi Feng pointed towards the dense forest below and proposed, Then I shall retrieve it from down there and present it to you. Surely that would be acceptable? Not at all. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng, exasperated, retorted, Yun, what do you propose I do? You won't even take a glance. What am I to do? I do not care. Yi Feng, Yun the void Pegasus beast. With Yi Feng's rebuke, Yun felt her anger flare. This was the first time she had been addressed so sternly, aside from her master. Yet, what could she do? She could not possibly be expected to inspect a man's intimate garments. Although she had just prodded his upper body with her sword, the lower region was an entirely different matter. Gazing at Yi Feng's earnest expression, which did not seem deceitful, her arms gradually lowered, and she curiously inquired, Do you really mean that the sea heart armor is a couple's attire? Of course it's true. Mine is male, yours should be female. Just take a look and you will know. As he spoke, Yi Feng raised his hands again, intending to continue his actions. This incited a surge of anger within Yun, and her sword once more aimed at Yi Feng, now only a few meters away. You little lecher. If you dare. I was merely jesting. How could you take it so seriously? Yi Feng, Yun the void Pegasus beast. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from below, causing the entire sky to tremble slightly, shattering the harmonious atmosphere between the two. Yi Feng was utterly taken aback by the thunderous roar, causing him to slump down on the back of the void sky Pegasus. Fortunately, the beast was sufficiently large to prevent him from plummeting. Damn humans, daring to flirt above this king's head and disturb my peace. How audacious. The roar echoed, and before Yi Feng's eyes appeared an enormous purple lion, measuring a staggering 7 to 8 meters in length. This majestic lion was enveloped in a layer of crystalline purple, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the setting sun, nearly blinding in its intensity. Its grotesque lion head bore fierce, blood-red eyes that shimmered with a purplish glow, glaring menacingly at Yi Feng, while its massive maw, lined with sharp fangs, opened greedily. Crowning its head were uniquely twisted crimson horns from which clusters of purple flames flickered, swirling enchantingly around the tips and its feet. A pair of violet wings adorned either side of its body, and as they flapped, torrents of pale purple flames erupted forth like a fiery spray. This colossal purple lion exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, causing Yi Feng's heart to tremble in fear. It seemed far more imposing than the void sky Pegasus beneath him. Is this the amethyst-winged Lion King? Yi Feng gasped in astonishment upon beholding the gargantuan creature. Oh no, INT realized I was hovering above its lair. Yun Yun, upon spotting the amethyst wing Lion King, looked down and recognized the location. It was indeed the Beast Mountain Range. To make matters worse, they were precisely above the Lion King's den. For the amethyst wing Lion Queen, who had recently lost her mate, her conversation with Feng Yi was nothing short of a blatant provocation. This is all your fault. You little lecher. You've driven me to lose my senses. Me? The one to blame for losing my mind. Very well, I accept the fault. Seeing Yi Feng's earnest demeanor of repentance, Yun Yun furrowed her brows. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of her magnificent wings, her azure figure vanished from sight. Yi Feng was left in shock. She abandoned me. Foolish little one, what are you thinking? Run. For the amethyst wing Lion King, a fellow 6th-tier magical beast, the Pegasus beneath him, which could only defend and flee, paled in comparison. Should a battle ensue, it would undoubtedly be Yi Feng who suffered the consequences. Thus, at his command, the Void Sky Pegasus darted away in an instant. However, having been provoked for so long, the amethyst wing Lion King would not let them escape easily. With blood-red eyes filled with ferocity and madness, torrents of purple flames erupted alongside its massive wings. A violet arc surged forward, swiftly pursuing Yi Feng's retreating figure. Why is this beast, just like any other human, chasing after me? As the terrifying aura loomed behind him, Yi Feng quickly turned to see the amethyst wing Lion King baring its gaping maw, closing in on him. Little white, run, or it will devour you. Yi Feng shouted in panic, urging his mount to flee. Without the call of its master, Yi Feng, the Void Pegasus beast was already frightened into a frenzied flight. Among the magical beasts, there exists a hierarchy of bloodlines. If the amethyst-winged Lion King is deemed a natural sovereign, then the Void Pegasus beast was born to serve as a mere draft animal. Despite possessing formidable defenses and remarkable speed, its lack of offensive capabilities rendered it solely capable of fleeing. Behind the amethyst-winged Lion King, it opened its cavernous maw and roared, "You wretched human! How dare you ride a steed of my rank, reducing it to a mere mount, and shamelessly court in my presence, disturbing my tranquility? Truly, you deserve death." Yi Feng, a courtship? What a vile accusation. It dares to tarnish the pure bond between Yun Yun and myself with such sordid terminology? In Yi Feng's gaze, the violet radiance emanating from the body of the amethyst-winged Lion King grew increasingly intense, soon overshadowing the setting sun on the horizon. Is this a seal? Has this illustrious being made an error? Is it truly necessary to resort to such measures against me? Chapter 82. The Crimson Spirit Savior, the Wind's Might. Gazing at the towering deep purple beam emanating from the amethyst-winged Lion King, Yi Feng hastily crouched down, urging his companion to flee. Hurry, we must run, or we will surely perish. Yi Feng was acutely aware of the formidable sealing skill. Even in the original narrative, Yun Yun had been sealed for many days. How could this little creature possibly withstand such power? Yet, as the Void Pegasus galloped desperately away, the amethyst-winged Lion King appeared before Yi Feng in a mere 2 leaps. By the heavens, this is it. Yi Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Amethyst seal. As the purple light surged forth, the deep roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King reverberated through the mountains. To Yi Feng's astonishment, at the very moment the deep purple beam manifested, the Void Pegasus, with a sudden stamp of its hooves, appeared right beside the amethyst-winged Lion King. With its only formidable weapon, its powerful hooves, it delivered a fierce kick to the lion's massive frame. Surprisingly, this foolish steed has shown some wit. Realizing that fleeing is futile against the speed of the seal, Yi Feng mused. Yet, did it not comprehend its own strength? With a resounding thud, the vigorous kick struck the lion's abdomen. Alas, the amethyst-winged lion was a female. The system had not deceived him. The Pegasus's attack was akin to a mere spa treatment for the amethyst-winged Lion King. In Yi Feng's eyes, the lion's abdomen merely quivered slightly. In an instant, a torrent of violet flames erupted, and with the mighty flapping of its colossal purple wings, both man and horse were violently thrown away. At that moment, they were forcibly separated. The Void Pegasus remained unscathed, but Yi Feng suffered grievously, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt his insides churning, his body uncontrollably plummeting. Desperate to summon the Thunderbat wings, he found himself utterly drained of energy, unable to summon even a drop of fighting spirit. As the ruler of the eastern region of the Monster Beast Mountains, the amethyst-winged Lion King wisely refrained from sealing the weak Yi Feng and instead directed the purple beam toward the Void Pegasus. Wherever the purple beam passed, the very fabric of space twisted, a testament to the terrifying might of this attack. The recently thrown Void Pegasus, still reeling from the impact, had no time to react as the purple beam hurtled towards it. Just as the violet beam was about to engulf the Void Pegasus, Yi Feng's hand glimmered with the light of his storage ring, swiftly pulling the Pegasus into safety. The failure of the amethyst seal incited the wrath of the amethyst-winged Lion King, who bellowed furiously, "Damnable human! Let us see who can save you this time." The massive form of the amethyst-winged Lion King swiftly traced a purple arc in midair, appearing instantaneously behind Yifeng. Upon the colossal claw, 5 exceedingly sharp purple spikes erupted, viciously aimed at Yifeng's back. At this moment, Yifeng found himself utterly defenseless, his hair standing on end, cold sweat instantly soaking his body in anticipation of the impending brutal assault. Just then, a brilliant red light swiftly emerged beside the amethyst-winged Lion King. With a thunderous roar, the crimson apparition, mingled with an intense heat, streaked across the sky and forcefully struck the giant claw of the amethyst-winged Lion King. A crisp sound echoed in the air as the claw was deflected from its trajectory. What could have shredded Yifeng's body instead miraculously caught him on the rear. With a shrill metallic screech, the heavily struck Yifeng coughed up blood once more. His already pallid complexion had turned ghostly white, his consciousness fading into a blur before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The immense red radiance soared through the air, lifting Yifeng's body atop its formidable head and hastily retreating into the distance. "Damn the two-headed fire spirit snake! Even you are a pet of this wretched human?" The amethyst-winged Lion King roared in fury upon realizing it was a 5th-tier magical beast, promptly flapping its wings to pursue at high speed. The entity that had just rescued Yifeng was none other than the Red Spirit, which had traversed from the holy city of Gamma in its quest. Being a 5th-tier beast, it was slightly weaker than Yun Yun and the Void Pegasus, thus its speed was diminished, which fortuitously allowed it to save Yifeng in that critical moment. However, this was merely a fleeting rescue. The Red Spirit's velocity paled in comparison to Yun Yun and the formidable amethyst-winged Lion King. The strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King surpassed even that of Yun Yun, and with the inherent advantages of a magical beast. It quickly appeared behind the Red Spirit in mere moments. Master, please awaken." The Red Spirit anxiously called out to Yifeng in its heart. Oh no, he has fainted again, and this time the Queen is not by his side. Yet, for Yifeng to regain consciousness was not a matter that could be resolved instantaneously. The injuries he sustained, coupled with the exhaustion of his fighting spirit, meant that even the 3,000 stars body required a certain amount of time to recuperate. 5th-tier two-headed fire spirit snake, your flames are quite unique. Obediently disclose the reason to this king and release that human, and I shall spare you. The amethyst-winged Lion King, enveloped in purple flames, could sense the distinctive and intense heat emanating from the Red Spirit. Having long been immersed in the magma of the Azure Lotus Core fire, and having consumed the core lotus seeds gifted by Yifeng, the Red Spirit had undergone some mutation after breaking through to the 5th tier. Although its flames did not match the Azure Lotus Core fire, they were somewhat superior to ordinary beast fire. This fire had been bestowed the name of Red Spirit Flame by Yifeng. Just moments ago, even the amethyst-winged Lion King's crystalline scales had been scorched by that strike, a testament to its terrifying potency. Hence, the amethyst-winged Lion King was intrigued by the origins of this Red Spirit Flame. If it could elevate its flames, perhaps it would transcend the boundaries of the 6th rank, transforming into a formidable 7th rank magical beast. In that case, she could avenge the fallen lion. How dare you treat my master in such a manner and still hold on to your dreams? Communication among magical beasts is innate, and the tender voice of Hong Ling resonated within the mind of the amethyst-winged Lion King. This incited its fury further, as its purple flames surged violently, and with a thunderous roar, it declared, "In that case, do not blame me." Amethyst explosive flame. With a resounding cry, the amethyst-winged Lion King leapt twice into the air, reappearing before Hong Ling instantly. A torrent of magnificent purple flames surged toward Hong Ling's massive form. Upon witnessing the overwhelming strength of the flames, Hong Ling's enormous jaws opened wide, and in a fierce breath, 2 powerful jets of red flames surged forth, colliding with the advancing purple flames. Yet, ultimately, Hong Ling's strength was insufficient. The 6th rank amethyst-winged Lion King, augmented by its combat techniques, was far beyond her current capabilities. As the violet flames raced toward her, despair filled Hong Ling's eyes, and she swiftly coiled around Yifeng's body, enveloping him completely. "Master, Hong Ling can no longer protect you." In that critical moment, as the purple flames threatened to engulf both Hong Ling and Yifeng, a violent whirlwind of azure wind surged forth, countering the colossal purple flames. "Now, leave the rest to me." The azure wind howled past, revealing a graceful azure figure before Hong Ling. Chapter 83, The Battle of Yun Yun and the Lion King, the Disobedient Little White. Ah, how peculiar humanity is. Indeed, women of the human realm seek mates, albeit with a touch of reserve. Now that her partner is injured, she too feels the pangs of concern. Gazing upon the ethereal figure before her, the purple crystal wing Lion King erupted into a laughter that reverberated through the earth. The enchanting silhouette that stood in defiance of the Lion King was none other than the returning Yun Yun. She had initially departed, but upon sensing Yi Feng's waning energy, she hurried back, determined to prevent the Gamma Empire from descending into peril. This Feng Yi must not perish. Furthermore, she remained unaware of whether her sea hard armor had indeed been pilfered by him. The notion of courtship? How utterly absurd. At this moment, Yun Yun's delicate visage was etched with frost. How dare this beast speak of her in such a manner? To suggest courting? Was it to imply that she desired this Feng Yi? As for the subsequent descriptions, they were simply beyond contempt. This lion was egregiously audacious. The Lion King sought to provoke me with words. Such tactics are rather beneath consideration, don't you think? With her sword held at an angle, Yun Yun positioned herself protectively in front of Hong Ling and Yi Feng, fixing her gaze upon the purple crystal wing Lion King. I am aware that you two are a formidable emperor of battle. However, your ambition to take him today is sheer folly. Whether you can escape the Beast Mountain alive is already in question. Her fierce eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, and the earlier mirth in her voice faded, replaced by a tone as frigid as ice. There is no need for the Lion King to fret. Little Red Snake, you shall lead your master away first. With a graceful lift of her hand, a slender azure whirlwind materialized from the sky. This was akin to the sandstorm employed by Yi Feng. Yet this vortex contained solely wind attributes. Initially, the whirlwind measured a mere 2 meters, but in the blink of an eye, it swelled to a colossal size, transforming into a massive vortex of over 10 zhang. This enormous cyclone connected the heavens and the earth, howling with fury, uprooting the towering trees beneath and shredding them into mere splinters scattered across the sky. Humph, human woman, the Beast Mountain is not your domain. You cannot run rampant here. The purple crystal wing Lion King bellowed, its mighty roar echoing through the mountains as it beheld the ever-expanding tempest. Its composure was unraveling. This couple was flaunting their affection above it, stirring memories of its own tragic past, and yet it found itself thwarted in their pursuit. How was it that the blame seemed to fall upon it? As the lion-esque growl resonated, the purple luminescence enveloping its form surged, and in an instant, a torrent of purple flames erupted from within. The swirling, undulating flames coalesced into a colossal pillar of fire that shot skyward. The searing heat ignited the wooden debris that had been shredded by the whirlwind, reducing it to mere ash in the air without a trace left behind. The terrifying aura emanating from the two compelled even the creature affectionately referred to as Little Red Snake by Yun Yun to hastily retreat to a safe distance. She was utterly unhelpful in this battle. Rather than lingering here, it would be wiser to retreat further away. Capture that little fire serpent for me. I shall personally slay the human brat. Roar. At the thunderous roar of the amethyst-winged Lion King, the 3 colossal beasts observing from the mountaintop responded with a fierce howling. These 3 beasts were of enormous size, comparable to the amethyst wing, and were all 5th-tier magical beasts within the Monster Mountain range. They were terrifying creatures, akin to formidable human combat kings, capable of flying through the void. Their immense wings unfurled, propelling them in pursuit of the amethyst wing. High above, a massive azure tornado surged forth, violently sweeping towards the amethyst-winged Lion King at the wave of Yun's hand. Wherever the fierce storm passed, the ground below was stripped bare, with numerous concealed magical beasts fleeing in a frenzy. Humph! The amethyst-winged Lion King, witnessing the approaching tempest, emitted a disdainful rumble. With a powerful flap of its wings, its towering purple form charged towards the storm with reckless fury. Boom! In the instant of collision between the 2 titanic entities, a thunderous roar erupted in the clear sky. This sound was powerful enough to rouse any unconscious beast or human, and far in the distance, the 2-headed fire serpent was jolted awake by the explosive noise. After recuperating through 3,000 star cycles, his internal injuries had eased, and he hastily retrieved several pills from his hands, swallowing them in the air. There was no time for meditation or recovery, for he felt a sharp pain. In his rear, he could not even sit down, with 3 massive magical beasts hot on their trail. Though Li Feng had awakened, his fighting spirit was still lacking. Engaging in battle with these 3 5th-tier beasts would be nothing short of folly. However, he had the little white horse. With a snort, accompanied by a dazzling white light, a pure white steed was released by Li Feng. The celestial Pegasus. Thank you, Hong Ling, for your hard work. Please rest for now. Once this is over, I shall reward you with a delicious treat. I want to eat lotus seeds. Li Feng gently patted the seated Hong Ling before retracting it, landing atop the little white horse. Although this steed seemed a bit dim-witted, it was nonetheless incredibly formidable. While its attack power might be somewhat lacking against beasts of the same tier, it was an entirely different story against those of lower tiers. Little White, charge forth and trample them. The instant the celestial Pegasus appeared in midair, the three massive fifth-tier beasts immediately faltered. In the world of magical beasts, the hierarchy was strictly enforced. When fifth-tier creatures encountered those of the sixth tier, they felt the pressure that came from the disparity in rank. This instinctively deterred them from taking action. However, when faced with the choice between the amethyst-winged Lion King and the void Pegasus beast, they would undoubtedly opt for their sovereign of the eastern Beast Mountain range, the amethyst-winged Lion King. With a resounding roar echoing 3 times, 3 colossal fifth-tier ferocious beasts charged towards Yifeng. At that moment, the void Pegasus beast, realizing that the formidable opponent before it was not the recently encountered Great West Child, lifted its forehooves and unfurled its wings, revealing its majestic form. As its wings spread wide, 2 beams of white light radiated from its body, dazzling and blinding the 3 enormous beasts, rendering them unable to open their eyes momentarily. When they finally regained their sight, the void Pegasus beast's figure had vanished from the spot. Indeed, the void Pegasus had once again displayed its notorious disobedience to its master. Yifeng, who had intended to command it to kick away the 3 fifth-tier beasts, now found his mind in a whirl. At the moment when it was supposed to flee, it chose not to. Conversely, when it should have stayed put, it dashed away. What was he thinking during the battle with the amethyst-winged Lion King? Clearly, the void Pegasus needed a saddle, horseshoes, and a saddlebag to ensure it would obediently comply. Perched atop the steed, Yifeng gazed down at the forest, perplexed, and inquired, "Hey, Little White, where exactly are you taking me? I can't shake the feeling that this route seems oddly familiar. Oh no, are you really bringing me back again?" Chapter 84, The Rescue of Yun Yun. A beauty in my embrace. Beneath the setting sun, a relentless chase unfolded in the skies above the Beast Mountain range, where a solitary figure and a lion engaged in a fierce pursuit. The crimson eyes, emanating a violet flame, observed the massive sun descending on the horizon. The amethyst-winged Lion King, having lost its patience, shifted its focus from chasing Yun Yun to fixating intently on her noble presence in the sky. For this fire-attribute beast, basking in the sunlight enhanced its power. However, the impending night would inevitably render it slightly weaker. This was the source of the Lion King's impatience. Returning to its lair before nightfall was prudent, especially since there awaited its little offspring. "Human woman, you have wearied the meager patience of this king." The Lion King's low growl echoed ominously through the forest. "If you cease your pursuit of Feng Yi, I shall depart and trouble you no longer." Having been pursued for an extended period, Yun Yun too had reached her limit. Were it not for Feng Yi, she would have long since fled, allowing this grand beast to roam unhindered. "That human lad and his fiery companion are of great use to me. I shall capture them. Since you choose to be so obstinate, do not blame me for my actions." As the Lion King unleashed a roar filled with wrath, a surge of purple light enveloped its form, intensifying until, in a moment, a brilliant radiance overshadowed the remnants of the waning sun. Sensing the peculiar energy permeating the surroundings, Yun Yun's expression grew grave. Within several paces, a fierce wind began to howl. The violet luminescence enveloped the entire expanse, gradually compressing into a singular, deep purple beam of light, no more than half a foot in diameter. Yun Yun furrowed her brows upon witnessing this beam. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she understood its ominous implications. Her countenance stiffened in realization. This amethyst-winged Lion King possessed sealing abilities, and the situation had taken a dire turn. In an instant, the purple beam shot forth like lightning, appearing before Yun Yun in the blink of an eye. "Amethyst seal." The Lion King's voice resonated ominously in the heavens as it unleashed its power. In response, Yun Yun swiftly summoned her formidable combat technique, conjuring numerous azure wind blades that stretched for several yards before her. These blades emerged from the void, transforming into a tempest of razor-sharp edges to counter the purple cylindrical beam. Upon contact, the 2 colossal energies intertwined, resembling a spiraling column adorned with blades, erupting in a tumultuous spiral of force. Boom! As the purple beam clashed with the wind blades, the fabric of space itself twisted slightly, the overwhelming energies converging and culminating in a deafening roar. In that decisive moment of collision, it became evident that the wind blades were significantly weaker within mere moments. They shattered under the pressure. The violet beam of light, though slightly faded in hue, did not dissipate. Rather, it surged toward Yun Yun's body with an overwhelming force. She had previously set up dozens of powerful wind shields, yet these were shattered by the violet beam. The disparity in strength between the 2 parties was starkly evident. Yun Yun was somewhat weaker than the amethyst-winged Lion King, which explained her strategy of prolonging the battle until sunset. Unfortunately, The amethyst-winged Lion King discerned her intentions and, in its impatience, launched an attack. The multitude of wind shields managed to block the widespread destructive force, but they could not prevent the violet radiance from penetrating Yunyun's body. At the moment the violet beam struck, the massive form of the amethyst-winged Lion King appeared before Yunyun. With a swift flick, its sharp claws lunged viciously toward her chest. Wind's extremity, meteoric kill. Just as the giant claw was about to tear through Yunyun's body, a gleaming blue sword in its grasp trembled violently, releasing a slender beam of light no larger than a thumb, which shot forth with blinding speed. As the light emerged, the surrounding space quivered, and the rapidly converging energy surged toward the Lion King's head. However, with its keen reflexes, it lowered its head, causing the beam to strike precisely against the crimson spike atop its crown. Instantly, the hardest part of the amethyst-winged Lion King was cleaved in two. The sharp fracture inflicted excruciating pain, eliciting a ferocious roar from the creature, as its massive paw, infused with a fierce energy, swung menacingly toward Yunyun's form. Just as the wicked claws were about to obliterate her graceful figure, a white silhouette emerged, blocking the lethal strike. Accompanied by an ear-piercing, grating sound, the figure swiftly embraced Yunyun's slender waist. Yunyun felt a powerful tug at her waist, and as she looked into the strikingly beautiful eyes of the familiar young man before her, her heart fluttered. Feng, how could he have returned? Perhaps due to the rapid activation of the seal, her delicate body weakened the moment his hand made contact. Lacking any resistance or struggle, Yunyun was swept into his strong embrace, gracefully descending onto the ethereal celestial horse beast. Ding! The master has rescued Yunyun from the clutches of the amethyst-winged Lion King, receiving a sign-in reward. 1 space transfer talisman. Space transfer talisman allows the master to teleport freely to any location previously visited. Feeling the young man's breath, warm against her smooth neck amidst the tense atmosphere, Yunyun's cheeks flushed crimson. In an unseen direction, her exquisitely delicate face appeared as radiant as a ripe peach, seemingly glistening with moisture, utterly enchanting. Due to her body being sealed, Yunyun felt weak and limp, forcing her to lean against the figure behind her to steady herself. The proximity stirred her heart like a startled fawn, and Yifeng could distinctly sense the rapid rhythm of her anxious heartbeat. Yet, how could Yifeng remain composed in such a tense atmosphere, especially with the 6th-rank amethyst-winged Lion King nearby and a beautiful woman in his embrace? In that fleeting moment, as Yunyun felt the sync of their heartbeats, both frantic yet harmonized, her breath quickened. No, this cannot be. How can this be? Yanran has feelings for him. How could we be like this? However, Yifeng had no time for such thoughts. He tightened his embrace around Yunyun's slender and delicate waist without hesitation. With a firm squeeze of his legs, the celestial Pegasus understood instantly, and in an instant, its wings spread wide, tracing a white arc across the sky. Damn humans, they have broken my horn. Search for them. They cannot have fled far. We must find these 2 humans. The amethyst-winged Lion King, with its enormous gaze fixed upon the mountains below, glared with blood-red eyes. A fierce roar filled with murderous intent, sending countless magical beasts into a frenzied rush. Chapter 85. A heart in turmoil, severely wounded. In the midst of the frenzied pursuit by countless magical beasts seeking Yifeng and Yunyun, the 2 rode upon a magnificent white horse, galloping across the vast sky. With the boy's arms wrapped around the girl's waist upon the outstretched wings of the steed, they soared above the imposing monster mountain range, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Even the flustered leader of the Yun sect, Yunyun herself, recognized at this moment the exquisite tapestry of destiny that she, a person bound by fate, could never have dreamed of. From the very beginning, her fate had been meticulously orchestrated by her mentor, Yin Shan. She was destined to be the leader of the Yunlan sect. The man who would become her husband was most likely the esteemed Pill King, Gu He, who had joined the sect largely due to her influence. While she was acutely aware of Gu He's affections, she regarded him merely as a friend. After all, the foundation of a relationship should not be built upon transactional interests. It was precisely for this reason that Yunyun sought to escape the shackles of fate. Yet how could she defy her mentor's commands? Bound tightly by destiny, she agreed to Nanlan Yanran's suggestion of an annulment, wishing to spare her apprentice from experiencing a fate similar to her own. However, in the present moment, for reasons unknown, her heart was in disarray because of the mischievous scoundrel behind her. Having saved each other and traversed the precipice of life and death, they now found themselves in such close proximity. This proximity sent the innocent Yunyun, unfamiliar with the ways of love, into a flurry of excitement, as her delicate hands clenched together anxiously, leaving her uncertain of how to proceed. She had once dreamed of freedom, imagining herself as an ordinary person embraced by the one she cherished, soaring across the continent of fighting spirit. Yet now, although her fantasies had materialized, the person behind her was none other than this little rogue. What would Yanran think if she were to learn of this? Yet, at this moment, I felt utterly powerless to resist. I believe that even if Yanran were to discover this, she would not blame me. Of course, this matter must remain a secret. It was unclear when it had occurred, but the Void Pegasus had begun to exhibit an unusual obedience. Just a slight squeeze of its flanks from Yi Feng had prompted it to take off with remarkable speed. Had it not been named the Void Pegasus, Yi Feng would have confidently mistaken it for a purebred husky. Yet now, this seemingly foolish creature displayed a surprising intelligence. Previously, it would have merely stood there, staring blankly at the amethyst-winged Lion King before making its escape. Yet now, with Union seated atop, it was so compliant. Could it be that this Void Pegasus harbored a bias based on gender? Where was the fairness? What of equality between the sexes? If even a mere horse could exhibit such injustice, it was truly exasperating. Nonetheless, the performance of the Void Pegasus at this moment was commendable. Not only had it returned to rescue Yun, but it also soared through the skies with slight jolts of excitement, an exhilarating experience that echoed in Yi Feng's heart. Aside from the exhilarating battle just experienced, there lingered a delightful thrill brought forth by the beauty nestled in his embrace. A gentle fragrance permeated the air, soothing his senses, while the softness of her form and the frantic rhythm of her heart, quickened by nervousness, momentarily caused Yi Feng to lose his composure. The pallor of his face, previously so stark, now bloomed with a hint of rosy hue. However, as he mentally exclaimed this realization, his brow furrowed sharply, and an intense, tearing pain surged through his back. Yi Feng could not help but gasp in agony, exhaling a breath of despair, before his head grew heavy and he collapsed forward. A wave of warmth made Yun instinctively shrink her neck, her delicate skin flushing a deep crimson, as an overwhelming heat rushed to her cheeks. This sensation evoked an indescribable feeling within her. He was leaning against her. What should I do? Yun felt the heat from behind drawing ever closer until the weight of his body rested heavily upon her fragrant shoulder. At that moment, her delicate figure seemed as if it had been rendered immobile, frozen in place. She dared not make a single move, her heart in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Perhaps it was the fear of the man behind her suddenly erupting, or perhaps it was simply the overwhelming emotions swirling within her. The soft pink of her neck involuntarily shifted, and she cautiously cast a glance at his face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon meeting his gaze, Yun's heart raced with alarm. Yi Feng's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion ghastly pale, with a trickle of crimson blood staining the corner of his lips. Had he fainted again? He was injured. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yun swiftly turned to cradle Yi Feng's body in her arms. However, the moment her delicate hand made contact with his back, she was met with a damp sensation that made her expression tighten in horror. As she pulled her hand back to examine it, she found her once porcelain fingers now smeared with blood. This was dire. In a flurry, Yun exerted strength to flip Yi Feng over, revealing a sight that sent chills down her spine. Several gruesome crimson gashes marred his back. His once pristine white garment shredded to pieces, showcasing 5 horrific claw marks. He had shielded her from the attack of the amethyst-winged Lion King with his own body. Tears welled in her eyes as Yun gently caressed the open wounds. With urgency, she turned her gaze to the Void Pegasus beast seated nearby and implored, "Your master requires healing. Little White, can you take us to a safe place?" At that moment, the Void Pegasus beast emitted a sound unlike any Yi Feng had ever heard, a call that unmistakably signified its uniqueness. Thankfully, Yi Feng remained unconscious. Had he been awake, he would have certainly considered performing a sterilization procedure on the creature at once. The Void Pegasus beast, now steady and no longer jolting, unfurled its wings, tinged with the crimson of Yi Feng's blood, and soared into the distance. After a brief moment, the Void Pegasus suddenly descended to the ground, revealing a small cave before Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, she used her still slightly weakened body to drag Yi Feng into the cave. Remarkably, the enormous Void Pegasus shrank to the size of the cave entrance and followed them inside. Once within the cave, Yun gazed in astonishment at the now diminutive Void Pegasus, then gently spoke, "Little White, can you guard the entrance of the cave? If any magical beasts approach, please inform me." Though reluctant, the Void Pegasus stepped out of the cave to stand watch. Inside, there was a natural stone platform, and Yun heaved Yi Feng onto it with great effort, subsequently sitting down heavily to catch her breath. Gritting her silver teeth, she looked at Yi Feng and murmured, "Damn it. I've been ensnared by the sealing technique of the amethyst-winged Lion King. My body is so weak that I can barely withstand his form." Chapter 86. Yun's SBA Service, Healing. Upon taking a seat, Yun scrutinized the little scoundrel who had just taken advantage of her before losing consciousness. When she had carried Yi Feng into the cave, his head had been nestled against her side. It is worth noting that she had just cradled him in a princess carry, and the cave was somewhat cramped, causing unintentional brushes against each other. The proximity was sufficient to make any woman's neck blush, her ears flush, and her face burn with heat. As she observed the now silent Yi Feng, Yun suddenly realized this little rascal was rather handsome. Perhaps beauty is indeed in the eye of the beholder, with just a hint of affection. Even in his current pallid state, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he still exuded a certain tragic beauty. Not wanting to dwell on this further, Yun's gaze shifted to the crimson wound on Yi Feng's back. She noted the 5 horrific claw marks, oozing blood, staining his back a deep crimson. This was merely the upper portion of his injuries. As her eyes traveled downward, she discovered several bloodstains on his lower body as well. Although these wounds were far shallower than the ones above, they had nonetheless soaked his trousers in blood. Injuries compounded upon injuries. Without timely treatment, this little scoundrel could perish. With delicate hands, Yun hesitated momentarily, then slowly lowered them. For a woman to take such action against a man was indeed quite challenging for her. However, resolutely, she summoned her courage and reached out to tear open Yi Feng's robe. The already torn robe, shredded by the purple crystal wing Lion King, could easily be ripped apart by Yun, even in her weakened state. Gazing at the gruesome wounds, along with the azure inner armor, Yun was now convinced of Yi Feng's words. The heart of the sea armor was indeed a couple-S set, previously unnoticed. She now comprehended that the heart of the sea armor was a testament to their connection, while her own piece was conspicuously absent from the lower half. It seemed this little scoundrel had not deceived her, but rather, she pondered, who had stolen her piece. As she touched the shocking wound with her delicate fingers, Yi Feng, lying on the stone platform, suddenly gasped, his eyes flying open in surprise. With his cheek pressed against the cold stone, Yi Feng's gaze locked onto the flustered and regal Yun, her demeanor betraying her astonishment. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. What was this Yun sect master attempting to do? A little scoundrel, you're awake? The sudden opening of Yi Feng's eyes startled Yun, causing her to instinctively scoot back. Nevertheless, her graceful figure remained on the stone platform, as she was deeply concerned about Yi Feng's injuries, fearing he might faint again. Her gaze fixated on his delicate, slightly flushed face. Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. Perhaps it was true that appearances can be deceptive, though the little scoundrel may call out. Her body honestly reflected her concern for him. I merely observed your grievous injuries and wished to assist you in bandaging and staunching the blood. It was never my intention to gaze upon your heart of the sea armor. Yun's eyes displayed a hint of panic as they flitted over Yi Feng's form. Her delicate hand trembling slightly as she pointed to the heart of the sea armor adorning his lower body, offering a rather flustered explanation. Witnessing such a scene, Yi Feng felt a twinge of amusement, yet the pain coursing through his body rendered laughter impossible. The noble leader of the Yun clan possesses such a gentle side. It truly warms the heart. Thank you, Yun. A faint, weak whisper escaped Yi Feng's parched lips. Yun shook her head, gazing at the extremely weakened Yi Feng, her heart tightening as she softly replied, You saved me. It is I who should be expressing gratitude. Do not speak. My fighting spirit has been temporarily sealed by the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and I cannot retrieve any healing potions. Do you have any hemostatic or healing elixirs in your spatial ring? It would be utterly unmanly to neglect to shield him from further harm when his armor was draped upon him. Though his body was greatly weakened, Yi Feng could still access items from the system's spatial storage. As his soul entered the space, the spatial ring glimmered, and a dozen small jade vials materialized upon the stone platform. Although the 3,000-star body would gradually mend his injuries, it required time. And who wouldn't desire the comfort of a fair maiden's care? After retrieving the elixirs, Yi Feng closed his eyes and rested upon the stone platform. Ding! Due to weakness and inability to care for himself, the Princess Yun carried Yi Feng into the cave, receiving a sign-in reward, 1 piece of heart of the sea armor, upper. Yi Feng. Oh, this armor belongs to her, and yet I am to return with another? This must surely be a copy generated by the system. Is this truly acceptable? Of course not. This will require some clandestine maneuvering later on. Gazing at the sudden appearance of the jade vials, Yun displayed no astonishment. Most of these potions were of the 3rd tier, with some even reaching the 4th tier. Clearly, such potions were perfectly suited for Yi Feng's current abilities. If other youths in the Jimar Empire possessed such a bounty of potions, it would undoubtedly cause quite the stir. Bear with me. I shall apply the medicine now. Yun's voice was melodious, yet her noble status lent it an unmistakable air of refinement. In response, Yi Feng gritted his teeth. Some pain is an experience one must endure. Only through suffering can one attain the desired pleasures. Yi Feng was prepared, and Yun Yun did not linger in her hesitation. She was not a pedantic person, and in light of their relationship, staunching the bleeding and saving his life was paramount. As she looked upon the light blue armor, resembling rippling water, 5 deep claw marks oozed with crimson blood. Yun Yun's delicate brows furrowed, her long lashes trembling slightly, and without further ado, her arm deftly removed the armor. Then, she commenced the spa treatment befitting the leader of the Yun clan. At this moment, Yi Feng experienced a tumultuous blend of pain and pleasure. Each application of the medicine elicited an involuntary gasp from him as the stinging sensation coursed through his body. Amidst this process, Yun Yun's gaze shimmered with a tender compassion. Upon witnessing the depth of the wound, which had laid bare the bone, her heart ached profoundly. After meticulously cleansing the injury and applying the ointment, Yi Feng could not suppress a low, guttural groan of anguish. Just endure a little longer, it will soon be over. Yun Yun's eyes gradually descended from Yi Feng's face, and her delicate features flushed a deep crimson. All done, the wound has been treated. The rest is up to you to recuperate. Following the treatment, Yun Yun turned to Yi Feng, who was slowly opening his eyes, and suddenly broke into a radiant smile. A vision of unparalleled beauty. However, Yi Feng found himself at a loss for words. Now that it's cleaned up, can we perhaps cover it? It feels cold below and cool above. What if there are lingering effects? After tending to the wound, Yun Yun seated herself on the opposite side, gracefully assuming a meditative posture as she began to attempt to unravel the seal of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Chapter 87. The Warmth Within the Cave. Our first grilled grass fish. Outside the cave, a vast expanse of mist enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the vigilant watch of the void Pegasus beasts, ensuring an atmosphere free of concern. This was the first time that Bai, the pet of Yi Feng, displayed such obedience, albeit at the behest of Yun Yun. Following Yun Yun's instructions, the void Pegasus not only cleaned itself, but also caught several grass fish in the process. While the dedicated void Pegasus toiled outside, Yi Feng found himself in an icy embrace within the cave. Lying on the frigid stone platform, Yi Feng was draped in a long, azure robe that concealed his radiant aura. After a brief slumber, he felt a significant improvement in his condition, with the pain subsiding considerably. Before he could fully open his eyes, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Beep. The master has been gravely injured by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Yun Yun personally applied healing ointment, and the master has received a sign-in reward, a Jade Peak Sword. Jade Peak Sword, capable of embedding 2 magical cores at will. A high-grade wind attribute sword, indestructible, with a body of white jade that radiates unparalleled brilliance. Indeed, the most challenging to endure is the beauty's grace. Even the system has prepared gifts for me. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Feng was greeted by the sight of a charming beauty, resting her chin on her hand. Her head tilted as she squatted and gazed at him with a gentle smile. You've finally awoken. Are you feeling better? Is there still pain? In Yi Feng's view, the once noble visage was now shadowed with concern, and the eyes that should have been cold overflowed with tenderness. This warmth stirred Yi Feng's heart, and as he held back the discomfort coursing through his body, he smiled softly. Thanks to your care, I feel much better than before. How about you? Yun Yun rose slightly, accompanied by a faint fragrance, and settled beside Yi Feng, her delicate brows furrowing as she sighed softly. Alas, due to your reckless bravado, I did not suffer any external injuries, but I fell victim to the amethyst-winged Lion King's sealing technique, which will take several days to unravel. Does this mean we will be spending the next few days here? Yi Feng looked at the noble Yun Zhongzhu, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Observing the pained smile on Yi Feng's face, Yun Yun's expression shifted, her tone icy. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng quickly replied, Of course, I am willing. I hope that each day here will feel like an eternity. Humph. At Yi Feng's words, Yun Yun was incensed, abruptly rising from the stone platform. With a swift motion, she yanked the azure robe off Yi Feng, her voice laced with fury. You little lecher, does being with me bring you such torment? Yi Feng felt a wave of cold wash over him, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. Was this Yun Zhongzhu truly so tempestuous? In a moment of discord, the veil of modesty was abruptly torn away, reminiscent of a girlfriend's behavior. Lifting his gaze to meet that icy, captivating visage, Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of admiration as he gently remarked, You have misunderstood my intention. When I spoke of days feeling like years, I meant to convey my desire for each day we spend together to feel as enduring as an entire year. If it were possible, I would wish for this time to stretch into a lifetime. Upon hearing his words, a delicate blush akin to the hue of a ripe peach blossomed on her exquisitely crafted face, and she quickly turned her body away. Humph, sweet words and flattery. Just by looking at you, It's evident that you've had your share of charming young ladies. Though her tone was laced with playful indignation, the azure robe in her hands was gracefully draped back over Yi Feng's shoulders as she turned away. Rest a while longer. I will prepare something for you to eat. As the warmth and a subtle fragrance enveloped him, a gentle smile graced Yi Feng's face. For it was a rare fortune to be in the company of such a splendid beauty. Unbeknownst to him, Yun Yun's face, hidden from his view, wore a sweet smile that elevated her allure. In Yi Feng's eyes, her curvaceous silhouette, illuminated by the faint glow of fire within the cave, possessed an enchanting charm. As she moved with grace, her long, jade-like legs danced in the shadows, captivating the beholder. Sitting elegantly, Yun Yun skewered the fish she had caught with her sword, slowly roasting it over the flames. This noble sect leader had transformed her cherished sword into a spit for the fish, all for his nourishment. If Yi Feng's heart remained unmoved, he would truly be devoid of humanity. How could anyone resist such a remarkable woman? At that moment, his heart melted, his eyes reflecting the soft flicker of the flames, and filled with the image of her exquisite beauty. Yun Yun, too, sensed Yi Feng's unwavering gaze upon her. Perhaps due to the heat of the fire, her flawless cheeks were adorned with a deeper flush. Though silence enveloped the cave, the atmosphere was imbued with warmth and comfort. Yet, this perfect tableau was at risk of being unwittingly shattered. The disruption did not come from the external beasts nor the unruly celestial steed, but from an increasingly potent scent of burning. Coughing, Yi Feng, still recovering from his injuries, was startled by the sudden aroma. Meanwhile, Yun Yun found herself in a rather awkward predicament. Distracted by a flurry of emotions, she had failed to notice that the fish on her sword had become charred. By the time she realized, it was far too late. The acrid scent and thick smoke had already filled the cave. Yun Yun's expression turned sheepish, as this was her first experience, and she had no prior knowledge to guide her. Stealthily glancing at Yi Feng on the stone platform, she found herself shrouded in darkness, unable to see the opposite side due to the thick black smoke. Lying upon the stone, Yi Feng could no longer contain himself, having regained some of his strength. He slowly rose from the platform. Concentrating his energy, he unleashed a miniature wind-sucking flame palm. Under the immense suction, the dense smoke was drawn towards Yi Feng's palm and then swiftly expelled towards the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, the void sky Pegasus had shrunk in size and stood guard. Upon catching the enticing aroma of roasted fish, it longed to venture inside for a taste. However, without Yun Yun to beckon it, it found itself in a quandary. Just as it resolved to take the risk for the sake of culinary delight, the familiar energy erupted from the cave's mouth. Void Sky Pegasus, luckily, my wits prevail over this despicable master. Truly, it is he who is ensnaring this Pegasus. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Though the acrid smoke and burnt scent had dissipated, what came into Yun Yun's view was Yi Feng, clad in nothing but his azure robe, propping himself against the cave wall, gazing upwards. A piercing scream erupted within the cave. You little scoundrel, how dare you not wear any clothes? Yi Feng, my esteemed Yun Zhongzhu, why don't you already know the answer in your heart? Chapter 88. With silver tongue, I will seal your mouth. At the sound of Yun Yun's exclamation, Yi Feng was instantly startled, his knees buckling as he collapsed onto the stone platform. The cave was so confined that such a high decibel shout was unbearable for anyone. A sharp pain coursed through his body. Enduring it, Yi Feng hastily grabbed the azure robe beside him and wrapped himself in its luxurious fabric. You. Yun Yun covered her expressive, sparkling eyes with her hands, her frustration palpable as she let out an indignant cry. At that moment, having heard the commotion outside, Xiaobai rushed in. Upon seeing its master clad in the attire of its owner, Xiaobai froze at the entrance. Xiaobai, Ma Sheng, utterly disillusioned. Xiaobai, how did you get in? Are there magical beasts outside? Yun Yun, noticing the void Pegasus had entered, quickly lowered her hands and inquired. The void Pegasus shook its head. Since there are none, please return outside to keep watch. Here, this is a reward for you. With that, Yun Yun tossed the charred, hardened fish from her sword towards the void Pegasus. Xiaobai, suppressing the overwhelming nausea. Xiaobai eagerly raised its front hooves and clutched the peculiar object in its mouth before darting out. Yi Feng chuckled, well deserved. I was just caught off guard and forgot. He scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish grin at his previous high-handedness. Yun Yun nodded lightly, her gaze somewhat evasive as she acknowledged his words. She also realized that she had personally removed the sea hard armor from him, so it was not entirely his fault. The exchange carried a hint of rhetorical questioning. To mask the awkwardness between them, Yun Yun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Gazing at the remaining fish on her treasured sword, she earnestly asked Yi Feng, how about, you try a taste? Yi Feng's head shot up, his eyes fixating on the charred sword, and the stone embedded within it. Surely, this could not be the legendary sword in the stone? He had just been cursing Xiao Bai moments ago. Was this retribution now upon him? With a soft giggle, Yin Yun could no longer contain her laughter at Yi Feng's bewildered expression. I'm just teasing you. Her melodious laughter rang out like a lark, stirring something within Yi Feng's heart, leaving him feeling oddly tickled. Thank goodness, it was not real food. If it were, not only would his exterior endure the pain, but his insides would ache terribly as well. If you were to feed me, I would eat anything. Yi Feng replied earnestly, looking intently at Yun Yun. Really? Yun Yun's laughter came to an abrupt halt as her slender, beautiful eyes gazed curiously at Yi Feng. With a gentle nod, Yi Feng conjured a deep purple-black flash in his hand, summoning a long blade that he then used as a third leg, stumbling towards Yun Yun. Wait, I'll help you. Upon seeing Yi Feng descend from the stone platform, his unsteady gait prompted Yun Yun to hastily discard her long sword on the ground. Rising from her place, she moved to Yi Feng's side, wrapping her delicate jade arm around his, steadying his body. As Yi Feng inhaled the faint fragrance and felt her soft touch, the system's discordant voice echoed once more in his mind. Ding! Master has been supported by Yun Yun, stabilizing his injured body, receiving a sign-in reward, 1 6th grade elixir, Do Ling Dan. Indeed, it is 6th grade, checked and confirmed. With Yun Yun's assistance, Yi Feng found he no longer needed his makeshift third leg. The treasured blade, flowing blade like fire, which he had relied upon, now slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Tilting her head in curiosity, Yun Yun scrutinized Yi Feng. Are you truly going to try it? Despite the pain in his back, Yi Feng smiled. Of course. I adore barbecued dishes, and anything you prepare for me, I shall gladly consume. His playful banter elicited a slight dryness in his mouth, causing him to ponder. Could it be a hint of bitterness? As Yun Yun guided Yi Feng to sit on the stone pedestal, she observed his eager expression, and a rare, enchanting smile graced her lips. With her slender fingers, she deftly removed the stones from the sword embedded in the rock, and promptly offered the entire fish to Yi Feng's mouth. Instinctively, he opened wide, and his parched lips were overwhelmed by a rich, fragrant essence. Quite delightful. Compared to the roasted rat meat, braised scorpion, and stir-fried bat dishes prepared by his sister from the serpent clan, this charred grass carp was a veritable feast. It was nothing short of bliss. Ding! Master has been force-fed by Yun Yun, receiving sign-in rewards. Cumin, chili powder, hot sauce, vinegar, salt, soybean oil, sesame oil, and other condiments. Yi Feng mused. Am I to be trained to become an exceptional chef in the Douqi Continent? Indeed, it is truly delectable. As he savored the beggaress fish, Yi Feng genuinely praised her culinary skills. This is my first attempt. How could it possibly taste good? I'm not a little girl to be easily deceived. Yun Yun shot Yi Feng a skeptical glance, yet a hint of delight flickered within her eyes. That glance was a captivating charm, leaving Yi Feng to perceive a hint of sweetness in the flavors he was relishing. He earnestly continued to savor the dish, exclaiming, truly, the grilled fish, though slightly charred on the outside, possesses an exquisite crunch, while the fish meat inside is remarkably fresh, with a burst of savory juices filling the mouth. It is indeed crispy on the outside and tender within, rich and delectable. Upon witnessing Yi Feng's expression of delight, Yun Yun swiftly seized the grilled fish from his hands. Without a moment's hesitation, her crimson lips parted, and she took a bite from the very spot where Yi Feng had just bitten. Then, a glimmer of moisture suddenly sparkled in her elongated eyes. The grilled fish truly was as Yi Feng had described, crispy on the outside and succulent within, bursting with flavor. The fish scales were left intact, making it quite hard and undeniably crispy. The inside remained tender precisely because it had not been properly cleaned, rendering it undercooked. How could it be so unpalatable? Stop eating it! Yun Yun exclaimed, throwing the grilled fish away in a fit of anger, her gaze fixed menacingly on Yi Feng, who continued to savor the morsel in his mouth. It's truly delightful, so very delightful. If it were not, I would have wasted it. Yi Feng paid no heed to Yun Yun's words, and continued to relish the exquisite taste. You think I'll let you enjoy this while I refrain? Watch me not seal your lips. With that, Yun Yun, seething with indignation, pounced towards Yi Feng. Chapter 89. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The master of the cloud sect is startled. Yi Feng lay on the ground, experiencing the pain radiating from his back and the delightful sensations in front of him. Indeed, it was a blend of agony and ecstasy. Ding! The master, having mistreated himself by indulging in a baked fish, provoked Yun Yun, who snatched food from him, and received a signing reward. Secret art, heavenly fire transformation, first transformation. Yi Feng, a snatching food from the tigeress mouth? Marvelous. The tender smoothness on his lips caused Yi Feng's eyelids to gently close. Let the pain come. It is surely inevitable. Little White. The The celestial steed outside had just swallowed a stone and was headed to the river for a drink. Suddenly, a grass fish was tossed out from the cave. Little White's eyes brimmed with tears. Was this an effort to ensure I was not hungry? How unnecessary, such kindness. Little White could only express heartfelt gratitude as it swallowed the grass fish, which had already been bitten twice. Days passed. 1, 2, 3. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with bewilderment as she observed Yi Feng, who appeared completely unscathed, utterly incredulous. This little rogue, was he not gravely injured? How could he be so lively now? Under Yun Yun's powerful gaze and gentle caress, the injuries on Yi Feng's back were fully revealed to her. That smooth, unblemished back bore no traces of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's grasp. Had they vanished? Such gory wounds had disappeared so swiftly? Had Yun Yun not personally applied medicine to him, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yet now, the sensations conveyed through her hands felt profoundly real. This was no dream. What on earth is happening? With a blush adorning her cheeks, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes suddenly filled with confusion, astonishment, and bewilderment. Yi Feng, alas, indeed, my 3,000 stars body is too overbearing, startling the master of the Cloud sect. Thus, in the ensuing days, Yi Feng patiently and meticulously explained everything to Yun Yun. During these days of recuperation in the cave, the Nalan family of the Gamma Empire was in a frenzy. More precisely, it was only Nalan Yanran who was anxious. Nalan Jie and Nalan Su remained remarkably calm. Both possessed the strength of Do Huan. If danger were to befall them in the Gamma Empire, it would be preposterous. Even if something were to happen to them, Feng Yi and the master of the Cloud sect would undoubtedly be safe. In contrast to the two steadfast elders, Nalan Yanran was in a state of turmoil. For some inexplicable reason, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, panic, and unease, as though something precious had been lost. Grandfather, father, is there still no news of Feng Yi and my master? Nalan Yanran entered the hall, anxiously inquiring of the two seated figures. With a casual wave of his hand, Nalan Su looked helplessly at his precious daughter and reassured her, Yanran, fret not. Your master Yi and teacher shall be just fine. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's delicate face instantly flushed with color, and she shyly retorted, What do you mean, my Yi? Father, you are teasing me. That scoundrel is brother Feng Yi. Yes. That rascal is brother Feng. They both chuckled heartily, Nalan Jie and Nalan Su unable to contain their laughter. Humph, you two shameless old men. Only capable of foolish laughter. If anything were to happen to brother Feng Yi, I shall never speak to you again. With that, Nalan Yanran, in a fit of playful indignation, flicked her sleeve and embarrassedly fled the hall. Father, do you think Feng Yi and Yun Yun are truly safe? Nalan Su turned to meet his father's gaze with concern. The old man sighed. Who can say? If it were merely a trivial scuffle, there would be no issue. However, the aura Yun Yun exuded upon her departure was rather formidable. It is possible they may indeed stir up trouble. Trouble? Nalan Su was perplexed. Questioning further, the old man gestured dismissively, his expression grave as he continued, It is best not to involve ourselves. The majority of the Mu family has relocated to the front lines, and the middle family is weakened by the absence of the Ice Emperor. Tung Shan has made a grave error, leaving us in a precarious position. We, the Nalan family, must refrain from drawing attention, especially concerning the matter of the Pill King Gu He gathering personnel. Understood, Father. Nalan Su nodded in agreement before continuing his analysis. Father, Gu He is gathering personnel for the Serpent Clan. Currently, our three prominent families are refraining from action, and the Jamma royal family will not allow the Yunlan sect to expand. They will certainly not intervene. The previous departure of Jamma and the Pharaoh was likely a warning to refrain from interference, leaving Gu He with only a handful of people to summon. Indeed, that was the case before, but now, our inaction is certain, yet the actions of Jamma and the Pharaoh are not so assured. Gu He possesses significant influence. Nalan Jie regarded his son with a discerning gaze, recognizing that Nalan Su remained somewhat naive in his understanding of certain matters. He turned his attention to the horizon outside, his brow furrowed in concern. Sewer, the heavens of the Jamma Empire have changed. In the Beast Mountain Range, in a realm that belonged to others, Yi Feng, having recovered from his injuries and regained his fighting spirit, transitioned from being cared for by Yun Yun to tending to her needs. The seal on Yun Yun's body remained unbroken, leaving her somewhat weakened, necessitating Yi Feng's attentive care. The once lofty and noble demeanor of the esteemed Yun sect master gradually softened in the presence of Yi Feng. This transformation brought Yi Feng a sense of joy. The once exalted Yun sect master had descended into his mortal realm, a circumstance that would evoke envy in anyone. Within the cavern, Yun Yun was seated gracefully upon a stone dais, her delicate hand cradling her charming visage, her eyes shimmering with tenderness as she gazed intently at Yi Feng. who was busy preparing skewers of roasted meat. Thanks to the rewards from his daily check-ins, Yifeng had acquired some cooking spices, much to Yunyun's delight, allowing her to indulge in a feast. Yet, regardless of how delectable the food became, it could not escape the inevitable scenario of competing for morsels. During their morning, noon, and evening meals, the blossoming affection between them often resulted in playful exchanges, their mouths glistening with oil. On this particular day, as they embraced and basked in the warmth of their shared intimacy during lunch, a sudden, ferocious roar echoed from the cave's entrance. The sound startled both Yunyun and Yifeng, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Yifeng exclaimed, "Alas, the esteemed sect leader is once again frightened. This beast has chosen an inopportune moment to arrive. Curse that white horse, and curse those humans. You dare to hide here? I shall see how you escape this time. Come forth." The familiar voice of a woman resonated from outside, making it clear to both Yifeng and Yunyun that the formidable Dashizi had come seeking them. Oh no, the little lecher, the amethyst-winged Lion King, has arrived. Yunyun's expression turned icy as she gazed at Yifeng in astonishment. Yifeng understood that the moniker of Little Lecher was unlikely to change. If it was once a misunderstanding, it had now transformed into a reality. Gently caressing Yunyun's exquisite face, he spoke tenderly. "Yunner, you must stay here and not venture outside." Chapter 90, Yunner, the battle against 3 fifth-rank beasts. No way. Gazing at Yifeng's resolute expression, Yunyun immediately displayed the authority of her sect leader, forcefully pushing Yifeng to the ground. Urgently, she implored, "You've already sustained such severe injuries last time. What if this little scoundrel gets hurt again? Should I take care of you? No, I shall go instead." At this moment, Yifeng was not one to submit quietly. He swiftly turned his body, pinning the enchanting Yunyun against the stone platform. With an irresistible gaze, he gently reassured, "Yunner, you are well aware of my constitution. I can fully recover from injuries. Stay here and do not move. I promise I will return for you." Yunyun met Yifeng's captivating eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. "All right, you must come back. I will wait for you." Yifeng smiled faintly and quickly vanished from Yunyun's sight. Once he stepped out of the cave, he paused at the entrance. As he activated the spatial ring on his finger, a red light flashed, revealing the form of Hong Ling. "I entrust Yunner to you. After I lead the amethyst-winged Lion King away with Xiaobai, you must escort Yunner to safety." "Master." Hong Ling's gaze was filled with reluctance as she looked at Yifeng. "Obey. This is an order." "Yes, master." With a commanding tone, Yifeng showed no hesitation. Unfurling his thunderbat wings, he transformed into a silver arc, soaring into the sky. As Yifeng departed, a graceful figure slowly emerged from the cave. She stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "This little scoundrel truly knows how to deceive. But this feeling of being protected is delightful." Saying this, her exquisitely beautiful face was adorned with sweetness. In the heavens, opposite the amethyst-winged Lion King, the void Pegasus beast was suffering increasingly over the past few days. It longed for the taste of grilled grass fish, for at least that was something edible, while it had been completely forgotten by its master. It had to forage for itself, and upon cooking, it wafted delicious aromas into the cave without offering a share. For days, it had subsisted on raw grass and fish. This woeful predicament was well understood by Xiaobai. It was a consequence of its disobedience. Yet, who could have anticipated that the foolish master possessed such culinary skills? If only I could start over, I. Suddenly, accompanied by a thunderous sound, Xiaobai felt the familiar weight of its master's presence. It turned its eyes back, glaring in recognition at the master who mistreated it. "Stop glaring. When I have the time, I will prepare delicious food for you to improve your diet. But for now, let us get to work," Yifeng commanded, giving a pat to Xiaobai. Upon hearing the promise of better meals, Xiaobai promptly took off, soaring into the distance. "Run! Stop them!" The amethyst-winged Lion King had long anticipated their escape. With a thunderous roar, 3 colossal flying beasts materialized in the surrounding space, obstructing Yifeng's path. These 3 creatures, all 5th-tier magical beasts, belonged to the 3 formidable beasts under the dominion of the Eastern Sovereign, the amethyst-winged Lion King. Their appearances were grotesque, far less majestic compared to the amethyst-winged Lion King. They comprised a large black scorpion, a massive purple spider, and a silver giant wolf. Each possessed a pair of wings, a distinguishing feature that marked them as 5th-tier magical beasts. Damn it! This cunning adversary was well prepared. We are in dire straits. Upon witnessing the 3 5th-tier magical beasts forming a triangular blockade, Yifeng was engulfed in a profound sense of gravity. "Ha ha ha, run! You wretched human! Let us see how you intend to evade me." Attack together. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the amethyst-winged Lion King surged forward alongside the 3 5th-tier beasts toward Yifeng. The brazen audacity of the amethyst-winged Lion King as a monarch took Yi Feng completely by surprise. Indeed, regardless of gender, maternal creatures often disregard reason. Xiaobai, you hold off the amethyst-winged Lion King. I shall handle the other three. Yi Feng reacted instantaneously, slapping Xiaobai, and in that moment, the Thunderbat's celestial wings unfurled, charging toward the silver giant wolf. The separation of one man and one horse resulted in the four colossal beasts being divided into two factions. Although the Void Celestial Horse, a sixth-tier magical beast, could not engage in direct combat with the amethyst-winged Lion King, it was entirely capable of holding it at bay. Its defense was formidable enough that even the amethyst-winged Lion King struggled to breach it, thus allowing Xiaobai to summon great courage in hopes of improving their sustenance. With two pure white wings fully spread, it charged directly at the amethyst-winged Lion King. The audacity. It is indeed brave. With the Void Celestial Horse restraining the amethyst-winged Lion King, Yi Feng found the opportunity to engage with the other three magical beasts. After several days of recuperation and restoration of energy, Yi Feng's strength had ascended from a 9-star battle master to the battle spirit realm. As a newly minted battle spirit, Yi Feng was brimming with confidence. However, facing three fifth-tier magical beasts simultaneously was undeniably excessive. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Feng unleashed his newly acquired secret technique, the Celestial Fire Transformation. Celestial Fire Transformation, 3,000 flames transform. With a resounding shout, the battle aura within Yi Feng surged explosively. Having just broken through to the 1-star battle spirit level, his power rapidly escalated in the blink of an eye. 2-star battle spirit, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star battle spirit. In the fleeting moment of executing the first transformation, Yi Feng's prowess soared from 1-star battle spirit to an astonishing 6-star battle spirit. This sudden surge left the three great magical beasts encircling him momentarily dumbfounded. How could this human youth amplify his combat prowess so dramatically? The blade in his hand blazed like fire, engulfed in the 3,000 flames, signaling that Yi Feng was prepared to engage in a battle with all his might. Because he must protect his beloved Yuner, he requires ample time to escape this place. Naturally, if possible, he would not hesitate to wield his blade and slay the 5th-tier magical beasts. This time, Yi Feng did not condense his battle armor, facing three 5th-tier magical beasts. He understood that offense was his best defense. The blade in his hand erupted with an intensely turbulent flame, distorting the very space around him. The 1,000-flame sword wave. The intermediate Earth-tier martial technique was suddenly unleashed from his grasp, transforming into a tremendous surge of heat that surged towards the three magical beasts. The strange fire possessed a natural restraint against magical creatures, however, augmented by the Earth-tier martial technique. Yi Feng unleashed an attack that surpassed even the might of a battle spirit expert. This left the three magical beasts utterly astonished, questioning the formidable strength of this human boy's hidden prowess. They had initially believed they could easily extinguish this human with a mere swipe of their claws. Yet they now found themselves wary of his astonishing power. Chapter 91. Slaying the 5th-order 8-bone demon spider. As Yi Feng unleashed the 1,000-flame sword aura, a mid-level Earth-tier combat technique, the three 5th-order magical beasts were momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, they activated their respective combat techniques for defense, for magical beasts, like humans, are capable of cultivating combat skills. Each of these creatures possesses their own unique techniques, compelling them to respond with defensive maneuvers against Yi Feng. However, the might of the strange fire was not so easily withstood. This strike reached the formidable level of a combat king's assault, combined with the overwhelming heat of it caused the three beasts to be violently repelled in an instant. The searing energy shattered their defensive shields, sending the creatures reeling backward, their bodies trembling as they floated away. Seizing the moment, Yi Feng demonstrated remarkable agility, employing the swiftest and most potent combat technique at his disposal, Thunder Arc 3-stage dance. Although this technique was classified as a low-level profound tier skill, it shared the lightning attribute with the Thunderbat's heavenly wings. The synergy of these two techniques propelled Yi Feng's speed to a level comparable to that of a combat emperor. A thunderous roar resonated through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Feng appeared before the colossal black spider. Gazing at the overturned abdomen of the spider, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed. With the electric arcs converging upon his blade, he thrust fiercely towards the creature's underbelly. Yet, the 5th-order black spider was not easily vanquished. With its 8 legs, the front pair swiftly moved to intercept Yi Feng's blade. These exceptionally sharp black limbs were far more formidable than ordinary swords, as the innate weapons of a 5th-order beast. Their hardness, length, and sharpness were beyond human comparison. Nevertheless, Yi Feng's blade, flowing blade like fire, was equally formidable. Upon their collision, A piercing clang reverberated through the air, just as two other razor-sharp legs, gleaming with a chilling light, lunged directly at Yi Feng's abdomen. Frowning, Yi Feng unleashed a tremendous surge of flames and electric arcs from his blade, forcefully deflecting the massive limbs. With a powerful flap of his thunderbat wings, he elegantly maneuvered in mid-air to evade one of the incoming strikes. However, he could not escape the other. Just as the sharp leg of the black spider aimed to pierce through his body, Yi Feng remained remarkably composed, swinging his blade backward. The fire-blowing palm erupted beneath the flowing blade like fire in an instant. With a resounding explosion, Yi Feng's body rocketed toward the spider's abdomen, resembling a rocket in its second stage separation. Upon closer inspection, a ghastly visage resembling a human face emerged from the spider's underbelly, exuding a terrifying aura. This feature confirmed its identity as the eight-boned demon spider, a fifth-order beast that ranks just below the amethyst-winged lion king in the eastern region of the Beast Mountain Range. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Feng's blade continued its descent, culminating in the final strike of the Thunder Arc three-stage dance. The attacks of the Thunder Arc dance escalate in intensity with each strike, and by the time the third blow is unleashed, its power rivals that of advanced mystical techniques. Under the dazzling brilliance of the Thunder Arc, it mercilessly pierces the abdomen of the colossal bone spider. At this moment, the eight-bone spider suddenly reacts. However, it finds itself unable to retaliate with its long legs, as they cannot reach Li Feng. Instead, it can only envelop itself in a black energy armor to defend against Li Feng's onslaught. This was precisely why Li Feng chose to attack it. It may not be the strongest among the three beasts, yet its vulnerability is the most pronounced. For a diminutive human, the eight-bone spider's weakness is magnified infinitely, especially for Li Feng, who wields the extraordinary flame. The scorching heat of the 3000 flame ignites the eight-bone spider's feet, providing Li Feng with an opportunity. Had it been another Dou spirit practitioner, they would have already succumbed. With a crack, Li Feng's long blade strikes the black energy barrier, causing a dazzling thunder arc to flash infinitely in the distance, subsequently intensifying. The overwhelming purple-black flames engulf the massive form of the eight-bone spider, eliciting a desperate howl from it. The terrifying roar reverberates throughout the monster mountain range, sending weaker beasts scurrying into the forests in fear. In the next moment, the sound of the blade piercing flesh reaches Li Feng's ears, accompanied by the tremendous roar of the bone spider. The anguished cries echo through the skies above the monster mountain range, causing the other two beasts to shudder in terror. Had this human attacked them, they too might have met the same fate. The searing flames and the paralyzing sensation of electricity render the eight-bone spider's ability to fly utterly incapacitated, and its body plummets to the ground like a meteor. Li Feng descends as well, showing no intention of withdrawing his blade. On the contrary, in that fleeting moment, he unleashes an even more formidable attack. Just as the massive shadow is about to crash to the earth, Li Feng's left hand becomes unencumbered, summoning a sandstorm vortex in his grasp. In the next instant, he swiftly draws his blade, flowing blade like fire, and the sandstorm vortex strikes the wound of the eight-bone spider with a thunderous impact. With a violent explosion, the eight-bone spider's body is violently slammed down, sending a great cloud of dust into the air. To the naked eye, the initially small wound expands instantaneously. Black blood erupts forth like a volcanic explosion, transforming into a towering pillar of dark liquid. Upon its immense body, amidst the flickering arcs of lightning, terrifying purple-black flames rise in tendrils. The furious sandstorm ravages its insides, obliterating its organs. The gigantic and grotesque head of the spider tilts to one side as the formidable fifth-tier beast within the Monster Mountain range is slain. What are you still witnessing? He has expended so many techniques. His energy must be depleted. Quickly go and kill him. As the other two beasts were momentarily stunned, the roar of the amethyst-winged lion king suddenly reverberated through the sky. This startling sound awakened the remaining giant scorpion and the silver giant wolf, prompting them to plunge fiercely towards Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng, as the amethyst-winged lion king had indicated, was nearly depleted of his fighting spirit after consecutively employing two earth-rank techniques and a profound technique. The defeat of the fifth-tier eight-bone demon spider had been possible solely due to the lack of coordination among the three beasts, each acting independently. There was no time to retrieve the fifth-tier magic core, and as he gazed at the two colossal beasts charging towards him, Yi Feng unfurled his wings and swiftly darted away. However, the simultaneous assault from both monsters left him with no room to escape. The enormous silver wolf suddenly unleashed a powerful howl, sending a strong sonic wave crashing into Yi Feng's mind. Panic surged within him as he realized this was one of the rare sonic techniques possessed by high-tier magical beasts, a surprising ability for the silver wolf. The moment the deafening roar penetrated his consciousness, Yifeng found himself frozen in midair, caught in a brief moment of bewilderment. In that fleeting instant of paralysis, the two massive beasts had flanked him, their razor-sharp claws and the purple scorpion's barbs swiftly aimed at his body. Chapter 92. The Void-Stepping White, My Yunyun's Man. Under the piercing howl of the wolf, Yifeng's vulnerabilities were laid bare. Though his strength was formidable, his soul was still somewhat inferior compared to a fifth-tier magical beast. As the resounding roar of the silver wolf echoed through the air, Yifeng felt his consciousness dim, and in an instant, he succumbed to unconsciousness, his body plummeting towards the ground. Simultaneously, the silver wolf's lethal claws lunged toward him, and the sharp, venomous stinger of the fifth-tier purple miasma scorpion also shot forth menacingly. The two fifth-tier magical beasts showed no mercy. They did not hold back against this human, unleashing their ultimate techniques without hesitation. In that moment, Yifeng was utterly powerless to resist. Sensing his master's peril from afar, the void-stepping Pegasus raced towards him with unparalleled speed, a marvel even among sixth-tier magical beasts. However, the amethyst-winged lion, as the king of beasts, proved to be equally formidable. The two beasts clashed in a fierce entanglement, with the amethyst-winged lion refusing to grant the Pegasus any opportunity to rescue its master. It was akin to a spurned lover desperately clinging to their beloved, unwilling to let go. This infuriated the Pegasus, for despite everything, Yifeng was its brother's master. As the saying goes, one must consider the dog when striking the owner. It was acceptable for its master to endure hardship in training, as that was his own choice. But should he perish, what fate would befall its brother? With a fierce desire to protect its master, the void-stepping Pegasus finally unleashed its terrifying power. With a mighty flap of its pristine wings, the space around it began to twist and contort. Then, with a single step into the void, the Pegasus vanished before the astonished eyes of the amethyst-winged lion. Had it just stepped into the void and vanished? The lion gazed in horror at the empty space where the Pegasus had been, shock evident in its eyes. For only magical beasts of the 7th tier could possess such an ability, yet it was clear that this unknown white steed had not yet reached that level. Otherwise, it would have already transformed into a human form, rather than remaining in its beastly state. How could it possibly wield such an extraordinary power? It must possess a rare innate ability. If only this king could. But to seek companionship like that human truly undermined royal decorum. Amidst the brilliance of white light, a figure of purest white emerged beneath Yifeng, its enormous wings unfurling dramatically to shield him completely. The sound of claws scraping against its form echoed like metal against metal, as the silver wolf's attack produced sparks but left no mark on the Pegasus. Meanwhile, the venomous stinger of the purple scorpion, despite its toxicity, could not breach the Pegasus's defenses, rendering its poison ineffective. Both sides' attacks were rendered futile. As the void-stepping Pegasus bore its master, Yifeng, upon its back, and with a firm stomp of its pristine hooves, the void quivered with subtle movement. Ripples trembled in the void, and a white silhouette vanished rapidly from the eyes of several magical beasts. By the time the amethyst-winged Lion King and the other two beasts reacted, even the figure of Ma Inger had disappeared. The amethyst-winged Lion King pondered, what kind of high-tier magical beast is that magnificent white steed? If it possesses such abilities, why did it not take its master away earlier? Does it harbor a penchant for tormenting its owner? Nearby, the two enormous magical beasts let out unwilling roars, eager to pursue further. However, the amethyst-winged Lion King bellowed, "Enough! There is no point in chasing. At that speed, even I cannot catch up. So how could you two imbeciles hope to succeed? Go collect the corpse of that fool." As the two beasts soared away, the amethyst-winged Lion King gazed into the direction from which the celestial horse had departed, murmuring, "You may run, but your aura cannot escape. I am certain we shall meet again soon." On the outskirts of the Beast Mountain range, a rather peculiar combination was hastily fleeing. "Hongling, release me. I must return to save Feng Yi." "Stop now." A delicate and graceful figure, caught between the massive heads of a gigantic two-headed fire spirit serpent, cried out in indignation. This was Yun, who had intended to stay behind but was forcibly whisked away by Hongling. With her seal still unbroken, her powers were not restored, leaving her entirely unable to resist the control of the 5th-tier fire spirit serpent. Thus, following her master Yifeng's orders, the serpent captured Yun between its formidable heads. Taking advantage of the battle above, it utilized its ability to burrow underground, swiftly escaping with Yun from beneath the surface. The speed offered her no chance for resistance or cries for help, nor did it attract the attention of the surrounding magical beasts. This left Yun feeling increasingly anxious. Having been away for so long, Feng Yi had shown no signs of pursuit. "He is my man. Even if I face danger, I cannot bear to see him harmed." Naturally, Yin Yun understood that Feng Yi felt the same way. While this feeling of being protected was undeniably sweet, she would much rather fight alongside him, even if it led to their demise. When he returns, I shall surely bite him fiercely as punishment. At this moment, Yin Yun's discomfort was palpable. Yet, to an outsider, her alluring figure would undoubtedly capture attention. The already tumultuous aura around her, under the pressure of Hong Ling's massive heads, became even more pronounced. The noble and grand demeanor of the sect leader now bore an indescribable, unique charm. Hearing Yin Yun's cries, Hong Ling felt quite helpless. It too wished to return and rescue its master, yet it had to follow the orders to escort this esteemed leader to safety. Struggling to communicate, the language barrier proved challenging. After hissing for quite some time, realizing that Yin Yun could not comprehend, it decided it was best to escape the Beast Mountain range first. Moreover, with the presence of her boastful elder brother in the pet realm, she was certain that her master would be unharmed. This elder brother, of course, referred to the Void Pegasus beast. The little white creature, which had always ignored her master Yi Feng, held a peculiar fondness for the fellow magical beast, Hong Ling. Consequently, it exaggeratedly recounted its exceptional talents to Hong Ling, claiming that had it not been for its master's pursuits of training and romantic endeavors, it could have soared to great heights. Naturally, these words remained unspoken by Hong Ling, for she had long seen through her master's flirtations. Just as Yin Yun sought to break free from Hong Ling's grasp, a clear and melodious voice echoed nearby. Both Hong Ling and the struggling Yin Yun heard it distinctly. However, Yin Yun was somewhat perplexed, for the voice did not belong to Feng Yi. In the next moment, a white silhouette suddenly materialized before them, prompting Hong Ling to exclaim joyfully, "Elder brother Bai. Huh, why has master fainted again?" Feng Yi. Chapter 93. Asleep, yet impulsive mischief. Before Yin Yun and Hong Ling stood the Void Pegasus, come in search of them. Being a pet of Yi Feng, Xiao Bai possessed a keen sensitivity to Hong Ling's aura, allowing it to swiftly locate her with precision. Upon seeing Xiao Bai, Hong Ling's excitement was palpable, her serpent-like tongue flickering with joy. However, when she noticed Yi Feng, unconscious upon Xiao Bai's back, she could not suppress her astonishment. Master, how could he have fainted again? Having become Yi Feng's pet, Hong Ling had witnessed the extraordinary nature of her master. Whether by design or chance, he had a peculiar tendency to lose consciousness frequently. Moreover, each time he fell unconscious, a striking woman would appear to care for him. Indeed, here came yet another, rushing anxiously toward him. Feng Yi. Upon releasing Yin Yun, the graceful figure dashed clumsily towards Yi Feng. Though Xiao Bai's heart was shattered at that moment, it bent its four hooves to allow Yin Yun a better view of her master, who,